With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or 2. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dole. Lumber.com. Fiber on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sunny for San Jose today, going up to 81.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Ramos, ball game.
Oh, heck yeah.
Hey. Don't you disrespect Heliot Ramos like that. Fans out in San Diego booing him when they clearly interfered on what was not a home run from Xander Bogaerts. Dwayne Kuiper on the call right there as the Gigantes get the job done. 4-3 the final there. Got a little shaky in the seventh inning. I was like, oh, they're going to cough this thing up. But they get the 4 runs, and that's all they need in the first inning, Joe. As I say good morning to you, Carter, Sam, Matt Nahagian, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, and getting ready for this lovely Tuesday here in the Bay. And we'll start with Heliot Ramos. And before we even get to the game, Joe, we need to get into what was said before the game, or I should say what was released on an article from Scott Ostler of the San Francisco Chronicle. But good morning, Joe. 2 in a row. Giants, they're 3 games under 500. We'll see. But good win. There you go. You
so many
better?
things happened in this game.
There's so much.
So, like, when you start off the game, home run, and they say that's only the 5th time in the history of the Giants that's happened, that's pretty insane.
Like on the road, right? That's what it is? Yeah, to start a road game.
That's pretty insane.
It is.
That's pretty insane.
5th time ever. I know.
No, I mean, they've been a team since like 1875.
I know.
That is kind of insane. So that's just crazy in itself. And for Ramos, of all people, to hit the home run to start the game and then be involved in another home run situation on the other end, I thought that was a home run that Bogaerts hit. They said that it was, fan obstruction. I don't even know. But I thought he had a clear play on it. It looked like it went through his glove. But I understand that, the fan was kind of obstructing him to a degree. But I'm also a guy that's making plays near trees myself when I'm playing ball, even though it's not the majors.
There's the drop.
So I mean, who knows? Who freaking knows?
Well, you said it right there. That by definition is obstruction because the fan reached over and kind of blocked his eyes and his vision. So that by itself is obstruction. Even though he didn't touch the ball, he was reaching over. And once you reach over into the stands, all bets are off as far as I'm concerned because you could have hit the ball or he got in his way in his vision.
I didn't think the fan went over down into the field of play. Up and over is one thing. To me, if you're up and over, now I sound insane. No, but if you're up and over, I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't think the fans were egregiously in the wrong.
In fairness, had the fan not been there, there's a high likelihood that Ramos did what he did anyways.
And it would have been a home run off of his glove, Jose Canseco style.
Jose Canseco style.
Right? So I don't know. I don't know. But I thought that whole play was... it was one of those, I don't know. I legitimately don't know if it was a home run or not.
I mean, it was the Heliot Ramos day, right? And I referenced it. The article was released. Columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle, Scott Ostler. We all know him. We've had him on the station many a times, and he had a one-on-one with Ramos, and Ramos, the quote was, and we all got leaked, and we all saw it late afternoon yesterday before the game. This is the quote. Outside people don't know anything. That's the type of person he is when talking about Bob Melvin. That doesn't mean that he's not a great manager. When we're winning, everybody was on our side. Now, it's like all the fans are against us and all that. I don't get it. We're here, and we know what's going on. We know what we're feeling. We know what we're working for, but fans are going to be fans. We can't do nothing about it. Again, that was Heliot Ramos defending Bob Melvin and the Giants amidst this horrible stretch of baseball, worst stretch of baseball he's seen in quite some time with this club. And he told that to Scott Ostler, the San Francisco Chronicle. And that was, the big bugaboo before the game is like, Heliot Ramos, he's calling out the fans? What? When you saw those comments, Joe, what did you think?
Well, a variety of things. Number one, I just came from a party with a bunch of people, in my wife's side of the family that have dual citizenship in the Philippines. And sometimes there are things that they are trying to say. They have good English, for the most part. But there are certain things that they're trying to say in her family, some of her aunties who are in their late 80s. And maybe it just gets received or said in a way that they don't interpret or mean to be said that way. And I just know that Heliot, who can speak pretty good English, I didn't know the context of the conversation that he was having from the article and how it was extracted. Was it on face value? Was he trying to say something, whether it be a guy or a person or a woman who understands, who's born in this country and fluently can speak English, or was it interpreted in a wrong way? That was my initial impression, okay? And I think people get cringe when you just even bring that up. And it's like, no. Like, I recognize this with my wife's family, where there are things that they're saying that they don't mean it to come out the way that it comes out, and it lands in my lap in a way, or it lands in their lap in a way that they interpret in a different way. So that was the first thing I thought of, okay? And I think that's just being culturally aware. Like not everyone has perfect grammar. Doesn't matter if you're born in this country or not. And sometimes you're defending someone without trying to criticize someone else. So in this circumstance, I thought Heliot was trying to have his managers back. I don't think he was coming at the fans. And I also think, fans, and I do want to say this PSA to Giants fans.
Oh.
Heliot Ramos, that's who we're going to come down the road of? Really? This whole year? And look, Heliot has made a lot of mistakes on the field. Heliot Ramos is one of the young bright spots over the last couple of years. Finally made an all-star game last year. The first homegrown outfielder all-star since Chili Davis. And that's the guy we're going to give zero leeway to? You're going to hammer that guy because we're angry at ownership, because we're angry at the manager, because we're frustrated that the entire team has underperformed? That guy? We're not going to give him a little bit of leeway? I get it. We're frustrated, fans. I'm frustrated. I'm certainly not happy. I know the guys in the dugout aren't happy. I get we want to crucify everybody for every little thing. And Ramos he's had some moments this year that have frustrated all of us, whether it be defensively, running the bases, all that.
Rose.
But that's the guy we're going to crush? Shame on us. Shame on us as a fan base. Honestly, we can't allow a guy to have a back of a manager who's the only manager for the Giants who's actually played Ramos more than a week at a time. Of course that guy's going to defend that guy. Of course he is. I get it. Let's have a little bit of perspective here. Ramos back and forth. Never had an opportunity to solidify himself at any single point. And whether we think Bob Melvin stinks or not is irrelevant. That's the one guy, Bob Melvin, who's actually played Heliot Ramos for an extended period of time. Of course he has his back. I call that some loyalty. I actually applaud him for that. And us Giants fans have to come down his road? It's kind of I just think it was a bad look by us as a fan base, a media contingent. Have a little bit of perspective.
Well, I think the fans, before this comment, and obviously we'll read the comments from what Ramos said at batting practice yesterday before the game, because he wanted to clarify said comments about the fans. But a lot of fans, and I was listening because Willard and Dibs were talking about it when it came out. There was a lot of people calling in about it and say, they just didn't strike the right tone. Ramos needed to strike the right tone, and it's just not the right moment for him to be talking about the fans right now when the fans are the ones that are showing up still. Even when this team has been that bad, the fans are the ones showing up. I'm just telling you what I was hearing from the station yesterday. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just getting it from the fan perspective here, from some fans they're frustrated. It's listen, just don't say anything at that point. And the last line, I think, was the one that stuck out to me when he said, fans are going to be fans. We can't do nothing about it. Yeah, exactly. That at the end of the day, fans are going to be fans. They're going to be frustrated. Exactly. That's what fans do. And that's what I was getting from Heliot Ramos yesterday. And honestly, I actually appreciated him saying that because it was him being frustrated. He's just frustrated about the whole situation. You're frustrated. I'm frustrated. Sam, the players, the manager, they're all frustrated. And that was a frustrated comment I heard from Heliot Ramos yesterday, and it was actually refreshing because how much time did we talk in our pre-show meetings? Often, like, is someone going to get mad? Is someone going to get angry? Is someone going to get upset and say, like, this isn't right what we're watching? Something needs to change? Well, Ramos is mad and upset, but he's saying, hey, you can be mad, you can be angry. We're angry too. Don't come on my manager like that, though, because he cares. Don't question the care of my manager when he's got my back, as you mentioned, every single day. He's got the players' backs every single day. Like that's not.
But fans have a right to be disappointed overall. I get it.
Yes,
but
they do.
Here's my thing: like, we're really going to be raged out over Heliot Ramos having the back of his manager. I mean, like, honestly, all the guys on this team, you know what I mean? Like, the guy's making $750,000. He has been so much better. Like, he's the one young everyday player. Every day. He plays every single day. The one young everyday player this organization can hang their hat on as someone like, hey, we developed him.
Yeah, but he's been captain struggle bus the last 2 months. He's been struggling mightily.
Joe.
I'm just telling you.
True. He's had some boneheaded plays in the field. And yet still, he's been a bright spot. Would you agree?
No, for the totality of the season, I agree. But him slumping amidst this Giants massive slump has been very difficult for Giants fans. Also, the Bob Melvin aspect of it. No one's defending Bob Melvin right now. No one. So that's why they're looking for a reason. That's what I'm telling you. Fans are looking for anyone.
I understand that.
Oh,
but
you're defending Bob?
Was
no, that's bad. That's bad. You can't do that.
But if there was a guy to give a little grace to, wouldn't it be Ramos? And wouldn't it be Ramos regarding his affection for that manager, given that's the only guy that's given him a chance? Like, I just, have you not been watching Giants baseball? Like, if this was a couple years ago, we would have treated Ramos like Mac Williamson or, one of these other, like, also rans coming in and out of AAA. Like, they have had a pipeline of 4A outfielders who have never gotten an opportunity. And I'll give Bob this bit of credit. He's actually stuck with Ramos for 2 straight years, it feels like.
Connor Joe.
Who do you expect him to have the backup? I don't know, man.
And you want to hear his comments yesterday after batting practice? So this is later on. Would you like to hear them? I can give them to you. So
I do. And here's a great example. I brought up kind of just the language thing. And I see all the comments flowing in. I have one person from the 510. Joe, as a Filipino, I 100% agree. You're spot on. Then the very next person, you're a dumbass. Typical white person blaming on an accent. Forget race for a second. Dylan Gabriel speaks pretty good English. Dylan Gabriel did an interview after his preseason game number 2 against whoever the Browns were playing, where he performed pretty well. And I saw everyone take his comments out of context, where he was talking about some people are entertainers and some people are competitors. Now, apparently, I didn't know this, but apparently he's been saying a line similar to that going back to his Oregon days. Yeah. And everybody lost their minds, and we raged out over him. He's talking about Shedeur Sanders. So this is not just about whether it's English, whether it's speaking in a second or third language. To me, this is more of a reflection of society. We rage out over everything, and we can't allow, and I'm guilty of it too. I freely admit I'm part of the mob at times. We can't let the dust settle a little and have a little, like an ounce of perspective on anything. We have to lose our minds.
And this was Ramos. These are the comments made. This is via Alex Pavlovich of NBC Sports Bay Area. I'm reading his column right here. Before batting practice, Heliot Ramos, quote, "I love the fans, and they always show me love in the field. I have nothing against them. Every time I'm walking on the streets with my family, they love me, and I love them back. All I'm trying to say is in the inner circle, obviously not even you guys that are reporters know what's going on in the clubhouse. All I want to say is that Bob is a great manager. I'm just trying to have Bob's back. I'm just trying to support him." There you go.
Which I think is is that not reasonable?
It's very reasonable, but it's not the in vogue thing to do right now if you're a Giants fan, because Bob Melvin's enemy number 1 here in the Bay Area. So that's why people are frustrated. It's like, why are you having his back? I want to be able to hate Bob Melvin. You can't do that. But I think fans, you, I, everyone need to take some perspective here and say, listen, just because you're fed up with the guy doesn't mean the players are fed up with the guy.
I just don't understand why we can't allow a little bit of grace. Everything needs to go all the way to the other. Let's destroy Heliot Ramos. Like, I'm frustrated too. But of all the guys on the team, and I know, look, Joe, your point about heck, he's made a lot of mistakes defensively and base running, no doubt. Do we not think that the guy tries hard?
Of course. He's not, if I'm looking at the problems of the season, I'm not looking at Heliot Ramos. I'm not.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not.
That's what I'm saying.
He's actually one of the pieces I'm looking forward towards the future of being like, okay.
And that's why
this is a young pillar.
The reaction blew me away, quite frankly. It blew me away how angry. And to me, it speaks of Giants fans are so upset over everything that's going on. We're looking for the bad guy. We're looking for the bad guy, and we're trying to create an enemy. And it's like, hey, sometimes it just ain't your year. And yeah, they probably are going to make some changes. This isn't our year. Let's not take it out on Heliot Ramos. I just want to defend the guy. I feel bad for him.
Were the baseball gods in his favor yesterday, Joe, after that non-call home run? It was overturned. Xander Bogaerts looked like it just flipped off Heliot Ramos's glove. Fan gets the obstruction there.
That was such a crazy play.
It was very crazy. And Ramos talked about it.
Not really. I did think I had it easier than that, but whenever I was about to catch it, I saw that like his arms was like over me, kind of. So I was guessing like no, it hit the arm or something. So when I was trying to catch it, it just like hit my glove. And then I saw the replay. It doesn't show. It only shows the guy on the bottom. It doesn't show the guy on the top. But he was like over me, literally over me, and his whole body was across the wall. So he just like clipped the finger a little bit.
And then the fans, the Boo Birds, were out in San Diego after that call was overturned, and things are not going well for the Padres right now. What have they lost? 4 in a row? Not looking good for San Diego, although the Dodgers did lose yesterday, too, on a walk-off against the Colorado Rockies. Don't see that every day. So they're still only a couple games back in the NL West race. But Ramos did talk about the Padres fan booing him.
I mean, I'm just saying it's not my fault. I'm not the one who overturned the call. Like, you know, I mean, why are you mad at me? I'm just here playing. But some of them were laughing, smiling. Some of them were talking a lot of trash. I'm like, all right, I'm here for it.
I like a little pause. Talking a lot of trash. There you go. I need to make sure my comments are clear this time.
When
wants to use another word.
When Casey Schmidt booted the ball, picked it up, and fired it like 7,000 feet to the right on Devers. 2 things flashed before my eyes. A, they're blowing this game. And B, oh my God, Devers, please don't like throw your left arm out on that play as the runner's coming down the base. Because that's how you could separate your shoulder and be out for the year. You know, like
or tear a ligament in the elbow. Yeah, something.
We have a phrase, eat it, right? Meaning the play's dead, don't throw the ball around. And that was a classic case of Schmidt should have just ate that ball. And I think we all were thinking the same thing. Uh-oh, here comes Ryan Walker. And you know what? Credit Ryan Walker for stabilizing things. And we got to Randy Rodriguez in the 9th, Joe. We finally got to Randy. And it was kind of an adventure, but I thought he looked good.
It was fine. Hey, listen, you won the game. Yeah. That's all that matters. It doesn't.
Exactly.
4-3. You've won 2 in a row. Get another one. It's called a winning streak, Joey. Can they do it? Can they sustain this thing?
That was actually a fun
500.
game.
There you go. There was a lot baked into it. It was fun. Like, it's the Padres, and they're struggling, and you're down in San Diego. And shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And by the way, it's Tuesday. Going forward, you know what Tuesdays are. Football season's here. Preseason Game 3 starting this weekend against the Chargers. 7:30 today. Brian Baldinger, River Islands Guest Line, R95.7 The Game, NFL Insider, Baldy Breakdowns. You know him, you love him. 7:30 today. Can't freaking wait. Talk to Baldy. And there's a lot to get into when it comes to the Niners, their depth chart. We have an interesting soundbite we're going to get to from one Greg Olson, who had some recent comments. And no, not about Tom Brady, not about the broadcast booth, although he did have a podcast with Tom, and I thought that whole thing was tremendous. Greg Olson and Tom Brady, and just the person that Greg Olson is, and you know, not having any anger towards Tom Brady for basically taking his job, just speaks to the person that Greg Olson is. But he had some interesting comments about what separates the good from the great to the Hall of Famers in the NFL, and I think that's a conversation we need to discuss because the Niners feel like they got a lot of Hall of Famers on this squad right now, Joe. Kyle Shanahan spoke to it. He's like, hey, we got a lot of borderline Hall of Famer guys right now. If their careers ended, they'd be going to the Hall. You know, the Trent Williams of the world, Christian McCaffrey's, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, George Kittle. A lot of these players, right? Do they still have a career year left in them, though? That's the conversation. And I'm genuinely curious to ask Baldy about that at 7:30 if he feels that way. Because depending on the position, if they can get a career year out of 1 or 2 of those guys, absolutely, they could be in the playoffs and making noise. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Real quick, though, on the Giants, I want to put a bow on it on the other side, Joe, because talking about Bob Melvin, and do fans have a right to be angry at the players for defending Bob? Like, Bob being that guy, the martyr, if you will, for Bay Area sports, just exhaustion. It feels like whether it's the Niners, whether it's the Warriors or the Giants in here, you got to have a whipping boy. And it feels like Bob Melvin's that guy right now. And is that okay? Is that the right thing to do? Should we be frustrated with just one guy? 888-957-9570. We'll get into that on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here. The one and only Sarah Monty Ford in Colma is why I'm here. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Yeah, right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months and only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker, 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 options to choose from. It's one of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end when? September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Yeah, Carter, I'm looking at you. Don't overthink it. It's Sarah Monty Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarters. See the dealer or visit sarahmontyford.com for details.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
This is your invitation to the Kohl's Friends and Family Sale, hand-delivered to your speakers. Get 20% off your favorite brands, including Yankee Candle, Cuisinart, Lee & Carter's. So when someone says, I love that candle, you can say, thanks, I got it at the Kohl's Friends and Family Sale. They personally invited me. Yep, consider yourself a VIP. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends August 24th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National, the crown jewel of hot rod. Having it all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. A huge swap meet, a vendor's midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairground. Details at good-guys.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center and San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
High drive to left. Liriano back. Out of here. It's a home run fest here in San Diego.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California. And it's plain to see, you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
You know, there is one thing that I'm so jealous of when it comes to the podcast. There's about 6 or 7 things.
Oh.
The vibe at their stadium right now is just off the charts.
The vibe's been good at Oracle Park this year. There's a lot of people going to the games.
I'm talking about the fervor. Like when something happens, like you could feel it permeating through the TV.
It has a party atmosphere.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Not that Giants fans haven't shown up. We have. I miss the excitement of my team is going to the playoffs.
Right.
And like there's a whole energy at the stadium that like everything kind of upticks.
Almost like how the Valkyries games have been. Like it's
point.
It's just the vibe and the tone around it from everyone is just so different. The Padres games are very similar like that, but not 1, not 2, but 3 home runs in the first, Joey.
I know.
3?
I know. Wilmer was so due. I mean, I feel like Wilmer hasn't hit. Like,
has he hit a home run in like months? It feels like.
It's just
ones that have mattered anyways. That's what it feels like, right? But it's nice to see Devers. Nice to see Ramos. Obviously, the day that he had, right?
The Jung-Hoo Lee catch. What do you think of that?
Yeah. Well, which one? We didn't even get to the one that happened the other day in the knees. Remember that? It was what did Kipe say was the catch of the decade? Like,
I don't know about that. I mean, the Gregor Blanco saving a perfect game. Well, I guess that wasn't more than a decade ago. So
yeah, see, there you go. Yeah,
trying to think, catch
years.
of the decade. Let me think about that.
Didn't
the Yaz play against the fence?
Didn't Denzel Clark have one earlier where he was like Spider-Man?
I thought you were going just Giants.
Oh, sorry. Well, no, he said catch of the decade. He doesn't care what team. He said catch of the decade.
Yeah, well, Denzel Clark had like 2 in the same week. That might have been better.
And that's going to be a great catch from Denzel Clark.
No, that is our speedy catch of the week. Second one.
I need to stop doing that. By the way, I did mention the Valkyries, and going up tonight, 7 o'clock, the Valkyries are taking on the Phoenix Mercury. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pre-game starts at 6:30. K-Bone, my guy, Kevin Dana, going to be on the call alongside Sophia Jones. We will be locked into that, Joe.
You know, like, everybody can kind of relate to this. When you are working for either an employer or boss, somebody, and they may not even have to be your best friend, but someone from the outside, whether that's a work partner or a colleague or someone in the industry, a peer or whatever, or maybe just a family member, will start like dissing somebody that you work with. And you're like, hey, look, like, come on, man. I got to work with that. Like, you just try to like shun it a little. Yeah. And when we have these conversations, you know, they're not public. They're not going to be like regurgitated across media when you talk about somebody that you work with. But we've all been in those situations where you're feeling uncomfortable and you feel obligated to defend someone that maybe you don't even like. You might not. Like, I've been there. I've defended it. And I'll say something along the lines of like, hey, man, like, I work with those people. Like, I don't really want to talk about that right now. They're good dudes. Like, so-and-so's a good person or whatever. Even if I know in the back of my head, yeah, they're not very good at their job. Right? I feel like I have to publicly defend that individual because it's the right thing to do. It's tact. It's class, right? And so
keep it in the family.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, when you're out here blasting everybody and going after, the manager, like, what good happens with Heliot Ramos pointing the finger at his coach, at his manager?
It would be worse. It would pour gasoline on a fire that's like just starting to get out of control already.
And like, if like we all have this sense of loyalty, right? Again, I go back to like Bob Melvin's the only guy that's actually played this guy Heliot Ramos from day one. Doesn't that matter a little?
Well, he's an all-star under Bob. It matters a lot. Like he owes Bob a lot right now, Heliot Ramos. So yes.
Let me give you a Warrior Cross analogy.
Oh.
When Mark Jackson got fired, all the fans knew it was the right thing to do. The offense was completely... No. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Not all the fans. A big segment of the fans thought it was the right thing to do.
There was a contingent that was like, what are we doing here?
No doubt. And I remember calling it a Damon show back in the day, and I told Damon, like, they absolutely had to do this. ISO with 3 minutes to go against the Clippers, trying to post up Steph Curry. What are we doing?
No offensive philosophy.
It was just awful. But there are 4 or 5 things that were true. He did get the Warriors to play great defense. He did empower Steph and Clay. He was the right coach at the right time, right?
Totally.
But it was also the right time to move off him. Now, I remember when they did that, Steph Curry publicly really supported Mark Jackson. Really supported. What's he supposed to do? Like, Mark empowered him. I don't think he becomes Steph Curry without having that tenure with Mark Jackson. Saying, yeah, there's not a shot on the floor that you can't take. Right? Yep. Now, was he the right coach to coach them moving on? Probably not. Vernon Davis. Mike Singletary did save his career. Right? No, Mike Singletary sucked as a coach. Sucked. But there were a few guys that you could point to. Willis was one of them, who said he had a huge impact on my career. I think Ramos looks at Bob Melvin, maybe not to the same degree that Steph looks at Mark Jackson or Vernon Davis looks at Mike Singletary, but similarly, like, hey, this guy's believed in me. Like, what am I going to do, run this guy out of town? Like, this guy's had my back. So as a Giants fan who has been watching for the last couple of years, I don't understand why we as a fandom are going after Heliot Ramos for having this guy's back, knowing that backstory. We're more sophisticated than that. I know we're angry. I'm angry too. We're all ticked off that they're underperforming. But we're really going to run Ramos, into the ground for just having his managers back in August? Not the last weekend of September, in August? When they got to play another month?
What do you think was the more, like, part of the comment here, and I do have the comments, and it's Heliot Ramos. He's talking with Scott Osler, San Francisco Chronicle, and he talks about the fans, and he talks about, Bob Melvin and saying, when we were winning, everything was all great, and now we're not, and everyone's against us. Like, is it the fact that he's defending Bob Melvin that triggered people, or was it that he used the word fans? You think?
Probably the fans part of it. Anytime you reference the fans and it can be interpreted in any negative way, you're just throwing gasoline on it, right? Yeah. That's number one. But I also think that, like, I just think Giants fans are so angry right now, and they can't take it out on Buster and they can't take it out on ownership, that they're going to find any little thing to just
It's so interesting, though, because, yeah, they could be angry. Maybe it's just the silent majority or the minority of the fan base that are the ones calling and speaking about this. And Richie and Queens, I see we'll get to in a second. But people are going to the game still. Like, they're selling out games still. Everyone's so, like, this whole consternation, we're all angry and pissed off. If you're truly angry and pissed off, you usually don't show up.
That's a good point.
Right? But
that's a really good
people
point.
are showing up. So it's like, are we really that angry at this team? Because when we're really angry, you've seen it with the Niner fans. You talk about it all the time. You couldn't sell tickets to go to some Niner games when they were god-awful. Like, this team's not god-awful. I understand that. They're not awful. They've been playing awful baseball the last few months. But this team in totality isn't truly awful. Fans are still showing up. And yet we're going at Ramos for defending his guy. in a season where it didn't go the way they wanted, and yet still isn't over technically. I think they're, 5.5 back now for the third wild card. I know, don't shoot the messenger. I have to say it. The season's not over for them yet. They can go on a run here. It is, what does Mark Willard say? It's allowed to happen. It is allowable. That could happen. They could go on a run here and still make the playoffs. But this whole consternation and vitriol, it's not really adding up when we're still selling out the stadium. It's very odd to me.
Well, and the other part that we can never really calculate is we only see we're talking a sliver of the amount of interactions that they have with fans online.
Correct.
Because there's the people that go to games, and there's the whole heckling aspect, which again, some hear it, some don't, some are worse, I'm not condoning any of that behavior, but Casey Schmidt had to make his entire Instagram account private at one point this year. So there's been a lot of weird energy, and I don't think this is exclusive to Giants fans. I think this is just fandom in the modern age is bizarre to me, where we're DMing people hate because they didn't hit your parlay on a prop or something like that. There's just a whole weird ecosystem online that is not a accurate representation of real Giants fans.
Oh, you're telling me online isn't real?
That's been how long have I been saying that?
Well, hot take, right? Shout out Twitter, shout out Instagram, shout out Facebook.
No, but honestly, I think more and more, I tend to understand where the players are coming from, where they open up their phone. This is their example. They open up the phone and it's just negative. Not that they don't see the positive. There's lots of positive too, but the negative sticks out with you. That's human nature.
Absolutely.
And so you're always on the defensive. And then given the slide that they've been on, when you're referenced to 1901 for 3 weeks straight because you went 13 of 14 losing at home, yeah, you're going to be a little sensitive.
We'll get into more of this on the other side. Richie and Queens plus Brian Baldinger, 7:30, courtesy of River Islands. Baldy breakdowns are back, baby. We'll talk about the Niners' second preseason game, what he saw, and what he looks forward to seeing. And I do think there's also a Kyle Shanahan, Jim Harbaugh conversation to have at some point today. We will get to it. More Giants calls on the other side. By the way, I mentioned it. Football Talk is back on 95.7 The Game, and it's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Lisa from Pittsburgh. Lennon and Tony were very polite, on time, and very communicative. They listened to my requests and answered all my questions. They explained everything they were doing and what needs to be done. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive Receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Los Angeles will head south down the 5 to visit their neighbors and division rivals, San Diego. The rivalry's been heated over the past few seasons as both teams have fought their way to the playoffs. And this season is no different. The two teams match up really well against each other, and they remain within a few games of each other for the lead in their division. Who will come out of the weekend series with a win? Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Because right now you can get huge savings on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe and Santa Fe Hybrid models. Or go all electric and choose from America's most awarded EV lineup like the breakthrough Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 6. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a great deal. Only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Heliot Ramos. Who knew after comments from yesterday it was going to be such a hot topic? I mean, the game itself ended up being kind of crazy because of the overturned home run call to Xander Bogaerts, but we're talking about comments that Heliot Ramos made prior to the game. And talking with Scott Ostler, the San Francisco Chronicle, talking about the fans, talking about defending his manager.
Can you read the quote one more time?
One more time. This is what it is. This is Scott Ostler talking to all the players, because it wasn't just Ramos. He talked to the Logan Webbs of the world, all these other players. But Ramos had the hot quote, and this is it. Quote, "Outside people don't know anything. That's the type of person he is, Bob Melvin. That doesn't mean that he's not a great manager. When we were winning, everybody was on our side. Now, it's like all the fans are against us and all that. I don't get it. We're here and we know what's going on. We know what we're feeling. We know what we're working for, but fans are going to be fans. We can't do nothing about it. That was Heliot Ramos talking to Scott Ostler of the San Francisco Chronicle. Does Ramos have a point, or just using the word fans, is that taking it too far? Whenever you go with the fans as a professional athlete, Joe, you have got to be very careful, because there's no coming back from going out of fan base that has, as I mentioned, shown up for you time in and time out the season during an absolute horrific stretch the last 2 months, Joe, where this team has been god-awful. They're still selling out Oracle Park. They're still showing up. Even when the product has been god-awful, even when guys like Heliot Ramos are throwing Scud missiles into the ground, when he doesn't know what an infield fly rule is, they're supporting him. And now he's coming at us, the fans? I understand that fans were frustrated yesterday. Now, he did clarify his comments, and maybe he was told within the organization about it. But I understand fans being upset. Your retort to that would be what?
My retort? Why are we so soft? Just because he said fans? He's not talking about you. He's not talking about me. He's talking about the psychotic, crazy lunatics online that are always going to be there, that are the anonymous accounts that spew hate. Now, are we frustrated? Of course. This reminds me of my favorite quote of all time. The NCAA was so mad at UCLA and North Carolina for cheating, they suspended Louisiana Monroe. You know what I mean? Like, we're so mad at freaking Bob Melvin. We're just going to... You said fans? You have to be talking about me. I'm coming at you, Ramos. Like, I'm listening to the boss make his pitch about why anything referencing the fans, I'm going to be sensitive about. Stop being a bunch of San Francisco Karens. I mean, my God. I can't believe it.
This isn't San Francisco inclusive.
I'm talking about San Francisco Giants fans. I'm taking the San Francisco Giants fans and saying, stop being San Francisco Karen fans.
Well, because if Ramos did this in, let's say, New York, he would be getting absolutely destroyed and eviscerated. Just using the word fans, if this was Philadelphia, if this was Boston, if this was any major market, Chicago Cubs, like, he'd be getting crushed right now. And I guess in the San Francisco media sense, from the caller perspective yesterday, he kind of got crushed, if you will. But even then, it doesn't feel like it's, we're totally crucifying the guy. We're just saying, hey, the fans have supported you in some bad baseball the last couple months, Heliot.
I think that's a misnomer. I actually think it's a misnomer. This thing that the East Coast is more diehard. You tell me.
I never said they were more diehard. I said they'd be crushing him. I would have seen it on New York Post already.
Forget the media outlets for a second, Joe.
Well, it's hard to. That's why we're talking about this. We're literally talking about this because
journalism does not exist the way that you think it does anymore. You know what does? Instagram and TikTok and all that. And you tell me, when you go online, does the Bay Area sports fan voice their concerns and their issues on their teams? Boy, it feels like Jonathan Kaminga generates a ton of buzz around the country.
Of course. Again, I got this quote from a media outlet from the San Francisco Chronicle.
Yeah, I know. And who ran with it? Not the other media outlets, even though we talked about it. The fans went berserk.
Yeah.
I think this misnomer that the New York fan, they just care more. BS.
I never said they care more.
Lost their minds on Brandon Ayuk and wanted to run him out of town. Okay? Lost their minds. We have lost our minds about Jordan Poole. We've lost our minds about Kaminga. I think the Bay Area sports fan is as rabid and insane. And I think that, for example, Heliot Ramos and Casey Schmidt, a lot of these guys are getting bombarded with negativity. And so when they say fan out there, they're just talking about like the online presence of negativity. And I do think that it's overwhelming in this market.
I do think when you say fans are going to be fans who can't do nothing about that, you're poo-pooing fans in general. It's like fans are going to fan. That's kind of how like people perceived it. Now, it's a quote, so I don't know how he actually said it. I'm just telling you, Joe, how it comes off and how people and fans perceive it. And they felt ticked off.
If you feel that way, I think you're being extra sensitive. That's my personal opinion. I think you're being extremely sensitive.
Of course,
and
sensitive time. People are pissed off. Their fans are sensitive right now.
But what are we mad at? We're mad at Ramos?
We're mad at the team sucking and Ramos throwing it into the ground.
So we're not mad at the messenger.
Fans.
We're not mad at the messenger. We're frustrated with the results. That's what we are.
We're also kind of mad at the messenger who's kind of sucked the last couple months, honestly. So Ramos has not been good the last few months. He just hasn't.
No,
been.
He's had some bad mistakes, but Joe, he's also been one of your better hitters since the All-Star break.
Which isn't saying like too much.
No, but
that's
facts. Like these are facts. Like let's deal in reality. He leads the team in hits. He plays every single day. He hasn't hit a lot of home runs in the second half, but he's been a highly productive player for you. Like, yeah, he's frustrated me with some base running and some defensive gaffes that have been all over the place. There's no doubt about it. That being said, on this team, he's arguably your second or best everyday player. Like, those are the facts.
Richie is in Queens, wants to join in on the conversation. 888-957-9570 is the number. Heliot Ramos's comments on the fans going to be fans, and we can't do nothing about it. Is that fair or foul? Richie, what's going on, man?
Hey, boys, how are you?
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, real quick, too. You touched on football. I'm going to the Giant Niner game, so just as a little, I go to one game a year, so I look forward to that. As far as the baseball comments, look, in reality, what he should have said is, don't lay it on the manager. We stink at this point in time. When you touch the fans, the old adage, and I've seen that for years, you can't win. And I think of all the people and how bad he's been at times and some of the most egregious plays I've ever seen, and the fans back him. I watch every game. There's been no booing, and it is a little bit more egregious sometimes. I disagree with the comment about if it's New York, they're going to put it on the front page. That's what they did to Baez. That's what they did to Lindor. And he got a lot of grief. So if the fans are a little upset in an epic collapse, you live with it. And he hasn't earned the right to say anything about the fans. He just hasn't. Because I don't think he's been abused at all. And like I said, I've seen 3 or 4 plays that he's made that are just incredibly bad. And they've backed him. So, but on the other side, get out of it. It's not the end of the world. He came out and said, look, my family, I walk down the street. They're great with me. They respect me. And whether management told him, because I don't remember in all the years I'm watching that, the guys, I don't remember that many incidents where, fans had a real major problem with one of the good players. So it could have been his own. Maybe he thought about it. Or he was told, you've got to clear this up. So move on. It's over. I've seen a lot worse. So I just think you don't touch the fan base. You just never win that way.
Thanks, Richie. It's Richie.
You're probably ended up being right. I just look at it as a young player who, again, this isn't him holding court in the middle of the clubhouse with a bunch of reporters all there and everything is on camera and on the record. That to me, I delineate a difference. Now, other people may not. I know, you made a point during the break, like, well, if this was on a podcast, would we have viewed it differently?
Correct. And I do think that matters because we're just reading a quote, Joe. And you take a quote and you, in your mind, you're going to perceive, everyone's going to read it differently. Their own inner monologue is going to be different, right? Sure. So when the quote I see here saying, but fans are going to be fans, we can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, but I think it would have hit way harder for me if he's in a scrum and there's a bunch of people that say, fans are going to fan. And I could hear the tone and I could see the body language. I would be like, all right, there we go. This to me, again, how it lands in my lap is, he's having a conversation. Oscar's going around the room talking to different guys. He doesn't know where this is going. And he's just talking. It's the end. It's the dog days of August. I'm not triggered by it, and I'm kind of disappointed that Giants fans are triggered by it.
Brought to you by Golden State, Sir and the Bear. For 3 generations, when you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Jordan in Walnut Creek also wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. What's up, Jordan? You're on the morning roast.
Jordan.
What's happening, guys? I'm just really bummed out about Heliot Ramos. He's here complaining about the fan base. The guy's spiking the ball like Rob Gronkowski in the end zone. Like, he needs to get better. The Giants need to get better. He can't accept criticism. Get off the field. I mean, I love Bob Melvin. I love the Giants, but let's be real and face reality in its face. That's all I got.
Let's face reality in its face. I actually love that. That's Jordan in Walnut Creek. Richie and Queen said something interesting, though, and Jordan's kind of doubling down on that. Earning the right to talk about the fan base. And I do think this is an interesting conversation because you even reference it. I referenced it in the break. Like, Draymond Green talks about the fans all the time in his podcasts, right? The great Draymond Green show. Clay. Steph even mentions Twitter fingers. These guys mention it.
But those are legends.
But those are made. That's exactly what I was getting to. Those are made guys. Heliot Ramos isn't a made guy yet.
Javon Kinlaw talked about fans.
He did. He wasn't a made guy. And I don't think I don't think it, we perceived Javon Kinlaw saying it. Like, maybe he's just being such an imposing figure. Fans are just like, okay. But Heliot Ramos earning the right to speak about a fan base. What do you make of that? Like, players having to earn the right to talk about it.
I didn't. Again,
I'm just asking the question.
I know. I just think that we are just. I get where you're coming from. We are looking so deep into something that I don't think is that deep.
For fans, it is.
I personally don't think any of his statement was that deep. Sam, I want to ask you a question because you're in these scrums. I think this is really important. I think this is important in the context. What's that?
Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. Plug the show.
Doing the plug.
My bad.
Come on.
Okay. When Scott Ostler's going to write an article like this, when is he approaching these guys, and what do you think the set? It could be a variety of them. So lay out how, because I interpret a difference between I'm standing at a scrum, there's 6 or 7 different people there, all with their phones out, asking me a question, and I know whatever I say is going to be picked up by all of them, versus you and me are talking. How did Scott Ostler probably go about writing this article?
So in one like this, so as I've mentioned before, usually about 3 hours before the game, there is an hour period where the clubhouse is open for all media members to go in and interact with players. Sometimes there are full-on scrums. So, for example, when Drew Gilbert arrived, everyone crowded around his locker to interview Drew Gilbert. Hey, how are you? What do you like to play? Blah, blah, blah. You can also do a thing where you just kind of go up and talk to players one-on-one. So sometimes, like, the other day I went up and just kind of, was chatting with Landon Roop. Hey, how's your arm? Blah, 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 stuff like that. So you can do these one-on-ones as well. So in this case, like what Scott was probably doing, I did see him in the clubhouse on Saturday. He was doing the solo thing where he just went up, hey, can I chat with you for a couple minutes? And then they chat for a little bit, and then everyone goes their separate ways. So what I'm guessing happened is Scott was making his rounds, chatting with a couple guys in the clubhouse, and he probably had an angle because he is a columnist. So if he is at the games, then the Chronicle probably wants him to go for a specific reason, whereas the beat writers are there every game. The columnist, sometimes he has to go to the Niner game, sometimes he has to go to a Cal game, sometimes it's a Giants game. So my guess is, the Chronicle said, hey, go to the ballpark. We want to hear how people feel about Bob Melvin. So he goes into the clubhouse. He finds a couple of the team leaders, which is what you would want to do in this situation. I saw Logan Webb was in that article. I saw him talking to Logan and obviously Heliot too. And he just went up to him, I'm assuming, and said, hey, can we have a conversation here? And then that's where that came from. So this wasn't said in a big old scrum. This was one of the one-on-one type interviews.
Okay. The way I interpreted it, where it would be different had he stood at a scrum and, and he's getting dressed or whatever, and he's like, the fans, they just don't know. Like, to me, they're different. Is it different for you?
I think so, a little bit, because it's a little bit more, I would say, just conversational, I guess.
Yeah.
When you're chatting one-on-one with a player. It's also different when you're chatting one-on-one when you're not recording either. You can be a little bit more open in that sense as well. But
that's a good point.
I do kind of wonder, and maybe this might be a good question to ask actual players, like when you're in a scrum versus one-on-one, like when you're in a scrum, you got all these people around you, and you're really kind of packed in there. You don't have any space to move. I do kind of wonder if when you got everyone kind of talking at you, if your answers are a little bit different versus a one-on-one conversation. That I don't know about. I feel like you'd have to kind of ask the players themselves how they approach those different interview situations.
That's a good point. Thank you for clarifying that. To me, I think that we're so, just as a fan base, the Giants fans, and myself included, we're so angry. And we're so pissed and we're so frustrated. Any little thing, we are just going to blow up and just crush that individual. Well, and I'm like, come on, guys. Ramos.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
And I'm not saying that Ramos, probably shouldn't have said fans, not once, but twice. I just don't think that he was trying to crush the fans. That's not how I interpreted it. And I don't think that he knew it was going to, take off the way that he did and interpreted the way that he did. And I think it's being interpreted a little over the top. That's my personal opinion.
All right. From the 650 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. People go to Giants games when they are bad because the ballpark is an experience in itself. Versus going to the Niners, the whole experience is the game itself. The difference between when a Niners team is bad, fans not showing up in baseball, which there is some credence to that. It is literally one of the most beautiful ballparks, if not the most beautiful ballpark in all of America. So yes, that is true. But even in the years past, like, people weren't showing up just for the ballpark. So there is something that's shifted this year in particular, I believe. That being the team, that being the direction, no Farhan, feels a little bit nuanced, but something has definitely changed this year. I just, when I'm reading the comments, and I understand fans that are upset, the Jordan Walnut Creeks, the Richie and Queens, when they felt like, hey, this guy hasn't made his bones totally with our organization yet. Please don't talk about the fans. It is just a losing battle in general, Joe.
I would agree there.
Whenever you bring up the word fans as a player, unless it's positive, then it's a losing battle. Like Matt Chapman, I think I have a quote right here. Or I did have the quote. I think it just got replaced. It's okay. But he talked about it. Actually, I can read it out to everyone. But he said it, on Sunday after the home crowd on Friday. Chapman was talking about it. He said, quote, obviously, we haven't been able to get much going, especially at home, and I feel bad for our fans because they come out here and they support us every single night. They pay their own money to come and see us, and we haven't been playing good baseball for them. Regardless if we win or lose, they stay all game. It's packed. Everybody here feels that. We want to win for a million reasons, with the fans being one of them. See, that's fine. You only could talk about the fans in a positive angle, though. Like, we always want to win for them, win for them, win for them. And then you got guys like Ramos defending his manager from the fans. It comes off different. But I understand both sides of it.
So say the quote again.
Which one? From Matt Chapman?
No, from Ramos, please.
Okay, Ramos. Outside people don't know anything. That's the type of person.
Okay, stop right there. Yeah. Outside people don't know anything. Media and fans. Keep going.
And that's
the way I interpreted that.
That feels like a shot. If I'm a fan, it's like, you guys don't know anything. Yeah, what do you know? You're fans.
But I'll add on to it. There is some truth to that, because I've said on the show before, we're in there for an hour. We only see so much. There's certain areas we can't run off to. So even as media people, there are things that are happening that we don't see. I've been very open that there are a lot of things going on down there that I am not seeing.
But when you say outside people don't know anything, you're basically saying we're just stupid.
Well, you're saying exactly.
I think you're interpreting that literal.
That's how a lot of people perceive
this is where I think, speaking in multiple languages. What?
I hear you on the multiple languages thing, but also when you start off your quote by saying outside people don't know anything.
Well, what if he said
he's fully cognizant of what he is saying? He's fully understanding of what he is saying.
I think you're looking to be triggered. Then I think that's ridiculous.
I'm just saying, fans are looking to be triggered.
We're on the inside. You're on the outside. You guys only know a fraction of what we know. How's that any different from what he just said?
Well, it's much different. He just literally said outside people don't know anything.
I said it in a different, more eloquent way. So it was a little more crude. So what? This is where I think we just, my God, people, we got to stop being so Karen-like. It's honestly making me angry. How the sports and competition, be tough. The second you say something that I think I could get a little sensitive on, I'm going to lose my mind. Well, come on.
That's where we're at in society.
Come on.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco.
What is good? Have any of you ever competed at anything in your life?
In Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laugh Among Studios. I compete every day to get that legal off in time. I have the quote from Matt Chapman now. Do you want to hear it? He feels bad for the fans.
Yeah, it has been a rough stretch. Obviously, we haven't been able to get much going, especially at home. And I feel bad for our fans because they come out here and they support us every single night. They pay their own money to come see us, and we haven't been playing good baseball for them. And regardless if we win or lose, they stay all game. It's packed. So everybody here feels it. We want to win for a million reasons, and the fans being one of them. So I think that. I got sidetracked there, rambling there about the fans, but it has been it's been a tough stretch, and the good thing is the people that are in front of us haven't pulled away. I mean, if you look at the standings, we're still 5 games out of the wild card. There's still a lot of baseball left. We play a lot of the teams in front of us, so regardless of whatever's happened, there's still a lot of important games coming up, and we can still do something special. So there's belief in this clubhouse. We haven't been playing well. It sucks to lose. It's not fun when you lose a lot, and you feel like you've kind of missed some opportunities, but I think that everybody here still understands that we still have a chance, and there's still a lot of games left, and we can still do something special this season, and there's no reason for us not to go out there every single night and have that mindset.
And that was Matt Chapman over the last weekend. Obviously, Chapman getting shut down with soreness in his hand that he injured a few months ago. But here, listen, I'm not here to say that Heliot Ramos is taking the fan base for granted right now when it comes to all these people showing up to the game. But guys like Matt Chapman and people and players that have played for multiple teams and teams where the fans didn't show up, i.e. Oakland, California, where Matt Chapman played a majority of his career, I think that gives a guy like him a little bit more perspective, and he does feel bad for the fans because he's been in situations where fans don't show up. Now, it was
we
a different
don't know
situation.
how Ramos feels.
Joe, did you listen to what I just said?
Yeah, I know, but just because
I'm
Chapman's expressing
I'm saying Chapman's been in the league a lot longer than Heliot Ramos has as a major leaguer.
Okay.
So his perspective on fan bases is different and more nuanced. Maybe he's played on multiple
but Ramos has
organizations.
also played in AAA and AA for years where there's no one at the games as well. So we don't know
that's not the
his
major
path
leagues.
is.
That's not the major
You
leagues.
can't speak on Ramos's path to the bigs. I don't think that's
I
fair.
never said it was path to the bigs. I said it's his time in the bigs, which is different.
Yeah,
He's
but
only
that doesn't
been here
mean
a
that he
cup
doesn't
of
have
coffee in
perspective, that
comparison.
he doesn't think that the fans, that he can't be appreciative. We don't know that.
I'm saying a guy like Matt Chapman is
Matt Chapman's getting paid $150 million. I don't want to hear from Matt Chapman, quite frankly. I disagree with your point. Because he played for the A's. He understands how important it is to have fans in the stadium. These guys that play in the minor leagues play in front of nobody, too. Ramos.
It's the minor leagues. You just said it. No one goes to minor league games. No one cares about minor league games.
You can't be So because you played in front of ballparks where it's completely empty, you can't be appreciative of going to the bigs and playing on the grandest of stage?
Of the
I can make an argument that Matt Chapman's more numb to it because he's been in the bigs for longer. So, I think it goes both ways. We don't know how Ramos feels.
You know how I feel about the Valkyries taking on the Phoenix Mercury tonight at 7 o'clock? I feel great about it. And Brian Baldinger will be joining us next segment, by the way. You can ask Baldy about the fans. And you can hear the Valkyries game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Also watch the game on KPIX+. Pre-game starts at 6:30. We are up against it. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back. Brian Baldinger, 7:30. Baldy breakdowns are back. We'll get into some 49ers talk. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets.
Centers. We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
High drive to left and out of here. And that's how this game gets started.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, where is that guy, Jay? Dude, where are you at, brother? Hope you're out of the hospital. High on life. Giants, 2 in a row. Ramos, home run to start the game off yesterday after a tumultuous day. The comments, the backtrack of said comments, the home run that bounced off his glove that ended up not being a home run, but he homers in the first. There was a lot with Heliot Ramos. It was Heliot Ramos' day yesterday in San Diego, but the Giants win 4-3. Dwayne Kuiper on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area. We're going to be joined by Brian Baldinger here in about 11 minutes. Brian Baldinger, R95.7 The Game NFL Insider, Baldy's Breakdowns. You know him, you love him, NFL Network, former NFL offensive lineman. And I want to ask him, Joe, I think we'll lead off the entire interview asking him about whether or not he's had a teammate or two call out the fans after a game and how, the ramifications of said comments reverberated maybe either on the field or not. He played in Philadelphia, Joe, and we know about Philly.
Crack.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he also gets it from players that he feels, Baldy has referenced that players that he has critiqued have walked up to him and voiced their displeasure.
Yeah. So
right?
Yeah.
And I think Baldy's pretty darn optimistic 9 out of 10 times, but then he'll put out a video that people maybe don't agree with, and they'll walk up to him and they'll say something.
Oh.
And I give Baldy a lot of credit because Baldy faces the music.
Great point. We had John Bosa, father of Nick and Joey, a couple weeks ago, and we asked him about Baldy, and he's like, I got a bone to pick with Baldy. I didn't like how he was going at, Nick in some of these videos and saying these things. But he said it in a fun way, and it was all in jest, and they were all cool about it. But yes, that's why I appreciate guys like Baldy, though, too. He could be buddy-buddy with you, but at the end of the day, he's going to call it like he sees it. He's going to tell you what he sees, whether it's Max Crosby, his boy, Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, Micah Parsons, all these players. He'll go at them, and it's not just defensive end, exclusive. He'll go at offensive linemen, head coaches. It doesn't matter. Baldy will go at everyone, and he is not going to sugarcoat it. And that's why we appreciate having him on every week. 10 minutes, Brian Baldinger.
So, Joe, I think we can agree on one thing. Anytime the word fan is used or fans is used, it becomes a trigger point.
Yep.
We all have people in our lives, family members, friends, whatever. There are certain topics that are just like trigger points.
Yep.
And I think anytime fans are referenced at any point, it's a complete trigger point. So you better be careful. So obviously the guy's learned a lesson in the sense of anytime I ever bring that up again, whether he meant anything or not, which I don't think he did, but whether he meant anything or not, from here on out for the remainder of his career, he probably will know, if I bring up the F-A-N or F-A-N-S thing, I better be acutely aware that it will be wildly taken in context, out of context, and everything in between.
I think we can both agree on that. When you use certain words in a fan base, the word fans from a player, if it has to be positive only, like Chapman was saying, we need to give the fans a reason to cheer. If it's anything but that,
such a word salad.
I know it is, but he's said that. Bob Melvin has said that, and when fans are showing up like they've been showing up for a losing product the last few months, they only want to hear positive, and that's kind of the society we live in too. A positive. I get that, but it was interesting to just see the whole ramifications of said comments yesterday, because I think Giants fans in general too just wanted a reason to explode, and that's, you know what. They needed to just blow off some steam yesterday or today, and that's what we're doing. We're blowing off some steam. You're angry, you're mad, you're frustrated. You don't care that they've won the last 2 games. I feel you, and they were looking for any reason, Joe, to just drive in and dig in. That's what we do.
There's no doubt.
That's what we do. Just give us a reason to blow up, and we will as fan bases.
I just think
that's not baseball inclusive, by the way.
It's every sport. I think, freaking Kyle Shanahan and Ayuk get into it over shorts, and it just becomes this huge thing. Remember the short gate?
Yeah. Oh my.
Yeah, exactly. So but that's a great example. We're going to fast forward a month from now, and the season's going to end. You're barely going to remember this Ramos thing come October. You're just barely going to remember it. When we talk about the season as a whole and we look back, this is such a tiny nothing burger to me of just all of the issues that have arisen during the season that I find what we're doing, this exercise, ridiculous.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got our guy Don in Concord. Haven't heard from him in a minute.
Hi,
Wants to join the conversation. What's up, Don? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, two Joes. How you guys been?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, you ready for this? Hey, we got Baldy coming up. Baldy's breakdown on the game in San Francisco.
Is that all you got, Don?
Oh, no. We're cutting that, Don. Don't worry.
That.
We're cutting that. We're producing that. Thank you.
You sound like the Westwood One guy.
That it, Don? Oh, he's gone. That's it. That's literally. I thought he wanted like
quarters drop and head out. There you go.
You know what? Great, good stuff. Don in Concord producing on air for us. Just call in and just have a rejoin. Why don't you? We do got Baldy breakdowns coming up in 6 minutes. I am a sucker for that entire open. As it is Shark Week. I think we had him on last week before we were at Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale, and I had a nice little tidbit, but then I went to throw to the open and it was nothing there. It was crickets. I'm not mad at you guys in the back. You guys crushed it that
No
entire
one was
day.
covering first when you went to go throw?
That happens. It
Not
was
like Randy Rodriguez in the 9th inning yesterday with Rafi Devers leading him. It was beautiful.
It was an Heliot Ramos moment for me where I had to eat it, as you would say. I had to throw it into the ground and just eat that moment. But Jaws...
It always goes back to the tuck rule.
It does. Right? You know what? It absolutely does, Joe. And it will always go back to that play. My dad's six Sam Adams Boston Loggers deep sitting on the couch.
Forget Ramos saying it. Can we also agree? Fans are going to fan. And I embody the chaos of a fan in the sense that I'm conflicted at every turn. One minute, I feel like this team is still in it. The math is there. The next minute, I'm like, fire everyone, burn it all down to the ground. We stink, trade everyone away. Like, we all run the game. That's part of the beauty of sports. It really is. And I just... Like, whenever a player acknowledges, fans will be fans. We're like, what? How dare you identify us properly? It's like, that's literally what we do.
How dare you identify us properly?
Am I wrong?
That's pretty...
Am I wrong?
That is honestly, that quote is, if I could have a quote for San Francisco or in the Bay Area, how dare you identify me properly is pretty good. That's
it's like, and that's like my thing yesterday. It's like, yeah, we're hella mad. Like that's Giants fans are like that. If there was one way to describe them right now, hella mad, right?
Right.
Not we're all
not even
all the
Giants
slogans.
Fans. It's not even Giants fans. I do think this is a culmination because there's Giants, Warriors, Niner fans, all three of them. We're all just angry. We are just waiting to explode
Angry
on something.
birds?
We have the Kaminga crisis. We don't even know who's suiting up for the Niners. Everyone's hurt. The Giants are in a free fall.
So is that the slogan? You know how they do like Giants slogan, like together we're SF, or like it's a fun time.
No, it's together we're miserable.
No,
that's
it's
what we're
hella
fans.
angry.
Hashtag
hella angry.
Misery loves company, Joe. That's all I'm going to say.
down for it.
That's exactly. I have 9 brothers and sisters, and that is the most true statement ever. Misery loves company because there's always going to be one sibling at whatever family event that's angry or disgruntled, trying to ruin it for everyone. We all tell them to shut up or leave, and that's what we do. All right. By the way, there could be a reality series on my family, like on the E or whatever.
Yeah?
They're insane. The significant others. I got like 15 nieces and nephews. I don't know any of their birthdays. They're just we're just gonna keep counting. Literally, we are a clan from Game of Thrones. There's too many. There's just too many.
What's your crest? What's your family crest then?
It would probably be a sword because Spadoni, like the root word of it is sword in Italian, so it's probably like a sword or something. It was pretty.
I didn't know that.
It's technically sword, but my dad says like our family is like we're like gardeners or like farmers, so it's like a spade, if you will, like kind of like a sword. So you never, maybe a spade. There you go. Yeah. The more you know, Joe. Yeah. The more you know. What about Shasky? Does that mean anything? Your last name? Do you know?
Well, we think it was chopped off from Warshawski. So
okay.
Yeah.
Like from Warsaw.
Well, from Poland, yes,
there you go, Warsaw.
yes, but we don't know where exactly,
The
and so there's a lot that goes on. Apparently, the Polish Civil War, they fled the country and came this way, and and that's the Polish side. But the Irish side has been over here building the railroad since the 1880s.
Oh,
both sides of my family.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
The more you know. By the way, we are going to
the Porters and the Maddens
from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. John Madden, you related to him?
No, but my grandmother's father, so my great grandfather, kind of abandoned her. She lived in a boxcar downtown in the city. He was a boxer who died in the barber chair. Yeah, because he used to box.
Crazy
people.
Story.
No, there was like a poster. He used to box people. For money. That was the Irish way, right? And he had a heart attack during, getting his hair cut or getting a shave or something.
Must have been a bad haircut.
Yeah.
Too soon? Too soon for that one? No? Crickets? Applause? Come on! Stand up. Tuesdays.
My grandmother was born with nothing. So, it's a story we hear about all the time.
That's pretty... No,
her and her mother were basically, homeless and living in a boxcar downtown.
That's an incredible story.
Yeah, I know. It is an incredible story.
See where you are right now. You're hosting the Morning Roast.
She's 97, 98.
No, still with
fighting.
Us? Oh, my goodness.
Still drinking the pipe cleaner, a.k.a. the straight Costco vodka.
Oh, Kirkland?
Oh, dude.
Kirkland straight?
It is a handle. God love you, Grandma Francis. She's the best.
Can we ever do, Coach, a remote from a Costco, like in the warehouse? Is that possible?
So
I would love to do a show from a Costco.
So Costco now has Molly
samples the entire
Stone's
time.
doing Costco things
Okay.
where they put out samples. And yesterday I went to Molly Stone's and they had various cheese samples.
What is Molly Stone's?
Molly Stone's is like a fancier, not as high scale as Whole Foods, somewhere in between Albertson, Safeway, and
Okay,
Whole
so
Foods.
it's okay. Gotcha.
It's really nice.
All right,
I
so
love
he's-
Molly Stone's.
yeah.
Really nice.
Hey,
High
Baldy,
quality
can you hear
meat,
me?
high quality.
Nice.
I actually like it way better than Whole Foods. But anyway,
Awesome.
neither here nor
Cheese
there.
here program?
But they
We
do
love it
like
too.
expensive cheese, and you got a little toothpick, and you come around, you put the cheese, you know.
Oh,
Awesome.
yeah. Well,
I
Whole
think
Foods
we're ready to go
does-
then.
The Whole
cheese.
Foods does it. I had like
Awesome. All right,
a
I'll let you guys
18,
know. We'll
like
bring you right
40
on.
or whatever. Like that's what they call it, right? That's just the type of it. But it's like a Vermont cheddar.
Oh yeah, I'm in on
Dude, that thing, just 1 kilo is like,
Yeah.
that is like the strongest like cheese I've ever had, which tells me about my palate because there's some much
I
funkier.
love cheese.
I love funky cheese as we're waiting for Baldy here in just a second. I wonder what kind of cheese Baldy loves. He's probably a slice of American
Power rank
guy.
your number one cheese, and I'm talking versatility
We had
across
this
the board.
conversation, didn't we? I feel like
No,
we talked
did we?
cheeses. I think we did at one
I do
point.
love me some pepper jack.
I love pepper jack or I'm a nice Swiss guy too. Love
Swiss is
me some
good, but
Swiss.
It's got to be on the right thing.
It does. Well, I love Swiss like cheeseburger. I love my cheeseburger. Big Swiss guy with
Really?
cheeseburger. Oh yeah, it has a little tang to it, Joe.
Really?
I know everyone goes for the American. That's fine.
Nahegan, I look at him. He looks like a sharp cheddar guy.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's
an American
He's
guy?
a blue cheese crumble kind of a guy. I think feta.
Oh, no way. All the heaters he smokes, he can't taste the blue cheese.
I think he's more of a Baldy guy.
We got him.
Oh.
We got him. No. Carter. Oh no, we had him and we don't. That's okay.
Good check swing there, Wilmer.
Hey, you know what? Oh, there we go.
I hear Joe and Joe good, man, if you can hear me. There we go. Good morning, Spadoni. Good morning, Shasky. How we doing?
Crack, crack, crack.
Here we go. Come on. Let's get this operation and ship.
And he joins us courtesy of River Islands. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Brian Baldinger joining us here on the Morning Girls. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. And Baldy will bring you into the conversation right now. We're talking about fans because a Giants player, Heliot Ramos, left fielder, got some Giants fans. Their feathers ruffled, I will say, because he went at them defending his manager. There's a lot to be made about Bob Melvin, whether or not, Giants fans need to move off of him now. There's a lot of heat coming down on him. And basically said, fans are going to be fans. There's nothing we could do about it. But outside people don't know anything. I'm not asking you a question about that in particular, but Shasky brought up a good point. And I want to ask you, because you do all these breakdowns, Baldy, and you have either parents of players, players themselves, coaches, executives. I'm sure not everyone's happy with your breakdowns. Do people go out of their way, Baldy, either privately through a DM, they walk up to you and voice some of their frustrations with you when you critique them and it's not exactly favorable?
Okay, all right. Well, good morning to you guys. It's good to see you. It's a good question, Joe. So here's the thing. Nobody does it to my face. Nobody. All right, which is interesting. But they'll do it online. Now, most people's social media is negative. They come at you guys for opinions, whatever. I would say 90% of mine is very positive. But there's 10% out there, and sometimes you delete it, especially if they're just like vulgar. Like you come after me with vulgarity. Like I'm a kid channel. Like I'm G-rated. I want 10-year-old kids watching my videos with their dads. You come after me with vulgarity, I don't care what it's about. Like I might just cancel you right there. But and sometimes I'll take the heat and I'll respond. If I'm wrong about something, I usually admit it. If I was short-sighted on a player or a coach, I will readily admit it because I don't pretend to ever know all of it. I just go by what I see. So to answer your question, Joe, I get some of the heat that what you're talking about right there, and it comes with the territory. So I'm okay with it.
Going back to your playing days, was there ever any, time you or a teammate had to deal with fan frustration? And I'll give you a second here. Like I remember John Brody, the story famously goes that he was at Kezar and they were throwing beer bottles at him. This is what they used to do from Kezar. And he turned around and he flipped off the entire crowd and they gave him a standing ovation. And that was the moment he became the Niner quarterback. So is there anything like that you ever had to endure, or a teammate?
Well, I remember going out to Candlestick when I was with, I might have been with the Cowboys, but we were playing a Monday night game, and when, at the Stick, there was no underground drop off to like a lot of these stadiums. They just dropped you off right in the crowd. So, two things. One, I was a young player, and they got Fred Dean, they got animals on the other side of the ball, right? It's like you gotta come with your game face on. But I remember, I was kind of a favorite of the veterans, especially the defensive line. So I remember we're on a bus going to the Stick, and I'm getting up ready to get off the bus, and I get pulled back by like Randy White. He pulls me back to my seat, and I'm like, "What's up?" He goes, "Let somebody else take the shots. Like, they'll get rid of all the bottles that you're talking about first. We don't need you to get hit, Baldy." And then when I came out of the locker room onto the field to warm up, somebody threw a hot dog with mustard at me. And I remember just seeing mustard on my clean uniform going, "Oh, that's the way it's going to be today." So anyways, yes, I have had experience like that. And that stuff, that still happens when the buses pull into Lincoln Financial Field. They're still ready to throw their eggs and, welcome you to South Philadelphia. That stuff still happens today.
I'm well aware. I went through that at the NFC Championship game. Well, let's get into that. I know. Next time I go, you and me are going. You're going to be my escort. But all right. Baldy, I'm watching this Niner game, and look, the preseason, do I think week 5, like it really truly matters whether Pearsall and Purdy look good back in week 2 of the preseason? Probably not, but I'm just a big believer in, like, when I finish a gym session, I want to hit a bucket. When I'm at the range, I want to flush an iron. I want to hit a line drive in baseball when I end my session. So to see Purdy go out there and look good and have a little connection, and the play for me with him and Ricky Pearsall was where Pearsall sat down when Purdy was scrambling, and he stopped, turned, boom, and he threw a nice little throw to him. I was encouraged with what I saw. Does it mean anything, though, Baldy?
Well, it does. It does mean something. There is a connection there. They had a couple of completions there, when Brock was out there. They need Ricky Pearsall to be a number 1 or as close to a 1 as you can get. I mean, he came out, like there was 3 guys that basically came out of similar type. Ladd McConkey, right, when he came out, Pearsall coming out of Florida, Roman Wilson coming out. Like, these guys were route runners. They were tough. They could play outside. They could play inside. They showed versatility. And the only guy that we really saw last year play, was McConkey, and he was awesome. They need Pearsall to get close to being like a Ladd McConkey. Their problem right now is they don't really have anybody opposite McConkey with the Chargers. They're trying to find somebody that can balance it up a little bit, to take some coverage away. But they need Pearsall to be good. I mean, they trade away Debo. We know we know the injury history of some guys right there. So they drafted him in the first round for a reason, to be eventually, because they knew the quarterback contract was coming, and they knew they weren't going to be able to pay everybody, and there's going to be a release of a lot of good players and guys that won a lot of games there. So when you draft somebody in the first round like that, like, he's got to hit. And so that's where they're at right now.
Talking with Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, our Odyssey and 95.7 The Game NFL Insider, courtesy of River Islands. And Baldy, do you think Pearsall could handle a number 1 receiver type workload this season? We saw Juwan Jennings do it, and we'll wait and see what's going on with Juwan, the calf, the hold in, hold out, whatever the hell you want to call it. But do you think that Ricky could handle that this season, given some of the injury history in his past?
Well, I mean, the injury history is tied to, an unfortunate situation, last year. I mean, nobody can predict what happened to him. Yeah. But so I mean, that was just an injured year. I mean, it's just bizarre. But I've only talked to him once or twice. I don't pretend to know him like I know some of the other guys on that team. But I would think that John Lynch is pretty thorough in his evaluation of these guys, and what, the whole interviewing process, and you going back and being pretty pretty comfortable with taking him at the bottom of the first round. And so I would think that he has that mindset that I'm going to dominate, that I want to, you give me your number one corner, I'm going to go beat him. I would think that's the mindset you want every receiver. Certainly Debo had it. Certainly other guys have had it. But I would think he's built for it because that's how they drafted him, to be that guy.
Baldy, I don't know how in-depth you were watching the last couple of games, but this kid, Marquise Siegel, looks like a player at free safety. We've been looking for a free safety maybe since Deshaun Golston or Eric Reed. I mean, we're talking over a decade ago. I think he looks outstanding. Nick Martin, I thought, flashed big time. Tatum Bethune. Who are the guys, the young guys on defense that maybe have stood out to you? I thought Alfred Collins didn't look good at all. I have big question marks on him. Just the young guys on defense for the Niners. Anybody popping for you?
Well, a couple of those guys you just mentioned. We know that Mustafa is going to be good. We know that he's set to play. You can play Jair Brown, but if you can upgrade the position, you're going to end up playing three safeties as it is. So we'll see what Tate can do. They're going to get tested. They play Seattle week 1, right? And anybody that would just watch Seattle play, they just ran for 268 yards. Graves Abel, that guy looks like the real deal. All right. I mean, he looks like he's ready to just move big bodies, and they look comfortable with him. Like, they look good. It's preseason, I get it, but they just pounded. And that's what they want to do. So they've got to, like you mentioned, Alfred Collins. Like, we haven't seen Mikel, but we got to, that defense line, if they aren't stout at the point, I don't care who's playing free safety. Because if the ball carrier is getting the free safety, he's making big tackles, that's a problem. So I'm worried about the front right now. And I'm looking for guys that can play in the front. And so right now, that's the reason why they drafted 3 guys up there, and they rebuilt their defensive line. They've got to be much better than they ever were at any point last year.
Another concerning thing, Baldy, when it comes to depth on this team, and really it's everywhere, quite frankly, but the running back depth right now behind Christian McCaffrey is very concerning. And all of that is wrapped into Christian McCaffrey himself and being a big question mark with his health coming off the season that he had. We don't know what to expect from the wear and tear this season from him. I say all that to say there's a guy that didn't play yesterday on Monday Night Football that is being talked about getting traded potentially. One, Brian Robinson Jr. out of Washington. Yeah. Should the Niners be interested potentially in trading for a guy like that just to have some depth behind him? Or do you feel like that would be kind of overkill?
No, I don't think it's overkill. I don't think it's, they've got to, look, the injury problem at that position. I just watched Jordan Mason. He looks good. And all the guys that came through San Francisco, why would you let that guy go? He might end up Aaron Jones is a great player. He's just a great player. He came out of the same draft as Christian McCaffrey. But he's still rolling. But they're going to run 2 backs because you can't run Showtime, into the ground. So Jordan Mason looks good to me. I still can't believe he's gone. But, some of these guys that they've drafted here in San Francisco, they're in other teams, they're going to be good. But I'd be looking for depth at that position. I don't, honestly, nobody knows what McCaffrey's going to be until he gets out there. And we start getting the game and he gets his 18 or 20 carries. And does he do what he has done, since they traded for him from Carolina? Can he get back to that? We don't know. And so I would have a good insurance policy right there. I know guys are banged up right now, and it's been a real problem for them at that position. So I don't think that they can stock that position deep enough right now.
We played Pete Carroll last week with the Raiders, and we were doing some exercises on just comparing and contrasting Pete to Kyle and Pete around the league. And we got Jim Harbaugh this week. And look, I'm just a Jim Harbaugh lover. He's kind of like one of the guys who got away from me, from my fandom, if you will. I felt like I have unfinished business with Jim, because of the way it went down at the end. And he's a great coach, and Kyle's a great coach. But if I was asking you, Brian Baldinger, we're starting from scratch, all right? Who would you hire as your head coach, Kyle or Jim Harbaugh?
Well, I would take Harbaugh. Just because, wherever he goes, the toughness that he instills in his team, for him to take a Brandon Staley team that was as soft as tissue paper, right, and turn it around in 1 year and get Deion Henley on the field, like why he wasn't on the field his rookie year. Like that guy, nobody's Fred Warner in his business, basically, but he was their Fred Warner on that team last year. Just instilling confidence in his quarterback, belief in his team. Like the way that he talks is to see Derwin James. I feel like Derwin James is his son, the way he talks about his coach. And that doesn't mean you're going to win or lose. And that doesn't mean that Kyle Shanahan, because everybody does it in a different way. Pete Carroll does it differently than either one of those guys. But there is something about the way that he connects with players, and his motivation never seems to get old. You never just hear it drown out over a period of time. It never stops. So I don't know. Like Harbaugh would be hard to pass up if you had the opportunity to get him as a coach.
I love that answer. I mean, people don't have to agree with it, but I think you laid it out pretty well. There seems to be a trend just in general. Like we went to, got to have the offensive play caller be my head coach. And now I see a lot of these like CEO types where they don't necessarily call plays on either side of the ball. Obviously, Tomlin's been doing it like that for a long time, and so has John Harbaugh. Jim's that way. I think Sirianni's kind of that way, even though he slants more offensive. He doesn't call plays. You see Dan Campbell, he doesn't call plays one way or the other. Are you seeing the league kind of trend more toward just hiring the right guy as opposed to maniacally obsessing for that play caller head coach duality, position?
Well, I mean, Andy Reid still does it,
true.
And so and he does it. Ben Johnson is calling all the plays, but you look at Washington. Cliff Kingsbury is calling their offense. He's got, so you're still seeing a split around the league about how to do it. It's an interesting combination to see Chip with Pete, honestly. But because we all know that you got your fill of Chip out there in San Francisco. He's a different breed, but he is innovative when it comes to offensive football, and he does have an undying belief in how to do it. And so I saw him win 10 games in a row, 2 years in a row in Philadelphia with some scraps. Well, Shady McCoy led the league in rushing his first year in Philadelphia. So, to see what they might do in with the Raiders is going to be really an interesting combination.
You can't say anything positive about Chip Kelly here on this show.
Yes,
Sorry,
I know.
Baldy. He's enemy number one here.
Look, I'm in Philly. Guys, I'm in Philly. You can't do it either. But it's interesting. It's interesting because one thing about Chip, he leaves his mark. Like he brought Jeff Stoutland to Philadelphia. Like he's still the offensive line coach, and he's still the best in the NFL. So, like, you can say whatever you want about Chip, but he does leave his mark wherever he goes.
Hear that, Shasky? He leaves his mark. Sorry, he's going to leave his mark in Vegas this year, potentially with Ashton Genty in that squad. Speaking of that game on Saturday at Allegiant Stadium, Jake Moody hitting those kicks, Baldy, towards the end to tie it and then to win it from 59 yards out. Does that do anything for you?
It does, because there was a lot of coaching that went into getting that ball back a couple of different times. There was like that ball, because of turnovers and whatnot and use of timeouts, there was like 4 possessions in the last couple of minutes. And they did get the ball back with 26 seconds to go, and it got them in position where you try to duplicate that in practice going, okay, if we make this field goal, there's no conditioning. If you make this field goal, we're eating steak tonight. I mean, you can do all the things you want to assimilate in practice to put them in a pressure situation. But there's only one pressure situation. It's, to go win a game. And he did. So, look, it was a disaster last year from the kicking to the special teams. That all has to improve this year.
Baldy, I got 2 quick ones before we say goodbye to you today. The first one, we got fantasy this week, all right? And I think everybody likes finding those diamonds in the rough. But that's not what I'm asking you about. Because, like, Brock Purdy's a diamond in the rough. He came out of nowhere. Who's the guy whose film you watched at any point in the last 20 years, and you were convinced that guy stunk, and they went on to completely shut you up after that and ended up being not just good, but great?
Gosh, that's a hard question, Joe. Because I'm trying to compress 20 years.
Cool. Let me give you an example while you think.
Okay,
like Eric Armstead, I thought Eric Armstead stunk. Okay, now I don't think he was great per se. He was a really, really, really good player. I didn't know what position he was. I thought he was undersized. He was too slow. I didn't know if he was inside, outside, 3-4, 4-3. I didn't know what to do with him. And then he had a monster year in 2019, and he ended up being a hell of a ball player.
I thought Geno Smith, Baldy. I thought he wasn't going to be good at all. And then he resurrected his career with Pete Carroll in Seattle, and now he's in Vegas. And I'm expecting a lot more out of him.
No, Joe, it's great that you bring him up because I have heard stories. Now, Geno, look, when he came out of West Virginia, he was not ready for this. But he ended up, he went to the Giants. And I'm close to a lot of the guys that are still in the front office, different positions with the Giants. And they tell stories about Geno. Like, this guy was not ready for the NFL from a professional standpoint. And I'm not going to say any stories on the air about him. But he found like some people find Jesus, some people find maturity, some people find like, oh, this is what it takes to be a professional. He found out what it became, what it took, and so now he's got a good second act, and it's going pretty strong here. But I didn't think DK Metcalf was going to be a star. I thought he was just a big, fast guy that could run straight. I didn't see anything at Ole Miss that told me that he was going to be like this target monster, honestly. I remember Russell Wilson saying, "You're wrong, Baldy. Like, this guy can run every route you do." Like, DK became a monster. And I wasn't sure when he came out of Ole Miss that he was going to be that guy.
I love that. DK's, he's crazy, but he's a hell of a ball player. Baldy, I was watching over the weekend. My wife goes, "Oh, that's Baldy." I go, "Yeah, he's on the NFL Network," because I think it was the Giants. Somebody was playing, and you were in the halftime show. And she goes, "Isn't he a big concert guy?" I go, "No, he's one of the biggest concert guys." So when I think of the cross section of I love live music and I love the NFL, there may not be anybody bigger than you to answer this question. Taylor Swift hinting at maybe being the Super Bowl halftime show? What does that do for a Brian Baldinger?
I honestly, if you played me 10 of her biggest hits right now, I wouldn't be able to recognize one. I don't know one of her songs. Not one. And I'm not against Taylor Swift. I knew she just blew up the internet with the Kelseys and the whole podcast last week. But honestly, I just never had any interest in that kind of music. So I honestly, it could be Dua Lipa. It could be like, I just never found any interest in that music. But if you told me, Baldy, how about that day where you were at, Rich Stadium in Buffalo and Metallica was warming up for Guns N' Roses, I'll tell you all about it.
Brian Baldinger joining us.
Imagine Metallica warming up for Guns N' Roses back in 1992 and what Metallica became. Because we weren't, that was legendary.
I mean, Bay Area's own Metallica. We claim them diehards out here. And by the way, Baldy, real quick, while we got you here, we got something really cool going on in studio tomorrow. We got Catherine Breed, a Bay Area native in her own right, joining us in studio. And you might be like, who's Catherine Breed? Well, she's a marathon swimmer. And in 2026, she is planning on doing a 900-mile swim along the entire California coastline.
It's never been done.
Never been done. And we're interviewing in studio tomorrow. So I want to ask you, Baldy, outside of football, your greatest athletic achievement is what? And this is a guy, by the way, people, that swims with the Sharks out in Florida, all right?
Okay. All right. I got it. All right. So when I was in 8th grade, they built this brand new junior high school, Valley Middle School, across the street from our house. And it was like, this was an epic, like, indoor swimming pool. They just had it was amazing. So back then, like, I was into the Guinness Book of World Records. Okay. Like, what are these records? Like, and just literally going record by. So at the time, they had a record for the longest basketball game ever played and the conditions. So we set out to play the longest basketball game ever played. So here's how it went. You were allowed to have 2 separate groups of 5-on-5. Okay. We set out to play 168 straight hours, which is 7 full days.
Oh, my God.
Okay? So we started out with 5-hour shifts. So you'd play for 5 hours, then you'd rest for 5 hours. But we changed it because it became way too long. So we checked with the Guinness, and we could change it to 3 hours on, 3 hours off. So I did that. But here's the problem. We didn't get the world record because 2 parents were concerned about their kids, like by day 4, going, this is like too harsh. The reality is too harsh. Now, I was having a blast. I was sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor. Like I was playing basketball. I was jumping off the diving board. Like I was just like a kid going, we're going to get it. We're going to get it. That was my greatest. I played 7 straight days of basketball at Valley Middle School in 1972. That's my greatest athletic achievement.
I love when I ask you the question, you go, well, in 8th grade. I was like, are you kidding me, Baldy? 8th grade?
Yeah.
You're
Could you
doing
imagine
that stuff?
You played like Charles Oakley.
And I was so pissed at those 2 kids. Like, I don't know if I'll talk to one of them ever again because they blew their opportunity for the Guinness Book of World Records.
Okay, just really quickly, give me a 10-second breakdown. Were you the Charles Oakley of junior high? Like, what were you? Give me your skill set.
Xavier McDaniel?
No, I was a ping pong master. Ping pong was my favorite sport in 8th grade. Like we had ping pong tables I played every morning before school. Like I played in a state championship ping pong tournament. I had a T-shirt that said "Ping Pong Power" on the back of it. I wore it every day. But basketball was my love. I could play basketball like all day, every day. But I was, I'll never forget. We took a physical for 8th grade football, and I was the quarterback of our 8th grade team. I'll never forget. I was 5'4.5", 108 pounds in 8th grade. Yeah, I was like a little. Wow. I hadn't started to blossom yet, so I was not the Charles Oakley by any stretch.
You were the point guard.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
now I'm picturing Baldy like Forrest Gump when he's practicing all the ping pong by himself with the ice cream and everything.
I still have a ping pong table to this day in my basement, my house in New Jersey.
I love it.
Hey, Baldy, great stuff,
You're
man.
The best,
we really
brother.
appreciate it. We're up against it. We'll do it again next week.
All right? Yep, you bet, man. Talk to you next week.
Yep.
See you guys.
Goes Brian Baldinger, courtesy of River Islands, which leads us now to the injury report. Carter, there we go. No, I can't wait to talk to Catherine Breed tomorrow in studio. We just kind of teased that right there. But swimming the entire California coastline? Are you kidding me? First and foremost, how is she going to stay warm enough is what I want to ask her. A wetsuit, that's it? Like, stuff's no joke, man. We got like the Arctic runoff over here. I know you know. We don't swim here in San Francisco or the North California, man. We don't do that. By the way, Saturday's preseason win over the Raiders was costly for one Corey Kiner. He had to be carted off the field with what is being described as a very serious left ankle sprain. He is a candidate to open the season on the 49er injured reserve list. That would be brutal. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Brian Baldinger is taking Jim Harbaugh over Kyle Shanahan if he was starting a team by scratch. Are you 49ers fans taking Jim Harbaugh over Kyle Shanahan if you're starting a team from scratch? 888-957-9570.
We also have a Kaminga crisis.
A Kaminga crisis
a little
update?
Tease for the other side.
On 95.7 The Game.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, Lisa 2025 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $269 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 do it signing. Includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 8/31/24. MSRP $27,816. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN JF2GU ABC7SH27575. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National. Having it all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes. An earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Tire-smoking burnout competition. Good Guys Autocross racing competition. Plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years and a Tri-5 Chevy and more. Happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our 2025 Q3 Game Changer, Frankie Fan. She's the go-to pro for fast answers, flawless support, and always going above and beyond. Frankie doesn't just help, she leads. Frankie, you truly are a game changer.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh boy, we're back. It is Kaminga crisis time. Halfway home here on a Tuesday. I say good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the school week. The latest, Joe Shasky on Jonathan Kaminga and where talks are at. This via Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. Report. Warriors owner Joe Lacob told Jonathan Kaminga he wants him in Golden State, quote, for a long time, end quote. The latest from Ramona Shelburne on the Jonathan Kaminga crisis. What say you?
Cool. That's it? I mean, what the heck am I supposed? That's a report?
I mean, Joe Lacob, the owner of the Golden State Warriors, is saying he wants Kaminga to stay for a long time.
Well, if that's the case, then why aren't they guaranteeing the second year of the offer that they presented?
You have to ask Joe Lightyears.
I'm just asking that. Well, you asked me, and I'm asking you. Like, okay, if that, like, your actions don't jive with your words to Ramona Shelburne.
I got more on this, and I will read the quote from Ramona Shelburne in Philly. I do think the Warriors see him as somebody who's, if he wants to call it, a building block, that being Jonathan Kaminga. I don't know if I would call it that, but somebody they want around for a long time because they have 35-year-olds on their team. I know the owner, Joe Lacob, has told him this. He loves Jonathan Kaminga. He is the reason that they've never included him in trades because they see the potential in him. Is it they see the potential in him or Joe Lacob sees the potential in him? There seems to be a disconnect here from what the front office wants and what the owner wants. That being Joe Lacob and that being Mike Dunleavy. So if the owner loves him, more often than not, that means he's sticking around. Is that what that means for a long time? What does that mean? 2, 3, 4 years? I'm not sure. But Joe Lacob clearly wants this guy to stay. JK, though, and his team are like, yeah, the owner says that, but the guys that you put in position to call the shots, Joe, I don't think they feel that way. So, again, we're having all these different angles, whether it's JK dug on his side. Now we got Dunleavy and his crew dug on this side. And here's Joe Lacob in the center to complete the triangle offense of this Warriors offseason. Like, sure, Joe Lacob wants him, but what does that mean at the end of the day? What does that mean for you? Do you see this as meddling at all, Joe Lacob, saying this via Ramona Shelburne? Like, do you think this is, something that you don't like from the owner, like getting involved now?
I just don't think.
But I don't think that's new, knowing that he loves Jonathan Kaminga.
Yeah, we knew he did.
We've known that for a long time.
But also their actions speak louder than their words. So again, going off the reports, if you love someone and want them there a long time and want to prioritize them, then you would have sent that message to the coach long before this, and they would have prioritized playing that guy through hell or high water. That's first. Second, then your actions would have also indicated of offering whatever contract that Jonathan Kaminga and his representation finds, adequate. Why like you wouldn't go all the way up to the line and then, actually, no, I don't think so.
Why did Joe do this?
What?
Why did he say, why did he come out now to say this?
It's all posturing season. I don't know, to get him to bite on the deal, the 1+1 deal instead of the qualifying offer, I guess.
This is all just to butter up Jonathan Kaminga. I'm not asking you the question, Joe. This isn't a gotcha. I'm just asking you the question.
Joe, I have no idea what's going on with Jonathan Kaminga, and hence why we're all so frustrated.
Well, it's a crisis. There's a crisis on our hands, guys.
Why do you think?
I think Joe Lacob is frustrated with his own party here, that being Dunleavy and the whole front office. I think he's very frustrated with this entire thing, and I don't think it's a good look. And I think Joe Lacob has been telling us time in and time out that he wants Kaminga for the long haul and wants Dunleavy to figure it out, because I've seen Joe Lacob and Kaminga chopping it up courtside at Valkyries games. You might scoff at it, but I know that that's his boy, and he wants him here for a long time. And I don't think Joe minds if it's spending a little more to keep him around. I don't think he cares about that. But I think Dunleavy, which is his right, he's the guy running the show, he's calling the shots. He's telling Joe, like, no. We're not caving in. We're both dug in. I'm not going to be the one to cave in on this. So
these things can't
Joe's trying to influence it one way, I think. And it's trying to appease Jonathan Kaminga and try to keep him here for the long term, as you said right
Joe Spadoni, if Joe Lacob wanted Jonathan Kaminga for a multi-year deal, would he have not walked over to the office and told Dunleavy to get it done?
Yeah, but Dunleavy, maybe he has the power to push back and say, no, you've had Joe Lacob in this studio talking, you, Bonte.
When he wanted to sign Draymond Green, what happened?
Well, Draymond's different. Draymond was a made man.
I'm not saying it is.
Draymond drove to his house. That's what he mentioned.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
In this
Jonathan
scenario,
Kaminga driving to
Joe Lacob
house.
driving to Jonathan Kaminga's apartment, house, condo,
wherever he's living,
whatever, like getting the deal done. Like, see, this is where like you're saying one thing and your actions are telling me another. I don't know what to buy. I think this is all lying and posturing season.
When it comes to the negotiations, like the owner, is going to have his input. And Joe Lacob has been in these studios saying a good owner needs to be involved. You can't not be involved to a degree. Now, he's also said and stated, I put these guys, whether it's Bob Myers or now Mike Dunleavy, in positions to call the shots. They have the ultimate say. I can say how I feel, and I could try to, give them my input, but ultimately I hired these guys to make those tough decisions, and they have the final say.
You and I are going to disagree on this, but hearing everything I know about owners like Joe Lacob from guys who ran teams with an owner kind of like Joe Lacob in David Sampson, no team.
I don't think David Sampson and Joe Lacob are the same.
No, I'm saying the guy he worked for, Jeffrey Luria, or whatever Luria, was an octogenarian who wanted things done his way. That's how he described himself, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know what that word meant. Sorry.
And that's how he considerably, Scott Boras used to pick up the phone and call the owner directly, and the owner would then pick up the phone and call David Sampson and say, I've signed player X, figure it out.
All right.
So getting to my point.
Yeah.
I don't think none of these big deals happen without either his approval, his blessing, his, co-signing, his signing off on. I'm not saying that he's involved on every little tiny nuance, but like big deal, this is a big deal.
No, it absolutely
one way or the
is.
other, this is a big deal.
Clearly, it's been lingering for months and months and months and years, quite frankly, when it comes to Jonathan Kaminga.
So just, again, these things can't all coexist simultaneously. He can't love Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and Draymond Green and understand what they want, okay, and Jimmy Butler, all right, and what their desires are, and then simultaneously understanding what the preferences are of style of play, coach's preference on what he's looking for on players, and then simultaneously think, Jonathan Kaminga's the future, when literally it's about the present right now. Like, all of these thoughts that you're having can't coexist peacefully. And Joe is not that reckless to think that all those things can coexist simultaneously.
No, but you might, the back of your mind, you want it all to work out. And ultimately, you don't want any of this drama to keep lingering. And he wants, why can't we all be friends kind of a thing? But in reality, there's hurt feelings, and business is very personal. People try to say it's not business, it's personal. No. It becomes personal. And it has become personal for Jonathan Kaminga.
What variables have changed for the Warriors for weeks now, where the dust has kind of settled on free agency? We kind of know
they're not doing sign and trade, so they've taken that off the table.
Right.
Completely.
We know all the different areas of this. This is now about like a little bit of leverage here for one side, a little bit of leverage here for the other side. Like, they kind of know where this is headed.
It sounds like right now it's either a 2-year extension in the $40 million range, or it's a qualifying offer. And right now it's probably leaning to a qualifying offer, because Kaminga, according to reports, feels like a, quote, pawn within the organization. And Joe Lacob being the chess master, I guess, in this case, trying to say, no, it's okay, JK. I'll graduate you to a rook or to a knight. You could be the queen, maybe. No, that's Jimmy Butler, and Steph is the king. But you could be a rook. We'll give you that. Again, this is the latest. We got to talk about it.
A rook.
Rook meaning not a rookie. As
no,
we're
I know what you meant.
You understand.
The world
so that was the latest of the Kaminga crisis. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN Warriors owner Joe Lacob told JK he wants him at Golden State, quote, for a long time. And that concludes this version of the Jonathan Kaminga crisis.
Kaminga crisis!
All right. Something that was fascinating that Brian Baldinger had told us prior to the Kaminga crisis, Joe, was a question that you asked, because the 49ers are wrapping up their preseason this week against the Los Angeles Chargers. And there's a lot of different factors there. I start first and foremost, the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl was over that team. They beat the then San Diego Chargers. I'm sure you remember that very well.
Stan Humphries, Natron Means, a young Rodney Harrison, Junior Seau.
There you go.
Team was stacked.
So that's first and foremost when I think Niners, Chargers. And then you get to this current team, an iteration. Now it's Trey Lance, right? And the old flame that was Jim Harbaugh.
Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert. Well, I know. Well, not for the Niners perspective on this. I'm saying the Niner angle, Niners, Chargers is what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Now, I'm saying the Trey Lance angle on this. Yeah. And then now Jim Harbaugh being the head coach. And I think there's a lot of Niner fans that feel, and you could include yourself in this conversation if you want, he's the one that got away.
Well, there's unfinished business.
Unfinished business, however you want to call it, right? He's that ex that you can't quite get over. He's always there, and you're constantly comparing, whatever you have right now in this situation to that man, Jim Harbaugh. And you asked the question to Baldy, and I thought it was very well put. If you're starting a team from scratch right now, let's say it's Carolina Panthers, they don't got anything, right? Would you rather sign Kyle Shanahan to be your head coach or Jim Harbaugh? Brian Baldinger answered.
I would take Harbaugh, just because, wherever he goes, the toughness that he instills in his team, for him to take a Brandon Staley team that was as soft as tissue paper, right, and turn it around in 1 year and get Deion Henley on the field, why he wasn't on the field his rookie year. That guy, nobody's Fred Warner in his business, basically, but he was their Fred Warner on that team last year, instilling confidence in his quarterback, belief in his team. The way that he talks is to see Derwin James. I feel like Derwin James is his son, the way he talks about his coach. And that doesn't mean you're going to win or lose. And that doesn't mean that Kyle Shanahan, because everybody does it in a different way. Pete Carroll does it differently than either one of those guys.
So that was Brian Baldinger who joined us last segment. If you missed any of that interview, really good stuff. Baldy's Breakdown's going to be every Tuesday, 7:30. Brian Baldinger for the entirety of the football season.
Who would you pick?
I'd take Kyle Shanahan. I disagree with Baldy there. I would take Kyle Shanahan if I'm starting my franchise from the ground up right now. I am taking Kyle Shanahan as my head coach. I don't think you could go wrong with either of them. I want to make that clear. But for me, with this iteration of football, I've seen him do it with multiple quarterbacks. I've seen him go to multiple Super Bowls and been that close of beating Mahomes and Andy Reid just by a sliver. And now is that on Kyle Shanahan? Is that just the team coming up short? You could blame him. He's won a lot of big games in a lot of different ways, Joe. I am taking Kyle Shanahan to start my NFL team from scratch over Jim Harbaugh. What about you?
I think Harbaugh's, look, there's not a wrong answer. We agree on that. Yeah. UC Davis and Stanford, or UC San Diego and Stanford. I don't think Walt Harris destroyed the Stanford football brand, if that's even a thing.
USD, not UCSD.
What I call you? Okay, thank you. Sorry.
University of San Diego. It's not the UC system.
No Toreros.
Yeah.
Thanks.
My bad. Whatever. Thanks, Josh Johnson. Stanford was so bad. He didn't just turn them around. He turned them into a juggernaut in the Pac-12. All right. And maybe that's not saying much now, but remember, USC was at the height of heights, and he was the guy who dethroned them. He did that. And then he went to the Niners, and the Niner brand was as bad as it's ever been. They weren't just bad. They were down so bad and won immediately. Went to Michigan, resurrected Michigan, Did a great job at Michigan. Went to the Chargers.
Real quick, resurrected Michigan and also screwed them over completely.
What do you mean?
$1 million.
You don't think everyone's cheating?
Well, it doesn't matter. They're the ones that got caught. So I'm just
for what?
He followed the Pete Carroll angle.
Giving some pasta?
I know it's over, so we're gonna go book it to the NFL. I'm up out of here. I'm not dealing with the college crap anymore. I'm just telling you.
John Wooden had a bag man who would hand out bags of cash, for crying out loud.
Didn't get caught.
Oh, just please.
I'm just telling you. That's just
look up John Wooden and the bag man. All right, just like I just need find me a team.
I only need the quotes from John Wooden. That's all I need. Legend. Jim Harbaugh, by the way. For those of you who don't know,
Jim Harbaugh was the only coach in the history of the NCAA.
Who said that? I literally just compared him to Pete Carroll, who was paying players at USC and booked it to the NFL. That's fine.
It doesn't tarnish any of their legacies. Nick Saban, they're all these guys, Dabo Swinney, they all had some advantages. Like I don't buy it that Harbaugh's the only one cheat. I think it's ridiculous, actually.
That's fine.
I don't think the NCAA has any power. I think it's absurd. They're going after Michigan. I don't even know why. It's dumb. But Harbaugh won, period.
He did.
And won big there and changed them around and then changed around the Chargers. There's something to be said for that. There is. And I think that his buildup, I don't know about how long it can sustain, but his buildup is a real thing. He gives you the immediate change.
Outside of Stanford, and this is where I'm going to go to that though, outside of Stanford, where they did have David Shaw, they had someone in place to take over, he left the Niners in a dumpster fire. Now, was it him? Was it Balky? Was it there was a lot of mess right there.
Harbaugh didn't pick any players. Well, he was not the one that left him in a dumpster fire.
Harbaugh left and it became a dumpster fire. That last season was not good for them.
Yeah, it showed the drop-off. It might be one of the biggest drop-offs in coaching history.
No, it's bad.
Outside of Belichick to Gerard Mayo, name me a drop-off from Harbaugh to Tom Sula and then Chip Kelly.
It was pretty bad. I'm not here to argue with you, Joe.
Awful.
I'm just that's why I'm using this as it was bad, and then he goes to Michigan. He wins, height of heights, and then they fall back down immediately.
Tom Sula is not even a coordinator. Never was a coordinator at any point. So, this argument, the drop-off, look what he left. Thank God he was here.
I didn't say it wasn't just him. I said it was a totality of how he got along or didn't get along with ownership and general manager. Now, it seems like everything's okay. He's got his people in place down in L.A.
I think history's proven that Trent Baalke's pretty
I
mid.
agree. He's flamed out in Jacksonville. Mid. He was a horrible... I am not arguing with you at all, but he was also culpable in a way for how it ended. I think
we were going to disagree on that.
That's fine. That's fine.
To go 8-8, given everything that happened that year. Look at how many games Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman played that year.
He rubbed a lot of people wrong.
Look at how many games Aldon Smith played that year. Look at how many games their offensive line played that year. The fact they went 8-8 was almost a miracle, given everything that was going on wrong with the Niners.
I think that Jim is a guy that loves creative tension within an organization, and sometimes that is very good. And the proof is in the pudding. He's won a national championship. He's gotten to a Super Bowl. It works for what he does. I don't know how long it can work on one given team in the NFL, though, and if his stuff is worth sticking around. I do know that Kyle Shanahan is going to be coming up on a decade here with the team, Joe, and he's gone to 2 Super Bowls, and he's had a couple different iterations with the same team, and I don't think people think badly about him within the organization. There is no toxicity around the guy that Kyle Shanahan
I just always am going to fight back on, Harbaugh did this bad and that bad and that. No one's saying he's perfect, but
I never said that. Yeah.
I remember what the Niners were before Harbaugh. There'd be no Levi Stadium without Harbaugh.
Oh, I know.
All right? No, do you? Do you know that Alex Smith's career was in a cross?
I went to the most miserable game of my life between the Raiders and Niners when Mike Singletary was the head coach. Yes.
The Niner brand was down so bad before Harbaugh came. And look, he didn't stay long enough to be able to have an opportunity to evolve through it and all that. All that's true. That is on ownership and management and Jim for the interpersonal relationships. Yes. You cannot diss the owner the way that he did.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fine. But also, the owner sided with the wrong guy. And we now know that's why Shanahan's in control now and why he gave him the extension when he did to try to retcon what he didn't do right with Harbaugh. But anybody that lived through the dark days of the Niners knows how special Jim Harbaugh is. He is a special, special coach.
And I am totally in agreement with you there. What he was able to accomplish there, bringing up Alex Smith, who had fallen down so far down the barrel, being labeled a bust, and bringing his confidence back. It was amazing to see. That win against the New Orleans Saints, I would still go down as one of the greatest wins in the history of the Niners.
Shanahan should bless he should bless his stars that Harbaugh got fired the way he did. Because I don't think he gets the premature extension the way that he has multiple times. Because of what happened with Harbaugh, that's given Shanahan a longer runway. Because Jed, and rightfully so, realized it's kind of absurd to not give somebody a contract extension when they took my team to the Super Bowl.
And yes, and I will say that the team that Kyle Shanahan inherited compared to Jim Harbaugh was a lot different. And he needed to have a lot more leeway because when just firing, going from Chip or Tom Sula, they needed to have a guy with a longer runway. And he did learn from those mistakes, Joe. And Kyle Shanahan has earned, obviously, those extensions. I believe he's got the 2 Super Bowls with Jimmy Garoppolo and Mr. Relevant. Brock Purdy turned him to an MVP candidate. He's been incredible. So the conversation we're having now, and I throw it out to the listeners, 888-957-9570. If you're starting an NFL franchise from scratch, who would you rather have as your head coach? Is it Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan? 888-957-9570.
I think Harbaugh, like Don Nelson, like Dusty Baker, there are certain individuals that hold a special spot in the fans' hearts in this region for what they represented on the turnaround of an organization.
Yes.
And like Dusty Baker transitioning us from, hey, we have 1 foot in Tampa Bay and we're going to leave the market, to this whole different era of the 90s of Giants baseball. Dusty was always like people just loved Dusty. They knew he was flawed. They knew he wasn't the most perfect individual. And similar to Harbaugh, it kind of ended really, really ugly. Really, really ugly between management and him. Don Nelson, a very tortured soul, and I don't, not the perfect coach. People held him in high regard for what he represented in the middle of 2 dark ages. I think Harbaugh's similar. There are 2 dark ages on either end of his tenure.
Real quick, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All right, Shasky's taking Harbaugh. I'm taking Shanahan. Who are you taking, Niner fans?
I don't even know if I'm taking Harbaugh. I'm just making the case on why Harbaugh, I think, like this misnomer that he never lasts anywhere long. It's like, I don't even know if that's right. That's accurate. Like he leveled up every single time. The only time he didn't level up was when basically he decided to go to college instead of staying in the NFL.
Well, are you going to answer the question then on the other side? Who you'd rather take? Are you teasing the audience here? Are we going to get your answer? I'm going to get an answer out of you by the show's over. 888-957-9570. We'll ask Scott Ostler, by the way, the San Francisco Chronicle as well. 920 Scott Ostler obviously had the piece about the Giants. Heliot Ramos quotes. We'll ask him about that. Ask him about the Kaminga crisis. And obviously the Harbaugh v. Shanahan question as well. Scott Ostler knows all things Bay Area sports. 920, courtesy of River Islands, as we are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We are brought to you by Safeway, and I see all of you on the phone lines. We will get to you on the other side. If you could start an NFL franchise from scratch, you can only take one of these coaches. Is it Kyle Shanahan or is it Jim Harbaugh on 95.7 The Game?
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing deals for members. Mix and match 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3. See you in the aisles.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop. Because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Crack, crack, crack. Who you taking, Harbaugh or Shanahan? You're starting from scratch. Line them up, 888-957-957. I'll give you my answer in a second. But first, I have to shout out my niece Erin's team, the San Francisco Fog City Harps Lady Gaelic football team. All right,
Gaelic. We're going Ireland.
Yes, she's a heck of an athlete, and her friends have been crushing it. I got to pull up the full write up here because they just won a championship.
While you do that, Joe, coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, the Valkyries are taking on the Phoenix Mercury, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus Pregame starts at 6:30. We got to get Kevin Dan on the airways here shortly because the Valkyries, it's been a vibe. They lost to the Dream the other night, but bounced back against the Mercury. Stay in this playoff hunt. Keep it going. Hopefully Burton's feeling a lot better. I think she just got the wind knocked out of her, so hopefully she's all rested up, having the day off, and they're ready to go there. They've been balling even without their all-star Kayla Thornton, who's obviously out for the season. All right, your shout-out.
The San Francisco Fog City Harps girls, the women's Gaelic football team, the USGAA Northern American champions. They made history this weekend as they beat St. Bridget's, who have won the final every year since 2021. Fog City was down 12 at halftime and came back with an unbelievable comeback and beat St. Bridget's, who's been winning it for 5 straight years, by 1 point. Shout out the coach, Ashlyn Bryant, and the captain, Erin Manning, my niece and LJ's godmother. So congratulations to the ladies. They were partying last night with all the trophies. I'll show you guys some of the photos.
Love that.
Yeah.
Big Smooth, Gary, Eric, Jason, we'll get to all of you. And you heard the question, Harbaugh or Shanahan, starting a team from scratch. Who are you taking as your head coach? 888-957-9570. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I'm taking Kyle Shanahan. We are both in agreement. There are no wrong answers here, but I am seeing a lot of Harbaugh love over Shanahan. A lot of it, Joe. Is that surprising at all?
No. Harbaugh isn't a very intoxicating individual. Like, I love Jim Harbaugh. Love him. Kyle can drive you crazy, but let's also remember Jim drove us crazy too. I think they both have fatal flaws. If you take Shanahan, I'll take Jim. If I take Jim, you'll take Shanahan. Vice versa. If I take Shanahan, you're taking... There's no wrong answer. And I think they're both very, very similar in that they're both really, really, really good coaches who have yet to have one of the top 1, 2, or 3 quarterbacks in the game to be able to win it all. And I think, a couple plays here, Jim Harbaugh's already a Super Bowl champion. Couple plays there, Kyle's already a Super Bowl champion. Right. They were both on the precipice over and over and over again of getting over the hump, and they both kind of fell flat. Here's where they're similar. I think they have specific fatal flaws. I think Kyle, at times, gets a little too into his play sheet, and down and distance becomes an issue when it comes to time management, clock management. I think his I don't care about special teams at all attitude has cost him at times. I think Harbaugh's been totally screwed over by special teams. Look at the kick return in the Super Bowl. Look at the Kyle Williams, because Ted Ginn Jr. wasn't active on NFC Championship game day.
Go to Michigan when they're playing Michigan State, right?
And one of the worst plays of all time on the punt.
One of the worst losses I've ever seen in my life.
Right? And then, I think there's an argument to be made that Jim's not into the play sheet enough. How does Frank Gore not touch the ball at the goal line? How do you not run, even though they had a play designed before the timeout, how do you not run Kaepernick at the height of him being a running quarterback at the goal line? I don't know that. They both have gagged away games in these championship games where you could point to specific spots. The Niners had that Seahawk game. I mean, it was going back and forth, but they could have won that game early in that game and looked away and never looked back, and they didn't. The Niners could have looked away from the Rams in that NFC Championship game with Kyle and never turned away. Then they lost some brutal games that could have gone either way. That New York Giants game, one of the hardest hitting games of all time.
It's interesting, the parallels, and I'm glad you bring it up. And Gary, Eric, and Jason,
flawed.
We'll get to you in a second. But the parallels of both of them, they're very similar in that losing to a division rival and head coaching rival. Harbaugh losing to Carroll, right? You got Shanahan losing to McVay. Obviously, the relationship off the field between Shanahan and McVay a lot tighter than it was with Harbaugh and Carroll, because that one dated back to college, so it was a lot more animosity. What's your deal, man? All of that. So the parallels are very interesting. But let's go to the phones because
before you go there,
yeah,
I think Kyle has the advantage of being here 9 years, and I also think it's a disadvantage because you're never going to be always surging. At some point, you have to kind of retinker and evolve on the fly. And because we were robbed of seeing what Harbaugh would look like during that time, I do believe, and I will grant you that we just don't know. Yeah. We don't know what it would have looked like with him. I do believe they would have been better than what we saw, even though the roster was awful and needed to be gutted and needed to evolve over time. If Harbaugh's here, I don't know if Justin Smith and Patrick Willis both retire simultaneously. I don't know that. I don't know if they go with Blaine Gabbert the way that they did. Like, we just don't know those things. And so, I don't know. Like, I'm probably leaning Jim Harbaugh, though. And again, it's a lean. I'm not saying it's like a slam dunk. I lean Jim Harbaugh, and it's because of this. I'm a believer now, more than I was 5 years ago. X's and O's are great, and you have to have prerequisite X's and O's to be a good coach at any level in any sport. Confidence for these athletes and the culture and the environment that you create, I think, is even more important than the X's and O's in the modern game. There's a prerequisite. You have to have some level of X's and O's. And I think dealing with the humans, if we look across sports and all the issue teams going on right now, typically there's a disconnect human to human.
Yeah.
Confidence, team building, the toxicity in the locker room because of egos and whatnot. And I do love the way Jim kind of navigates those things.
It's interesting if had he stuck around the whole Kaepernick, right? Does his career get revitalized? Like, is it a fall from grace like it is? Not the kneeling aspect, but just the player himself on the field. It felt like it was such a far cry from what we saw. Maybe injuries had to be a big deal of that. But just what we've seen from Jim Harbaugh and his ability, kind of like Shanahan, to make something out of nothing with some of these quarterbacks that we don't think highly of anymore, and to bring them up.
No doubt.
Like, it's amazing. And it's now people are also saying, and people will say that, hey, look what Harbaugh's doing with Trey Lance. See, Trey Lance has someone that believes in him. Shanahan never believed in him. Well, Shanahan got Brock Purdy and found something in Purdy that clearly he didn't have in Trey Lance, and he stuck with Purdy. Kind of like Kaepernick and Alex Smith, where he pivoted and never looked back. It's similar. So, like, we can talk about that all we want with Trey Lance and Jim Harbaugh. And again, it's preseason, people. Let's relax here a little bit. But I think it's interesting.
A fun hypothetical.
It's fun, and it's interesting how we talk about both these guys. And now that we're discussing it, Joe, they are a lot more similar than what I think we wanted.
They both want to have a physical run game. One does power football. The other one does zone blocking. They both want to have elite defenses, right? Like, they're not guys that don't care about. They both love defense. Yeah. They both love investing in the defensive line. They both hire great coordinators. Look at all Harbaugh stops. He's always hired great coordinators. Yep. Shanahan has always hired. Outside of Steve Wilkes and Sorensen, he's hired a lot of great coordinators. Right. It's really difficult.
Steve Wilkes, in fairness, was a head coach at one point.
Sure.
He made his bones in the NFL.
They both built great staffs. Here's the big one for me that I do lean more Harbaugh. Harbaugh, over and over, at every turn, has told you, whether it's in college or in the pros, he views the offensive line as the tip of the spear, and protecting the quarterback is paramount for him. Whether it was with the Niners, whether it was with Stanford, where he had unbelievable lines, whether it's taking Joe Alt instead of taking Brian Thomas or some of these other guys, where everyone was saying, you got to take a receiver. He took with the Chargers the offensive line. I fundamentally agree with Harbaugh on that one element of building your offensive line through the draft and making it a priority. He believed that, and that to me is the big one where Shanahan just drives me nuts. We just won't see eye to eye on that.
So what are we talking about? We're starting a team from scratch, and you have the opportunity to select your head coach. We're giving you one of two options. You can either take Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan, and that is on the YouTube poll right now. Search 95.7 The Game on YouTube. Be a part of the conversation, 888-957-9570. Do we have a poll update there, gentlemen, when it comes to Shanny v. Harbaugh?
We do have a poll update as of right now. Jim Harbaugh is in the lead with 84% of the vote over the 16% who are all in on Kyle Shanahan.
A lot of this I do think is, recency bias. Chargers were a playoff team last year.
Early in the
voting process, right? All the counties haven't been accounted for.
Still waiting on the mail-in ballot.
Thank you. We had it's just 5% in. This is what we're projecting.
Let me give you another element on why I love Harbaugh. I remember early in the 2011 season, they had Kendall Hunter as the backup. And he used Kendall Hunter as a change of pace guy to complement Frank Gore.
Yeah.
Not to ice out Frank Gore, to complement him. You know why? Because he always say, I want Frank to be fresh come playoff time. And you can only take so many hits. Yeah. I mean, he would say it over and over. And there's just an inherent understanding of how violent the game is, and like you're never going to be able to eliminate injuries. Like, it just happens. This is part of the game. But I do believe Jim is dedicated to finding ways to use guys on his roster who only have one skill or two skills that they can bring to an offense. He really, like Isaac Sopoaga ended up being in the backfield as a fullback.
I know.
Because he's like, I think I could get this defensive tackle to just plow guys on short yardage situations, right? Like, there's just, I don't know. I always am going to kind of lean Harbaugh, and I also think it's because we didn't get a chance to see him through the thick and thin.
And also, I think everyone goes to this image. What doesn't matter, the quarterback, Smith, Kaepernick, Trey Lance, Justin Herbert, the pounding of the chest and shaking him up. And just, I have belief in you.
Let me give you.
Everyone feels like that at one point. They just want someone to believe in them, and you kind of put yourself in those quarterbacks' pads, and it's like, wow, I want to have a guy like Jim Harbaugh in my corner.
There was a play in I think it was 2011 or 20. I think it might have been 2012. Alex was the quarterback at the time. It was before he got hurt. And it was before halftime, and they ran a draw for Kaepernick as the quarterback. And there was like, oh, they're putting in Kaepernick because he's got a big arm, and he's going to throw it deep. It was one of the most brilliant plays no one ever talks about during the Harbaugh era. And he ran this draw to set up a field goal attempt.
I know.
It was incredible. And Harbaugh would have these little tiny things. He would wear the cleats pregame. He would take snaps under.
The million khakis and sweatshirts when he's in Green Bay.
I just love Harbaugh.
So does Big Smooth in Oakland. He wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. Who are you taking to start your franchise as head coach? Is it Harbaugh or is it Shanahan? Big Smoothie, good morning.
Give me the big chin, baby. Give me the chin. I'm wearing khakis right now to work because of Harbaugh. Listen, I'll say this, man. For me, Harbaugh's body of work, it makes a difference. I've seen, we all remember Captain Comeback with the Colts. We remember starting at University of San Diego, the Toros. We remember Stanford, who turned Stanford, the geek team, into a power. You can't, and goes to the 49ers. Immediately there's a difference. And then I also want to add this. The 49ers, to me, I think the reason why the voting is favorable to Harbaugh, because the 49ers poisoned the well themselves. They poisoned the well. The 49ers said, hey, we could have did this with any coach. Watch this. Tom Sula, come over here. Tom Sula steps up to the press conference. Never forget this, looking like a deer in the headlights, and it proved the point. No, you cannot do this with anybody. It was Harbaugh. Because we didn't really get to see that play out, I think more people are going to vote for Harbaugh. Nothing against Shanahan, but I don't remember Harbaugh losing a bunch of leads. I don't remember that. I don't remember Harbaugh being up 3 touchdowns and losing. So I think you're going to get Harbaugh today, and it's going to be overwhelming. Anyway, y'all have a great day.
I mean, in fairness, like he was getting blown out before the power went out in the Super Bowl, and then that allowed them to come back. A lot of people felt that way.
The only
anyways.
real blowout,
right? But that's the Super Bowl, is what I'm saying. Like, in fairness, like I know we like to make fun of Shanahan. Is I don't remember him blowing these leads in the Super Bowl. Yeah, he had leads in the fourth quarter in the Super Bowl. Let's talk about that for a second. Now they lost to one of the greatest quarterbacks and head coaches of all time. It sucks. I can't. I think
he's talking more just body of work. They didn't get blown out ever. Yeah. Like the Niners were always in tight games.
No, they were
like that with Harbaugh. Like just the way he played ball, they were always in tight games.
Yeah, and it wasn't until that final season where it was all kind of unraveling there towards the end. 8-8, as you mentioned. Even it was 8-8. It wasn't like they were like a dumpster fire, but it felt like the shine was wearing off. You had the disgruntled Kaepernick starting to take shape.
Look, their offense wasn't as prolific. It was a different kind of offense. But like the come from behind victory in Atlanta, down 2 touchdowns, having to throw from behind is one of the lost in the sauce games because they lost the Super Bowl. Yeah. It's one of the greatest games in Niner history, and we just don't reference it enough because they lost the Super Bowl.
Kind of like what we're going to be doing with the NFC Championship against the Lions, where it was a great comeback. It's again the parallels with both these guys is very interesting, and just the Niners in general as we're now reopening more wounds. Why are we talking about this? Well, Shasky asked Baldy the same question we're asking the audience last segment. 888-957-9570. Baldy, if you're starting a franchise from scratch, you taking Harbaugh or Shanahan?
I mean, I would take Harbaugh, just because, wherever he goes, the toughness that he instills in his team, for him to take a Brandon Staley team that was as soft as tissue paper, right, and turn it around in 1 year and get Deion Henley on the field, why he wasn't on the field his rookie year. That guy, nobody's Fred Warner in his business, basically, but he was their Fred Warner on that team last year, instilling confidence in his quarterback, belief in his team. The way that he talks is to see Derwin James. I feel like Derwin James is his son. the way he talks about his coach. And that doesn't mean you're going to win or lose. And that doesn't mean that Kyle Shanahan, because everybody does it in a different way. Pete Carroll does it differently than either one of those guys.
And then here's more from Baldy talking about, Harbaugh, and there's just something special about him.
There is something about the way that he connects with players, and his motivation never seems to get old. You never just hear it drown out over a period of time. It never stops. So, I don't know, Harbaugh would be hard to pass up if you had the opportunity to get him as a coach.
I mean, who's got it better than us, Joe? Who's got it better than us? Come on.
Nobody.
Thank you. That's all I needed right there. Who's got it better than...
It was a very worn-out phrase for a while for me.
I know it was. Jason's in Hayward wants to join the conversation. Jason, who are you taking if you're starting your franchise from scratch? You taking Harbaugh? You taking Kyle Shanahan? Good morning, Jason.
Thank you, fellas. I'm taking Harbaugh because he has the greatest quote of all time. What are you having for Thanksgiving dinner? I'm having steak with cream corn. And I love cream corn because you make it homemade with real corn and cream, not the one from the can. And with some salt and pepper, there's nothing better. So he's the best. Everybody knows that he's the best. He's the best coach. And if Kaepernick would have when he had that chance to run the ball in for the touchdown against the Ravens at the end, and he threw it, I was so surprised. I said, "Oh my God, he threw it!" And if he hadn't have done that, Harbaugh has his ring against his brother, and he's on TV, bigger than Gruden, bigger than them all. I mean, he's like. He's way up there, and it's ridiculous, if we compare him to Carroll, because Carroll almost went back to back. With Shanahan, the thing I don't like about Shanahan so much is the way he affects the fan base. The fan base is so. I mean, I've never seen fans at a Super Bowl front run us Niner fans. It was like we're possessed or something like that. We did it twice. And then Atlanta fans did the same thing in the Super Bowl, front runner when they're ahead to lose. It's just like I don't know what it is with him. It must be his play calling. It must be his demeanor, his fear with the team, because they're going to lose every time. It's like the old baseball coach said, here's the hammer, here's the nail. I'm going to hit the nail with the hammer. Wham, I hit myself in the head with the hammer. Here's the nail, here's the hammer. I'm going to hit that nail. Wham, I hit myself in the head with the hammer again. And that's what Shanahan. And maybe it's because he didn't play it actually in the NFL. I think that has a big thing to do with it. He didn't actually play, so something with him doesn't connect with the actual game and the results. And, maybe it has to him becoming a coordinator was at UCLA. I doubt he was all that good of a receiver coordinator at UCLA. But when your dad is Mike Shanahan, good things happen. Come on now.
Well, Jason Hayward, all of a sudden turned into a southern twang at the end there.
So much material being run there. I didn't know what was real and what was fake.
He's taking Harbaugh over Shanahan. And, there is something about
nobody going to take Shanahan?
Well, that's a good question. Is anyone taking Kyle Shanahan in this argument? I would love for the people to call in to defend Kyle Shanahan in this. I'm taking him. 888-957-9570.
Here's an example. And Kenny Caraway's texting me right now, and he's making a good point.
Is he doing a Guru
Shanahan
impression?
Owned Pete Carroll, whereas Harbaugh got pretty body bagged by Pete Carroll. If anything, Pete Carroll kind of ended not just Harbaugh, but the Niners.
Yeah, but I would argue, and in the regular season, McVay, but his biggest loss was against a division rival, too, in the Rams.
That's true.
Shanahan. That's true. That's a stain because
he won 8 in a row against him, but the big one is the one in the NFC Championship. That's a good point.
Correct. And Pete Carroll, he already has
both
the skins
have
on the wall.
guys, yeah.
Right. Again, the parallels between these are very interesting. But
I just think they're so similar in the sense that they're both excellent, but they both have just failed at multiple opportunities to win the big one. And I always wonder, let's play.
Does winning the big one, though, at Michigan, does that change how you perceived him at all for people? You think that changes perception?
He won that game. You know what? He won that, to me, watching them, that reminded me of the 2011 Niners. We're just bigger, stronger. We're going to run the ball down your throat. Our quarterback's going to make just enough plays, and we got some magic going on right now.
Yeah.
And look, it's a great recipe. Had the Niners signed Peyton Manning, they wanted to sign Peyton Manning. After 2011 or 2012. He had the neck injury. He sat out the whole year.
Yes.
And they were trying to woo him. And I always wonder, if Peyton Manning came to that Niner team, all right, in the same way, if Shanahan would have gotten Tom Brady, I think we would have won some Super Bowls with Peyton Manning. And it was pretty obvious the guy was amazing.
Yeah.
And their personnel offensively, I would say, was more robust than what we had.
A little bit. But
Thomas was sick.
No, Julius Thomas.
No, the other Thomas, Demarius Thomas.
Demarius Thomas. Well, they had both two Thomases.
Yes,
he was also really good.
But Demarius was sick too.
Eric Decker, obviously.
I think Wes Welker went there afterwards.
Yep.
Like, they had a really good offense. We had a really good offense, too. Yeah. And I just wonder, had they been able to just bring in Peyton Manning, how would we view Harbaugh? Would Harbaugh still be here? If Kaepernick connects with Michael Crabtree, is he still here? If Crabtree doesn't tear his Achilles and the following year they get the home game and Ahmed Brooks, they don't get that face mask down in New Orleans and they're hosting that game against Seattle instead of being on the road, and they don't have to play that first round game against Green Bay, and Seattle's the team that has to go on the road. Like, there's so many woulda, coulda, shouldas. You know, it's just both guys should have a Super Bowl.
Let's go to Theo in the East Bay. Wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Theo, you taking Shanahan or Harbaugh to start your team?
Yeah, what's up, boys? I'm taking Shanahan, man. Look, I appreciate everybody talking about Harbaugh. You did great here, but as far as a fan right now, Shanahan, to me, has been more successful here. Everywhere Harbaugh has gone, yeah, he's been great. But that's the thing. He sticks around for a little while, and then he dips. He's a hood hopper. He's like my daddy. You never know how long he's going to stay. So, you know what? I'm going with Shanahan. He's been here. He's taken us to the big games twice. Hasn't gotten it done yet, but I think it's coming. And look, Harbaugh, he's not even the best coach in his own division. I mean, everybody there has won except for him.
Theo,
I'm excited to see what they do at the Chargers.
Theo, real quick, is Kyle Shanahan the best coach in his division?
I would say so. I mean,
over McVay
has one, yeah. But look, given what Shanahan has done over time, completely turned his team around. I think he's the best coach in the division. And look, Harbaugh, look, he's not even the best coach in his division, not even the best coach in his family. So, look, appreciate him, but I'm taking Shanahan.
Can I just think that was a weak argument. Thank you, Theo.
Look,
10-6 all time against McVay.
Okay, McVay's 80-52. It's pretty damn good,
right? Head to head.
He inherited a much better team.
To play each other.
What was the biggest matchup between them?
Yeah, it was the NFC Championship game.
100%. I'm just saying, 10-6.
Again, regular season though.
He's won the majority of the games.
Yeah, but
I agree with you guys. I'm just saying.
I know. I hear you. And that's the argument.
He's had one losing season. It's pretty crazy.
And he took over a team that was god awful in the Jeff Fisher Rams.
Yes, but they had way more. Like Harbaugh, that team had more talent and was underperforming. They had Aaron Donald and Todd Gurley. Now, we didn't know they would end up being as good as they were. Now, he gets a lot of credit for that.
I'll say this.
McVay's awesome.
I've never seen Shanahan, outside of the injury to Purdy, get punked in a big playoff game or a Super Bowl like McVay did against Bill Belichick. His first go-around, they got punked. They did.
They lost by a touchdown, though, right?
But Bill Belichick
was it 13-3, 13-6?
Both the defenses were in their bags in that game. It was I hear you, but Shanahan was that boy genius, just like McVay was that boy genius in that Super Bowl. He got punked by Bill Belichick. He did. He did.
You call that punked? The Niners gave up 1,000 points in the fourth quarter at Kansas City in that Super Bowl. They were up. They did the pose. Like,
I don't think the offense. I know they could have kept running the ball. I know.
Joe.
I know.
We have two of the more historic fourth quarter collapses on our resume.
I do think that
there's like no other way around it.
That Rams Patriots is slept on, by the way, because it is one of the worst watches I've ever seen in my life. I was working at the old station
that was a
by
fun
myself.
game.
No, it was not.
You didn't. I thought it was a Belichick masterclass.
Julian Edelman ended up being the MVP in that game. By the way, as we're talking about this, I have some sound from Julian Edelman.
So you just don't like low-scoring games?
Well, no, I didn't like that game in particular because I was by myself at a station cutting the game, and it was very boring.
Okay.
I was selfishly. It was awful. Thank you. Everyone's saying.
Honestly, objectively, that was like a boring Super Bowl to watch, except for that one Julian Edelman play.
Really?
It was.
Being here cutting it, I can't even imagine.
It was awful. Well, it was all highlights from Julian Edelman catching the ball. It wasn't even touchdowns.
Yeah, you need a little bit more action than 13-3. That was it was a dull game. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, Sam, did you know that Julian Edelman, Redwood City's own, almost signed with the Niners when Harbaugh was head coach?
Really? I'd like to hear why he would almost sign here.
Check this out.
I almost signed with the Niners.
Did you?
When I was a free agent.
Yeah.
And me and him sat for 45 minutes. And this is when there was like the beef between him and the GM at the Niners. And so he goes like, tell me, what do you want? You basically like handling the contract. And I knew like, I'm sitting there like, is this kosher? But we just sat and had a dip and talked football. Like he's like, you want a dip? And he's just a football guy.
He is.
So that was on with our own Lorenzo Neal, and it's Games with Names That's the podcast with one Julian Edelman and Lo Neal, our guy. Should be a Hall of Famer, by the way, Lorenzo Neal. And you could find him and Evan Giddings every single Niners home game. And they're going to be broadcasting where? From Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. So check them out there. And they'll be doing all the pre- and post-game coverage for those games. Obviously, pre-game for sure. Post-game, I think it's someone else, but definitely pre-game, Lo Neal. But Julian Edelman almost being a Niner. You would have loved that. You love you some Julian Edelman.
I do love Julian Edelman.
You do?
Who is going to be throwing to him?
Well, we don't need to talk about that. Kaepernick at the time, right?
Yeah, he wasn't great on the short slants and stuff. Here's a 1,000-mile-per-hour heat-seeking missile.
So he didn't have those touch balls from one Tom Brady. He did not.
Here's what I would say to anybody that doubts how great Kaepernick was. Go back and watch the final however many games, 9 games or so of 2012 of that season, and then 2013. They had no Crabtree. They had nothing. Like, their offense was, Vernon got lights out by Cam Chancellor, was never the same. And Frank Gore had like the high ankle sprain that he was battling all year, and was basically throwing to Anquan Bolden until Crabtree returned. Like, that 2013 season, I thought actually Kaepernick really game managed very, very well, and I think we've misremembered how good he was. He did fall off. He did become a bad quarterback. I don't dismiss any of that, but he was freaking awesome. The Green Bay game, the final candlestick game of all time, they beat Aaron Rodgers at the height of his powers. They scored 45 on the Green Bay team. Kaepernick ran for like 180 and threw for like 290. It's one of the greatest offensive performances in playoff history. It was a Cam Newton, like college-like playoff game in the NFL.
Oh, Clay Matthews just looked out of place the entire game. It was hilarious to watch that.
He threw a heat-seeking missile to somebody in the red zone and then went up. This Kaepernick did. He threw a dime. I think it was to Crabtree. And then came up, and the Green Bay was talking so much that he like head-butted one of the defenders and was like, yeah. He also threw a pick early in that game near the sidelines. God, Kaepernick that was amazing.
The bicep kiss. SF Bay Drummer wants to join the conversation.
Cap was amazing.
888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM. An HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Scott Osler joining us in 20 minutes. Columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle. Obviously had the quote from Heliot Ramos that got a lot of fans' feathers ruffled yesterday. We'll get into that. We'll ask him about the Harbaugh, Shanahan, and obviously the latest from the Jonathan Kaminga crisis. Scott Osler can touch it all, 920. But in the meantime, SFA Drummer is joining us now. You taking Harbaugh or Shanny, SFA Drummer?
Good morning, Joe and Joe. I'm taking Jim Harbaugh. Like Shasky said, I feel that there was unfinished business, and we just didn't get to see like the full, length of Harbaugh and his tenure. Also, I feel at times like Balky, he is drafting ACL players and stuff, and so he was messing up the talent coming in that Harbaugh could have used to, maybe propel himself and maybe win a Super Bowl. I feel in some aspects, and I think Harbaugh he doesn't mess around, especially with these two positions. I would say is quarterback and then also kicker. We always had solid kickers because we did have tight games, and more likely than not, the ball was going to go in. And so like Shanahan, to me, he just has an affinity for Safeway Select style quarterbacks, and we need a big play, and we don't have the brand name to just really just go and make the play. And then you can cut this in my best Troy Aikman impression. I think it's going to come down to the leg of Jake Moody. Nobody's stressing that. Nobody's stressing that at all. So, yeah, I'm definitely going with Harbaugh. He permeates through the whole locker room. Everybody has confidence, and even if you think you can't win, you feel like you're going to win. So I'm definitely going Harbaugh. Have a good day, guys.
He referenced the Trent Baalke. So in 2011, there was a lockout, and, Alex Smith had to have practice at San Jose State. It was a big deal. Harbaugh was involved in the draft. Now, I give Baalke a lot of credit for this draft. It's one of their best drafts ever. Alden Smith, Kaepernick, Chris Culliver, Kendall Hunter, Daniel Kilgore, all useful players for you at varying degrees. And then Bruce Miller later on in the draft, who was your 4-year fullback.
I always love the meme of Daniel Kilgore standing next to Frank Gore, and it says, when your best friend wants to kill you, and it's Kilgore. Continue. Sorry.
But this is where it ran dry. I'm going to read you 2012. A.J. Jenkins, LaMichael James, Joe Looney, Darius Fleming, Trent Robinson, Slowly, and Cam Johnson. Okay, that's 2012. Literally nothing. Nothing.
That's gross.
Kendall Hunter had got hurt. I think he tore his Achilles, and so like they were screwed. They needed a backup running back. The next year, you let Deshaun Golson go. You sign Eric Reed, who his best years were probably his first 2 years in the league. Tank Carradine barely played for you. He's always hurt. Vance McDonald, exactly. Corey Lemonnier, Quentin Patton, Marcus Lattimore, Quinn Dial. I liked Quentin Dial. Nick Moody, a linebacker, not Jake Moody. BJ Daniels, yeah, exactly. A bunch of guys you never heard of. And then let's go 2014. Just to double down. Jimmy Ward, who wasn't good for 4 years for you originally. Carlos Hyde, Marcus Martin, Chris Borland retired after 1 year. Brandon Thomas, Bruce Ellington, Dante Johnson, Aaron Lynch, who I referenced a week ago. Keith Reeser. They drafted nobody.
God, I forgot about Marcus Lattimore. He was Jalen Hurd prior to Jalen Hurd for the Niners.
Marcus Lattimore, I thought, was one of in college. It's like he will be whatever I viewed.
He was sick at South Carolina. He was sick.
He was the number one player out of high school.
Yeah. He looked that part after freshman year. I was like, he's ready for the league.
Yeah,
his freshman year, he's ready for the league. His knee was decimated, and my holding hope was, well, Willis McGahee, because McGahee had his leg exploded and had a great career, and it never materialized.
He tore every ligament and suffered nerve damage and dislocated his right kney. Oh,
I honestly think he could have been one of the greatest running backs in NFL history.
That's what I'm saying.
Healthy.
Yeah.
I was
convinced. Never was.
I was just telling Carter back here. I was convinced after his freshman year. I thought he was going to take South Carolina to the national championship as a sophomore. He was so incredible.
Yeah, with the old ball coach Spurrier, we all did.
Niners legend.
But that knee injury for the Niners wasn't as bad as the Navarro Bowman injury ended their entire defense.
He was already showing that he was an all-pro player. So that's a different Joe,
I don't say this slightly. Patrick was one of the greatest players I've ever seen. Navarro Bowman's 2013 season, it is criminal Luke Kuechly got the DPOY over him. It is one of the greatest defensive seasons we will ever see. Go back and watch. He splattered Russell Wilson on a week 16 play near the sideline. It wasn't even a sack. It was a late hit that was legal. It's one of the best hits I've ever. He ran 2 miles to make this play. He was unbelievable. He would go underneath the block, blow up the linebacker and make the play. He was otherworldly.
I saw his first game ever as a Oakland Raider at a time on Thursday Night Football against the Chiefs, as we're talking about this and head coaching. And who'd you rather take, Harbaugh or Shanahan, if you're starting your franchise from the ground up? 888-957-9570. The Raiders at that point hadn't had a turnover in their favor all season long. And I think the first quarter, second quarter, Navarro Bowman comes in and gets a pick. Probably last significant play he ever made in his career, but he was a shell of himself at that point.
I watched that game up the Russian River with my cousin Jack. My dog, who's very old now, was a little puppy. I'm not kidding when I say this. When they showed the replay, I shed a tear. I was like, that man's career will never be the same. He might not ever walk again. And it was Eric Reed who he was trying to make a play, and it just friendly fire, and he got him in the leg. Navarro Bowman ripped the ball as his leg is going in the other direction at the goal line from Marshawn Lynch. Listen to the sentence I'm saying.
I know.
He took the ball from him as his leg is literally getting snapped in half. They lost Ayupati in that game. They lost Frank Gore to a concussion who stayed in that game.
He's a 4-time first-team All-Pro player. 4-time first-team All-Pro.
I didn't even know that.
4-time first-team All-Pro.
I will go to my deathbed saying...
There's a lot of people in the NFL that's the minimum requirement and they're in. He's that good.
People will think I'm being a homer. I'm not being a homer. I'm telling you, his 2013 season, that 1 year, I thought was better than anything Willis did individually for 1 year. And I love Willis. Willis is the gold standard for the position.
Hall of Famer.
That's how good Navarro Bowman was. I thought we had 2 of the greatest linebackers to ever play.
They've been blessed with linebackers. Bowman would have been a Hall of Famer. Patrick Willis is a Hall of Famer, and Fred Warner, I believe, will be a Hall of Famer at the end of the day. That's just an incredible run on linebackers. Maybe one of the greatest in the history of the sport.
And we had Ken Norton. We had
exactly.
Derek Smith.
Chris Borland was good.
Keena Turner. Matt Millen at one point. They've had some unbelievable Hacksaw Reynolds. They've had so many linebackers.
The guys that even retired and I don't want to say the word quit, but the guys that even I thought Borland was going to be really freaking good. Not a Hall of Famer, but these guys, they identify certain talent. Certain organizations just do it. Vince, Nick, and K. Bono. I want to get to you in one second. Yeah.
The way we view the Tyrese Halliburton injury for the Indiana Pacers, they're done. that's how we should have viewed the Navarro Bowman injury.
Yeah.
But because of Harbaugh and because of all the other talent that they have on the team, like they were never the same. Justin Smith tore his pec, and it was never the same after 2013. Obviously, the Navarro Bowman injury, he was never the same. The turf toe and the wear and tear on Patrick Willis's body, he was never going to be the same. Cam Chancellor ended Vernon Davis with the Niners. And I know he still played and went on. They lost Delaney Walker. They got expensive. They got old. The toll of the 3 years in a row of going that deep and not winning at all, it is
pretty sick that Penn State at one point had Navarro Bowman and Sean Lee. And I know Sean Lee,
Sean Lee's another one. Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Exactly.
He was awesome.
Vince, San Francisco, Harbaugh or Shanahan, who you taking?
I'm taking Harbaugh. I mean, if you look, I don't think Shanahan's had to deal with a bad quarterback. I mean, we could say Jimmy is the bad quarterback, but his first season before he tried to truck whoever he did on the sideline and blew up his knee, he was really, really good. You take Harbaugh and Alex Smith. Alex Smith had 7 terrible seasons. Everybody wanted to hang him.
Mm-hmm.
He was a first-round draft pick. And Harbaugh somehow unlocked him and then ended up he just changed the franchise, because for the longest time, the Niners were pretty garbage. I mean, we had entertaining football. We had T.O. and who was it, Tim Rattay throwing them bombs or whatever. But, I mean, we never had anything, substantial until Harbaugh got there. Harbaugh really changed the franchise in the recent memory to being a winning franchise. And then after him and the GM were butting heads, then, everything, it was a lull for a little bit until we got John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Now, I think earlier they were talking about, neither coach has won. Well, if you take Kyle Williams away and he doesn't muff those punts, we dominate the Patriots in the Super Bowl that year. And then you take Jimmy Garoppolo, if he doesn't throw it over Emmanuel Sanders' head 10 yards, that's a win right there. And if he doesn't overthrow George Kittle in the NFC Championship game against the Rams, we win that game to go on to the Super Bowl. So, I mean, both coaches are very good, don't get me wrong. I like Harbaugh. He was glue for the team. He really set a hard physical attitude. And you're playing football. It's not basketball. You need to be tough. And I don't feel like Kyle Shanahan brings that. If you think about it, Harbaugh as a head coach is what Robert Saleh is to the defense. That's how I see it.
That's a good point. Interesting. I will say this, though, and as you're talking about it, Kyle's players play really hard for him. They have been one of the more physical teams in football, and he is the head coach, and that has a lot to do with him and his coaching prowess. Yes, the coaches he puts around him, I also give credit for Kyle Shanahan for that. He is a part of that, building that staff.
As we go through this exercise,
Scott Ostler, by the way, 9 minutes. Scott Ostler, San Francisco Chronicle.
The thing that I'm really it cements is that you could say being hopeless is worse than where you're at. Okay, all right. I don't think there's one team in all of North American sports that has been this close and had this many heartbreaks over the 30 years since their last Super Bowl. 3 Super Bowl losses, 4 NFC Championship game losses that you could point to and say, the Brock Purdy one where he got hurt early. All right. I don't even know if they win that one, whatever. But the one to Seattle, the one to the New York Giants, the one to the Rams, you could have easily, and I'm not saying easy, a play here, a play there. You win those games. They could be in 6 Super Bowls, right? And I don't think that's a flippant statement.
No.
Right? I'll throw the Eagle one out the door. Name me a team that's lost 6 and all of them in heartbreaking fashion.
Oh, well, I'm sure people will text that in. The Heartbreak City is known here, but 6. I know.
Semifinal and championship games.
I know.
Total.
888-957-9570.
In the equivalent of sports. That's like losing 6-game sevens.
We'll ask Scott Ostler about it on the other side. San Francisco Chronicle columnist. Obviously had the column in regards to the Giants and how the players are feeling about one Bob Melvin. Obviously, Heliot Ramos had the quote in there that got a lot of fans pissed off yesterday. Heliot Ramos clarified said comments in batting practice, but we'll ask Scott about it on the other side. Plus, we'll ask him Harbaugh v. Shanahan. He's obviously covered both of them extensively. And the latest on Jonathan Kaminga, because the owner, Joe Lacob, he wants to have him here for a, quote, long time. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change this Labor Day weekend. Be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Hey, it's Willard Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Dibs, first a question. Do you like berries?
Berries, berries, berries. I love them.
Very well played. Mix and match. 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3.
Also, exclusive digital deal on USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Steak Value Pack or Roast Mega Pack, just $5.97 per pound, limit 2 packages. Another exclusive digital deal on Lucerne Shredded, Sliced, or Chunk Cheese, 6 to 8 ounces on selected varieties, just $1.87 each, limit 4 items.
I love Chuck Steak. He's in one of my fantasy leagues. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Looking for something fun and free to do with the kids this summer? Come explore Welcome In Wednesdays at History Park, brought to you by History San Jose. Extended by popular demand through the end of August from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., step inside one or more of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park, all for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome In Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. All ages welcome. Visit historysanjose.org for details.
Gas prices climbing again? Rude. With 17 fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid models to choose from, you've got options. Get a great deal right now on the fuel-sipping 57 MPG 2025 Prius at Toyota's National Sales Event now through Labor Day. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year no-cost maintenance plan. Get to your local dealer for Toyota's National Sales Event today. Toyota, let's go places. See your Toyota dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions. When you
The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
So please help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Lowe's knows to bring your vision to life, it's important to find the right color. That's why MyLowe's Rewards members get a free Valspar paint or exterior stain sample to test your look to confidently refresh your space. Offer valid in-store only 8/7 to 8/20. Limit 1 per customer while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See associate for details. Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Don't come down my culture, Shasky. Don't come down my culture. You don't know about me. You don't know about my life, all right? Big Pun does. By the way, Big Pun's like traveling around Europe, and he's like Instagramming us about it, and I love every single second. He's been in Portugal. He's been in Spain. He is Mr. Worldwide. And by the way, this game taking place might be worldwide. Who knows? Tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries taking on the Phoenix Mercury. And you can hear that game on 95.7 The Game. And on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pre-game starts at 6:30. We're going to be joined shortly by Scott Osler, columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle, who obviously had the excerpt of all excerpts yesterday when it comes to Heliot Ramos and him being, frustrated about the critiques of his manager, Bob Melvin, telling people, you don't know anything. Fans are going to be fans. People ran away with it. He clarified his comments, said, I got nothing against the fans. So we're going to ask Scott Osler about that. We'll ask him about the Jonathan Kaminga latest with Joe Lacob saying he wants him here for the long haul. And then obviously whether or not he'd take Harbaugh v. Shanahan. We got him right now, so let's go to him. Scott Osler, who joins us now, courtesy of River Islands. As all guests at 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, it is the time for you to discover the islands. Joe, get right into it.
Let's just start with the Harbaugh and Shanahan thing now. We'll get to the Ramos stuff in a second. We were just having fun with this, Scott, and you've been around a long time. Like, I don't think there's a wrong answer. I want to make sure that I'm very clear there. Like, if you take Shanahan, I'll run up and I'll snag Harbaugh. If you took Harbaugh, I'd run up and I'd snag Shanahan. So if you were starting your team from scratch, who would you rather have be your head coach, Shanahan or Jim Harbaugh?
Okay. I can do a wrong answer if I want, though, right?
You can do whatever you want.
There are no wrong answers, Scott.
I don't think there is a wrong answer, but maybe you do.
Oh, man. I'll take the controversial one. I'll go with Harbaugh because he's going to – a young team, he's going to kickstart it and get it off the ground. And maybe – like 2 or 3 years down the road, you're going to have to fire him because he's going to be such a pain in the ass. But he got you off the ground like a rocket.
Scott, what if I told you that's not a controversial take and that most of the callers, like 80%, we have a poll up on YouTube. Crazy. Everyone's saying Jim Harbaugh. Is that surprising to you?
It is kind of, but we forget things. In the haze of looking back and everything. He was a phenomenal coach for about 3 years. And then he was a terrible coach, Then he was a terrible guy and a team wrecker and all that stuff. So he can be both. But with Shanahan, people kind of he hasn't got us a Super Bowl. So there's something wrong here. So I can see why people are shading with Harbaugh because he got him, but he did the same thing. He got him a Super Bowl. He didn't get the win. So
Scott, let's get into this Heliot Ramos quote that was. Yeah. Taken out from your article. Just give us a feel, because I asked Sam Lubman, who does a lot of journalism here at the station and interviews a lot of the guys there. For those that are listening right now, you were looking for an article, or you were writing an article, and you were looking for quotes from some of the guys. So just kind of break down where this Ramos quote came from.
Yeah, I was looking for, I guess, a couple things. One, sign of any clubhouse discord. A couple years ago when things are falling apart. Logan Webb, for instance, said some stuff like, "Hey, the spirit's not right here. We need a big change here." And so I was kind of, looking for either something like that or the opposite, which is what I got, which is, "Hey, there's no problem in the clubhouse. Everything is good here." And I was also looking for comments on the skipper, because Bob Melvin is under fire now. And if you go on social media, everybody wants to fire him. They can't get him out here soon enough. He's the wrong guy. He's too quiet, blah, blah, all this stuff. You guys seen it. And so I'm just kind of looking for guys to address that situation. And I talked to Logan Webb and I talked to Heliot. And, this is a good lesson for journalists. I probably, if I was going to write that again, I would have nuanced it and kind of gone into taking more time to explain Heliot's comments and kind of give more context. For instance, he said the fans really don't know anything. And that sounds kind of like a rip at the fans, and that's the San Francisco SF Gate guy took that quote and made it sound like Heliot's on some big kind of rampage against the fans, which was not the case. What he was saying was that the fans don't know anything. They don't know what goes on in the clubhouse. They don't really know. They're criticizing the managers, but they don't know what really goes on right here, and we know. And so it was much more in defense of Bob Melvin than it was any kind of attack on the fans. He was basically just saying, look, the fans just don't know what's going on. He also said that, he kind of pointed out it's a little bit puzzling, when things are going good, they were on our side, and now they're kind of turning on us a little bit. And it wasn't really, to me, a criticism of the fans. Again, I should have explained this more carefully. It was more of a puzzle. He was puzzled. Like, geez, why are they not backing us now? We're the same guys we were a month and a half ago. How come they're turning on us? So I should have nuanced it and explained it, because I should have explained in the context that Ramos is a really good guy. He's not a hater. He's not a lash out at the fans kind of guy. He's, in fact, the reason I feel so bad about this, that he came under fire for attacking the fans, is that he's a really, really good guy. Every year, the sports writers vote on the good guy of the year. They give an award, the good guy of the year. It's the Giants player who was most cooperative with the media. And Ramos, I don't know if he'll win the awards this year. If he doesn't get the most votes, he'll be close. He's very popular with the writers. He's very helpful and cooperative. He's a very friendly guy. He's not a hater. He's not a negative guy. He's a guy I respect a lot, because I've been covering baseball for a long time, and I've seen a lot of Latino guys, a lot of Latin guys come from Latin America, and guys that come up as teenagers and don't know the language, and they really struggle with English, and it's really a hurdle and a problem sometimes. And some of them react by not trying to speak the language at all, because they don't want to be embarrassed and stuff. And Ramos is more so than any player I've ever seen, has really worked to learn English, and he's great now. He's fluent in English, even though he's a young guy. And I really salute him for that. That's an admirable thing that he's done. And I think fans should recognize the fact that one of the reasons he does that is because he wants to connect with the fans, because he likes the fans. And so I feel bad that I played a part in getting him on the bad side of the fans, because that's not where he belongs.
No, and I don't think that was your intention at all, Scott. I've just been reading you for a long time, and you're one of the people that I look up to in journalism, just in general, and admire, and just the way you go about things. You've always been professional, so I appreciate you clarifying all that and kind of putting that out there. We're talking to Scott Ostler, San Francisco Chronicle, longtime journalist, and he wrote an article about the Giants and everything going on, and there was a specific quote with Heliot Ramos that kind of took off. So put me in your shoes yesterday. I mean, you've probably got an iPhone or some sort of an Android, and it starts going crazy. Were you as stunned? Because I was stunned that people were going crazy on it, but were you really shocked? And it sounds like you feel bad about it, obviously. I'm sure you reached out. Take me through your reaction yesterday as this starts to catch fire online.
Well, my reaction was that I was kind of pissed at myself. I was pissed at two things. I was pissed that the SF Gate guy, I thought blew something up which wasn't really there, and made a story out of what wasn't a story. and a little bit of a clickbait kind of thing. But I'm going to take. I took more of the responsibility on myself, thinking, I shouldn't have given this guy the opportunity to do that. I shouldn't have given him the opening. And maybe if he took it that way, maybe other people did too. And I should have worked harder to explain what Ramos's true emotions and intent were. So I was kind of bummed out. I was kind of, one of those things. Sometimes you guys maybe experience this in your business. Sometimes you want a mulligan, right? And you can't always get a mulligan.
Yeah. No, it's a great point. And speaking of mulligans right now, maybe the Warriors would like a mulligan on this offseason when it comes to the, as we've dubbed it, Scott, the Jonathan Kaminga crisis here on 95.7 The Game. The latest, and this was via Ramona Shelburne, ESPN yesterday, Warriors owner Joe Lacob told Jonathan Kaminga he wants him in Golden State, quote, for a long time, end quote. What does that mean, Scott?
Well, it means that the secret is out that Joe has always been a big Kaminga fan. Where some maybe some in the organization and certainly some of the fans have wavered. Some people go back and forth. 1 minute Kaminga's, oh my God, this is the guy we got to play. Another minute he's the problem. But I think Joe has been pretty steadfast, from what I understand, all along being a Kaminga guy. And it also shows that Joe is not like a Steinbrenner or a Jerry Jones, where if he has a certain idea that he imposes it on the coach and the organization. I'll give you an example. When Steve Kerr took over, Joe and others in the organization were in favor of trading Klay Thompson and Draymond Green for Kevin Love, right? You remember that? And the word is that Jerry West kind of quashed that deal. The truth is that Steve Kerr quashed that deal because Steve Kerr really didn't want that deal to get done. And Bob Myers said, okay, you're the new coach. I don't want to come in here and take it away from you. If I hired you to coach the team, so I'm going to give it to you. So the point is that Lacob didn't insist. Lacob could have said, you're the new coach. Shut up. We're trading these guys. That's what I want to do. So he has his opinions. Joe does, and he makes them known to all the people, but he doesn't enforce that will on the people. He gives those final decisions to the people he hires, the general manager and the coach. So, but it's a weird situation, and it's going to go on all season long, probably, or at least half the season or part of the season, And it's weird because it's like we talk about distractions in sports. So this guy's going to be a distraction because he's wearing his hair funny and people won't like it. But this is, usually that's bullcorn. Usually these things are overblown. Players don't get distracted. If a guy's in the corner of the clubhouse doing something weird, they don't care. But this could be a real distraction for the team because it affects the team's performance in a lot of ways. So it's going to be a drama, man. It's here. It's real.
Scott, it's funny, like, you've been doing this a long time, and I sense the same frustration you have at times. Like we'll have like a 40-minute conversation about a topic, and one little 30-second clip will go out onto social media, and I'm like, well, all right, guys, come on. This was not representative of the 45-minute conversation we had.
Shasky hates Shanahan.
Exactly. Yeah, Shasky said this or whatever. And I feel like it's funny how there's the media angle of, well, sometimes an article gets written and a quote comes out that is misconstrued. Sometimes the athletes feel like a quote from a larger conversation gets misconstrued. And then we get these clips, these audio clips that all get misconstrued. It is funny how we're all in the same universe. Like, wait a minute. What? We're getting aggregated here and this isn't accurate. And I find it interesting that we're all kind of on the same page and we're just all frustrated at each other because of how the internet reacts, and it's just wild to me.
Yeah, the overreaction is sometimes stunning and crazy. Just like the stuff on Ramos. And the stuff on Bob Melvin. There a thread the other day on Reddit or something like that. Somebody said, they got to fire this guy, and then the people jumped in, and it was like a mob. You could just see them getting their torches and pitchforks and stuff, and just marching on Bob Melvin's house and get this guy not only off the team, let's get him out of the city and the Northern California.
Scott, I can't remember a time We were ready to fire the third base coach and the hitting coach 6 weeks into the season. Like this year, this Giants year of baseball is unlike anything I've ever seen in all my years of watching sports. Have you seen anything? Just the ebbs and flows and the way the bottom just fell out.
Yeah, what I've never seen before to this magnitude is the mystery of it all, and the confusion. Because like Logan Webb was saying, a couple of years ago, basically we had some clubhouse turmoil and stuff, and that was maybe part of the problem. And this year, everything is fine, everything is cool, and everyone I talked to said the manager's great. We have no problem with the manager. He communicates with us. He builds our spirits up. He lets us know what's going on. He helps us, and yet the team, there's no discord. There's no problem. Everybody's kind of healthy for all the main players. Chapman's banged up now and so forth, but basically it's a mystery. Why is this team? Why did the bottom drop out? Nobody can explain it. I talk to friends of mine who are fans, and they say, "Well, I've never seen a situation like this where there's always an explanation. There's always some explanation. A couple of years ago, it could be, okay, Kapler screwed things up, and there's a lot of. This year, there's no real reason. You can this guy's not hitting like he should. This guy's not hitting like he should. Verlander and so forth is not pitching like he should. But overall, the team is not bad, and the team is not badly underperforming. It's just that individually, but as a whole, stuff is just happening, man. It's just weird.
Hey, Scott, we appreciate it. And I will say this. Heliot Ramos was right about one thing in that quote. Fans are going to be fans. And that is absolutely right. So there you go. Hey, Scott, thanks, man.
But just for fans out there, don't be mad at Heliot Ramos, man. He's a good guy.
Don't be mad at Heliot Ramos. Be mad at Scott Osler. There you go, fans. There you go.
Thank you.
See you at the game soon, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Hope all is well with your family.
See you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
There we go. Scott
Good
Osler. His son used to work at the station, Gabe Osler. Shout out Gabe as well.
So,
I used to work with him here. Yeah.
Look, everyone's entitled to their beliefs. You don't have to agree with everything that Joe says or I say. In fact, I actually don't want you to, because I don't want you to agree with everything I say. I want some of the things you'd be like, that guy's an idiot. Sometimes I want you to say, oh, he's spot on.
The amount of people that walk up to me, so it's like, I could not disagree with you more on anything, but I love listening to you. I was like, that is the ultimate compliment for me.
That's
right?
fine. Yeah, pick something, right? It doesn't matter. But Scott's a good dude.
Yes.
And I've seen him at a variety of different things, and he's just a nice person, and I don't think he has any malicious intent, and that's why I'm glad we got him on today. And I know, look, how a quote lands in your lap is up to you. I'm not going to tell you how to fan. You want to boo? Boo. You want to cheer? Cheer. Now, don't make it unruly for those around you. That's kind of my template. But he even says, like, man, having written it, I wish I would have said X, Y, and Z to give it more context. I wish it wouldn't have taken off like wildfire once it got online. I think he even kind of alluded to it in his own way without trying to throw his own company under the bus. Like, SF Gate took it and they posted something. And I wanted to make sure he understood, like, that happens to us a lot.
Yep.
Where we'll have a conversation that's way more nuanced, but I'll have one line in there. Like, for example, I like James Harden. You know what I mean? Like, and it'd be like, Shasky likes James Harden. Let's go at him. How could you like that guy? The beard's one of the big enemies. And it's like, no, I went on this, like, I can't stand the guy, but there's this one element of his game that I do like. And it's like, that's never in the 30-second clip, similar to a one-line quote. We don't get the demeanor. We don't get the tone. We don't get the nature of the conversation that led up to that or what comes after that. And so, you guys can all be mad and frustrated with Ramos, Scott, Chronicle, us for taking it and running with it.
Right.
But this is why we have these people on, is so they can kind of explain what was going on in their mind when they wrote it.
We appreciate the time with Scott Osler. If you missed any of that interview, again, we had Scott Osler on. We have Brian Baldinger. You find all of our interviews on the free Odyssey app. Download it. It's awesome. You should have it. And also on YouTube as well, which is also free on the App Store. So there you go. SF Giants remain united behind Bob Melvin is the article in the San Francisco Chronicle. And we started off that interview asking about, the topic that's kind of been dominating our show today, Joe, Shanahan v. Harbaugh. And if you could take one of them, who would you take to start your franchise? And it was funny, Scott. And Scott thought it was going to be the hot take. He's like, I'll do the hot take. I'll go Jim Harbaugh. In reality, it's not the hot take.
That surprised me that he said that after an hour of fielding, I'll take Harbaugh calls.
Right. And then here we got a guy, one of our go-tos, Nick in Berkeley.
Okay.
Who's he taking between Shanahan
who you taking,
and
Nick?
Harbaugh? What's up, Nick?
Man, you guys know I'll be spreading Shanahan, but I got to take him because you know what? Harbaugh can't get out of his own way. It's not about the team; it's more about him half the time. You know, he's been a deuce since he was in high school, man. You know, fouling kids, slapping them in the head, playing hoops, all that. He's a dirty hoop player. I mean, you know, he punched Jim Kelly at the Pro Bowl, broke his jaw. You know what I'm saying? He's a terrible dude, man. Like, you know, he got bad karma. I don't really, you know, he blew that game, you know, trying to take out Frank Gore after Frank Gore popped off 40. And Frank Gore, I blame him for letting there was only one person he let shove him out of bounds. All he had to do was cut to his right and fall into the end zone, and we win the game. Or Kaepernick could have ran it in, but it was just stupid. We put the little rookie in from Oregon. I was like, Harbaugh, what are you doing? And Frank Gore just waved him off like, I ain't even coming out the game, dog. I'm about to run it in and win the game. I'll never understand that to the day I die, Shasky. You know, just put on like
Nick.
That's just like all the Frank stuff Frank Gore did. But look, Shanahan, I hope you're listening. If you can pull this one out, bro, and pull off a Super Bowl at home, you will rectify everything in your life that you've done wrong, and you will be a hero, bro. So go from 0 to hero and bring home the bacon this year because we got to have the 6th title, bro. We got to have it. So, you know what I'm saying? It's time.
Nick,
I don't care.
Great call, Nick. You know,
thanks, Nicky.
I know this is kind of like a spinoff of Steiny's like hater bar that he had, where basically he said like, I want to do an anti-Bay Area bar where they play highlights on a nonstop loop of like negative moments. There is a world for me where like I'm talking about hell. If I were to go to hell, right? No, I'm actually,
I'm listening. Yeah, what's your hell? Yeah, what is
like this is what it would be. It would be me reliving certain moments in sports history. For example, like not running the ball with Frank Gore and having to watch all 4 downs at the goal line of the 2012-2013 Super Bowl. Me watching, you know, Kyle Williams say, no, it didn't touch me, as the review on the Jumbotron is showing. Yes, it indeed touched you not once, but twice. No, it touched him twice, 2 different times. I'm talking about 2 different returns. Okay? Me watching an official blow a play dead where Ahmed Bradshaw is fighting for yards and Bowman rips the ball out of his hands. Me watching Alex Smith throw errant passes on 3rd and 11 to Brett Swain in single coverage. Watching Jimmy Garoppolo airmail George Kittle in the first play, first series, 3rd down of the Rams-Niners NFC Championship game. Jawan Jennings catching a ball inbounds that Jimmy should have thrown into the ground. Like me watching Brandon Ayuk saying, Tabate, he's got him, as we're blocking their best pass rusher with a backup tight end, and he blows Purdy's elbow off. It would be nothing but horrific negative plays that I specifically point to. Like another one, Curry throwing a behind-the-back pass out of bounds in Game 7 as Festus Ezeli is fouling LeBron James for 3 points, 3 free throws. Like Iguodala getting blocked. That's what hell would be for me. Right there. That would be me reliving that warp loop over and over and over again. Scott Spezio hitting a home run. Dusty flipping the ball to Russ Ortiz.
You ever seen Fever Pitch with Jimmy Fallon and Drew Barrymore? It's like a rom-com. It was like early 2000s.
I don't know.
It was after, I think, the Red Sox first championship, or like a year or 2 after it.
Yeah, I was so anti-Red Sox.
But there was a scene where Jimmy Fallon, he's like a huge Red Sox fan in the movie, where he's just so down bad and depressed, and then all of his buddies are checking on him, and like his whole room is disheveled and everything. I think there's a bunch of beers and stuff. His face is all haggard. He's just sitting in a chair, and it's a VCR tape stuck on rewind, and it's redoing the Buckner play just over and over and over. That's you. I'm picturing you right now sitting on a lazy boy, just disheveled, watching just play after play after play.
Joe, they had like 5 moments over 50 years.
I know.
We've had 5 in the last 15. I think more. 6 in the last 15 years. Like, and I'm not dismissing the Boston Red Sox pain.
I'm using that example of how I'm picturing you sitting down. Don't worry about the Buckner
thing. Think about how we talked about them. All right, and they're like, oh my God, look, they got Bucky Dent, and then they lost the Game 7 against the Reds, and like those were decades apart. Those were like those were about 5 years apart, and then they had another couple of decade later, and it was the Bill Buckner play, and then a decade and a half later,
Aaron Boone.
The Aaron Boone, yes, Game 7, losing in extras. They had that. That's like 4 plays over a 20-year period. We have had 7 horrific losses in 15 years. 7.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
3 Super Bowls, 4 NFC Championship games. Like, and I'm not dismissing the Boston thing. I'm saying we have been You can't find me a team that's been more bridesmaid than us in 15 years in sports. Point it out to me. I want to know.
Ooh, that's a good one. Teams that just haven't been able to
forget being bad is one thing. Being the bridesmaid, like getting to the altar, like, no, actually, you're not going to get married today. You're not. Actually, give me the ring. We're giving it to that person with you standing there. And while we're at it, we're just going to stab you in the chest.
That's a tough one. I'd say the Atlanta Falcons are up there. Falcons are up there. They don't have the history of the Niners, but they've gotten to multiple Super Bowls and championship games and just thrown up. They've done that.
So they went to the Super Bowl in
28-3, Joe.
98. Okay, but just hear me out. They went to the Super Bowl in 98.
Yeah.
They went to the NFC Championship game against the Niners and lost, and they went to a Super Bowl and lost.
Yes.
We've lost 3 Super Bowls.
They have. You're asking the question. I'm trying to figure out some there that
I know.
Close. Like they've had a lot of heartbreak.
Okay.
But that's Atlanta. Like it's
a fraction of our heartbreak.
I know. Though they're also, they care more about college football there than they do the professional football too. So yeah, that's a good one. I would have said Michigan football.
That's a good one.
I'll
listen to that.
Prior to Harbaugh there, because Michigan football was down bad, but they won, right? So I'm trying to think of colleges now. You have to go to the college ranks.
You have to see the thing
because the Browns aren't going to
No, you can't just be sucky.
Yeah.
You have to win and lose at the end.
Yeah.
Like I think the Bills have an argument, even though they haven't gone to the championship games as often as the Niners.
It's sports blue balls, if you will.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
You go. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
there's an image.
Well, like the Bills keep losing in these wild ways. Wild ways.
Yeah, the Bills are good. That's probably
they're pretty close.
That's
even though they don't have that Super Bowl.
Oh my God!
But they've lost in some wild ways.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame's a good one.
Yeah,
but they've also gotten blown out in some of these ones where it hasn't even been close.
I just mean that their franchise they were such a big deal, and now they can't get over the hump.
Totally, that's a good call.
Marcus Freeman, they got the boys humming down there. You big into Notre Dame this year?
They just named their new quarterback. I actually saw it somewhere in here.
He's going to start off 1-0.
Are they playing Miami?
Yeah, August 31st.
Stop.
At Hard Rock.
Stop that. Dude, Miami had an argument to be in the college football plaths last year.
No,
Sammy.
they didn't.
They had an argument.
They did not. You need to have a defense to have an argument.
Oregon football, I think, has a point.
Yeah,
they've been in a lot of these games and lost.
I'm going there. Oregon football. No, USC's won.
I mean, I think if the Dodgers don't win in 2020, they're the team that has that argument. Padres, I think, are up there as of recent.
Mets.
Mets is a good one. Actually, the Mets is a really good one. They've been to a World Series. Yeah. That's actually a really good one.
And they had to lose to the Yankees in 2000. Oh,
that's a long time ago.
But again, we're doing this century.
I agree.
It counts. It's that century,
Dude,
right?
Roger throwing the bat at Mike Piazza. It's just the ultimate roid rage on roid rage crime.
I think we had Baldy on earlier. Have you seen that picture of him and Piazza on the beaches of dude, there's I'm finding it. Baldy probably has it on his Instagram. It's Baldy and Piazza. Got to be like 1990 or something. The way the hair is with Baldy, it's incredible. They're on like Venice Beach in California, and it's just they're doing like the hang loose.
Are they
sign.
in muscle shirts?
No, they're shirtless.
Oh, they're shirtless.
It's all time. It's all time. I love it. It's either late 80s, early 90s personified in a picture. Mike Piazza with Brian Baldinger. It's all time. God, I'm so happy Baldy's back, by the way. And if you missed it, this is Baldy when you asked him, who do you rather take, Kyle Shanahan or Jim Harbaugh?
I mean, I would take Harbaugh. Like, just because, like, wherever he goes, the toughness that he instills in his team, for him to take a Brandon Staley team that was as soft as tissue paper, right, and turn it around in 1 year and get Deion Henley on the field, like why he wasn't on the field his rookie year. Like that guy, nobody's Fred Warner in his business, basically, but he was their Fred Warner on that team last year, instilling confidence in his quarterback, belief in his team. Like the way that he talks is to see Derwin James. I feel like Derwin James is his son, the way he talks about his coach. And that doesn't mean you're going to win or lose. And that doesn't mean that Kyle Shanahan, because everybody does it in a different way. Pete Carroll does it differently than either one of those guys.
And that's Brian Baldinger taking. If we're starting to franchise from scratch, who do you want as your head coach, Shanahan or Harbaugh? He's taking Harbaugh.
All right, now let's play a fun, quick game. Who would you rather have take your team from scratch right now? Gabe Kapler or Bob Melvin? Let's go in the total opposite direction. Look at that.
Honestly, I think I would probably go Bob here.
Yeah.
And I know that's crazy to say right now, but being around both of them as managers, and I like Gabe a lot, probably more than most people.
Do you?
Yes, for non-baseball reasons. But yeah, I would probably go Bob there.
Obviously,
I'd go with
Come
Bob.
sit down on the leather couch. Let's have a whiskey.
Who did you take? Who are you taking?
I actually might take Kapler.
Really? Just cause?
I might.
Just why not? Is that why?
You're going to learn how to platoon early here, kids.
Oh, my God.
Gotta learn how to platoon early here. Can I platoon for our after-show meeting? Can we get Austin Slater to come pitch hit for me?
That'd be great.
Slates is not available today. Sorry, Joe. You're
All right, let's go. Who's the 2 worst coaches in the NFL currently, in your opinion? I'm just asking out loud.
Brian Schottenheimer, I'll spot you one.
Okay,
well, I don't know who he is. See, I don't.
Okay,
he might be good.
Who do you think's the worst?
Oh, Brian Schottenheimer and what's his name in Jacksonville?
Liam Cohen. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go. Let me go division by division right now in my dome. I'm gonna go who I think is gonna be on a hot seat right now. Who's gonna be fine? Brian Daboll. I think is.
I like Daboll. Keep going.
But I don't know if I like him as a head coach. He might be an offensive coordinator guy.
I think that GM sucks, but keep going.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, it's established. You let Saquon go. I mean, we're going to let you test free agency. It's one of the worst hard knocks of all time.
Daboll did get to the playoffs and win a game with Daniel Jones. So there is that. I know you like to make fun of his.
He ran for like 800 yards that year, Daniel Jones.
I know. He's great. Fantasy, he was great.
I know. I mean, Danny Dimes just got named Colts starting quarterback. Is Shane Steichen? I mean, are we sure he knows what he's doing?
It might be Steichen. No, you know what? I'm going to just go with this guy, and he hasn't even coached a day in his life as a head coach in a regular season game, but this franchise is cursed, and he's cursed too. It's Robert Saleh's old team. Sorry, Aaron Glenn. It's over before it even started. Did you see that, by the way? He's already saying Justin Fields.
Are we sure it's not Mike McDaniel?
No, Mike McDaniel's been to the playoffs.
I mean, his team is having a mutiny out loud at the podium every day.
He's been to the playoffs, though. He's been to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Just listen to a Mike McDaniel press conference. It's the most depressing thing ever.
Skylar Thompson in one game, and they had Tua in minus 30 degrees.
Let's have fun with this one. Tua in minus 12 degrees or Purdy in a light drizzle?
Oh, no.
I love the qualification of light drizzle. I think it's a good question to ask in Fast Five.
Fast Five. Oh, my God. In a mist. It's misty. I keep joking. Let's hope that at Levi's, if the Niners are playing, that it's not raining. It's not raining season in February, Joe. That's what we don't want. Taylor Swift getting rained out and Brock Purdy also getting rained out. Who would affect more? Who do you think would battle through adversity more?
Oh, Taylor performs in the rain all the time.
Oh, so Brock.
Without gloves, by the way.
You mean she's singing in the rain?
She just shakes it off.
Singing in the rain. Is that Doris
No, you
Day?
took a whole nother.
Well, I'm going to quote Taylor with a Taylor song. I see where you're going with it.
Wrong, Taylor.
I'm taking Brock Purdy over Tua in that situation. That's what I'm doing. What are you taking? Wait, you asked me the question. Who are the 2 worst coaches in the NFL? I'm asking you.
Well, no, if they were playing each other, like if you think Daboll is, I'm taking Daboll to run my team.
Okay.
Over whoever else you would put as the other.
I said Aaron Glenn. It's not his fault. I just think that franchise is cursed right now.
Did you guys know the Singing in the Rain reference?
Yes, Doris Day. I know who that is.
Okay,
I know her grandson, Ryan Melcher.
Gene Kelly. You guys know Gene Kelly?
I've seen Singing in the Rain.
Did you know it, Sam? Be real.
Yeah, I did know that
one. My grandmother loved Gene Kelly.
Your stories, by the way, of like your grandma and everything today was fascinating.
What other ones?
Boxcar?
Oh, that's my other grandma.
Yeah, well, just everything. The history of the Shaskys has been phenomenal.
That's the
knowledge.
Porter side.
The Porter side. Okay,
yeah, Francis.
All right. The more you know, right?
See, we call it the pipe cleaner. It's like the see-through giant handle vodka.
Yeah, you told me that the Kirkland.
It keeps her going, dude.
Oh yeah, I'm more of a new vodka. You're right, Sam. I'm more of a new vodka guy. Hold on, where is it? Right here.
Oh, that a boy, Steiny. Give me one of those Steiny Willard like cringe commercials right now.
You get all the effects of vodka without the calories.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, Mark. I mean, it's good vodka, and when I'm at the cafeteria with Goo, I mean, I guess I kind of like it.
Guilt-free drinking on 95.7 The Game. What do you got, Sammy? What do you got back there? He's pointing. What do you got?
I was asking.
My new vodka. It's got me excited.
See, he kind of beat me to it.
Into its eyes, and I knew that the vodka would get me drunk. I looked into its soul. I'm telling you.
Are you Booker T or are you Daryl the Guru
There's
Johnson?
a lot of impersonations there. I wanted to play Kenny Caraway, our friend up in Sacramento, 1320 ESPN, did a Guru impersonation. I don't know if we have it ready to go, but I was hearing it, and it was pretty good. Do we have it, Carter, or we're
it's all right. He's efforting.
He's efforting it, but
that should be the name of our show. Forget the morning roast.
The morning efforting. The morning effort.
We show up and try.
I do like the morning effort.
Well, I'm going to try and
It's
effort
pretty
this
good.
final thought here through all the noise. I'm going to say this. Heliot Ramos picked a pretty good day to have a good day yesterday, considering everything that was blowing up around him. The home run that wasn't. He made a great catch to end the third inning, too. So the baseball gods clearly were favoring Heliot Ramos yesterday, which is why I didn't really sweat that much about what he said.
Carter, it's hurricane season, and I'm not talking about I'm not trying to joke. I'm being dead serious. Prayers for everybody that should evacuate and prepare for whatever's coming. I know some people can't, but this hurricane looks wild.
Hurricane
and I'm praying,
Aaron, yeah.
I'm praying for everybody who has family or anyone that they love that might be over there, and all the people that live in those areas, the Bermuda, Florida area. It's terrible.
That is well said, and that's going to conclude our final thoughts today.
Sorry, Carter, I cut you off.
Do you have one there that you want? Well, he did pull this up for me real quick.
No, I was just going to do the impersonation of Guru here. We'll sign off with that here.
We're going to tease that, Carter, for the other side, because I know Guru and Evan want to do that for their whole show. So you know what? We're not going to steal their content today. We're going to be nice.
So my final thought then. My final thought's simple. There's two other teams we've forgotten. One of them's in our own backyard here. The San Jose Sharks. Talk about a team that's been near the doorstep and hasn't been able to do it. And the last one, Gonzaga basketball.
Oh, yeah. Mark Few.
Gonzaga's
You're going to have to work on your little advertisement with new vodka.
Why? Oh, boy.
You do not sound happy, bro.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, I love it. It's great, Mark. Very cool.
That's great. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee, one consistent internet price for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. E-Dog, Goon Next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank.
Yeah, Mark.
Here for good.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance and at friedmansappliance.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm. We're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking. Speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents The Sound of Happy. Hear that? That's the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time and no time, it can only be the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say. Diamond, you're doing a great job.
I was just a pig in heaven. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
High drive to left and out of here. And that's how this game gets started.
Take that, Goo.
Yeah.
Take that, baby.
That's how you talk, Ramos, with your bat, baby.
You
he was
speak
Ricky Henderson.
with the stick.
No doubt, man.
That talking in the clubhouse, it can get you in a little bit of trouble.
No
and
doubt
Heliot
about
Ramos, he's in some hot water after his incendiary comments, so to speak, to one Scott Osler of the SF Chronicle.
No
What's
doubt.
up, Gil?
Our guy, what's up with you, baby, on a terrific Taco Tuesday, but I had him on Monday. That's fair still. Yeah.
You can have him any day of the week you want.
No, you can. How you doing, buddy?
I'm great. Great. Had an excellent birthday. You guys are a big reason for that. So I'm feeling a little bit older, feeling a little bit fresher, feeling a little bit feistier.
I tell the people I took you out yesterday.
Oh, I was going to leave that out. Yeah.
It was light one, but yeah.
It was a light bill. It was a quick one.
Shout out PG&E.
Quick pop at the cafeteria.
Yeah. What you got going? What do we have going, baby?
Well, apparently we don't know anything. Apparently outside people don't know anything. And that's kind of where I want to start today. Like, I know that these comments from Heliot Ramos have made the rounds, and the Giants obviously, they won 4-3 last night and beat the Padres.
5.5 back. If you're into that,
math still there.
Yeah, math is still there.
All right. Well, they got to continue to play well,
right.
but it's impossible to start today, Goo, without discussing, I think, what is the most undefeated court. And I'm not talking about the one where you go and the judge says, hey, sorry, you got 2 weeks of community service.
I was like, who you been talking to?
I'm talking about the court of public opinion.
It's incredible. I love how you put that. Go ahead, baby. Evan, it's everything right now in our daily lives. People front, they lie to themselves. Evan, it's real, man. Attention's a drug. I believe it's the biggest drug, well, fentanyl, the biggest drug going. And then, that shit, not to not do it. But you know what I'm saying, Evan? Attention is a drug now. Grown-ups, everybody. Attention is, people will do anything and slash anybody for it. And I hate that. But you are right. Ramos, I don't think he was aiming for that. But boy, he put himself in the diamond lane of court of public opinion last night.
Well, for those who didn't have a chance to read it, this is from the SF Chronicle yesterday, and Heliot Ramos, this is important. The context of the question. I know Scott Osler came on with the morning show to explain sort of his perspective and walk back some of the comments he felt like were taken out of context, but I really want to dive into this because Heliot Ramos was asked about Bob Melvin.
Okay.
And he was asked about some of the reactions from the fans to, and you've brought this up before, what do they call him on Twitter? Sleepy Bob?
Yeah.
Somebody who doesn't really, thank you. Somebody who doesn't really express emotions that outwardly. Now, Ramos wanted to set the record straight in regards to what he does behind the scenes. And that's where the outside people don't know anything comes into play. Because Ramos told the Chronicle that's the type of person he is. That doesn't mean he's not a great manager. And then this is where it pivots.
Okay.
Ramos was not asked about himself. He was not asked about the fans' reaction to their play. He was asked about the manager. And Ramos says, when we were winning, everyone was on our side. Now it's like all the fans are against us and all that. I don't get it. We're here. We know what's going on. We know what we're feeling. We know what we're working for, but fans are going to be fans. We can't do nothing about it. Now it's like all the fans are against us. That to me is, it's a mistake, number one.
That's beautiful.
Because
another one by Ramos.
It's a battle that every athlete cannot win. It's the court of public opinion. And if you're down, as bad as the San Francisco Giants have been down, pointing fingers at the people that are still showing up and paying their hard-earned money to watch you perform, that's not how you should be pointing the finger at. Whether they've been right to you, whether they've been wrong to you, it's me something, Goo. It's an unwinnable battle. And I'm going to play some sound here in a sec from both the manager. I'm going to read you some quotes from Logan Webb, from Matt Chapman, ways to handle this thing. But when you heard that yesterday, we were talking about it in our thread. How did it hit you?
It was a foul. It was a flagrant, and, he since kind of walked him back. But sometimes in life, often in life, Evan, once you say something, man, you can try to walk it back, finesse the situation. But words are powerful, and some people don't forget. But how the audacity to me that Ramos would say the fans don't know or they're coming after the Giants. Yeah, they're coming after. You guys were 2-14 in your last 16 just at home, but look at how many people came out. What did we talk about Sunday? I think it was 38,000. During the week, 40,000. So stop with they've given up. They just have been tired of this piss-poor product that the Giants have been putting out, and you've been a culprit at times, Ramos, which are inept play. So I couldn't believe he put himself in the corner or tried to come out the ring with Us Against the World, shout out Tupac, as if the fans weren't doing their job. And the fans have done it through thick and thin.
Again, he's calling out the fans, and to me, it's completely unwarranted. He's frustrated. Like when I saw that quote, I thought about somebody who's frustrated with his own play,
and he should be. I like that, Evan.
He's someone who has ran into an unforgivable out, in the words of Mike Krukow at third base against the Mets. He forgot the infield fly rule against the Pirates. He's had multiple defensive mishaps and miscommunications in left field.
Oh, man.
Even though it may or may not have been his fault, he darted a ball towards second base in the last home series. There's been a lot of different things that Heliot Ramos has done that I think people have gotten on him for, and understandably so, and social media has fried him left and right. And to me, that's what I hear when someone is saying, it's like the fans are against us. No, he's feeling like the fans are against him. And I think he took it out on him. Now, he did walk it back.
Yeah. Somebody got to him, or do you think by the sixth inning he was like, somebody said, hey, Ramos, you gotta come back and fix this.
Like those quotes came out before the game yesterday, before he hit a leadoff home run and helped the Giants win.
I was talking about the what I deem mustard, or he kind of fixed it after. I thought that was after the game.
Well, either way, he knew that he stepped in it. Jeff Garcia.
Yeah, shout out Jeff.
He stepped in it. And that's the admission. So when he says finally, I have nothing against the fans, I was trying to defend Bob Melvin, I do think he was trying to defend Bob. And again, he's telling us that Bob Melvin is a fiery person, just not publicly. It's an attitude that I do like.
Okay.
However, it doesn't take away from the fact that you went after the fans
who have supported this team through thick and thin.
But that's what fans are.
Yeah,
it's short
Klay
for
Thompson's
fanatic.
done it. Had that work out for him, even though we know he was in a dark, different place. Evan, most often it doesn't. Like, you don't do that.
You can't do it. You just can't. It's one of those things where I understand that athletes get pissed, and look, the Giants have been booed at home, but it's because of the play that they've displayed. The Giants have not given the Giants fans a reason to cheer for them outside of that Sunday against Tampa Bay. And what did they do? They stood up and cheered.
Yeah.
When you had lost 15 of 16 games at home, they still gave you a standing O the moment that you gave them something to root about.
Yeah.
That's what fans do.
Yeah. Evan, it was the worst stretch since 1901. Just think about that. And the fans have packed the place. I'm going to just say this real quick before we go to break, Evan. What I don't like, I respect Bob Melvin. He's not my type of manager per se. But, Evan, if your troopers got to tell the masses that our general, he has a heavy hand, or the kids got to tell you, hey, my parents, they do discipline me behind closed doors, I don't think that bodes well, Evan, and I'm hearing a lot of that, and I could be wrong. Melvin could be coming back. They salvage this season and go on a run. All that's on the table, but the bottom line to me, my gut, Evan, is when the players got to go out of their way, and Webb's done it. We've been yelled at, and Ramos is doing his tour for Bob Melvin. I get it, but, man, you got to lead with your play. But I just don't think it bodes well for any manager's future when your teammate, your players got to tell you, yeah, Evan's smacking us. You guys just don't see it or hear about it, but he's smacking us. I just don't think that bodes well for that manager's future.
Well, and we can get into that. And there's a piece of Bob Melvin's sound, along with a couple other pieces of sound that to me are the way that you handle these kinds of situations. Heliot Ramos, I don't think that he meant to light a fire. You got to wear it. You have to wear it.
Went out and hit a home run. Yeah, I got you.
That's how you talk.
Yeah,
you talk with your bat. You talk with your play. Because your play has not been speaking volumes about you and this team for the last 2 months.
Facts.
It's the reason why people are pissed. It's the reason why they're hearing boos. It's the reason why you feel like everyone was on your side and now they're not.
And you're 5.5 back.
Well, no bleep, they're not on your side. Yeah. You just lost 15 of 16 games at home. It's hard for people to show up to the ballpark every single day and watch what you've been doing.
And I got to let you know real quick, Evan, on the other side, why I'm mad at you. I've been holding it all morning.
Okay.
Yep.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Frontier Ford. Mach-E lease specials are on, and Tesla owners score even more at Frontier Ford. Lease a 2025 Mach-E Select for just $239 a month plus tax, almost $2,000 at signing, $1,999. And even save more with your Tesla. Offer ends September 2nd at Frontier Ford in Santa Clara. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National, the crown jewel of hot rodding, happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. A huge swap meet, a vendors midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
You know the best way to deal with these kinds of things, Goo?
Give it to me.
These sort of situations, getting Zimper Steinmetz with Guru. You got to own it. You've got to own it.
Yeah.
Heliot Ramos was asked about his manager. He flipped around and turned it on the fans. That's a mistake by a young player. He understood the mistake he made because before the game yesterday, he said that it was taken out of context, misconstrued. I don't think it was taken out of context. I don't think it was misconstrued. I think it was a mistake. And I think yesterday him trying to clean it up before the game was an admission of that mistake.
Yeah, and we kind of had fun because we don't come at you like we're perfect, nor are we, Evan. But the bottom line is he could have said a whole lot and finessed the situation and just talked about, how he had been playing or whatnot. But to kind of, do a drive-by on the fans and all they've been doing is paying the prices, showing up through thick and thin, I thought that's where he went wrong. So, again, he went out, hit a home run, also had 3 strikeouts. But when you're 3 games under 500 and, this is a season that hasn't gone the way that you wanted, Evan, I kind of wish the youngster would have took more ownage and kind of left the fans out of it. But like you said, he didn't stand on it, so he tried to backtrack. Shout out cornerbacks, but backpedal. So, moving forward. And let me ask you this. Do you buy his finesse game where he tried to kind of back off that?
I do, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Like that's the thing. Like it's not something that just goes away because you feel sorry about what you said. Like it was in the heat of the moment. You were emotional. You have been feeling a ton of whether it's pressure or frustration or criticism. All, by the way, fair because your play's been subpar. He hit his first home run in umpteen days yesterday against the Padres. And the team has just been absolutely reeling for the last couple of months. But if you're trying to defend your manager, there's better ways to go about it. We heard Logan Webb. This is literally what he said in the same article by Scott Osler. Oh, Bob's yelled at us. It's not that he hasn't tried to get us going. Some of the games we played where nothing goes well, no pitch, don't play defense, no hit. We hear about it. It's not like we don't, not like he's saying that's okay. That's not what's happening here. Bob expects us to play a certain brand of baseball, and we just haven't done it, plain and simple. That's all he has to say. Because Logan Webb has owned it. Now, the difference to me is that Logan Webb is still pitching well. Logan Webb is, and he hasn't been awesome this year to the point where he, again, still hasn't lost some games.
Got him a win Sunday.
Yes, he did. But that's where I think that Ramos is taking some of his personal frustration with himself and his own play out on the fans. And he's using Bob Melvin as this pivot point to get really what he wants to off his chest.
Yeah, no doubt. And if I was grading Logan Webb's paragraph there or his statement, that would be an A+. That's how you do it. Take accountability. And Evan, at the end of the day, we'll find out moving forward. But again, he said it, Ramos, you can't take it back, but do you learn from it? And I got to believe the vitriol, I believe, that was on social media for these comments, even if they were taken out of context or whatever. I heard Scott on, or we heard Scott on, the great Scott Osler with the Morning Joe, Shasky, and Spadoni. And, he said it played different, but at the end of the day, Evan, you couldn't take back the words that came out of Ramos's mouth. And that's what you hope he learns from.
No, and the reason why I feel like I know what he's trying to do is because I heard Bob Melvin do it a week before.
Man.
This is the after the finale against the Washington Nationals, where they got shut out. Justin Verlander gets his 35th, 100th K.
Nasty.
And I want you to listen to the question that Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle, by the way, asked Bob Melvin, because he uses it to get into what he actually wants to talk about in the exact same way that I think Ramos uses Scott Osler's question to get into what he wants to address with the fans.
Strikes out the sides, he gets 3,500. What did you think of that, and then kind of the rest of his day?
The rest was awful. I mean, we have 40,000 people here. We don't give them anything to root for the entire game other than that. So unfortunately, that probably is as disappointing game as he's had all year. Back to JV, strikes out the side in the first and has that moment. That was great, but he's got a lot of accomplishments, a lot of stripes.
So the beginning of the question is, like how great of a moment essentially was Justin Verlander's milestone accomplishment, and then what happened after. He didn't even address the JV part of it until midway through the cut because he was so pissed about them getting run out of the building in front of 40,000 people, by the way, who are still showing up to each and every game. These fans are still showing up to Oracle Park. I don't know why. I can't tell you why, because this team's been awful.
Yeah.
They've been terrible to watch.
They're diehards, and I love Susan, but Evan, I was kind of like blown away. Like, my gosh, it kind of reminded you of Kerr when I believe, who was it? TJD had a good game, and Kerr's like, they got blown out. Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, we just let 40,000 people down. So Bob was a real one like that. And I will double back to Ramos and say this, Evan, a guy that I'm a passionate guy. I'll never apologize. But I know what he said and how he, brought the fans in it was totally wrong. But what would you give me if I told you I'm lightweight excited that a Giant player was fed up and had enough? What he said was wrong and who he said it about. But I do love that Ramos, I felt like he was just tired, Evan, fed up, said what he had to say, and went out and led the game off with a homer.
Well, he also walked it back before the game.
I had that sequence wrong, yeah.
But the frustration is not, I don't know, maybe you just like the fire and something you haven't seen from Melvin. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's emotion, but it's channeled in the completely wrong area.
Now, since he's so young, Evan, and he's had success early, that is Ramos, and I'm being real with you, has your opinion changed of Ramos? Do you like him any more or less? That's too strong, or it's just a learning experience for the young guy, that young buck? That's how I'm looking at it.
Well, I think it's going to be a learning experience because within 24 hours, he walked it back. Like, he knew that he stepped in it. And that's something that, again, like, you can go back across every single sport and just time in general and find examples of players who have tried to go after the fans. It doesn't work.
They're like Father Time, almost undefeated.
Ted Williams didn't show up to Fenway for damn near 50 years because he spit at Red Sox fans who booed him and then said in the papers, I would spit at them again.
No,
that's not a battle you can win. The court of public opinion is undefeated. And I think that Heliot Ramos he just learned the hard way that the one place you cannot place blame is at the feet of the people who are your paying customer. It's like going to a restaurant. The customer might be an ass. They might be rude, but the customer's always correct.
Shout out Mia. Yeah,
the customer's always right. Even if you wanted to walk out on your job that day, you can't do it.
Man, Evan, that's interesting. And, it just has you thinking, and I'm not a part of it. You're not a part of it. But let's just put it right on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control this Taco Tuesday morning. I'm sorry. All these athletes in today's society that say they don't listen or hear or read, they do, Evan. And I do believe that's what had Ramos hot because his play hadn't been stellar. People on the shows, people writing have talked about it. Now, he can control the narrative in regard to playing better. You don't give the writers, the talking pundits, guys like us, that fuel to be able to talk about your inept play. But he has been hearing what the streets have been saying, and I think that's what put him in that pissy mood.
What, the fact that he's been playing poorly?
Yeah. No, and he's been hearing about it because people have been calling, talking, and writing about it.
Yeah, but again, and that's why I think this is going to be a learning experience because that's not how you handle frustration.
Not saying it is.
Well, if you perform poorly and the audience lets you know about it, it's like you can just go rip them.
No, not at all. Like, and again, just what you said.
Like you have to wear it.
I think that was the fuel behind him kind of, I don't want to say losing it, but going off on his tangent. Speaking what he deemed as truth, and he learned a lesson. Hey, you could say what you want. You should have did what Logan Webb said. We've tried everything. This is what I would have did, Evan. Hey, my play has just been subpar. It's on me to figure this thing out. Our manager's giving us everything, and we still can't figure out. But to go with the fans was this major lesson I think Ramos had. But my point was, I think he's hearing, and it's obvious, about how lackluster he's been along with the team. And I think that was his opportunity to kind of clap back, and it kind of blew up in his face.
Well, I do think it's interesting also that we just heard from Melvin. We're giving 40,000 people nothing to cheer about. Logan Webb is saying Bob's yelled at us. He's kept it to what the article was meant to be about, which is basically, does the clubhouse have Bob Melvin's back? And I think Scott Ostler told the morning show as much. Like, that was the intent of his article, is to figure out if this team has been lost. If the manager's lost his clubhouse. And I think everybody's on the same page that that's not the case. And I understand that's what Ramos was trying to do.
Yeah.
But he just turned it in the wrong direction. Like, this is from Matt Chapman last week.
Give it to him.
He said, I feel bad for our fans because they come out here and they support us every single night. They pay their own money to come see us, and we haven't been playing good baseball for them.
Beautiful.
That's how a pro handles things.
No doubt.
That's how he does.
Accountability, Evan.
And again, I don't think it's going to change. Well, I hope it doesn't change the way that people look at Ramos, because I do think that he's a solid ball player. I think he's had a subpar, more than subpar defensive season.
Man.
He's had some blunders. He's made a ton of mistakes. But he's in his second season. He was an all-star as a rookie. He's someone that I still think can be a big part of the Giants, maybe the rest of the season, but obviously into the future. But he's got to learn that the one place you can't place blame is at the feet of the fans.
Yeah. And I got to be careful here, Evan. I really do. I think he learned that lesson, and we'll see moving forward, and hopefully he won't have to answer questions about why the team's not doing this or that. But you talked about the origin, the birth of him last year, parlaying that first half into an all-star, and I'm going to stand on it because I have. He's one of my favorites to watch on this team right now. But in regard to having my manager's back, you got to do what you did, and we know you can't every at-bat, but the bottom line is your play speaks volumes for your manager, not your words. So, again, I'm not saying Logan Webb. He went Bobby Brown. It was his prerogative to say, hey, we're getting yelled at. Don't think we're getting away with stuff. We're not. But the bottom line is Bob has had his players back ad nauseum, and now my message to the players would be, you can't do it in the papers. You can't do it on social media. You got to do it with your actions. And last night they got to win 4-3, held on, but 3 home runs in the first to help you, most nights get that win.
So you didn't like that players are talking about Bob Melvin?
Yeah, I just, for the future, I know it's a different conversation, but for the future of Bob Melvin, I don't think it bodes well that guys got to come out and say he's getting in our butt or our fanny.
Well, but I think that's an important piece. Like, remember a couple of years ago, we were talking about it before the show when I think it was Baggerly wrote a piece about the turmoil basically going on in Kapler's clubhouse. You got guys who are playing cards instead of going to batting practice or looking at scouting reports. Logan Webb is saying their stuff off.
So it was over then when he said that.
Yeah, and I think that was the whole purpose of this piece. And Scott also was trying to get to the bottom of, is this thing basically out of Bob Melvin's control? Because everyone's been talking, and our show has certainly done it, about whether or not he deserves to have his job next season.
And I'm watching. I know a lot of people think 5.5 is insurmountable, but you can make that up. And I do think he's managing for his job. But if it were me, Evan, I think I've seen enough to where I'm like, you know what? You might need a new voice. What will it hurt? Let's see who Buster Posey deems, worthy of being the next manager. And it looks like it sounds like you're saying to me that it's a good thing that the players are taking up for their manager, but the manager he can speak too. He has a voice, and I feel like Melvin has failed at every turn in regard to checking somebody, checking Ramos or checking player A or B when they mess up. like being the good cop, almost like you're not calling anybody out. So I don't know what Buster Posey is thinking, but Evan, I just think it's a bad sign when I got a voice and I can tell you, and Melvin's I don't feel like he's done it enough. I've been bad. I haven't been, whatever I'm saying, it's not working. And I just think it's too much of the, of the neighborhood saying, oh no, he's doing a good job. We get disciplined. So we'll see how, when it's all said and done, this season is over, how Buster reads it, because that's all that matters.
Well, it's true, but that's the whole crux of the article. Like everyone wants him to flip a spread, or everyone wants him to call a player out, or everyone wants him to scream at somebody or to get mad. They're telling you that's not who he is. He doesn't do that publicly. He does it in the clubhouse.
Right.
He does it behind closed doors. He's not going to scream to the media. He's not going to yell into the mic.
So would you say he's on the hot seat?
Sure. I mean, anytime your team is playing piss poor, your job is. But I'm not hearing all these players united against their manager the way that we heard players kind of leak little nuggets out about Gabe Kapler. Like, people may want Bob Melvin gone. I don't hear his players hinting at that whatsoever.
Yeah, but Evan, managers get fired in all sports, even if they don't have a Pasoy problem like Kapler had. His issue was different, and obviously Webb came out and said things need to change around here. It was a wrap. But I'm just saying you can also be fired because you can't get your players focused or to keep them from making bonehead decisions in the field like we've seen from the Giants. So I'm telling you, I don't care what the players are saying. I think it's a bad sign that the players got to speak up and hope that's enough for me to keep my job. And I think Melvin, of course, is on the hot seat.
Okay, so if he's back next year, are you going to be mad about that?
I would be disappointed.
Why?
Because I think this team is flailing, and I think he's a big part of it because he can't identify why they're 3 games under 500 and why they're losing ball games. That's how I feel. I just don't like his personality as a manager. He's not a bad guy, but I think I've seen enough to where enough has happened and transpired, and all we keep hearing is nobody has any answers. And I love what the players are doing, and I'm not saying Ramos and the guys don't like him, Evan, but miss me with, oh, Evan's going to bat for me. The proof is in the pudding. And I think with this payroll and what we've brought, why is this team 3 games under 500? And I think they've taken on the personality of their manager, and they're just like dead men walking.
Well, but isn't this article proof that they don't have the...
To you it may be, but because somebody wrote it doesn't change my mind. I'm watching the product. I'm watching what they're doing.
Yeah, but Ramos, like that's the whole reason he's going after the fans is because he is frustrated. He is pissed off. He is fed up.
But he's been getting passes left and right too. Yeah.
Who, Ramos?
Yeah. I mean, he's never been called out. Melvin, to his credit's always had his back, E. So I don't know what you want me to say. I'm not going to, just because the article is written, we don't know what truly is going on. I'm going to still feel the way I do when I watch this team underperform. And they got a win last night. They got one Sunday. We'll see. And to your question, I kept it real with you, would I be mad? That's too strong. I would be disappointed because I don't think Melvin, I mean, you look at what happened in San Diego when he had surplus of talent that last year, and I know there was other stuff happening, but he's just, you asked me, I told you, he's just not my type of guy.
Yeah, I mean, and look, so I guess I would ask to that does that mean that Ramos is your type of guy because he's fired up and he's pissed off about his situation? It's not going to change him not being able to read a ground ball or not be able to catch a fly ball. I love the way he responded last night. He let off and he hit a home run. And he helped his team win.
3 strikeouts. Well, yeah, I got you.
Well,
get 2 hits.
There was a couple hits. Yeah, that's kind of that's kind of baseball nowadays.
What are you telling me? And I'm just asking, because this article, and it was a great article, was written, does that make you change your view on and I'm asking, on what you thought was going on? Like, I've seen enough from what I think Melvin is not doing with this team to where I feel like if this keeps up and we're under 500 or 2 games over, I think it's time for a new voice.
It absolutely could be. I'm not saying that Buster Posey wouldn't make a choice. Like, just because a player is defensive of his manager doesn't mean that manager is going to keep his job. But I mean, to me, a lot of times these kind of situations come down to, have you lost your clubhouse? And I think that this is an affirmation that he hasn't. and that it's more on the players than it does on the manager. Now, Posey might decide that it doesn't really matter. Like, your job is to figure this out, and you haven't done it. But to me, I feel like we have Chapman, we have Webb, we have even Ramos, and of course he turned it on the fans, which I think is unfair. Right. But we have 3 pretty prominent players that are all going to bat for their skipper.
Yeah, and Chapman should go to bat because I feel like Melvin's half the reason he got that extension, that contract. They got a relationship. They had one. I get it. So there's loyalty there. But, Evan, I guess what I'm not doing a good job of is just telling you I was really disappointed game after game when Melvin and the players were saying we don't have the answers. And Ramos was a part of that.
I got you.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you here today. Steiny's going to be back next week. Richie Rich is in Livermore, wants to get into the conversation. What's up, Rich? How we doing?
What's up, fellas?
Richie.
Yeah, I got a bone. What's up, Guru? How you doing, baby?
Hey.
Man, so check it out. I keep hearing you saying but, like he went at the fans, right? You clearly heard Scott this morning say he feels bad they took it out of content, right? Like, Ramos is not the kind of guy. And like Shafsky said this morning, all right? Like, you got different races that say things different, and it's reporter's job to take it out of context and give you something to talk about, right? The dude's not like that. So my thing is, like, you compared him just now to a player that spat on someone. That's night and day. That's not even a comparison. You know what I mean? Like, he's just trying to go to bat for the skipper because clearly the skipper ain't doing it the right way and everyone's going after his job. But you're just as guilty as putting it out there in a negative way when he's not being negative. He just says fans are going to fan, right? And like Shafty said, you got Karen-ass fans, you got crazy fans, you got good fans. I just don't understand why it's being blown up so out of proportion of what it is when the dude didn't even mean it like that. Like, you know what I'm saying, Guru? Like you said, he's just going to bat for the skipper, man. Like, cut the guy a break. Like, I think it's just being blown way out of proportion, man. I don't know what you guys think about that, but that's just my thoughts.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
And I appreciate the love, but
I got you, Rich.
I disagree with Rich because, Evan, you talked about it before we started the show, the court of public opinion, and I'm just asking, and I didn't hear Shasky say that this morning, those words came out of Ramos's mouth, so now do I got to go build a bridge to figure out if I'm okay to judge somebody on what they said and take those words at face value? I'm not trying to say Ramos is a bad guy. I'm not. I'm just going off of what I thought this SF gate got from Ramos, and I thought that was over the top.
Well, also, that's not what he was asked about. He wasn't asked about the fans. He was asked about Bob Melvin, and then he steered it back into the fans' field of play. Like, that's all I'm reading, Rich. And you want to know how you should respond to something like that? Here's how. This is Bryce Harper from 2019 after he literally got booed by the Phillies. Here's how you should answer a question like that.
Yeah, I mean, I do the same thing. I mean, it's not fun to lose, not fun to watch, when you're playing that way. And, 4-2 punches, I'm probably thinking the same thing walking back to the dugout.
That's called accountability.
No doubt.
That's accountability for your actions.
No doubt.
It's one of the reasons why Bryce Harper is beloved in Philadelphia. Because he never, ever puts it on the people that pay money to watch him play. And I know that, look, Bryce Harper is a multi-time MVP. He's a great player. But that's kind of the point. I hear Logan Webb not turning it at fans. He's never done that. Willie Adames, who hasn't even been here for a year, would never go after the fans for his own play. Now, he and Webb have hinted at Dodgers fans showing up at Giants games.
Which
he would like to see more Giants fans show out. That's out of their control. But he's not going to fault a Giants fan. I don't believe that Willie Adames is the kind of person that faults Giants fans for booing when he and this team have not played well. And Willie Adames, by the way, had a month-long stretch in July where he hit the crap out of the baseball. He didn't puff his chest and say, look at me, because the team wasn't playing well. And that's what it's about.
No doubt. And on top of that, again, Evan, you keep pointing out what he was asked and where he took it, and that's the lesson in this. And I do appreciate, and I don't like the fact that Ramos is frustrated, but I deem that as emotion. A couple weeks ago, he said he didn't have any answers, and he was despondent at his locker, and he probably was, but I like that he was frisky, and he had something to say, and I just think the youngster was frustrated and went wrong with what you just said, and he threw the fans in there, and all they've done is come through the turnstile, show up, and look at this club, especially here the last month or two, Evan, and say this is not Giant baseball.
All right, Giddings in for Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointments needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluid. So before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BarryOilChange.com. Back after this on Steiny Guru.
Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months, and it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker, 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarters. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. This is the show where your money is not scary. It's a show that's all about you. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
So I know what you think, Guru. I know what you think. But I just don't know if you're ready for this smoke.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Phoenix Mercury. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pregame begins at 6:30. Valkyries right now 18-16.
They need to see.
Yeah, right on the edge of the postseason. And Phoenix is a squad that is 7 games above 500. Although they're playing 500 ball last 10. So Valkyries been hot. 7-3 in their last 10.
Yeah, dropped Sunday night. That was a hard one. They fought, but man, they got to get tonight. So it'll be exciting.
Yep, Ball Hall is going to be popping.
That's it.
As it typically is. Maybe I haven't been explaining myself well enough, Q.
Why would you say that? Because you came for me last segment, but it's all good. But because of Bo Mail, I just told you how I feel, and that's how we communicate.
Oh no, I mean you and I, kind of agree to disagree on Bo Mail. I guess I lean a little more towards the players and the manager, but if I understand, like you lose 15 of 16 home games, it's hard to not point at the person who's just kind of managing the operation and say what's going on. And there's only so many times that person can say, well, my workers are not very good. Like, I need my employer to get me some different workers.
Right.
But my overall point is just, and I don't think that Ramos is in trouble yet of doing this. And I think he's smart enough to understand that he messed up. And that's why before the Padres game, he effectively apologized.
Yeah.
And said that he was just coming to bat for his skipper. It wasn't his intention to come down the road of the fans, but he did it. And my point is, that's not a battle that athletes can win. And athletes who try to win against fans, they're not seen in the same light. I think it's a big reason why someone like Kevin Durant
go ahead, E.
is not seen as favorably as a lot of other peers of his who are as great of individual athletes.
And there's no doubt, and I feel like, again, I don't know Kevin Durant, Evan, but I feel like, forget what he says, his goal every day he gets on that platform is to try to sway, some of the bad that he's already did, by having verbal gymnastics with just regular fans and whom have you. So, again, when you think of players, regardless of how good they are, where they've alienated or they've been their own worst enemy on social media, it's been Kevin Durant. And, again, he could be listening like, Evan Goo, I don't give a damn, I don't care, but you've turned some people off. And so did Ramos with that statement. And again, like you said, he walked it back before the game, and moving forward, it'll be a lesson for him. It just has to.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that Klay Thompson's last season in Golden State was the ending that he deserved?
No. But he asked for it Evan, we got clips of him saying, I don't care about the fans. Like, it got to that point.
Well, that was my follow-up is how much of a role did he play in that? Because I think that he is culpable.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think he would, looking back, I know he got the great relationship with Meg right now. He's in a good place. But the bottom line, Evan, I think he would tell us he handled that wrong.
Well, and this is that piece of sound you were talking about. It was after back-to-back nights 2 years ago. I think it was the Raptors and the Pelicans. They got blown out of Chase Center both games. I think Steiny might have been in the Raptors game, but they got booed.
Yeah.
And the question to Klay is about just that, them getting booed back-to-back. And here's how Klay answered that question.
Clay, you guys have been booed each of the last 2 home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
We're not saying you're supposed to lose sleep over it, but you're supposed to own it.
But and I'm not defending Clay, because I told you, Evan, I do not like that. But can we put the rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control? He was watching his own mortality, his basketball, everything that he built kind of not go down the drain, but in Warrior Land it was. He was searching for the old Clay. So do you have a problem if I give him a lightweight pass of he was just having an outer body experience to where he was just mad at the mailman at that point about what he wasn't at that juncture?
Well, and maybe it sounds like I'm not giving Ramos a pass either. I kind of am. My point is it's a slippery slope. Like Klay Thompson, you're right. We found out after the season that he was frustrated because of contract disputes, feeling like he wasn't treated like the legend that he was, fighting, as you said, his own basketball mortality, and having to deal with things
that's heavy.
It sucked. It sucked for Klay. But again, that frustration, it's the same frustration that I think Ramos is dealing with when he sees on social media people clowning him for not knowing where to go with the ball.
First home run, and you said forever last night.
Exactly. It's been so long, and he's just been struggling at the plate. He's been running into outs.
Yeah, right.
He can't do anything right.
Yeah.
And he goes after the fans. Same thing with Klay in that same clip. They're getting booed, and his first response is, what, I'm supposed to care about these fans? Like, and you could kind of hear his tone throughout that season of, well, look what I've done. Look at me. I got 4 rings. I'm Klay Thompson. You know who I am. Like, that was the tone of that season from Klay, and I think it marred an ending to what was, now we all look back on as a great period of Warriors basketball for him because he's a legend.
Yeah, no doubt. And let me just throw this to you because we kind of ran it by Shasky and Spadoni as they were getting out of here, and we heard the great Scott Osler on with our guys in the morning. And Evan, help me out because you ask questions in these scrums after the game. You know what it's about on both fronts, the business. And it sounded to me Scott had a little regret, writer's regret, in regard to how that played or what they could have done to finesse what Ramos said. And it almost goes to the caller that called and was talking to you last segment. I mean, Evan, what can you do with the guy or gal's words that come out of their mouth like, right or wrong, Ramos said that. There's nothing you can kind of do, I don't believe, to make it land or sound a little different. Am I on the right road? Because, Scott kind of alluded to that. He wished he would have did this or that. And I'm thinking to myself, well, Scott, Ramos said those words. And you put them in print.
I don't think.
What do we do after that?
I don't think Osler did anything wrong.
Okay, right.
I don't think he didn't take his words out of context. If you read the piece, it's all about the defense of Melvin, and then Ramos steers in a different direction. Like that's not Scott. He didn't say that. He asked him a question about something completely different than the subject that got brought up. I mean, that's just the way that I read it. Like, but again, the whole point was to try and figure out if there's an issue in the clubhouse. And I don't think there is, but this is getting play because Ramos took it to a different arena.
Now, it's interesting you say that. Just real quick, let me double back, Evan. Would you agree with me that some managers get fired in baseball and they don't have, and the clubhouse is cool. It's a good clubhouse, but they just didn't get the results.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would say all the time.
Okay, gotcha. And that's what I guess
those teams are god awful usually. Which the Giants, they've been playing poorly, but they're not one of the worst teams in baseball.
And that's why I believe where they're at in totality is frustrating. Because depending on who you talk to, and again, we all, what did Denzel say, opinionaires, we all have opinions, Evan, but the bottom line is some say, oh, they were overachieving when they were 12 over, this was supposed to happen. Okay, I don't believe that, but it makes me frustrated more watching this team, especially after you got Devers and what's going on, till you got to the point to where you got to the break or the deadline, and Buster chose to get rid of the bullpen, for a litany of reasons. But, man, I'm just disappointed. And for so much of this season, I've heard from managers, Bo Mel, the captain of the ship, and players, Evan, we just don't have the answers. Now, that may not constitute in your book or anybody out there listening, there should be the guy should get fired. But who's to say if he comes back, and he might. I just was being real with you that I would be lightweight disappointed, like, okay, if you didn't figure out what ailed you then with this tier of talent, whatever realm you have them in, how are we so sure that next year is not going to repeat itself?
Well, what I think they're finding out through this year is that they've been mentally and physically fatigued. Like, they've been worn down over the course of this season. I mean, it's the dog days of August. And they started dealing with this in July, too. But I think that it's really hard to expect 4 or 5 position players to play like 150 games anymore, 150 plus. And they don't really have backup plans. Like they don't have platoon options. That's not the way this team was built. And I think they're suffering as a result of that because they have no place to go. Like if Ramos needs a day off, Goo, they don't have anybody to put in for him. If Bailey is getting a day off, but then you have your backup catcher who's not great. Who's going to play shortstop if Adames needs a day off? I think he's taken 1 day off the entire season.
Real quick to that point, Evan, is that a Posey issue?
Yes. Yeah, he's got to find players that can help take and alleviate pressure off of everyone else. The only real guy that's had big time off of the position players this year is Chapman, but that's because he's been hurt.
Yeah.
You know, Jung-Hoo Lee has played a large portion of this season. They don't really have anybody else to go out and play center field, especially after you traded Yastrzemski.
Yeah, I was just going there, and then you got Matos, who, again, Evan, I'm not telling you he's Eric Davis, but it's just like, man, we saw him come up in a big game right before the break, hit a 2-run bomb, tie the game up, and everybody went inept with the bats, and you couldn't win that game. But, I mean, Evan, they do have reserves, and you just are describing what Steiny was stuck on, like, oh, they're so afraid or they can't afford to sit Ramos down just to send a message. And maybe the message, it's a light message, but the point gets across is, hey, you need to sit this game. But, man, we can't be a slave because we have nobody to put in left field like you do, Evan, and you'll probably take a step or two back. But is that lack of talent that you're going to be missing for the 9 innings worth not getting Ramos, sending a strong message to him or a stern one that may get him out of whatever's, causing issues to have these bonehead plays? Like, I question that part of it.
Well, I think you generally make mistakes when you're tired. I mean, you come into work and you're on the radio and you got 2 hours of sleep and you're stuttering, you're using the wrong words, you're losing your train of thought. Right. It just happens. I know it sounds like an excuse, and it kind of is, but I think the Giants are worn down. And I get it. This is for I think this is for the 925 of the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Don't want to hear about how they're exhausted. Man. I'm exhausted working construction every day, making less. No fans want to hear that BS that they're tired.
Okay.
I get it. Yeah, right. I get it, Steve.
Let me read this to you from the text line to Jim Olay, and you tell me what you think. Sorry to be picky, but don't the Giants have the worst record in baseball since the Devers trade? How would you respond to that, Evan? And whose doorstep is that on? Because to me, it's not 100% Melvin, but it's damn near 85. And if you want to give the other 15 to Buster, we can do that.
One sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Who would I don't know, Goo. I don't know.
That's the theme of the Giants this year is nobody knows. And I feel like how Webb did it so well in regard to we're getting the instruction. The manager's putting us in the right place. I'm paraphrasing. It's just on us. We're not getting it done. I feel like I haven't heard Melvin at his podium say that enough. And, Evan, I know you're like, oh, come on, Guru, I don't believe you. But I feel like if he played that card after every game, to me, it would hit or resonate with me more than I just don't know. I'm having meetings.
But you
are you conducting the meetings the right way, or are you being the good cop to the guys when maybe you need to be a little bad cop to send a message to some of the guys?
But people would crush him for that too. Whenever you hear a manager or a head coach say, I don't know, that's a bad sign.
Yeah, and he's done it more than once. Well, I don't have the answers.
Well, no, he doesn't walk to the podium and just say every single day, well, I don't, Like he tries to explain it as best he can, and it comes off sounding absolutely idiotic sometimes because How is he going to explain to Ramos not knowing the infield fly rule? How is he? Without throwing his player under the bus, and that's something he's refused to do.
Or are you throwing yourself under the bus because he should know that?
He should know that. A little leaguer should know that.
But isn't that on your manager for having a player?
That's on the player. That's for not knowing a rule in baseball.
But he did stick up for him. And on that front, I got to give Bo Mill that. I think he's doing it too much, but I could see how Ramos has Melvin's back because he's had your back a few times.
Well, that exactly
in the court of public, in the public forum.
Oh yeah, no, your manager could bury you if he really wanted to, and I think he has done it behind the scenes. I think he has said, "Yo, Ramos, can you please pull your head out of your what? Like, are you freaking kidding me? You're running into outs. You're giving away outs.
Right.
You're not producing.
Right. So you're giving Bo. And Evan, I'm not saying you're wrong.
He might not undress him in front of the team, but there's no doubt in my mind that he's had a conversation with him about some of these mistakes because you cannot let them go unanswered.
And the 650, Goo, you're blaming everyone but the players. No, I'm blaming the players too. But, when I hear a skipper say, I'm at a loss, I don't have the answers more often than not, then – Evan, I'm like, how could you be so sure that message is being done behind closed or given behind closed doors? That's all, just a thought.
Well, because they just told us yesterday in this piece, he does yell at us. He does rip us. He just doesn't do it on the mic. And in fact, like the response that Ramos and I think a lot of athletes should have in a situation like that where you're frustrated and you're starting to kind of drift into that, well, the fans ain't on our side anymore kind of realm, is exactly what he did in his first at-bat. Like, you do have to give him some credit that after all this stuff goes down yesterday,
what if
and we're talking about it today, he hits a home run in his first at-bat.
Yeah, two for five, no doubt.
Yeah, but that's the only way to go about it. You kind of have to put your head down and keep moving. Which is, by the way, what Melvin has tried to keep preaching every single day. It just sounds stupid when you lose 15 of 16.
No doubt. Evan, it is, I believe, baseball fascinating that when this season is over and if it doesn't culminate with a playoff berth, if you had to bet now, we'll go Steiny like Steiny. If you had to go to the window and say the Giants, it's up to Buster and company, but are they going to have a new skipper or not? Without seeing the rest of the season play out at this juncture, where are you leaning?
I don't know. Like,
that's how I feel every day. But Evan,
do I think they're going to have a new skipper?
I do.
Right now, no, I don't. I don't. Like, what are you going to go get Skip Schumacher? You even know who that is?
I used to manage the Angels.
The Marlins.
Oh, okay.
But I think you might be thinking of Brad Ausmus.
The former catcher.
But that's my point. Like, Bruce Bochy isn't walking through that door, I don't believe.
Yeah. But a situation in Texas could be done. He could be had. I'm just throwing that out there.
They're in more of a playoff race than the Giants are.
I got you. But a lot of people in Texas are disappointed in this version of the Rangers this year. But you're right. They're still in contention. And to that point, the Giants are too.
So people are frustrated with Bruce Bochy, and he's going to come in. Like,
he's won a World Series in Texas. I'm not saying, I don't know.
So why would they be frustrated with him?
Because
he just won 2 years ago.
Yeah, man, Evan, things change. I mean, why did Kapler get fired? He won 107 and he was gone 2 years after.
Because he lost the clubhouse. Because his players were not willing to go to bat for him, and he lost his clubhouse. That's why. That's why I think if I had to bet, I would bet on Melvin being back next season, because this is an admission from his own clubhouse that they don't think he's a problem. In fact, they like him.
I'll give you that.
But a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't, and I completely understand why. He's not people's cup of tea, and he doesn't show a pulse as much as people want, especially in baseball. But his players are telling you they don't think he's the problem. Kapler was the problem. I don't know. I mean, that's just...
The year after they won 107, that's all.
I think it was 2 years after.
I got you. But you know what I mean, Ev? Like 107, damn, that's a lot of games with platooning left, right, like... Yeah, we crap on Kapler and his muscles, and Evan, I believe the dude had the great body and physique that he was getting hated on. I'm not dare saying to you all that he didn't lose the clubhouse, but damn, he must have really lost that clubhouse to go from 107 and then that be the reason you get ran. I'll just say that.
And this is from the 707. Then what is Bob's job? His job is to win, and he hasn't been doing it.
With He had way more talent than Kapler had, especially since you know what? I guess I'm just paralyzed by the mentally paralyzed by the acquisition and the euphoria, the party, the excitement, just everything that went into that announcement of Devers coming to this team. And then since that juncture, guys, them having the worst record in baseball. Like Evan, forget Melvin. Make that make sense to me.
I can't. If I could, I would be managing the San Francisco Giants. If anybody could
throw this ball through the window where kids at, but there's an answer somewhere.
No, there's not. No, there's not. There is no answer. If there was an answer, someone would have found it. I swear to God.
Is there a price to be paid then? Because if there's no answer, there's a price for nobody not knowing the answer.
Okay, so
I hit the desk.
Well, guys have been traded. There was a price. You sold. You sold at the deadline. I mean, you forfeited your best chance to make the postseason, or I should say,
I get that. That didn't help.
Yeah, you limited yourself. You traded your closer, your second best reliever, maybe your best reliever on some nights, and you traded your starting right fielder. Like that's the consequence, is that you didn't give yourself the best chance to make the playoffs.
Man. And that was.
And now you're relying on Drew Gilbert and Tyler Fitzgerald.
And let's be honest, I love Rodriguez, but I can say you could tell he's brother working it out. Evan, he got the save last night, but he is not automatic like he had been when they had the bullpen set up with Rogers, Doval. Like last night, I didn't know if they were going to get through that one. They did, but you're right, things have changed, and I guess that was a version from Posey of a white flag by letting the strength of your team. 2/3 of it go.
I mean, to me, if this team somehow did make a push,
give it to me.
That's on the players. That's not on the. To me, like I wouldn't say that Bob Melvin is turning this ship around. I would say these players found something that hadn't been there for a couple months. I mean, this team has played some awful baseball. Some god-awful baseball.
You can lose, Evan, and then you can lose the way they've been losing. And
they can't hit.
Yeah.
They can't pitch. Some days they can't field. Some days they can't run the bases. And it's been something different every single day, it feels like, outside of the last 2 days. Well, the last 2 nights, really.
So, somebody here, Evan, the 415. Goose, serious question. If you were to swap Melvin and Dave Roberts with the Giants and Dodgers, would they be in any different position that they are now? And I love questions like this. I'll say this to that. I do know the Dodgers have a right field problem, and last night it bit them in the butt, and they had a closed-door meeting with Mookie Betts and Dave Roberts, and they watched film, and I'm just saying, I'm not saying Melvin's not doing that, but, Evan, that's the type of stuff I like to see to where maybe Mookie goes back to right field. I don't know what's going on with our guy out there who's a right fielder for him now. Not much defense. He can hit Teoscar. So I'm just wondering, like I don't know if that's going to work and help the Dodgers, but I like the public display of it ain't good enough, it ain't suffice, and the world's going to know we chopped it up about whatever to try to get that change. I don't know if I see a lot of that with the Giants.
Well, they got a lot more issues than just the right fielder. I mean, it's not just one position with them. It's not just one aspect of the game.
But it's bonehead plays by one guy that never got sat, Ramos. And again, of course, he's going to stick up for the manager publicly, but I just wonder. And to the answer to that question, I don't know.
I really don't think they would be in that much different of a situation if Dave Roberts was their manager. I mean, shoot, you hear Dodgers fans every single postseason that they don't win with the best team. Roberts doesn't know what he's doing. Right. Roberts is doing this. Roberts is pulling those straight. Like, whenever you don't win, people get pissed. And whenever you don't win for a long period of time, it's really hard to come up with an excuse or an answer that people are going to be satisfied with. It just is. All right, Gil.
I love you.
I know, I'm with you.
And I got to let you know, don't let me forget, Ken, Evan, why I'm a little mad at you. Something happened last night.
Right after you say you love me. Yeah, it goes both ways.
I got to bring it up.
It goes both ways. This is from the 5-0. I think this is kind of what you're talking about, too. Yeah, Evan, but players lie, too. I think the players think that Bob Melvin is a nice guy, so they don't want to say anything bad about him. But I don't think the players think that Melvin can lead them to where they want to go. I feel the same is true for Kyle Shanahan. The players think that he's a nice guy, so they don't want to say anything bad about him. But behind the scenes, they've lost confidence in him.
But he took him to 2 Super Bowls.
I think it's a little different.
No, Evan, man.
These things happen.
He got 2 NFC championship victories and 10 minutes away from 2 Super Bowl victories.
And we weren't able to get it done.
No, that's a fact.
Yeah.
Well, I do want to kind of explore that on the other side, too. Again, like...
What are you looking for?
I want to know. Seriously, I do want to know, because to me, there are few head coaches and managers in this Bay Area. For a lot of people, they ain't getting it done. And if you look at it on the other side of things, I think there might be a lot more there than people are giving them credit for, but maybe that's just me. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz or Daryl the Goober Johnson. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing deals for members. Mix and match 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3. See you in the aisles.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation, top-notch service, and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Shipping on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, water to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
They got cheese in the trunk. I asked for cheese on the taco, and they put it on.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll never run from that one, E.
I'm with
taco
you.
ain't a taco if it ain't got the cheese, the cheddar.
And the people are on your side sometimes.
Yeah.
You win the crowd, you win your freedom.
But if you were Ramos, how would you have, if somebody said, what's wrong with your team, Evan, how would you have answered it? Honestly, I'm Daryl the Guru Johnson, 95.7 The Game. Evan, get Eddie Ramos, what's going on with this team in your play in particular?
Well, Mr. Johnson, esteemed reporter of the San Francisco Chronicle.
Guru Gazette.
Of the Guru Gazette. I love that. That's a 4. Well, honestly, we haven't been able to string good games together. You know, we haven't played 9 innings of crisp, sound, solid baseball. The other night, we get 7 shut out from our future Hall of Famer, and we can't keep the lead.
Why?
I'm not getting hits at the plate when I need to get hits.
Why? Is that your manager? What's going on? Why can't you guys do that?
Just not seeing the ball well right now. You know, sometimes it looks like a beach ball. Right now, it looks like a golf ball, and I'm swinging a broomstick, and I'm having trouble. I'm going through it right now, but I'm going to go out there tomorrow, bust my ass as hard as I can, just to try and help my team get a win, because that's all we can do. We got 162 of these things, and just because we stunk today doesn't mean we can't be great tomorrow.
Can I ask you this, Evan? How about the toolage and instruction? Are you getting that from your manager and coaches?
Well, I got that in rookie ball. I got that in single A. I got that in double A. But now it's my time to shine because I'm making millions of dollars and they're paying me to hit. And I'm not hitting. I'm just not hitting.
Bravo. I mean, that's it. Ramos, if you're listening, like that is it, E.
And the fans are on me, and I can't stand them.
Well, see, and that's where you get in trouble. But Klay Thompson, I just keep real quick, Evan. He was in a dark place dealing with all the Klay. So I'm sorry. I gave him a hall pass for that, man. And then he had to watch Jordan Poole blow up, get paid. That's neither here nor there. But that doesn't go away, and that's why he snapped at the fans on that soundbite we played last segment. But man, that's as dark as I believe it gets.
Yeah,
an icon here
because he knew that his time in Golden State was coming to a close. He knew that you think
fans turned on him? A few
of them,
yeah, no doubt.
I mean, I think now a couple years removed, people understand that he is what he is. Like he's a Golden State Warrior for life. He's a legend. Every time he comes here, he's going to get cheers. I don't think he'll get jeered. And even his return to Golden State last year, that game was incredible. The energy in that place was maybe the highest I've seen it since the finals. I mean, that was a rocking building in November.
Yeah,
and he deserved it. That's the kind of applause I think that he's going to get every time he comes back. But it doesn't take away from the fact that, and again, that's kind of the point of this, is moving forward, Ramos is going to play hard, and he's going to try and help the Giants win, and he's going to try and do what he did last night, go 2 for 5, help him get a dub. But, again, that's a piece of now his career in San Francisco. Just like Clay saying this in response to asking about being booed.
Clay, you guys have been booed each of the last 2 home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
Like that's something that people will remember.
Clay, yeah, you don't like, but he was bitter, Bob, and we get it now.
Yeah, he was bitter.
Yeah,
this is just like I think we heard a little bit of the bitterness that Ramos was harboring towards the fans. It was extracted. He was asked about the manager, and he came down the road of the people that are still showing up despite this team not playing well.
Now, we keep it real here, 10-2, Evan. Do you think somebody pulled him aside to kind of fix that message that he said before the ball game last night? Do you think that was natural and organic by him to say, "Oh boy, I kind of went down the wrong road"? Or do you think an OG, even Webb for that matter, pulled him aside? Hey, youngster, let me tell you how this ain't good.
No, I think someone from the PR team went to him.
PR team.
And said basically, hey, this doesn't read well,
right,
and I just want to ask you if you'd like to clarify your comments, because there's media scrum before the game, and if you want to get out ahead of this, because he was going to be asked about it at some point.
And I was curious if Melvin got asked before he fixed it, what Melvin would have said about it. Well, he's just frustrated, and you know what I mean? Like, that's where my mind went. Like, damn, how would Bob respond to what?
I don't think you would have thrown him under the bus. Like, I just don't.
Well, he's frustrated, guys, and I understand why,
I mean, I don't know about you.
I have nothing against Bo Mail personally, Evan. No, I just want some more passion.
And we're kind of transitioning to a place where we can discuss just kind of what you want from your head coaches, from your managers. Because to me, like when I was looking at the 3 guys in the Bay Area, Steve Kerr to me he's kind of an emotional leader.
I love it.
And I think Bob Melvin is somewhat of an emotionless leader. Still a leader, that's just not his style. And Kyle Shanahan, he's kind of robotic. And I know all sports are different and have different demands of the people who preside over these teams, but of all 3, Kyle Shanahan is the most, I guess, cold. Maybe is the word.
Can I call him Darth Vader?
He's still effective, though.
No doubt.
He's a great head coach.
And even when we thought Kyle had problems, Evan, and I told you and Steiny this ad nauseum, I feel like even the Richard Shermans of the world, nobody outside of our guy walking off the field, which was so weak at the Thursday night against the Rams. But, Evan, I don't feel like one player has thrown Kyle under the bus. And I give him all the credit in the world. I do feel like there's that Darth Vader to his persona to where he don't have to say much, but there is that, you got to go out to Star Wars. You got to go and keep looking at me like,
James Earl Jones.
All right, help me out. Rest in peace. But there is something to that, and that's why you reach the heights that they've reached. They haven't got it done, and I blame Kyle a lot of the times because of that. But I can't sit up here and ignore that they haven't been Billy Badass for a while and gotten to 2 Super Bowls. So I think whatever Kyle's doing, it's effective.
Well, I think that's really what it comes down to, is just the results. Like if Bob Melvin was emotionless at the mic, but he'd won a World Series I really don't think people would care. But he hasn't, and his teams have. I think the furthest he's gotten was the NLCS the first year he was in San Diego.
And then they fell off with that tier of talent. Well, you said the year that they went that they didn't have Tatis. So he comes back and it falls off, so I'll just leave that there. But I guess some of the great ones, the Phil Jacksons, like Dale Harris got ran and he couldn't control what was going on with the Lakers. But Phil, forget his X's and O's in the triangle, I believe, Evan, and I could be in fairy tale land. To me, when I think of Phil Jackson, that's the dude that could go Maury Povich and Dr. Phil and get Shaq and Kobe to fix it. And 1 year against Detroit 04, it didn't work. But that stuff is like everybody doesn't have that. And that's why I hated that Harbaugh got fired, because I think he's one of those guys. And lo and behold, look what he's done with the Chargers and Baldy was on with the Morning Roast this morning talking about how soft they were under Staley. And then in year one, here comes Harbaugh, kind of a man's man, Evan, not perfect, and they have some success. Like it matters, man.
Well, he's had success everywhere he's gone, but he's also burnt a ton of bridges.
Yeah.
He's kind of like Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler's produced immediate results every single place that he's gone. And then when he leaves, it's like nobody has anything nice to say about him. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I think for every fan base that he's come in touch with, like everybody likes him.
State, yeah.
but that's again why the results to fans are really the only thing that matters, and why I don't think they want to hear the excuses from whether it's Melvin or Ramos or Webb or whoever. They don't want to hear excuses. They just want their teams to win.
Is it fair or foul that on this day I bring up, forget San Diego and Melvin, the Oakland A's in Melvin, and they had a lot of success. And I think of that wild card game in Kansas City where they blew a 6-run lead. Is it fair to say, and I know they ran into Verlander-led teams, Evan, Detroit, Cabrera company, but is it fair to say that A's team under Melvin left some meat on the bone? I do. Not saying it was all his fault, but I do.
I mean, maybe. Look, they lost 3 wild card games, which was just one single game elimination. And I don't think they ever lost to a team that was worse than them.
Because the Royals went on to lose to the Giants in the World Series.
Yeah, they made the World Series. But they also, the Tigers in 12 made the World Series. I think in 2013 they lost in the next round. But the point is, they never beat a team that was better than them, which is the hallmark of a great group. Like that's what the Giants built their dynasty on. I don't think anybody ever went into those playoff series feeling like the Giants were world beaters.
And that's why it was miraculous, no doubt,
But that's what separates the Bruce Bochy's from the Bob Melvins. And I do think that every single manager that's brought in, at least in recent memory, is held to that standard. And I do think that's a bit unfair because Bruce Bochy is one of the greatest managers in the history of Major League Baseball.
That, no doubt.
He has 4 championships, and all 4 of the teams that he's managed in some series on their path to victory faced teams that were better than them on paper.
Well, great point.
And that's what separates the good from the greats. And you don't get to just have a great manager or a great left fielder or a great shortstop all the time. That's what makes them special. And I think that Kapler was pretty average. Bob Melvin might be at this stage in his career an average manager, but he's trying to do the best he can with a group with a talent pool that we're beginning to learn is actually not that talented, or at least is worn down to the point where they look mid, and they've looked worse than mid for like 2 months.
So do you? And real quick here, do you look at Adames differently? Like I'm not out on Adames, and I damn sure I'm not out on Devers and Matt Chapman. Okay, you got to have the bounce back. But you've been injured or whatnot, no excuses. But the bottom line, Evan, when you say that, I'm still thinking the big 3, there's a big 3 here. It might not be the greatest big 3, but it's better than a lot of clubs, and the results should be better than what they've been. So, when you look at Adames' year thus far, are you out on him, or do you still hold him in the regard that I had when I got excited that the Giants, Bruster was bringing them to town?
His first year as a whole has been disappointing considering some of the numbers across his career that he's put up. But I got to say that I've gained a ton of respect for Willie Adames over the course of this season because he's been the same person.
Remember, I thought it was phony early. He's trying to fool us.
And I told you this earlier. I'll say it again. He would never say what Heliot Ramos said because he's someone that when things are going bad, and at every stage of his year, when he had an OPS of 550 or he had an OPS of 1,000 in the month of July, he always kept it about the team.
No doubt, man.
And he always kept it about himself.
I apologize to him, too.
It was never on anybody else but him when he was doing poorly, and it was never about him when he was doing good and the team was doing bad. Willie Adames is a pro's pro. Yeah. And that's why I think that if I'm the Giants, yes, his first season has been a bit disappointing. but I don't think you regret that contract. I don't.
And then what about again, I'm going to say it, I'm not saying is there buyer's remorse in regard to Chapman, but you look at the heirs, do you blame that all on an injury? Because they're there with him, and we're typically not, that's not part of his DNA. What are your thoughts on Chapman? Like, Evan, what if I say with the glove, I think he's taking a step back this year? Just a tad bit, not why they're 3 games under 500, but if you look, I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, but taking a step back from being maybe the best defender in the National League is not that big of a step. You know what I mean? Like he's still
but moving forward,
he's still the best defensive third baseman in baseball, and he's still going to hit 20 home runs this year, which is kind of what he's done the past few seasons.
So you're not concerned about him at all?
Well, I would be. The fact that he's starting to miss more games and he's getting into his mid-30s, and he's still under contract for 4 more years. Yeah, it would be. I would be a little wary of that. Into the 209, Adames not worthy of the overpay. That's fair, but I also think
we're in year 1 of it. That's all.
Well, I got you. I think he could also bounce back and have a better year next year. But again, like I do think that the clubhouse is important, and to me, that's where Willie Adames, his impact is felt, and I think that is necessary, especially on a team that's trying to develop an identity. And Adames, look, you could also say he hasn't done a good enough job in that regard because the team is completely spiraled out of control.
And, man, Evan, to that point, I'll say this. I think of your mom and dad, who I had the pleasure of meeting, friends. But I have some friends in my life that parent differently, Evan. They say my job is not to be my friend, my kid's friend. So that lets you know whatever they're doing is for the betterment of the kid, even if they agree with it or not. And then you got others that do it differently, and there's a fine medium. But I guess I'm bringing this up because you are right. Right now, all the kudos coming out of the Giants clubhouse is the players have Bob's back, and I do wonder from afar if it's bigger than that, and Buster's like, oh, nah, this can't happen, this can't happen, this shouldn't be happening, this has gone on too long. So I know the kids, I'm calling them children in this instance, they want Bo Mel back, but for the betterment of winning and the club, we got to bring a different voice in here. Like it could be something like that popping off, or just a question that Posey is pondering.
Possibly. 888-957-9570 if you want to get in on the conversation. Also number for the Boxer and Grusin work injury attorneys text line. Let's go down to Santa Clara and talk to Mike. Mike, what's up, man? Good morning. How we doing?
What's up, guys? Good morning to you as well. Yeah, I just want to talk about this whole this whole Giants situation. Look, we already know this season's a wash. I still have, I'm not going against anything that Buster has done. Buster has done, let's be honest, he's done a hell of a lot more than what Farhan had did, with the Giants already. And my opinion is that, yeah, it's a wash this season, but you also need to get the team chemistry as well into it. And a lot of these guys have not played together, in a full season. And so I think this year is just kind of like a learning curve of also doing that, but also just getting used to the ballpark. I mean, we have one of the hardest, if not the hardest, ballpark to actually hit in. Do I think that Pat Burrell needs to go? I believe that he needs to go. We need a new hitting coach as well in that phase. But, we also made a lot of moves in this case that Buster was also going through. I also do agree with you, E, that, Willie Adames is a clubhouse guy. He is a voice that is of team camaraderie and everything. He is someone that is a person that just brings a better culture to the actual team and to just like the organization and the Bay Area. I love Willie. I don't want to see him go anywhere, so I don't regret the contract whatsoever. The Devers factor, again, like I said, it all comes down to just washing this year, getting used to the ballpark, as well as just resetting. And who knows what the hell we're going to do during the off season? Who knows? We might end up getting some more. We might get another bat. Who knows what happens with Bryce Eldridge? We also don't know what's going to happen with the pitching situation. We could bring someone else in. So I'm looking more forward to the off season at this point. I'm still going to go to a couple Giants games this year just to kind of get my daughter used to baseball. But, at the same time, just move forward from it and just get ready for the next season, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of fans like Mike that are still going to show up to games, that are still going out there, and obviously evidenced by 38,000 on Sunday after you get just basically swamped. And thanks for the call, Mike, across an entire homestand. Those fans, haven't given up. And I really don't know why.
And I'm going to say this, and 37 games left, Evan, 5.5 back. I gotta say this, E. The math is still there. So our own Mark Willard shared with us, and I'm paraphrasing, like Evan, the Giant games weren't appointment TV like they were, as if they were 10 out, and that's his prerogative. But E, anything can happen. And what if this team were to? I get it, it's highly unlikely. But what if they win 8 out of 10, which can happen, and then they're 2 or 1 game and a half out? Then, for the people that say they're done or I'm not watching, you'll be, what's Tony Montana? You'll be back. She'll be back. But that's on the table. It's not mathematically impossible.
It's not mathematically impossible, but
Evan, I'm not trying to sell you. I'm not a Kirby salesman at your door, but I'm just looking like, okay, 5.5 games. And Ken, I told you, and I patted myself on the back for the instruction I gave Friday. It's not you need 8 teams to lose at once. You need the Mets to lose, who occupy that 3rd spot. Then if somebody passes them, whoever's in that slot, that's who you need to lose. So crazier things have happened, E. 37 games, but you got to win yours first. I get it. Just throwing that out there.
Goo, I wish I had your level of optimism. Just in general.
Evan, I come from
an era with Steiny
when there were 4 division winners and there was no wild card. And if you were in September 1st going into the last month 9 out, I wasn't Goo then, but Daryl felt like you had action with 30 days left. Like, that's my metric.
So you're going to wait for them to be mathematically eliminated
that's when
before
I give
you call
up.
the dogs
No
out.
doubt. Like, is it not appointment baseball for you right now? Are you like, Padres? Like, I'm still watching.
Well, yeah, I'll watch the games because I like to watch baseball, but not because I expect the Giants to turn into a butterfly.
Now, I'm not saying that, but if they did, that's all, Evan. They got time. Yeah, they're in the jar right now, Kenny.
I'm not saying
they're in
will,
the jar, but if they.
But what happens?
Sports are crazy, man. That's all, and they got to handle their business.
Solar eclipse hits the Giants.
Now, let's say this: what if they get hot, and then I come in here, crack open the mic, and tell you, okay, Bowmail, lightweight, he saved his job. If it were any thoughts of like all that stuff is on the table, I believe.
So is the only all right, let's say they win 8 of 10 and they're 2.5 back.
Okay.
They missed the playoffs by 2.5 games.
I honestly believe that could change what we've seen, the 14 out of 16 or whatnot. Like that means something for the future. Forget Bowmail, whoever the manager were at this time, having what we deem a disappointing season with this tier of talent collectively, what I assume tier of talent collectively, I think that carries weight.
I think what we heard from the players carries weight to me. And to me, this San Francisco Giants season, and it's been about the players. And I'm not saying that the players should get to make the choice about who their leader is, but these guys, they still have confidence in them. And if they are, then I have to, because I think they also believe that they have let him down. That's what I'm also hearing from the Webbs, the Chapmans, the Ramoses, regardless of the fans and some of the blowback that Heliot is receiving because of his comments. They feel like they've let Bob Melvin down. And I think he feels the same towards them.
I'm not mad at that.
That's how you lose 15 of 16 is everybody lets each other down at home. You cannot have that long of a period of stretch and not feel like, well, it's not my fault.
And that's why, Evan, to that point, I do question, are the right conversations being had when that bad of a stretch, and obviously they're taking ownership, but if that bad of a stretch can last that long, are we having is it fair to ask, are you having the right conversations behind closed doors? But if you're saying it's just all about playing
I don't even know what the
players,
right conversation is. I'm sure they've had every single conversation they possibly could think of. A couple of pieces of 49ers news, Goo, as well. All right, the Niners have signed quarterback Nate Sudfeld.
They got rid of Nate.
for Brock Purdy. They did. And also, some tough news. Niners placed running back Patrick Taylor Jr., who injured his shoulder on Saturday against the Raiders, on injured reserve. He's going to miss the season.
Evan, just
dislocated his shoulder.
Evan,
put him on season-ending IR.
Oh, that's got to stink for him. Like, how do you bounce back from that, man?
Well, hopefully next season, but they're down another running back.
Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-224-5353. That's 800-224-5353. Again, that's 800-224-5353.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
A strong heart. A steady stride. A life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms. supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Sunny for San Francisco with a high temperature of 70.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
And this is why I'm such a loser. Now, do I know how to milk a cow? No. Have I ever milked a cow? No. But you put a cow in front of me and it's ready, I could milk it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Turn it on, Goose. Steiner.
He's out. He'll be back next week.
But
Somewhere
unlike his
golfing.
other vacations, he's staying in touch. I like it. No videos.
Well, he usually checks in the morning or then at night. And
He did send the video of the private jet his boy hooked up for him. Remember that? Did you see that?
Wait, what?
Yeah, when he left. Like the first day he landed.
Charter flight. Charter
Evan,
flight.
it was private, baby.
Well, it's like
I was impressed. How about that?
was it a chartered flight like Trent Williams's chartered flight that Michael Williams tried to get in on?
Yeah, I saw that. But
A privately chartered.
it was impressive, E. If I had a bird, I'd send it for you wherever you at. Come kick it,
Well,
baby.
that's how I knew his buddy had some bread, because he referred to it as the bird. Not even a plane.
Not Larry.
Not Southwest, not United. Well, I'll let you know when the bird touches down.
doubt.
By the way, there's no place for fighting in baseball.
You're the guy that was football.
It's football.
Evan, where you have a helmet on, so there's no real fights. Come on.
Yeah, you're not. Come on, man.
Except Richard Sherman, Trent
We're
Williams.
not fighting
that was
in
an L
baseball.
for Rich.
Tommy Pham, take a play off.
He flipped the bat on a walk. The catcher said something. He thought he was talking to him, and I guess, martial arts? What does he train in the offseason? And he said, I don't start nothing, but I'm trained to kick ass, so you better be careful, basically. He slapped your boy Jock over fantasy. Could you imagine?
No.
Jock was done as a ball player when that slap happened. Shout out Will and Chris Rock.
Actually, he's still sticking, isn't he? Who's he with?
I want to say Texas.
The Rangers?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you can't slap people over fantasy. It's fantasy football.
But you got to slap back. Even if you
Slap me
lose. For what I'm doing. Yeah.
I mean, maybe, but good.
Have you
Lord.
been slapped before? I have.
Yeah, of course.
Did you slap back?
Well, no, it was by a woman.
Oh no, E.
You don't hit women.
Don't talk about that.
I don't do that.
There you go.
No, it was, no, that wasn't a breakup I want to relive.
Niners got a new QB, huh? Nate
Nate
the Great.
Well, you remember, so he was the guy that the Niners cut. He had a guaranteed contract, and they cut him to make room for Brock Purdy.
I got you.
So now he's back. And Patrick Taylor Jr. is out for the season.
Evan, I know, because it's the Klay Thompson thing. I'm just thinking and Pat is not Klay. But the bottom line is what these athletes give. He had an opportunity to contribute. And damn, Evan, week 2 of the preseason, shoulder injury. You're not just out 4 weeks. Evan, what do you do today when you find that news out?
You go get surgery?
Well,
or whatever you need to do to start getting ready for 2026. Yeah, that absolutely sucks. I mean, there are players that have already, torn their knee or wrecked their limbs, and they're done. But Goo, one thing I did want to ask you about is just kind of like what you're looking for, not necessarily in a manager and a head coach, like one or the other, but like I guess if you are putting together your perfect leader, like for your team, who are some of the people that come to mind, and what do you think some of their characteristics are?
I love this. Bruce Bochy, not a yeller, but a guy that I believe is the mental version upstairs of John Wayne. You go out your way because you don't need many words coming from him because he demands that type of respect. I think Jim Harbaugh's right behind him. I think one of the greatest coaches to ever do it in football, old Miami, Dallas Cowboy coach Jimmy Johnson, who would cut you on one mistake. And, Evan, I guess what I'm looking for is not just so much X's and O's, that Darth Vader type of I manage with fear without actually you pressing that button, but just the silhouette of my person demands where Evan and Kenny know I got to bring it mentally and physically when I show up, or there's going to be repercussions.
See, it's funny. I don't think about...
And I'm romanticizing. You asked me, but those are my guys.
No, but I don't think about Bruce Bochy as being a Machiavellian type of leader. The better to rule with fear than love kind of deal.
Yeah.
I don't think that he was a guy for me that ruled with fear. I think he was someone that certainly had command and a presence to him.
But
and
if
he was
you
smart
had
as
that
all hell.
and exactly, Evan. So I believe if a guy's scuffling, I really believe like he knew where to take that conversation to get the best out of you. And we leave this room or our conference that we had about what you're not doing to where you could feel like you could touch the sky once we were done.
Yeah, but you could only get so much out of, you can only squeeze so much juice out of a lemon.
But he's got, and again, Evan, not saying he had to do it every turn, but he's got 4 rings. 3 with the Giants that, a lot of times weren't the 27 Yankees, but I just feel like a guy like that, and again, I'm romanticizing it. You asked me, I just feel like that matters because I could talk to you and Jedi the situation to where I could get you back on your horse headed in the right direction.
Yeah, I think it's the ability to have people play at their best in the brightest lights or the brightest moments. And I think that's what Bochy just made a living of doing. But, if you look at his regular season record, which doesn't matter because he's got 4 World Series titles on his mantelpiece, but he's a 500 manager. Yeah, I think it's interesting that, and Bruce Bochy is one of the greatest to ever do it, but his teams, when they got there, he seemingly pushed all the right buttons.
Man.
But year to year, some of his teams flopped towards the end. It was completely ugly in San Francisco. I didn't think about those teams beyond, it was a 2016, 17. Like he couldn't do anything with those squads because they just weren't very talented. And that's where I really struggle with this year's group and with some teams that we talk about and cover in the Bay Area. Like, I don't know how good they're supposed to be. The Warriors last season, were they a team that was supposed to be in the Western Conference Finals? I'd like to think so.
After the Butler trade.
But they were also a Game 7 Buddy Hield 30-point performance away from losing in the first round.
I saved the day.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
But
you're righty.
Well, but I wonder if
they
how
won
good
that
those
game.
Niners teams
and
were.
I believe Kerr had something to do. Obviously, Steph. Curry a couple years ago going 50-burger in Game 7 against the Kings. But, Evan, I can't rob a coach or a manager for putting his team in a position. Yeah, you got the results. Oh, you had the better talent. But I believe Kerr had something to do with that Game 7 win over Houston. He had the experience. And I'm not saying you're saying he didn't, but I guess that comes with the territory when you do it. Like, I got to sign that stamp of approval of Bochy going to Texas, not knowing, everything that's going on, but to read the chessboard, the Ranger version, and get the best out of that group. And he had talent, don't get me wrong, and to maximize it to where those guys felt like they could shock the world and they go on and win a World Series.
Well, let me ask you this, because we feel the same way about Bochy. I think Bochy would get the best out of whatever group, whatever group he had. It doesn't sound like you believe Melvin can do that, or that's not a quality that he possesses. And I'm largely with you,
and I don't.
I think that he is a good manager, but he needs a good team. I mean, most people do, but
no doubt. Jimmy Johnson, again, just bringing him up. He said, if you don't, and I don't believe this, Evan, but he said, if you don't have the horses, you can't win the race. I go, well, damn, you breaking it down like that, then.
Well, I kind of agree with that.
From what you did, but do you?
Well, this is like what we were talking
with
about
the
last
Dolphins,
week, right?
Did nothing, right? I'm just saying, Jimmy Johnson. He didn't have him as Smith, Troy Aikman, or that offensive line.
We'll find out in the documentary.
Yeah, exactly. It's out. But he coached the Dolphins and did nothing. But, Evan, I guess I'm looking at Melvin and his past, and you could tell me if I'm being fair, but to answer your question, I think it's warranted to think about how San Diego ended with that. There's a litany of reasons why it ended, but if stuff was going on in the clubhouse, that's when I want you to wave that magic mental wand of going Dr. Phil and making it work to at least, it didn't just erode to where you did make the playoffs. Oakland, what if you tapped into Bruce Bochy? What if he had that team? Would Bochy have gotten them past those Detroit teams? Would they have won that Royal playoff wildcard game? I don't know, but I think the good ones or the great ones, that's a part of their DNA to where they get out of those situations. And I think that's why I look at Melvin like he's not bad, not a bum, a good guy. But when push comes to shove, and it's more than just the technique of the game or the science of the game, it's that mental stuff that I think Kerr, Phil Jackson, Popovich, and all the good ones have. I think he's lacking in that area.
Do you think Kyle Shanahan has that trait?
I swear to you, Evan, as much as I come down this road, I do. But I believe he's his own worst enemy in high leverage situations. He gets lemon booty in regard to what to call. In the 2019 Super Bowl in line one.
Well, then he doesn't have that trait.
No, he has that trait to get those teams there with a quarterbacks that a lot of the people would, I think it's fair to say, average or just a little above average. So I don't bypass you getting your team put in that position to have 2 Super Bowl fourth quarter leads of 10 points or more.
Yeah, I mean, those teams are also really, really good.
Yeah. With an average quarterback, if I'm being fair.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo, that's like 2 Super Bowls.
No, for sure. But Kyle, I think, he's a great head coach, and he might be his own worst enemy.
I'm feeling that.
I think he makes things too complex sometimes. I think he overthinks stuff. In some of the biggest moments, and you're right, he is responsible for getting them there. But that's to me what you're talking about, like the separation between those guys who are really good and the guys who are great. Baseball is obviously a different sport, but when I think about Bruce Bochy, I think about someone who squeezed every single last drop of juice out of that lemon.
Do you feel like Melvin's
sometimes
doing that with
I
his
wonder
team?
About Kyle Shanahan.
Okay, all right, got
I
you.
do.
All right.
And that's why I think this is a huge season for him, because I don't think that they're going to have a great, talented roster. I think they're going to have a pretty good team, but how good can this team be? Yeah, I don't know if Kyle Shanahan has been in this position before, where you look at some of the seasons where the teams missed the playoffs, right? Well, it's been obvious. 2017, they turned over, I think it was 8 starters on defense, 11 on offense. Maybe it was flipped. 2018, they were still building up, and then 2019, they make the Super Bowl. 2020, derailed by injury, and then they're right back. This is the first time where I feel like he has kind of I don't know if it's just like a regular NFL sort of setup where you got some good players, and then you got a bunch of question marks, and how can you get those question marks to play at their best?
Man, Evan, well said. So with that said, I'm just picturing Steiny coming for me here, and you can Ray Lewis me too. But with that said, I'm not making any excuses. But the fact that I'm judging Kyle at his greatest in regard to taking Purdy to a couple of NFC Championships games, Jimmy for that matter as well, let's just say somehow this season doesn't go according to plan. And before week 1, we could say he's not working with an abundance of talent everywhere like before. Evan, no excuses, people. But would you have a problem if I didn't go Thor on Kyle and just who he is as a ball coach is somehow they missed the playoffs? We kind of know why, because it's a soft reset or you're depending on a lot of, change. That I'm not going to drop the hammer and say, Evan, he's a bum now, because I can't forget what he did when he had the horses.
No, I'm not saying you're going to call him a bum.
Yeah.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco.
I hope you know what picture I'm trying to paint.
No, it's not about burying a guy, and that's where I guess
what do you know about Kyle's growth?
Not a lot, Steiny. That's where I guess I struggle in some of these conversations about like Melvin or Shanahan, guys that don't have like the ultimate skins on the wall.
Yes.
Because I think they are good head coaches.
Why do we love Harbaugh, who hasn't won a ring?
Because
and I'm one of them.
Maximizes, it feels like, all of his teams. He just does. And I think maybe because there's also an identity to them. You know exactly what you're going to get from Harbaugh-led teams.
And they blew a lead in the Super Bowl, Evan.
Which one?
To the Ravens when they or did they? They're the ones that came back.
No, they were the ones that came back. They were down by a lot,
right? But you lost the Super Bowl that you could have and should have won. Neither here nor there.
Would not say
and the only
should
reason
have.
I thought of that is lights went out when you said maximize. So does it matter if you get to the final game and you don't get it done for Harbaugh, who's one of my all-time favorite coaches?
Well, but they also had a double-digit come-from-behind game in the NFC Championship. I think that you could look at some of the games they lost in the postseason and say that's not on him. If Kyle Williams catches a couple punts or just one punt, they beat the Giants and they're on to the Super Bowl.
Smith completes a pass to a receiver in that game. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't know maybe why people don't point the finger at Harbaugh. I know I don't. I don't look at those teams like they left something on the bone. That's just me.
Is it anything about his persona or anybody's persona that could get him a lightweight pass to where we like him so much and his personality that we're a little, not blinded-y, but we kind of put you over here where you got to the mountaintop, but you really didn't. But I love what you said. He never left any meat on the bone outside of, I believe, that Super Bowl.
And I would say he didn't because they were down like 3 scores.
Then I would say, why did you get down 3 scores? You weren't ready.
Well, that Ravens team also.
No, they were good. I got you.
They ran through a couple really good squads.
Flacco's still starting, but anyway.
Dude, oh, by the way.
That bothers me. I'm sorry.
Why does that bother you?
What are we doing? How is he your starting QB?
You should be propping up the senior citizens of the NFL.
Come on.
The youth movement. Well,
I think that's a failure
them.
by Cleveland. And Flacco, I love you, but if you're the starting quarterback, something's wrong.
They have 5 quarterbacks.
That means you don't have one.
Exactly. And Joe Flacco's the guy. You like Daniel Jones getting the start in Indianapolis? Anthony Richardson's going to be on the Pines.
It's not, and he's won a playoff game. You said that last Friday against Daniel Jones. Remember for the Giants, he went to Minnie and beat him. But the bottom line, I'm not mad at Daniel, but Richardson, that says it all about who you are. If you let him come in and get that job, I could be wrong.
Well, he was just a starting quarterback. Anthony Richardson hasn't started a full season.
Evan.
Well, he can throw the ball far. It doesn't mean he's a good quarterback.
And he can take himself out of game. Remember that?
Yeah, he needs to learn how to slide. Right. Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, Evan. I love Harbaugh, but I guess I'm just coming at you a little bit, or I'm coming at myself as I just feel like he's getting a toll bridge pass, fast track of
Harbaugh?
Yeah, on the Super Bowl loss. And, I mean, if Tart doesn't drop an interception against the Rams, the Niners are playing in 3 Super Bowls in that NFC Championship game, But you pointed out Williams dropping the fumbles, and you're right. But that's kind of like it was the player's fault.
Yeah. I'll give
Dibs,
you maybe 2019, maybe the Niners should have won that Super Bowl. I do not think the Niners should have beat the Joe Flacco in that playoffs completed 11 touchdowns, did not throw a single pick.
He was on fire.
And had a quarterback rating of 120. The entire postseason.
He was a bad dude.
He was unbelievable in that playoff run to the point where people were calling him elite.
Didn't he beat Tom Brady in New England?
He beat Peyton Manning and Tom Brady.
Yeah, so
on the road.
Nothing to
I got you.
That.
Well, Eli did that twice and gets no respect, but I'll just leave that there.
He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Probably.
Oh, so thank you, Evan. Like, people scoff and laugh at me about Eli Manning. Like, he beat the best quarterback ever twice on the biggest stage, but Neither here nor there.
Well, but that doesn't make him the greatest quarterback ever.
And I'm not saying it, but I'm saying he's got 2 Super Bowls. I know he's led the NFL in interceptions a couple years, but, I mean, Evan, at what point do you look at the whole enchilada and say, we had some good times?
Well, yeah, he had 2 solid playoff runs, but again, he doesn't get to one of those Super Bowls if Kyle Williams catches a punt.
Yeah.
You know,
I can say the Rams don't get to the Super Bowl with McVay if Tart doesn't drop that pick. The game would have been over, but we can do that for some, but we can't do it for all. I get it. It just, like, we could do that all day and be here till 6 p.m.
Well, but that's why when you say someone deserved to win a game or didn't deserve, it's like,
who you taking? The Shaskies did. The Shaskies.
I prefer to give credit to the teams that won.
They did that this morning. They even asked Baldy. I won't tell you what he said until I get your answer. Kyle or Harbaugh?
You want me to play the cut first?
Oh, you got it.
Okay.
All right.
This is Brian Baldinger from the Morning Roast earlier today asked about whether he would take Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, I would take Harbaugh. Like, just because, like, wherever he goes, the toughness that he instills in his team, for him to take a Brandon Staley team that was as soft as tissue paper, right, and turn it around in 1 year and get Deion Henley on the field, like why he wasn't on the field his rookie year. Like, that guy, nobody's Fred Warner in his business, basically, but he was their Fred Warner on that team last year, instilling confidence in his quarterback, belief in his team. Like, the way that he talks is to see Derwin James. I feel like Derwin James is his son, the way he talks about his coach. And that doesn't mean you're going to win or lose. And that doesn't mean that Kyle Shanahan, because everybody does it in a different way. Pete Carroll does it differently than either one of those guys.
It's fat. This is why I love what we do. It is fascinating, Evan. I don't know what you make of that, but I would just say to Baldy, because I said I would take Harbaugh. I did say that. But I don't think what Harbaugh did, and you tell me if I'm taking this out of context, year one with the Chargers, who had talent a couple years ago in the playoff game, blew it against Jacksonville, but that doesn't supersede Kyle taking Jimmy and Mr. Irrelevant to 2 Super Bowls. Like, that's a lot.
But Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't the only player on that team.
But he was in one of the, if not the most important positions to kind of mess it up. And a quarterback, and I said to you last week.
That's why he only let him throw it 9 times in an NFC Championship game. Just run the ball. I'm not even going to let Jimmy Garoppolo try and mess this up for us. There's no chance it's going to happen.
But do you give, and it sounds like you have, but do you give him any credit for, regardless if he threw 9 times, 4 times, just the fact that he quarterbacked the season, won the playoff games as he did, and got him a 10-point lead, obviously throwing the ball more than 9 times in that Super Bowl 19.
Yeah, that was a really, really good team. And I thought Jimmy Garoppolo did a nice job as their quarterback. But I'm not looking at Jimmy Garoppolo like he's, something better than he was.
Yeah, and that's what I'm not, right. And then that's why I want to give, we got to give Kyle credit for putting Jimmy in a position not to mess it up.
So then how
the confidence.
Well then if you're taking away from Jimmy and he was the quarterback that had to go make a play in the second half, then why is that Kyle's fault?
Well, it was the play call. You put Jimmy in a position to miss throws when the Chiefs couldn't stop the run. Honey Badger said he wanted to send a gift basket to Kyle every time they called a pass play because Chris Jones, that was their only hope. If they had kept running the ball, Evan, they were at midfield in a skedaddle that, Kyle, you didn't even have to dial up a pass play. You could have ran it on that team, and maybe there's a parade here in the Bay. I woulda, coulda, shoulda.
I don't know.
I'm saying a whole lot, and again, who would you take? I didn't even get. Oh, you said Harbaugh. Yeah,
I would.
Yeah,
because I don't think that Jim Harbaugh teams leave stuff on the bone. I don't. I don't think they left anything on the bone in that Super Bowl. I don't think they left anything on the bone in 2011, 2013. Maybe towards the end of his time there when things were eroding, but that team was just bashed by injury. I think that Jim Harbaugh is someone that I trust. And I generally do trust Kyle Shanahan. And to me, you're kind of splitting hairs here.
Yeah.
But what Baldy's getting into, and I think we can get into on the other side, is again just like the kind of identity that a Harbaugh team has and that some Kyle Shanahan teams have, but not all of them. And I'm honestly not sure why. Maybe people can help us figure that out at 888-957-957. I see you, Tony in Fremont. I want to get to your call on the other side, but we got to hit a break here. I also want to remind you that coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Phoenix Mercury. And you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus, pregame beginning at 6:30. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Cool people, good time. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National. Happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes. An earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Tire-smoking burnout competition. Good Guys Autocross racing competition. Plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years of the Tri-5 Chevy and more. Happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop. Because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Your cold is coming! Your cold is coming! When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Yeah, I miss Guru, but you're also good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson alongside. And Ken, I'm going to need some help in this segment.
Uh-oh.
My screen shut down here. I'm going to need some help here.
After he's done eating.
He's always munching on something. He's fine. Yeah. He's fine. No, so you brought up last segment what the morning show kind of posed to Brian Baldinger. Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan.
And there's no loser in it.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think they're both great coaches in their own right.
I agree.
But okay.
Well, you told him.
Well, I was going to ask him to play the sound, and he just left the studio.
Okay. Yeah, you had to go get some mustard. What's up, Carter?
Carter, would you mind playing the cut that I literally just asked Ken to play in a moment? It would be great. Ken, I need you to play this sound, buddy. You literally left the studio the moment that I was asking you to play this piece of sound for me. Brian Baldinger on whether Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan. Can you help me? Yay or nay?
I mean, I would take Harbaugh. Just because, wherever he goes, the toughness that he instills in his team, for him to take a Brandon Staley team that was as soft as tissue paper, right, and turn it around in 1 year and get Deion Henley on the field, why he wasn't on the field his rookie year. That guy, nobody's Fred Warner in his business, basically, but he was their Fred Warner on that team last year, instilling confidence in his quarterback, belief in his team. The way that he talks is to see Derwin James. I feel like Derwin James is his son, the way he talks about his coach. And that doesn't mean you're going to win or lose. And that doesn't mean that Kyle Shanahan, because everybody does it in a different way. Pete Carroll does it differently than either one of those guys.
And I kind of agree with him.
Yeah.
Do you?
I do. And again, and I was just, you're like, well, it doesn't sound like it, Goo. No, Harbaugh is I hated he left here. But there is something about who he is. It's he has that man component of managing with fear and not just overdoing that, Evan. I think Harbaugh has that. And I could be wrong, but I'm not blind to the fact that Kyle's had a lot of success and nobody's thrown him under the bus. But Jim just has something about him to where there's just a natural, organic feel to where just him being in a building, Evan, guys are going to go above and beyond. And maybe it's because he played the game. I don't know, but that's what I see when I hear him talk and I look at him.
Well, that's the thing
presence.
Is he and Kyle kind of have similar backgrounds outside of that one attribute. Kyle Shanahan didn't play. Jim Harbaugh, they both come from coaching families. Jack Harbaugh's a head coach. John's a head coach. Kyle Shanahan, obviously Mike Shanahan. Harbaugh was a player. I think some people might look at Kyle, as a product of nepotism. Even though he's proven that he's been wildly successful in spite of
played at Texas. Yeah,
he did play at Texas.
Matching tattoos with my boys.
I think some of it is a little old school versus new school. Jim Harbaugh is a gritty, grimy kind of guy. His teams tend to embody that no matter where he's been. Kyle Shanahan is someone who I think is seen as like an innovator almost. You've called him boy genius. But they've both also, in their own way, extracted the best from their quarterbacks. And that's what you were touching on last segment. Like, he got what he did out of Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think Jim Harbaugh is generally associated with being able to turn around quarterbacks.
And look what he did with, and I know it was short-lived, Evan, but I mean this, Kaepernick was a phenom until it went bad, and I think Jim was a big part of that.
Harbaugh?
Yeah.
I mean, I also think the league kind of figured out Kaepernick. But you're right, he didn't help him evolve past the one place that, well, to be fair, helped get him to the edge of the Super Bowl.
And I don't even want to go down that road, but I feel like Kaepernick was robbed, or for whatever happened with Neil Gate, of making that adjustment to the adjustment.
I mean, his last season, it was
bad.
He wasn't very good.
Yep.
But 888-957-9570 is the number. To me, it's really what you want in your head coach.
That's all, E.
And I don't know if it's trying to sort of uncover what people think Shanahan is missing, what Harbaugh has, or maybe they feel completely opposite, that Shanahan would be the guy that they would want to lead their football team. I think I would have to go with Jim Harbaugh just because I get the sense that every single last morsel from the football team that he's coaching, that I'm going to get that. I don't know what it is, but I feel like he's going to get the most out of his group. And I guess I don't always feel that way about Kyle Shanahan. Let's go to Tony, who's in Fremont. Tony, what's up, man? How we doing?
Thank you, gentlemen, for taking my call. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm on the 680 corridor.
Yeah, I got you. What's up, Tone?
Oh, excellent. Thanks. So Kyle Shanahan, both of his Super Bowls. In the first one, I can't remember exactly, but I want to say it was near the end of the third quarter, and Garoppolo was like 19 of 21 or something. And I don't remember the exact stat and the exact time in the game, but I do remember it was like Garoppolo was doing everything that he was being asked to, and I don't know if Shanahan changed the protection or didn't adjust it or relied too much on the passing, but like whatever he had going, he allowed, in my opinion, to fall apart in the fourth quarter and blow a lead, and then we know the end result. And then fast forward to the next Chiefs versus Niners Super Bowl, and Shanahan's got a better team, in my opinion, all the way across. McCaffrey's better. Your receiving core is better. Your left tackle's better. Your quarterback's better. And I don't remember the exact stat, but I want to say at the end of four quarters, McCaffrey, the best player in the league, had like 16 touches, passes, handoffs. And
I'm sorry, Tony, I'm kind of losing you there, but I think we get the gist. Well, some of it is, like, Harbaugh doesn't call plays.
And
so there is a little bit of, well, I can't really blame him for that.
I got you.
Where literally Kyle Shanahan is at the controls.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And twice. So that is an astute point. And, Evan, does it matter? I kind of brought it up when we have this debate or whatnot. The fact that I'm not going to ignore, even though I took Harbaugh, what Kyle has built and where they've gotten. And, yeah, it wasn't to the mountaintop. Either one did. But, man, you just talk about how physical. Like when you ask me, what does Kyle bring? There's a physicality, right? This Niner team was, man, Evan, they were Mike Tyson in his prime in regard to on both lines of scrimmage. And Kyle was not pitch counting, even McCaffrey, when people thought that he should. He was it was physicality at its finest. And that's why that defense and Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryan, for that matter, parlayed their position at D coordinator into head coaching jobs. And that was a byproduct of Kyle. I got to give him credit for that too.
Well, yeah, his coaching tree is more accomplished than Jim Harbaugh's.
McDaniel hurting it a little bit, but yeah.
McDaniel? Mike?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but also
Pablo Escobar.
I mean, if you want to go back to his days in Washington, he's had Sean McVay under him.
No doubt.
Raheem Morris now has a head coaching job. Saleh had a head coaching job.
That's strong.
LaFleur is a pretty successful head coach in his own right. Shanahan. It's funny, like some of Shanahan's pupils, so to speak.
McVay on line one.
He kind of had as much, if not more, success than him, which is kind of I think it's interesting, but you could take it as a positive or a negative. To me, that's when I was listening to our buddy Lorenzo Neal was on Julian Edelman's podcast. I think this was last week, and they were talking about Edelman almost signing with the Niners. And when Edelman was talking about Harbaugh, I want to play this cut for you. It kind of encapsulates the way that I feel about Harbaugh and why I have
can't wait to hear it.
A little more trust in him.
I almost signed with the Niners.
Did you?
When I was a free agent. Yeah. And me and him sat for 45 minutes. And this is when there was like the beef between him and the GM at the Niners. And so he goes like, tell me, what do you want? You basically like handling the contract. And I knew like, I'm sitting there like, is this kosher? But we just sat and had a dip and talked football. Like he's like, you want a dip? And he's just a football guy.
He is.
A football guy.
Is the dip chew?
Yeah.
Oh my. Yeah.
Chewing tobacco. Yeah.
Right. I got you.
There's some people who call now Jim Zen Harbaugh.
Dude, that's a 3. Little buzz. I ain't mad. Wow.
I mean, sometimes you got to stay alive. But that's what he's like a football guy. Like, how do you? Me and the boss were doing this earlier. Well, all right. Would you consider yourself like a football guy?
I feel like I'm all 3 guy. Like, I don't feel comfortable saying I'm a football guy. Evan, I'm being real. I've said this before.
So you're not?
No, I'm all of it. I'm a sports guy.
I'm not. Well, then.
Because I don't want to sell I don't want to box myself. I don't know what. Like, you just asked me a question. Yeah. Answer it, Goo. But if I say I'm a football guy, I don't want to lose points from my baseball guy. Or my basketball guy.
Well, no one's asking you. I'm not asking you like what your specialty is. It's just
guy.
Like when I say football guy, like I think of Jim Harbaugh. I think of like Mike Ditka. I think of this is just like an old school kind of coach.
But I'm a guy from Union City on the radio talking sports. So can any of us be a football guy?
Yeah, I think we know people who are like just live, breathe football. Like that's like I don't consider myself like I'm a football guy.
Well, then I would say no.
Okay.
And I think
the boss thinks he is. I don't know if I see it, though.
I got to go in after this show.
I don't know if I see it.
Evan, how did you respond? Keep it real. Or did you say,
you are? No, I kind of looked at him like, well, all right. Well, I mean, but what does that mean? That means you get in people's grills. You're confrontational, face mask to face mask. And to me, it doesn't have to be someone who played. Like you can be a football guy without having strapped them up. I think there are people that kind of have those qualities.
So do I have to have? We brought up Tommy Pham.
He's a football guy.
All right, see, then I'm not a football guy.
Tommy Pham is a football guy.
Yeah, I'm a lover, not a fighter. If that, so I don't do that. Like when goo gets hot. Then I explode and it happens like a volcano.
Well, you got some hints, you got some traces.
Right, but I don't do it every minute of the day. I pick my spots. A football guy to me is like, come here. It's like I don't. Hey, you know what? If the boss thinks he's a football guy, that's my boss. You're a football guy. But Evan, I don't think he is.
I don't think he is either.
Because you gotta love confrontation.
I think. Oh, I don't want to speak.
No, go ahead. No, but say your truth.
The boss is great at flushing stuff.
No doubt.
He can get mad. He can get glad. Next day, clean slate.
Doesn't hold grudges.
But I guess I don't see him as the guy who's going to, stick his finger in your face and wag it and tell you to do. Like, that's not the confrontation that I sense from the boss, which is actually one of the qualities that I do like about him.
Me too. But when he goes there, it's Mount St. Helens. It's an eruption. I've seen it. But Kenny, are you a football guy?
No.
And
not
you
at
don't
all.
strike me as one.
No. And I know people who are, like, my old boss was a football guy.
Whoa.
He didn't want to hear anything about any other sport. Like, he would like other sports, but football.
Wow.
That is, even on the off season, that's how you know you're a football guy. When you're thinking about it, when there is no football actually being played.
Well,
People just love it, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. When I say football guy, who do you think of? This is from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Yeah, 415. John Madden, absolutely. Football guy.
Boom, bam.
925. Bill Parcells, football guy. Like they're old school. They have an older soul. Their approach to things is just more cut and dry.
I just had a thought.
What?
Matt Steinmetz.
He's got a little football guy to him.
No, Kenny, I'm being...
He's got a little football guy to him.
I've seen him say some things to people. I'm like, oh my God, did he just say? Like, I might have to sign off on old Steiner.
Now he doesn't
discussing sports.
Now he doesn't stand on it. He'll say it, but he won't stand on
Get
it.
nuts. Oh man.
Jawan Jennings.
That is pretty good. Pay me a What about Dibs? Definitely a football. He's Machiavelli. Like he lives for confrontation. Like he's comfortable in that.
The closest guy we have to a football guy at this station is Joe Shasky.
Now I'm thinking. Now I'm looking for and I love Joe, but the confrontation is 95% of what we're looking for.
It's just an energy. It's
he's
just
got
an
that.
energy.
Oh, he's definitely.
I don't know.
That.
That's just me.
Spadone?
No. Not really.
See, I'm looking at it like a guy that's going to say what's on his mind right then and there in front of you.
Well, in that case, Steiny isn't that.
Well, okay.
Steiny's got to think too hard about it.
But if it's energy, Shasky's got it.
I think so. By the way, not always a good thing to be a football guy. Being a football guy can get you in trouble.
Now, the one real football guy we have here is not a football guy to me in corporate setting. Lo Neal.
Well, he literally played.
Bear. Yeah, but he wasn't all in your face.
No,
he'll come to you though when it's time.
Oh yeah, if you poke the bear, it ain't fun. It ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. But Lowe's a sweetheart.
Willard.
No.
What are you looking for?
I don't know,
like
but I know it when I see it. I know it when I see it.
Bonte? Hilton, boy.
Yeah, Bonte's got some football guy to him.
He'll say what's on his mind right there.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dre is in Lemoore. Dre, what's up, man? How we doing? What's up?
I'm doing good. Evan. What's up, Guru?
What up, Dre, baby?
I'm just being cool, brother, but I can't help that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Look at you. It's dripping off of you.
Hey, the question that was posed this morning to Baldy was, who would you rather start a football team with? And I would have to go with Harbaugh, just because his first year with the Niners, he took us to the playoffs. I was at that game against New Orleans, had a great time, and to that point, Alex Smith had been a piece of crap in my eyes. I mean, I know he had it rough, but I would see Gore in the flat, and nobody's around him. He's throwing it 10 yards over his head. I'm like, what's the matter with this guy? So at that game, when he came back twice, especially after the second touchdown that Graham did, and I was looking at my buddies and I go, he can bring us back. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm lying to myself. But he did it, So Harbaugh in the short term, yes, to get a team going. But in the long term, I got to go with our coach now, because Shanahan still has the team's attention. Harbaugh wears out his welcome real quick no matter where he goes. I can see that happening in San Diego. He can get a team going quick, but he wears out his welcome. And as far as losing a Super Bowl, both of those guys are complicit in losing. Harbaugh, I can never, ever forgive him for not giving the ball to Frank the Tank at the 7-yard line.
Man.
Frank the Tank just ran 36 yards. He had 116 yards that day. had a TD. If he gets that TD, I bet guys are going to make Frank the Tank wait 5 to 10 years to get in the NFL, in the Hall of Fame. If he scores that winning TD, he's going in first ballot. And then Harbaugh, I have to disagree with the other caller that called before me. I don't know what he was talking about. The quarterback was having a great day. No, the 49ers were running just like they did in the NFC Championship game against Green Bay. I think they only let the quarterback. I can't think of his name. It's out of my head. Who's our quarterback? First Super Bowl versus Kansas City.
Garoppolo,
my bad.
Yeah.
Why did he start passing in that third quarter?
Oh, no, man.
We were running.
Yeah.
We were running. You know what? If he never passed and did nothing but run, Casey would have not had enough time. It's just.
I got you, Dre.
It's mind-boggling.
Thanks, Dre. Appreciate the call. Yeah. I mean, there is short term versus long term. That's literally the story of Harbaugh's career.
Yep.
Shanahan's still on his first head coaching tenure.
Doubt. And again, Dre heard it different, but the bottom line is starting a team, that's still the same as who would you take, right?
I think so.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no loser in it, but both have come close. Now you got me thinking which Super Bowl loss is worse if you're a Niner fan. But, Evan, I got to believe that, Gore got you down there gashing Baltimore and didn't see the ball again. And 4 of the worst out route passes by Cap I've ever seen. They didn't come close. But then you think of the Niners up T and, just keep running it, old Kyle. And woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yeah, I mean, I generally tend to think that in games in which you lead, you have a better chance to win, or you should have won in games. Like they were down 28-6 at one point.
The lights went out.
And then Beyonce took the lights out. Yeah, Goodell had to make a call, get the Niners back in that game. No, I'm just kidding. It's like that's not a game that I look at. And also to Dre's point, he said something along the lines of Harbaugh should have given the ball to Gore. Harbaugh wasn't calling plays. And I think that's where Kyle, catches a lot of heat because he has his fingerprints on so many different parts of the team.
And it comes with the territory, Evan. No doubt about it.
And that's why he also gets a bunch of credit. And you're right. Like he got a lot out of an offense that was quarterbacked by Jimmy Garoppolo, who we now know to be not a great quarterback.
And I'm serious. I'm going rap here. Like Dr. Dre made Snoop and Eminem and 50 Cent. I feel like Kyle Shanahan made Deebo Samuel. I don't know how many head coaches or offensive gurus, Evan, would have looked in the draft and said, I can use this guy. What was it, South Carolina? I got a vision for him. And we came front. Deebo was the man and this offense, and it worked.
JB is in L.A. JB, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for you got me. You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks, guys. So great to be joining you on the River Islands guest line. I love the question. I'm going to say right now, without trying to be disrespectful to anybody look, I'll just tell you, I grew up in a 49er home, a house divided. It was Brody versus Tittle. So I go back a little bit of a ways. And I'm going to tell you right now, we can all agree that Bill Walsh was the single greatest coach or happening to ever come to the 49ers. Bill Walsh in a class by himself. But I'm going to tell you right now, Jim Harbaugh, for his body of work, especially with the Niners early, and what he's been able to do at every stop, I'm going to say if he's not second to Bill Walsh, and no disrespect to longtime Niner fans, there's been great coaches throughout the history. But let's face it, Harbaugh just has that thing. I mean, I can't put my finger on it because I am a baseball guy, but I do love my 49er football. And I will tell you, Harbaugh's got that thing that makes you say, I want to play for him. I want my son to play for him. If they go co-ed, I want my daughter to play for him. Now, as far as wearing out his welcome or whatever happens, towards the middle to end of his tenure, is it Jim? Was it Jed? Was it the Yorks? What is it? But what if Jim has figured out, maybe I do ask a little much. Maybe it is a little too much Harbaugh all the time. Maybe I need to dial it down. If he's figured that out and he does any long-term work with Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Chargers, we're in trouble because he is a great, great coach. And if I had to start, I love Shanny, all respect to Shanny, 2 Super Bowls. but Harbaugh gets it right away. You want to walk through hell with barbecue beef underwear for him, and that's the kind of guy you want at the lead, man. I'm sorry. For me, it's Harbaugh, and that's all I got. Thanks so much, guys. Take care.
Thanks,
Tell us
JB.
how you feel.
So he's saying
barbecue beef. I was like, oh my God.
He's saying he's a football guy.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah. And who was the coordinator for Roman?
Greg Roman.
Yeah, he dialed up those plays. And Bill Walsh, the creator, I think it's the creator of the West Coast offense. He's the Don, man.
Oh, yeah, of course.
He was the dude.
He's one of the greatest of all time.
Oh, boy, Evan, you just got me thinking about the football guy. Now I know the boss wants to be called that, and I'm like,
Matt,
but man,
the football guy, Nahagian.
But I think
doesn't
of
roll
it
off
as,
the tongue.
Yeah, I think of it as confrontation. Like of us six and the producers, everybody here, who's going to tell you the truth right then and there?
Got to get straight to the point. We got to get straight to a break. That segment was brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and your tires, battery, as well as fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BarrierOilChange.com. Gettings in for Steinmetz with Guru. Back after this.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results? Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know. When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results? Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming improving your health today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333. 800-885-3333.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's always about the show, bro.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not saying I'm the person who's going to bestow the title of football guy on people. I'm not the czar of this term, Goo. I'm just just telling you what I feel.
I was thinking about it during the break. So the boss almost was saying, "Call me the GOAT." The GOATs can't say they're the GOATs. So for him to say, "I'm a football guy," I didn't like it,
Well, it's like a nickname. You can't give yourself a nickname. Any self-bestowed nickname, to me, doesn't have staying power. You were not given your nickname. Or, sorry, you did not give yourself your nickname.
The inventor of sports talk gave me mine.
Pete Franklin.
Yes, sir.
That's the
Cleveland.
Now, was he a football guy?
Oh, my God. He was everything. Pigskin Pete predicts. He had a segment where Pigskin Pete predicts all the games. But, I don't like that he said he's a football guy. That means he's not.
I'm kind of with you, but I didn't have the guts to say it to his face because I'm not a football guy.
You coward. Oh, my God.
Because I'm not a football guy.
So what did you say? Yeah, you are, man.
No, I said, all right, well.
Oh, Evan.
Said you're more of just a Michigan guy.
See, a football guy would have told him, you're not a football guy. That's what Dibs would have told him.
No, he wouldn't have. I'm telling you, I'm not a football guy, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, get off me.
Kenny, who's a football guy here? Keep it real.
I mean, I go with Evan, what he said. I think that Jasky's definitely a person. I think Carter might be a football guy. I think he's a good candidate for it.
By the way, you're taking this like it's some badge of honor.
Well, what about my passion? Nobody's voting for me?
You do have qualities of a football guy.
Kenny?
I'm not saying that he's Jim Harbaugh.
I don't want to be a football guy, though.
No, but
do you want to be one?
I'm turning into the boss.
You can be one. How about that?
When I get hot, I'm Ray Lewis.
I know,
on the mic.
But you're also sensitive. You're emotional. You have depth.
Oh my God, Evan, wow! Now I get what's going on.
What's wrong with that?
I called myself sensitive yesterday, so I'm not a. That's
not in a bad way.
That's a linebacker.
You got depth, Goo.
Stop it.
Football guys don't have depth.
Oh boy.
It's again why I think it's as much of a badge of honor as it is.
Dude, wow.
Kind of putting you down.
Yeah. All right. I'll make sure to stop by his office on the way out.
No, you're gonna let him know.
Yeah.
You're gonna let him know. All right, here's what we got going on the Niners today. So a couple of updates. Mac Jones not practicing today, suffered an apparent knee injury during the game in Las Vegas on Saturday. That's why they signed Nate Sudfeld.
Oh, my gosh.
And then Patrick Taylor has been sent to the season-ending IR.
Man, that stinks, man.
So, and that was with the shoulder that he sustained during the Raiders preseason game as well.
And I just asked you yesterday how comfortable, and I meant it, but Evan, it sounds like I don't want to do too much here. Help me out. I'm not a football guy. But the bottom line is I asked you
You're really
yesterday.
not going to let this go, are you?
It's bothered me. I asked you yesterday. I said I feel somewhat good where the Niners are if somehow Purdy went down and Mac had, not the whole season, had to come in. And now you're telling me he's dealing with an injury to the point to where they sign another quarterback. Like, week one could be in his availability. Hopefully you don't need him. But, damn, when does it stop?
Well, if you have Brock Purdy upright, then it shouldn't make that big of a difference. How about this? This is from Adam Schefter of ESPN. Said, I think this was...
I'm kind of down on him, too.
Who's shutting you down? We were just talking about the people that are dropping like flies in the industry. Shefty's one of the ones that's left standing.
Yeah, but he said Mike is they're headed for a divorce. Come on.
Well, what if he's right?
He's not, but go ahead, E.
You gotta be.
He's not.
See, this is, well, I don't know. Maybe you are being a football guy, right? No, I don't know. But you want to hear what his report was?
I do.
Okay, because I think it does apply to the 49ers. The Commanders of Washington could end up trading Brian Robinson Jr. over the next several days, one league source said. If they don't find a suitor, Washington could end up cutting Robinson, its primary back the past 3 seasons.
Wow.
So it sounds like Brian Robinson did not play in the preseason game over the weekend, had what's being described as a difficult conversation with his head coach, Dan Quinn, and it appears imminent that those two sides are going to part ways.
And I would say this to that, Evan, and no shade to Robinson. I like him, but you just had Jordan Mason, a young gun, and you let him get away. So now I'm just asking you, Evan, are the Niners back in the market for a running back? Like, if you're going to make that compare, hey, and they very well may be, but how do you let Baby Marshawn get out of here? That through 4 or 5 games was leading the NFL in rushing last year. Like, that would shock me if they're in the market and you had a young stud in Mason, and he's gone, and now you got to go see if you can get, if he becomes available. Like, man, make that make sense.
Well, probably because they didn't want to give him $10 million over 2 years, which is what he got from the Minnesota Vikings, 7 guaranteed. Yeah, I think it had to do with money. I think and we saw a mass exodus this offseason. Anybody who was making more money than they deserved was on the chopping block. But so does Brian Robinson Jr. interest you? He's a player who has been productive in his 3 seasons.
But if he was a starter, would San Francisco interest him? Because you're not going to be that here. They got their Jordan in the backfield.
No, I mean, well, he's never rushed for more than 800 yards. Last year set a career high with 8 touchdowns. And he was...
how many totes?
He wasn't even... Well, the leading rusher was their quarterback, but 187 carries. I mean, he split with McNichols, Eckler. Played 13 games last year. I don't think the Niners are going to try and trade for him, but I guess it kind of caught my eye because running backs have been dropping like flies.
Okay.
Isaac Guerrero, by the way, is back at practice today, which is a good sign.
I said something to you about what was his status, so that's good.
Has he been able to stay on the field much in his first
But when he
season?
had, no, but the answer would be no. But when he runs, you're like, you can see it. But, man, it's so funny, like, who that applies to in regard to all these athletes. It's not about when they're healthy, because the answer is yes. It's just about, can you stay healthy? And that goes to your, right now, what I deem your number 1 receiver in Pearsall. When he's out there, I see it, but can he stay out there? It's like crazy.
That's the question. I just think that the Niners have a lot of these, like, domino players where if they go down, I do not have an idea of what they're going to get behind them. And I think running back might be the most glaring position right now. That's the only reason I thought about it. I don't know if it's Brian Robinson Jr. necessarily.
What about Jeff Wilson Jr., who they just brought in?
Well, I think he's got a pretty good job to be their spot to be their 3rd or 4th running back, especially with Corey Kiner getting hurt, Patrick Taylor's out for the season.
For you to bring this up, I'm just asking, you got to wonder if they even saw, they had some vision for my guy, Jeff Wilson Jr., but to this degree now that this news came out about the other running back. Is he enough? And maybe that's why he go try to see what's going on with Robinson in the nation's capital.
Well, I think they'll look at it, but again, like money is kind of the problem with all of these guys, and then why I wouldn't expect them to go after not just a running back, but also a wide receiver. I think the Niners told us this offseason what one of their objectives is.
Cash.
It's to make some money.
Oh, man.
Or to not spend as much money. You know, they had, I think...
Get what you pay for.
They had the lowest cash surplus in the league last year because they spent the most. And this is a team that's in the process of, I won't say rebuilding, but certainly retooling some positions.
Being frugal?
Yeah, I mean, look, that might be a player that they go after if they're looking at, hey, you know, are we a piece away? Do we need an extra running back? Could he take some pressure off of McCaffrey?
Yeah.
I think the Niners are top 5 in terms of cap space right now in the NFL. And a lot of that next season is going to go towards their quarterback and other positions. But the Niners, you know, that was one thing that kind of caught my eye this offseason. Like when they are in, I do give them credit, and I give Jed York credit. When they believe they can compete, they are all in financially.
Right.
They're not all in financially on this season.
That is so, man. I can't say you're wrong. And what I thought about was what you, Steiny, and I did last week playing that soundbite or that clip from Kyle. I don't want to call it a State of the Union, but kind of saying, without saying it, proceed with caution. And it was just interesting. So many people took it that way. So many people took it a different way, like he wasn't saying that. But I don't know where you stand on if that's the title of the jam this year for the Niners. I mean, depth is going to be an issue. And you just wonder if, and even with the rookies getting the first crack at it, Evan, we haven't heard anything from Mykel Williams. Are we so sure his status week 1? And I know that's a couple weeks away, but man, these are guys you're counting on.
19 days from the first game in Seattle. So these guys got some time. I mean, even someone like Dominic Pooney, who hurt himself on Saturday and is going to be out for a few weeks, he might still be ready for week 1.
Yeah.
And you're going to need him because he's your starting guard. But I think it's, when I see some of this news come out, or like you were saying, well, you're down on Schefter because of the Parsons stuff, right?
Oh, I'm not a big Parsons guy. So it's not, I got to plug my ears. I don't want him traded. I just know Jerry's not doing it.
Well, you don't know.
I just said Jerry. Hey, he's not doing it.
I don't think he is either.
He's a showman. He loves this. And
I don't think he is either.
He's a detriment to the team. All money and he's an attention. I got to be careful. I can't say the word.
Yeah.
He's an attention seeker. Thanks,
that would
guys.
make you a football guy if you said something like that.
Somebody said I'm too emotional to be a football guy. Now, if that's why I'm not, I'll take that.
See, again, but that's not a negative. Being emotional is being human. This is from the 703. Boxer and Gerson working your attorney's text line. Football guy. It's the guy who you are constantly worried about that he'll get canceled whenever he opens his mouth in public.
Oh, that ain't me then. That'd be Steiny.
Steiny's not going to get himself canceled.
Well, Denzel said you got to sign up first. That was great.
Matt, I plead the fifth. Steinmetz is not going to get himself canceled in public. Now,
well, the boss damn sure is not going to do that.
I know.
He'll tell you, he's overseer. He'll tell you might be skating on thin ice. You might want to, I don't think nothing. Well, Shasky. That's my guy.
That's the reason why I threw it out there. All right. And look, and this is a fair point also from the 605. The Niners are all in financially because they have to pay for Purdy, so they need the carryover. Yeah, that's what I said. However, they have been in a position where they have just figured it out financially. That's why this offseason they had to strip themselves of so many contracts, I believe.
And
they just kept paying guys and
it was worth
rolling things over and readjusting and restructuring contracts until eventually they had to pay the piper.
Hey, look, I'm rooting for the Niners. You know this. And I'm from the Yay. I'm from this soil.
We know.
The bottom line, Evan, is I'm being redundant, but it just, if I were to listen to me say this to myself, I like it. They built something that was so wicked and intimidating. They should have a ring, the 49ers, to show for it. They don't. So sometimes there's just a natural regression or attrition to where you take a step back to take 2 steps forward. I don't know if that's this season for the Niners, but I'll just tell you this. It feels like, Evan, in regard to a grocery analogy, the cupboards are not full or abundant right now for the Niners. They're dependent on youngsters, and if some guys go down, do you have enough to replenish what you lost? And it starts with Greenlaw, starts with Hufan. All those question marks are big, so we'll see if they can overcome it. But if I'm a Niner fan, you got to be super spoiled to be mad at what the Niners are doing or not doing with their chicken because of what they've done in years past where they went there and they were there on the field to kind of get the goal, per se, and they didn't.
Well,
and now that hurts if, we got to watch, shout out Jalen, we got to watch this year because it could happen this year. They hoist up the Lombardi trophy, but Evan.
The Niners?
Yeah, if they don't, you got to think, has Kyle had his best chance as a Niner head coach and John, with those 2 Super Bowl visits and those 4 NFC championship visits where they won 2, lost to the Rams and the Eagles.
Yeah, they've been in a position to challenge for the Super Bowl, but you can't rewrite history.
Nah.
I also don't think that.
No, my point is, Evan, real quick, there's a price for that. They were that dominant that they didn't get it done, and sometimes there's just a natural attrition price to it, and that could be this season, and maybe I'm wrong, but now we're talking about they seem a little light, and Baldy was on with the Joes again this morning, just talking about if the front didn't get home, what it would look like, and I know that's across the board, but I'm just like, man, things are changing.
They have to change. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. 888-957-9570 to get into the conversation. Also the number for the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Giddings in for Steinmetz with Guru. Let's go to Mark in San Francisco. Mark, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, Evan, how you doing? Guru, how you doing?
Hey.
Yep.
Evan, I don't blame you. You're a young buck, but Guru, being from the Bay Area, being an old head like me, you must know that George Seifert is the second best coach of the 49ers. The guy retired, 5th highest winning percentage of any coach with 100 wins, had 2 Super Bowl wins.
Yeah.
And if I do feel that if they didn't lose Charles Haley, which was partly his fault, they would have won another 2 or 3.
No doubt.
Dallas 1-1.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So I think Seifert's the second best.
Why? Hey, real quick, Evan and I brought him up. I just feel like I don't know what it is that I feel like Seifert gets robbed of what he accomplished. I mean, that's a lot. Do you feel like it was already built when he took over, and maybe that's why we don't hear his name a lot when you talk about top coaches in Niner history?
I agree it was already built, but he was part of what built it.
Yeah.
The defense was also part of those championships. So, and if I think that Shanahan is behind Harbaugh, I'll give you that. I think Shanahan or Harbaugh got those teams, maybe they would have won. But hey, Seifert won too. He had opportunities and he's 2-0. So you can't put Harbaugh above Seifert.
I got you.
Interesting.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, we had brought him up in the green room, Evan.
Well, that was kind of like so the last caller was talking about, and I think he said he went back to the John Brody and Wyatt Tittle days.
Yeah.
So if someone that's been through it and lived it tells me that, I'm not going to.
Okay. All right.
I'm in no position to disagree with him because I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah, and I saw, Seifert coach had the aviator glasses on. That was his thing, and he won. But it just felt like I'm not dare doing this, but the situation in Dallas when Barry Switzer took over, he's got a ring. Evan is like, oh, you got the ring, because, and a lot of people don't put respect on it. But at the end of the day, he got it done. Harbaugh, no Super Bowl rings, and Seifert with 2, but a lot feel like Walsh did. You know what I mean? I just, if that makes any sense, man.
But I do think that people should get credit for not messing it up.
And that's why I was bringing up Garoppolo and, who gets that credit?
Well, it's different when it's like Steve Young and Montana are your quarterbacks, and there's some rollover in terms of some of the greatest players of all time. But that's, if you're looking at who can, build a foundation and a franchise the correct way, I think Kyle Shanahan has shown that he can absolutely do that.
I mean, he's done it here, man.
It just hasn't happened as quickly as the positions that Harbaugh's been in. He's taken one season to flip around. He did it with the Niners first. He's done it also, I think, and it matters to me. Some may not care. He's done it at multiple levels. He's done it at college.
Yeah. And he just did it with the Chargers last year.
Exactly.
I believe.
Yeah, well, they were a 5-win team the year before.
And they were smoking off games left and right under your boy. What was
Staley?
Yes, Staley's. Keyword stale. But yeah.
Most recently with the 49ers, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how'd that go?
Right.
Salah's back, baby.
I was hoping that he'd be a little more of a scapegoat than he was last season.
I can't wait to see what this defense is going to look like with I'm going to call him the great Robert Saleh, because that's what he was when he was here, a great defensive coordinator. Evan, is it one of those things, back to Jimmy Johnson, the old ball coach, you're a product of what you got out there. And right now you got Warner, Lenore, and Bosa. You got more than that, obviously, but those are three that come to my mind. Mm-hmm. Is that enough for you to go make opposing quarterbacks Sunday's nightmares when they play the Niners?
It might be. I have my doubts, though.
And Baldy did, too, when he joined the guys this morning.
Yeah, I think it's going to take more than those three players. You have to have studs at each spot to be a terrorizing defense. And I actually think that the defense under Saleh is going to look a lot different than it did the last time he was here. Because I think that Saleh, well, I think he's a smart guy, and I think he realizes that the game has evolved, and he's got a completely different personnel than he did the last time that he was telling Bosa and Armstead and Buckner and all those guys at D Ford up front to go get after the quarterback.
Yeah, and I thought what's my guy on Wilkes, I'm built for this. Him and Sorensen didn't blitz enough. And sometimes, Evan, you blitz because you got to create havoc because, if you guys aren't getting home up front. But I think we're going to see a whole hell – I could be wrong, but I think Saleh's not going to sit back and just take it. He's going to try to create pressure.
Well, I think we've already seen that a bit in the preseason.
I have, but I didn't want to – you're going to go it's preseason, so I kind of didn't say that. But I saw it Saturday. They were bringing some guys, I'm just saying.
Well, what was the story from your guy Chase Lucas? He told a story after the game in Las Vegas about how Saleh had sent him 135 clips of film.
Wow.
And he studied all of them, and that's how he knew exactly where the receiver was breaking out before he got that interception.
That's a hell of a story.
I mean, but that's if Saleh's doing that for every single player.
That's coaching.
And obviously his staff is doing a lot of the work as well, but I just feel like there weren't many stories like that the last couple of seasons under Sorensen and Wilkes.
I'm not mad at you.
Not that those guys aren't prepared, not that those guys aren't smart in their own rights, but there's just a different level. And I know that they didn't have a ton of offseason acquisitions, but I don't think it's crazy to feel like Saleh's the biggest one of this summer.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see
their
week
biggest
one,
offseason acquisition.
Week 1 in Seattle. Not going to be a NFL. Not going to be an easy game,
It won't. In fact, I would be surprised if the Niners are favored in that game.
How about that? Just going there. I don't think they will be. Do you know where Nick Sorensen's at now? Think about who asked you the question. I want to kind of give you a clue.
Toledo?
No.
Oh.
Ken?
Dallas?
Yes. Special teams.
Special teams coordinator?
Yes. Oh, boy, I forgot the last week to bring that up.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
For Schottenheimer?
Yeah, so it's about relationships, right?
It really is.
Go.
It really is.
Right.
Well, speaking of, I think Kubiak's kid is now the Seahawks OC.
Man.
When Kubiak, he used to be on the Niners staff.
No doubt.
We'll see what he does with Sam Darnold.
Yeah. And I love how you went over Kyle's tree, the coaching tree. That was strong.
Well,
that's it. That's
a lot of people that
man.
are connected to him have gone on to have success. I personally think that matters. Like, what was it made of? Like Belichick's coaching tree is just nobody has had much success outside of Belichick in that tree.
And our guy Vrabel.
Yeah.
No, he got fired, but yeah.
Well, you always like to say he beat Lamar, so that's all that matters. But yeah, Kyle Shanahan's coaching tree has been pretty impressive.
Like, does Evan have a tree of anything in his life? All I have is my kids. Right?
No.
That's all I got, Kitty. You got one. Yeah.
I'm a part of a couple of broadcasting trees.
No, there you go.
Not Dan Dibley.
Tell us.
Not Steiny. Not you. No, there's this guy named Sean Aronson I used to work for in St. Paul.
Okay.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
And a lot of interns before me had come through and gone on to get jobs in minor league baseball. So they're all over the place. That's a broadcasting tree.
I love it. Look at E.
Not here in the Bay Area. Not yet. Like, I don't know. You guys wouldn't take credit for me at the,
At the what?
Well, just at a function, you're just socializing. You're like, oh, yeah, he's mine.
We pump you up everywhere we go.
Yeah, but you don't take credit.
Oh, no. Come on. I'm not like some of the people that work here. Like Dibs does that.
Well, he takes credit for you.
An hour ago, and he'll take it. Like, yeah, and he tried to ruin me.
He takes credit for you, man.
Yeah.
The 49ers are favored in week 1?
Evan, come on. It's got to be.
What?
Kenny, come on.
That's from the 602. Boxer Gerson work injury attorney's text line. 49ers are favored?
Let's see. Darnold.
Don't make me bet.
Those last 2 games in many.
Don't make me bet against the Niners. All right, coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Phoenix Mercury. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Right now, still on the edge of the playoff picture. They're in 18-16, and they're fending off the Seattle Storm right now for that last spot. So they need to win tonight against Phoenix, who is 20-13. You can also catch the game on KPIX Plus. Pregame starts at 6:30. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Cars for Kids. Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-224-5353. That's 800-224-5353. Again, that's 800-224-5353.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National. The crown jewel of hot rodding. Having it all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. A huge swap meet. A vendor's midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairground. Details at good-guys.com.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos.
Now we just need to harmonize. Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, getting it for Steinmetz with Guru. We do have to get to...
How you feeling, man? Let's get to how you feeling.
I'm feeling good, but I know that you're mad at me for some reason, so I don't know
I'm disappointed. We went to the cafeteria, broke bread. I treated you.
We did.
It was your birthday.
I appreciate
my gift.
that.
No
Thank you
doubt.
very much.
I was in and out, but took care of the tab.
Animal style.
And I left you for a second because I had to do a hit in Sacramento with Kyle Madsen and K. Diddy in Sacramento.
In fact, I
1320 ESPN, our sister
actually
station.
have that audio.
Oh, what? But I'm mad because they created something before I came on, a Guru impersonation, and then you put it on social, and it kind of hurt me.
No, I didn't.
Or did you send that to me solo?
No, that was from the station.
You talking,
account. Oh, my God. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I had to, somebody
blew a gasket.
Boy. But, Evan, I thought you sent it to me laughing.
I sent that, Goo.
Oh, my. OMG, Becky.
Hey, you got to come down Ken's Road.
Evan, I am truly sorry.
Dude, I
had one waiting on you, and it's Kenny I'm mad at.
I'm not. So this is from, ESPN 1320. Yeah. You were doing a hit with him yesterday. Sister station in Sacramento. And... Was it
Kyle Madsen filling in for D-Lo
and K. Diddy?
Yeah, and
they were doing an impersonation of you,
which I knew nothing about.
Do you want me to play it?
I didn't know you had it.
Well, someone pulled it, and
what is this?
I don't know.
The preseason game. Actually,
I'm out here busting my ass, and we lose because you couldn't kick it.
As a Guru,
yeah,
I hear it. I hear it.
What are they eating?
I can't. His voice is way. I can't get my. There's a passion that Guru does radio with that you cannot imitate.
Steiny, I'm out here playing. I'm doing what I can
like I was
every day. I'm trying to bust my ass.
Jerry Jones at the end?
No, he's got a little Jerry Jones to him. Steiny, I'm out here, and I'm laying it on the line, Steiny. I'm laying it on the line, and then I can't get a win because this kicker can't do his job.
I'm going to do my Steiny. Yeah. All right, go. Hey, what do you guys think about Jonathan Kaminga?
Evan, that was a 2.
It's still going.
I don't know. I put the rat on the table, Steiny. I put it right there. I don't know what he's going to do, okay?
It's the hand.
I don't know. Anybody that's familiar, Drew Downs, what do you give me for my guru?
Oh my God.
Out of 10. It was I think that's a 7. You know, if I am to my own horn a little bit, pause. I think that's a 7.
6.5. It's below a 7. It's a little too much Jerry Jones for me.
Evan, that was a 3.
I
don't sound like that, do I?
I was going to give him a 2.
Kenny?
Well, you know what they say. Imitation is the best form of flattery.
Well,
so I think that's why I thought it was funny and why I said it to you.
You know what? I hadn't looked at it like that. I'm okay.
He's got a little bit of the raspiness down.
Well, he got a natural rasp. But yeah,
is that? Oh, he doesn't have to do anything?
Yeah, he got a special
I thought he was putting a little something on that.
In the video, he had his hands out, too, the way you like to spread your hands out when you're really trying to make a point.
So they ambushed you with that. That was before you came on. You didn't even know they did that?
No. Steiny. Oh, man.
Is that why you cut the interview short?
What you mean?
Am I telling on you?
No, what happened?
You just can't. Usually you go like 15, 20 minutes.
No, they blew past the break. So I've been in the business, had you waiting. They didn't know where I was at, what I was doing. So I let them know, hey, I've been, hey, guys, that could be the last one. But we talked Kaminga.
No, I'm sure you're going to go on again because those are your guys. And we're all friends here in the business. But
that was not me. That's Steiny.
We got some work to do, boys.
Yeah, there we go.
We got some work to do on the Guru.
And I'm not mad at you. I'm sorry, man. I truly am sorry.
What? Oh, because
I thought that was Kenny.
I'm just like typically between you and Steiny, I usually catch the stray because that's just what happens on this show. You guys are just firing all over the studio. Everybody can catch one, and I'm just back behind the glass.
Those are my guys, but yeah, I'm with Kenny.
I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah.
In fact, at first I was kind of interested because I saw that the clip was, all right, Guru impersonation. I'm like, well, okay, let's see, give him a shot. Because I saw that you did your Jerry Jones on their hit.
Yeah.
You take the big round bag and something about bacon.
No, you take the big round bag and you come back with bacon. Evan, what happened to the pig?
See, that one's pretty good. And that's how Casey sound or K Diddy, right?
Yeah,
Sorry.
K Diddy.
Yeah, that's how he sounded to me. He sounded like somebody that was doing an impression of you doing a Jerry Jones impression.
Yeah. That wasn't too flattering. Yeah. Little Daryl, they're making fun of you. I said, son, Little Richard, if they're not, those are my guys. If they're not talking about you, that's when you got a problem. Man.
I know. Yeah, I'm with the 925 here. It sounds like Guru after he's given one of his pregame speeches and he's losing his voice.
And that's, real quick, back to the football guy. I guess that's what's hurt that I didn't get the nod to be the football guy with those speeches. So if you had a do-over to think about it, do I make it now that I reminded you I give the speeches?
Everyone has a different definition of a football guy. For me,
that hurt, man.
It's someone that kind of speaks before they think.
Oh. Well, I thought it was passion. That's why you said Shad. I get that. We're passion brothers.
You guys are a little bit different. You're both passionate people, but I'd say you're very different.
Right, but all right, hold on. Let's end it on a good note. What do you mean? I know we're different, but we run hot.
You do. And I would say that, well, I got to be careful here. You both bring your passion to the airwaves in a way that others cannot at this station. I can't, like that octave I can't get to, even if I'm that mad. And you've seen me mad a couple times.
Come on now.
Yeah, Furnace will pop. I can't get that loud. I just can't do it.
But yet you put him in the football guy, and I didn't make the club.
Do you want to be a football guy?
I do. I'm with the boss. I'm hurt. Kenny, I didn't make the club. Tell me why, coach.
To me, like, it's not just some exclusive elitist club.
He's got FOMO. He wants to be part.
He wants to be in every club, though.
I get it.
You know, you can't be in the crochet club. You can't be in the knitting club. You can't be in every single club, Goo.
Yeah, I ain't in the Olympic club. That's for sure.
Maybe I'm putting it in. This is from the 415. It's clear Goo's a football guy. He's a Cowboys fan.
But I'm from the Bay.
I know you are.
That's different. I don't root against the Niners.
I know you
grew up
don't.
watching the game. You know what I mean?
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. But and
I'll
that's,
get over it.
No, you won't. We're gonna talk about this. This is gonna be a running segment. I'm not gonna call it a bit.
We know Steiny's basketball guy. Am I in that club?
I'd say of the three major sports.
Begging, forget it.
No,
Tell me I'm pretty.
Well,
that never works. Tell me I'm not gaining weight. I get it. Let's move on, E. I thought I was mad at you, but I'm not, man.
Well,
Kenny, it was your fault.
You try to be mad at me. That's fine. FOMO's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. Goo. Oh, there was actually, God, there was something I wanted to run by you. So we talked about, so you didn't like that Flacco is the starting quarterback for the Browns, right?
Thank you. God bless you.
Well, yes, no, I got to ask why. Because
you got to turn the page.
But he's got the most experience. He's the best man for the job.
But I'm telling you, they're going nada finito with Flacco. He's a statue, and I love Joe.
They made the playoffs with him.
But Evan, I'm talking about Gabriel or Shadur. You drafted two quarterbacks. It's one of them. Get the old fossil out of there. What are you afraid of? Take that Band-Aid off.
Well, what I'm afraid of is they've never played football before in the NFL.
Well, Troy Aikman didn't. They went 1-15. He had to learn the hard way.
But he was the number one overall
Trey Lance,
pick.
They threw him to the Wolves.
Well, yeah. I mean, how did that work out?
Yeah, there's different circumstances.
And now he's with Harbaugh, and everybody thinks he's a different guy. Which, by the way, the Niners play the Chargers this weekend.
Yeah, last game preseason.
Thank God.
Especially
get to
for
the regular
Niners,
season.
No doubt, man.
Well, as long as they don't get anybody else hurt, that's really all that matters. It feels like every single time we get an update about the Niners down in Santa Clara. And today, look, they got Garendo back, but then they find out Patrick Taylor's on season-ending IR. You sign Nate Sudfeld because Mac Jones has got a knee injury. And you already had 27 dudes down. You lost Corey Kiner for a few weeks. Dominic Pooney is on the shelf for a few weeks.
Yes.
I mean, they might need you to strap up.
Well, I'm not a football guy, so I won't be able to make it. But the bottom line, Evan, when does it end, man? And I know every team has a story in injuries, but Pooney on line one, that's a very big concern. But I guess if we're being proactive, Garendo's back, I'm being proactive in regard to he'll hold up. And Evan, he held it down when he's out there, but it's just about what if he were to go down? That's when attrition kicks in, and you're like, okay, now we miss Patrick, yada, yada, yada. But I will stand on this, and it's #random. Evan, for you to, and I heard Spadoni this morning bring up Robinson in D.C., I'm just like, do you think they jumped the gun, or they just were not going to pay who I deemed baby beast mode, Mason, that money, especially to be the Geico to McCaffrey, or they were like, Garendo's better. Obviously they had to, it's just, we can't afford that. And we don't think the discrepancy from or the gap from Mason to Garendo is enough for us to pay this chicken to retain him.
Well, what I don't want to do is every single week come in on Monday and say, oh, well, they should have kept Mason, or they should have kept Hufanga, or they should have kept Greenlaw, or they should have kept Debo, or shelled out some money for Charvarius.
Does it have the ingredients to get there, do you think?
You said goodbye to all of them. So this is what you asked for. If guys play inconsistent the positions behind them, then that's what you're going to get. But they're replacing several starters. Now, not all of them were good last year, and that's a big reason why they're gone.
All right.
But you had to turn the page at some point, and they just ripped the Band-Aid off. The 49ers ripped the Band-Aid off of
so you're saying
their
they
last
signed
Super Bowl
up for
window.
this. If it pops off like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can still be a good team,
Yeah.
but when you're seeing a bunch of new faces or new numbers in those positions, safety, maybe it's the third corner, off-ball linebacker, defensive tackle, defensive. When you're seeing new people and they make mistakes, we shouldn't be so shocked. We can be disappointed.
Yeah.
No, there's no doubt you're going to be frustrated by these guys being
and that
inconsistent.
that has to be a part of, Evan, and I know we're going to get to that show down the road here before week 1. You, Kenny, and anybody here at the station or any Niner fan out there, that has to have some bearing on the win total for this season, with that being a part of what it could be like.
Well, that's why I think 10.5 is.
Is that what it is in Vegas?
Yeah, it's a tough number for me to say they're going to go over.
I'm with you.
It's tough for me to say yes. I think they could win 9 or 10 games, but 11, like you're playing damn good football to win 11 games. You know, the Niners, the year that they made the Super Bowl, I think only won 12.
Man, just think about that right there.
I think they got their work cut out for them, and especially when they're dealing with all of these guys going down, it's mainly hurt their depth. You know, I don't think it's there.
That's
hasn't
everything in football.
Well, Pooney is the only injury right now that really is alarming. If he misses time, because he's at a position where you don't have a bunch of serviceable dudes. Well, Michael Williams is a rookie, so I mean, you're going to pencil him in as your starting defensive end opposite Bosa, but I haven't seen him. I don't know if he's good yet. I think he's good.
But I guess what I'm saying, well, whatever's hampering him, there's been a delay in him getting up and running.
Michael Williams?
Yeah. It is what it is.
You're right.
Man.
You're right. And we're looking at other guys around the defensive line, and Alfred Collins has kind of had a slow start. C.J. West looks really good, but
Nick Martin had a good game.
He hyperextended his knee. Yeah, well, Nick Martin had a great week 2. He had kind of an inconsistent week 1. And that's where, every single week, I just think this team is going to look really different. And the most balanced side of the ball, or the most stable side of the ball, is their offense.
Right. Until there's an injury to
which is
big left tackle.
Guys are going to win some games. Or guys are going to miss some games,
It's a violent game, man.
There's no doubt. It's the most violent. You got to be a football guy.
Mm-hmm. People saying I'm from a baseball city, Carlos Austin.
A baseball city?
Yeah. Darren Lewis.
Union City?
Yeah. Darren Lewis, center fielder for the A's and Giants.
Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah, from the Union.
Aaron
Ledesma played for the Orioles.
I know that name.
Shortstop.
What are you sniffing about?
It's my city.
Eddie
House just did a podcast with Shaq and Mike Bibby.
He's a basketball player.
Phil Handy, coaching in the Lone Star State.
We all got players.
Yeah, there we go.
El Cerrito, we got Drew Gooden.
Drew was a baller, man.
Guy had game.
Yeah, he did.
What about
Give me one, El Cerrito. I'm trying to guess one.
Marcus Simeon.
Man.
Aaron Banks.
Not having the best year, huh?
No.
Yeah, under Bochy.
No, he's not. He's not playing that well this year.
Baseball. I'm like, dude.
Still making a lot of.
He's a baller, no doubt.
No, he's a champ.
Yeah.
Q, I feel like I hurt you today, and I want to apologize for that.
Well, I was mad. Hurt me how?
Well, because I didn't put you in the club that you wanted to be in.
Now, yeah, we'll talk about that after. I'm not a fraternity guy.
No,
I went to a JUCO, so I couldn't be one.
Yeah, I wasn't in a fraternity either, but I'm not going to put you in one unless you really want to be in one. But again, you can't ask to be in a fraternity.
No doubt,
you typically get invited.
They call that thirst and being overzealous, and that's what I am. But I'm going to text Shasky if he ain't listening. If he is, congrats. He'll be like, what for?
I don't think
You're
so.
the football guy. Kenny had him. You had him. But I'm going to tell the boss, you and I need to go cry in our beer because we didn't make it, baby. He's not a football guy.
You said that he couldn't be in.
Well, you were scared to tell him he wasn't in, so I'm going to just tell him you said you were frightened.
It's more about
timid.
If you're putting yourself in a club. It's not just the football guy club. If you're giving yourself a nickname, if you're putting yourself in a certain place, and it's not organic, I have a hard time believing it.
I got you. Like Deion Prime Time, that was given to him.
Yeah, prime time. Well, that makes sense. He is.
Yeah,
he's prime time. I'm trying to think if there's a nickname that was self-bestowed.
Drake gave Steph the chef.
Yeah, a nickname that was self-bestowed that stuck. You walk in, you're like, hey, I'm a...
Does T.O. count if that's your initial?
I'm the Flash.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. Well, it's his initials.
He's a bad dude.
I know. He was.
Yeah.
He was. I mean, well, the Niners could use some
Thundercats. Dude, it's almost too perfect, and people make fun of it, Evan. But
Who's the Thundercat on the 49ers?
Fred Warner. They got three right now.
But he's not that young, though.
He ain't old.
Why do I think of a Thundercat as being like a pup?
No, a Thundercat is
like, to me, like Ricky Pearsall is a Thundercat.
Anthony Edwards. No, he's too. We got to see it. We haven't seen it. We believe it's in there, so he's on the verge of getting into that club.
So Thundercats are proven.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards is a Thundercat. In his prime, I believe Warner's a Thundercat.
Bosa
in his prime, I'll give you that Thundercat. Purdy, if you live up to this contract,
is Brock a Thundercat?
He's on the cusp. Like, we got to see what he does, because they're going to need him to be, if they're going to do anything, Evan. If they're going to get that 10.5, we're going to see a different version of Brock than we've seen, because he's had he ain't running from it, but he's had what you said earlier, real quick here. He's had the luxury of having so much wealth around him in regard to talent, and for whatever reason, not that much now. Guys are gone, so we'll see, and I like it. I want to see, let Brock cook, you know? I think that's what you signed up for.
Well, I think if they win 11 games, he's going to have to.
Yeah, Evan. I mean, how can it not be that? And that's not a bad thing. Oh, let Brock cook. Oh no, dude's mature. Let's see.
Well, maybe you find out Christian McCaffrey's got another great year left in him. The defensive line that looked kind of like three question marks. Mykel Williams is a great edge setter. C.J. West pops like a young DJ Jones, which people have been comparing him to. Fred Warner remains at his all-pro level. D. Winters takes a step. Demo is one of the best cover corners in football. Renardo Green, who, by the way, was also back at practice
Florida
today.
State, that's Vontae's guy. Florida State.
He had a nice rookie season.
I'm not mad at him. Now, I know but I got to say this about just what we've talked about with Ramos earlier. I got to just bring in my Kaminga take for the day.
Okay.
Do you think he's done anything with his representation a couple years ago? And tell me if I'm being fair, because I'm not trying to hammer him at all. I'm a Kaminga fan. But do you think he's done anything in the public eye to turn the fans on him? Like when he's giving quotes of, I don't think my coach believes in me. I got to go through the OGs first. And he's kind of telling, it ain't just me playing natural basketball. There's a lot going on. But I don't think fans turned on him. Or do you think some have when that happened? And then they kind of erase it. Oh, he didn't make, But it's out. Once you say it, it's out. And fans react the way they do. I do wonder, and I meant to bring it up in our discussion, if you look at Kaminga to where he might have turned some fans off with his verbal wordplay.
I mean, I think most people that were out on him, I don't think people have changed their stance on him that much this summer. I think it's just, maybe it's widened the gap between, I don't know, the stands and the non-supporters.
The
that
Tims
kind of
and
stuff.
Raleigh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think people want closure, Goo.
But do the Warriors want closure? And again, you said it and you had fun with it. Ramona Shelburne said I'm ready to really take a victory lap, because I've been saying it. Hey, Steiny, hey, Evan, I think the biggest supporter in all this, what it means, I don't know, but it means to me why he's still in a Warrior uniform right now. And I told the guys in SAC that is the owner. And I'm not playing Billy Badass, but the bottom line is when you're the owner, you answer to you are the guy. And Evan, I really believe it could be a power struggle, something going on to where Joe Lacob is just not ready to take pennies on the dollar or a quarter on the dollar, because he knows this guy is going to be part of his future. He's got the age, the Emmitt Smith, 22 years old. My gosh, he's not even in his prime, Evan.
Well, no, he's not, but also they've spoken glowingly about other players in the past that have then moved on.
Wow.
I mean,
and
Jordan,
paid guys.
Well,
too.
Jordan Poole on line one.
And he got his chicken.
I'll still never forget Dunleavy sitting at the podium saying we want him to be here for a long time.
That happened. And was it the next day?
It was like a week later.
Right.
But yeah, they traded him for Chris Paul.
Dude, man.
Sports is cutthroat, man.
No, that it is.
I mean, we're
talking
reminded
about
of it every single day. I think that where we started today with Ramos, he was just feeling the pressure of some of the pundits, some of what we're talking about, some of what people are throwing in his face on social media. It just boiled up and it came out.
Let's say he goes 3 for 5 tonight against Diego. They win their 3rd in a row. Would you be mad at anybody, or would you come in here tomorrow and be like, maybe that lit a fire under him?
No, I mean...
But that's the game of baseball. If you're superstitious, you got to, maybe go back to that point and say, hey, Ramos, I don't know if you know it or not, you're on fire since. Not how you drew it up, but, man, you can't ignore it.
How I would look at it is if this team starts to take off and play well, maybe there was some, a sense of urgency around, okay, well, if this reporter, people are talking about Melvin, maybe his job is actually on the line. We got to start playing for our skipper. But even that, I don't really feel, because they don't believe, I think they don't believe it's Melvin's fault. I think they're taking ownership of it, and they feel like they've been letting him down. I think they feel like they let each other down, which is why Buster Posey had to make the moves that he did at the deadline.
And real quick, if you're right and if they feel like the onus is on them and Buster feels that way, Evan, Melvin's not going anywhere.
Well, if they keep winning, but I don't know. I mean, maybe by the end of the season we find out some other stuff that's going on behind the scenes.
No doubt about it.
They were covering it up. All right, Football Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can count on much these days. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got the crossover with Willard and Dibs coming up next. That segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49. Comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.35% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at star1.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of August 1st, 2025 and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent. Fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I feel like I hurt you today, and I want to apologize for that.
Well, I was mad. Hurt me how?
Well, because I didn't put you in the club that you wanted to be in.
Now, yeah, we'll talk about that after.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is the crossover. Giddings Guru, Willard Dibs. What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Willard got a fresh cut.
Yes, he did.
Hey.
Pay the under.
Hey.
Wasn't hard to tell.
I mean, what, Mark, before we came in, we were talking about haircuts, and Mark said, there's no doubt Guru's going to mention my fresh cut.
I saw it from out here and through the window.
I mean, we were about to set the over-under, and Mark said, I'll put the over-under at 9 seconds.
You're walking a little straighter.
Yeah, you fresh. I see you freshly dipped.
JJ Watt tweeted it one time a couple years ago, and I don't know why it stuck with me. He goes, is there anything better than fresh cut confidence? I don't know what it is.
There's a doc that I'm trying to work on, and it's men and women at the salon and the barbershop. You just go in there. You're brand new.
You come out an inch taller, even though for some haircuts you're an inch shorter.
Same for a shave too. Like if you get a close shave, put the towel on, just start feeling yourself a little bit.
When he's Jordan fresh, I'm like, look at him.
That'll be tomorrow. And,
you look good.
Well, thank you. We've gotten into a rhythm where my daughter, who's about to be 3, she'll say, Daddy, cut your beard, cut your hair. And it's like, I'm not going to cut it just for your amusement.
I love
Tomorrow will be beard and hair day. You do the little skull shaver. Mm-hmm. Shout out Pitbull, the Pitbull Silver. Changed my life. So,
How long does it take you, Dibs?
It takes me about 10 minutes
Oh, you're
to
in
fully
and
do
out.
it. And then,
All right.
you got to get behind the ears and on the ears and a little bit of the neck. And sadly, there's a little bit of upper back that needs to be addressed. But if I think about if I got my hair cut in a salon, shout out Great Clips and the great people at Great Clips.
Oh, yeah.
If I did, 12 cuts a year, a cut a month, which is about the average. I think, Mark, you probably go about every 4 weeks, I'd say, 3 or 4.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
You're talking about 12 cuts a year times 25 plus tip. That's a clean 400 or 500 right there.
Yeah.
So,
cuts are going for a little more than that.
Yeah, 25 only.
Or you could be a teenage girl, and that's one trip.
Wow.
One trip.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You all right? You okay?
No.
Look at
No.
I'm definitely far from okay.
I'm not okay.
It's funny because my daughter, who's almost 3, goes to the same place as her mom.
Okay.
And, she got her first real haircut. And clean 70. And that's not a lot for a woman's haircut, but 70 for the mom, 70 for the daughter, plus tip.
Lord.
And I'm thinking, when I was a kid, it was get on the stool on the front porch and my mom slapped the bowl on you. You want the soup bowl or the salad bowl? And it was just whap, whap, whap.
Man.
Mom wouldn't even wet the hair. It was just like dull scissors and you shutting up. And that was your haircut.
Man.
Shout out the
Those were the
70s.
days.
Dude, 70. Like, this is the thing. I know because your birthday was last week. You're 57. But like, when you talk about your childhood, it sounds like it was right before the Model T came out.
Right, the 40s.
Like people went to the barbershop in the 70s. That was just your house, I think.
Right.
I mean,
fancy people went to the barbershop.
Really?
Well, when you were
I wasn't fancy. I went to the barbershop. I mean, I was 5.
7 years later.
Come 1980. But
Right.
that's only a few years later.
I'm not trying to profile you
I went
versus
to the hair barn.
look at
Foster City, Marlin Cove.
We were in the
Cul-de-sac.
70s, family of 6 in a 3-bedroom that was my grandpa's house across the street from his house. We didn't pay rent, and we still, we weren't scraping, but we weren't exactly spending. And so when it came time to frivolous things like, haircuts, it was you sitting down and you shutting up.
Wow.
And that was the haircut. I shared a room with my 2 older brothers, and when I was 4, they were 10 and 9 respectively. Oof. And your boy took a lot of L's.
Look at him.
Yeah, you'd have to spell Willard with about 87 L's to account for the L's I took. So yeah, the 70s, things were a little different.
I can imagine.
Man, he laid that out. He was right.
You ever cut your hair, Goo?
Well, we called it a kitchen cut when you couldn't get to Hamilton's in Oakland. My first haircut on International MacArthur Boulevard. But yeah, we'd be like, that's a kitchen cut. That ain't pro.
The kitchen cut.
Yeah, that's what we called it.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Ramos.
Yeah,
Let's get their
kind
thoughts.
Well, I know this came out during your guys' show yesterday or right before.
We did the last hour was on this, and people were really hot on it. And I know and right before we got off the air is when he publicly walked it back.
Yeah, it was right before first pitch.
Because Osler
right?
joined the Joes this morning and kind of said he wished he would have did something different. And I was like, then I love Scott. That's my guy. He kind of said it.
The quote is the quote. I think even when you read the quote, my immediate thought was, look, this is a young player, and some people also point out English is not his first language. So I don't know about word choice and whatnot. I don't think anything malicious was happening here. However, there's a couple other ways to also frame this. I'm always surprised when any player goes there. No.
Yeah, that's not a winning battle.
Just don't bring up the fans, period, unless they're throwing things at you or saying racist things, like misbehaving, being outside the law. Outside of that, when is it going to be learned that you don't bring up the fans?
That's what Evan was saying.
Here's where I am today, though. I think that this whole thing is the result of the echo chamber in which the 4 of us and many others live, which is either sports radio, sports media, or just anything on your phone or your laptop.
Because he's here, he heard.
If I had one question for Heliot, that would be it. Where did you hear that the fans were against you? Where did you hear that?
No, that's phenomenal.
They're out there in the stands every game.
I mean, they were getting booed the 2 nights before Sunday, right?
Okay. a couple times.
Yeah, National Sunday, that game.
And,
I mean, like,
we're not talking like a parade of booze.
Right.
There's a few people out. Like, where did you come away with the idea that the fans are against you? Because I would argue that the behavior that is actually happening in the world, you wouldn't see any evidence of that at all. Right?
I mean, well, and maybe it is just the internet. I think most people are pretty down on the Giants, and in particular, Heliot Ramos, just because guy can't run to third base. Guy doesn't know the infield fly rule. Guy can't throw the ball to second base. Guy is having trouble communicating in the outfield with his center fielder. Like, he's doing a lot of things that draw attention to him. When I read it, I heard a player who was really frustrated with the way that he's been playing and kind of took it out on everyone else.
Isn't that different than the fans are against us, though? Like, I can be...
Well, he feels like the fans are against him because he's performing so poorly, and they're all coming down on him.
And he's hearing it.
And where's he hearing it?
And that I would love to have him answer
And my
that.
argument is, you're not hearing it in left field.
No.
You're hearing it on your phone.
On the internet.
Yes.
And I'm just looking here at a Facebook group that's called Crook and Kipe, and they've got 115,000 members for whatever that's worth. 5 days ago, all caps, fire Bob Melvin was the post from somebody on that site. And you go to Reddit, and 2 months ago, at what point can we start to seriously discuss firing Bob Melvin? McCovey Chronicles, 8 hours ago. Do you think the Giants should move on from Bob Melvin? So you can go anywhere on the internet, Instagram and TikTok and Twitter and Facebook and Reddit and all the rest of it. I think that, Mark, to your point, is much more of an echo chamber than it is like the people in 122 chanting fire, Bo Mel.
I agree.
Because I haven't heard that when I've gone to the game.
My question to the three of you right now, like, do you actually think the fan base wants to fire Bob Melvin?
Oh, that I think
yes.
I want to say I'm going with the.
And where did you hear that?
I would go online and social media.
That's what I'm saying.
Evan gave me the court of public opinion, which I've put myself there. I'm going off of that.
I want to know if any of you feel that based on anything other than A, our shows, or B, the internet.
Well, yeah. I mean, I meet people in the street, see people at a cafeteria. Hey, what's going on? You watching the Giants lately? Oh, yeah, they stink. What's wrong with them? Bob Melvin, get him out of here. Like, I mean, these are conversations
yeah, no doubt. I'm good.
Okay. No, go for it.
No, but for me, Will, and I kind of got here a couple of months ago, right or wrong, if you agree, it's just my prerogative.
Bobby Brown.
Mel's just not my type of guy. And so I say I've been here a little sooner than others, and I could be wrong. So I hope I don't come across as I'm letting that affect my opinion. Dibs, there's just something about my ideology of a skipper, and I feel like I just want a little more zest from my skipper.
Yep.
Maybe manage with fear without even having to press that button. So that's how I've been there. And then when they fell off with the play, I told Evan, I'm hearing too many players say, we get whoopings, we get put on restriction. You shouldn't have to do that to illustrate to the fans that there's authority being handed down. Do it with your play.
I wonder,
and maybe they might do it here moving forward.
Sorry, Goo.
Yeah.
I just wonder what manager is zesty, because the idea of the zesty manager, Don Zimmer and Jim Leland and Lou Piniella and
Whitey Herzog.
I mean, we can go as far back as you want, but the zesty manager no longer exists. And the thing that makes me wonder is all the players basically coming out in that Osler article, and it's Chapman and Moore saying it's us, and they're right, it's them. Now, can he get zesty and make Chapman all of a sudden hit? And I know he's hurt right now, but if you look at Rafi Devers, he quietly is having an awesome month, an OPS of about 950, and maybe it just took him time to get comfortable, new league, new city, etc. I'm not saying that makes everything okay. I just look at the situation with Bob Melvin and the situation with the team, and I don't look at Bo Mel, and he hasn't had a great year. He's made mistakes.
I appreciate
He's
that.
left pitchers in too long. He's, mismanaged certain situations, but if you compare who's had a worse year, the team on the field or the manager in the dugout, it's the team on the field for me.
I almost felt like in reading the Scott Osler article, I was thinking of you. I was thinking of you because there's been plenty of criticism or questioning of Bob Melvin but you are the one, in my opinion, and maybe this is my echo chamber, but you're the one that wants him to flip the spread. You're the one that I hear in my life that it's not just Bob made a bad decision or I don't like Bob or whatever. You're the one that wants him to huck stuff off of the dugout wall. That and again, you just said it. He's not my kind of guy. And the specific question that got Ramos to say that quote was talking about that exact idea from Scott. I believe it was something along the lines of people want Bob to show more emotion and anger. And Ramos goes, he's not that kind of guy. And then launches into, fans don't know what the hell's going on in here. And they're against us now and all this. And so I'm giving it to you, Goo.
I'll say this to that, if you guys allow me. It's not just, it's more nuanced than the spread. It was when Ramos was running wild and there was no punishment. And Steiny was like, they can't afford to have anybody in left. No, I felt like those were opportunities to kind of nip it in the bud from a mental standpoint, and maybe it gets rectified or he gets back on his horse sooner with the mental game. So it wasn't the spread. It was sit his ass down one game. We're at the 20. We can one game for the betterment of the team. And he allowed that to go on, and he didn't do it. So I get it. You got to win the game. But at what price, Evan, are you costing your team from sending messages as opposed to us going to win the game when you're letting – and again, Ramos' name could be Simmons. The bottom line is that player should have sat out, and he, I believe, would have got a message of, I kind of deserve this. Let me check myself. And you could be like, hey, you guys, that happened 20 times. You just don't see it, Goo. So I was disappointed on that front.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And what I was telling Goo, like, the more I think about it, it's not necessarily that they should sit a guy in, to punish him, but I do feel like the fact that they have so many everyday players is taking a toll on some of these guys. Like, they get no days off, they get no rest, and that's the way that I think Buster Posey wants this team to be. You want a bunch of everyday dudes you can depend on, left versus right, and I'm just not sure how many of them are built for that. I'm not sure how many of them are going to succeed basically having to hit in disadvantageous positions. And I feel like it might sound like an excuse, but we're in the dog days of August. Like, they've been busting their ass for 4 months and then some during spring training. And mistakes happen generally when you're tired. You make mental mistakes. You have physical mistakes. You're lackadaisical. You're taking plays off. And I feel like that's happening more and more. Maybe not the last 2 nights, but that's been kind of a common theme for the Giants.
Do you have specific dudes in mind when you say, like, everyday players who maybe aren't
like Willard Dibs has taken 1 day off the entire year.
Right. But
Heliot Ramos has to take it off.
Yeah, he had to. Heliot Ramos has played 123 games.
Well, I would argue, I mean, just devil's advocate if you want, like, this fan base for years has been begging for everyday players. And now they've got them.
Well,
now we're going to say that they're overworked.
I'm not. So that's E.
I want to know. I'm genuinely curious.
Well, you want everyday players.
Yeah.
I think you're finding out not all of them are everyday players.
So that's what I'm asking you. Who do you feel is not an everyday player who right now the Giants are using as one?
Ramos.
Okay.
Ramos specifically.
Do you know what his splits are?
Yes.
They're literally right down the middle.
Not last year, and it's his second season.
This year.
I know they are this year.
OPS,
I'm saying over his career, they're not.
Okay. I mean, 753 against lefties, 746 against righties.
Last year he hit 1,000 against lefties.
Right.
And it's significantly worse against righties.
But this year is what matters, right?
I'm taking the full sample size.
Okay.
In July and August, he has 2 home runs, and he had a 623 OPS in July and 648 in August. To Evan's point about fatigue and wearing down, I think that is a player that you could look at and say he might be getting tired. He's playing more than he's ever played in his life.
The next question is the obvious one is, so who is it that you would like out there that the Giants have?
No, I think that's the issue.
For excessive off days.
They don't have anyone, and that's something they need to address.
So, Evan,
I don't know how many teams have that.
I just got to ask
a fourth outfielder?
No, a fourth and a fifth and a sixth. Like you're
he's
not
an
just
everyday player. He just made the All-Star game. I know that was last season. So you're ready to say you think he's not an everyday outfielder?
No, I'm saying he might need some days off as opposed to playing every single day.
And I would just ask you, who's that on?
It's on Melvin, it's on Posey, it's on having some sort of backup plan for when Ramos has played 13 days in a row. And is making mistakes in the field.
I see it a little bit differently. The field mistakes are he's just not a very good outfielder. He's still a young player. Can he get better? I don't know. I hope so. But I think that baseball is built in such a way that every single player, and we could do this.
Chapman's had some more errors than we're accustomed to.
Well, but we could do it with all players, meaning that we can pick out a month to 6 weeks where they sucked. We can do that with Devers. We can do it with Adames. We can do it with Chapman. We can do it with Jung Hoo Lee, unfortunately, multiple times. So the fact that I guess what I'm saying is I'm not ready to say that what happened with Ramos over the last 5 weeks is definitely fatigue.
I get it.
I sort of believe that that's baseball.
It is, but
he's slumping.
We point to Wilmer Flores as being fatigued because he's older. Right, but
I think his body just broke. Yeah.
And Heliot Ramos has already had more plate appearances now this year than he did last year, and so I do think that there is a little bit of that fatigue. And your point about who else you're going to put out there is fair, and it does go to Buster Posey, where you've got Gilbert now who has come up since the trade, and he's a guy who you can at least feel like you can put out there. But before that, outfield-wise, you didn't have a lot of options. And so Ramos was phenomenal in April and May. June, he was still pretty good. And then July and August, he's fallen off the map as far as his power and his OPS goes.
Yeah, I mean, again, the season OPS is 748. If we're going to take a step back and look at this from 10,000 feet, I'm gonna take that. That's a good baseball player. The Giants actually finally have a left fielder. I'll buy that, like, if what you're saying is just like mix in a few more days off. But I largely want those guys out there almost every day.
Everyday player doesn't mean you're playing 162. Like if you look at a lot of the championship teams did not have guys playing more than 140 or 150 games.
I mean,
that's like 2 weeks off built into your season.
If you want to sprinkle in a couple here and there, 1 or 2 a month, I don't have an argument with that. But
and my point is they can't really do that with the roster they currently have. The most depth they have is at first base.
I mean, I think what we're asking for largely doesn't exist. I hope that, I wonder if everybody knows this. The teams that are in first place, those fan bases have a couple guys on their team they're pissed off at. There's an entire social media campaign against Teoscar Hernandez today. If you think Ramos is a crappy outfielder, go look at that gentleman's highlights.
Closed-door meeting, watching highlights after the game yesterday.
As much as you Giants fans didn't like Michael Conforto, Dodger fans hate him more. Like this idea that you get 2 good players at every position or have these options, everybody struggles with that. That's really, I don't know how many good players there even are in baseball. Most teams have 5. And then you sprinkle in whatever you got after that. So, again, I'm not, if you want another day off or 2 a month, okay. But I'm not convinced that what we're seeing with Heliot right now is fatigue.
Or he's a platoon player, and I don't know.
I don't think that
either do I. Dibs, are you there?
No, he's an everyday guy, but I also look at what Evan's saying, and I totally believe it, especially when you're looking at 162. When you go and you play every day, Willie Adames is playing every day. And in August, he's hitting 123, and his OPS is 459.
But when he was fresh as a loaf of Wonder Bread, he got off to a slow start at the beginning of the season. Yep. But being fatigued wasn't even an issue then.
It wasn't. It was new team, new environment, and he struggled. And it's baseball. You're not always going to start from game 1 to 162 and be awesome. But the idea of having a guy play, and Adames wants to play 162, I get that. But maybe you just play him 152 and you build in some off days where he can have his body just rest and get fresh. And it's not like playing these guys every day is leading to you being in first place. You're playing them, and some of these guys are struggling and maybe they're wearing down.
But Evan, to Dibs' point, isn't every team, regardless of their record, going through the dog days of August, 162? And I'm not saying you're doing it. The Giants aren't any different than any other club.
No, but look at the teams that are succeeding right now. Like the Milwaukee Brewers have just finished winning 14 games in a row, right?
Yeah.
Look at their roster. They're a bunch of rookies, second, third-year players, and a bunch of young arms. Their team is young. Like they're they're ready to go through this as a group together. Now, I also believe they might break down at some point in September because they're hot at a time where typically teams aren't. But you look at a team like the Padres, they address their depth issues at the deadline. The team that, like, they're going to have a different lineup in the tonight because I believe they're facing a righty as opposed to Ray, who's a lefty. So their lineup's going to look different. Guys are going to get days off built in. And they had that luxury because they're chasing a postseason position, and they were able to make trades. They got 2 position players, O'Hearn, Laureano. The point is, I'm not saying that the Giants right now are in a spot to say, hey, you got to take a day off, you need a day off. My point is, I think that if they approach it the same way they did this year, next year, you might run into similar issues of guys breaking down 3/4 of the way through the season. I know it's baseball and people don't think it's a physically demanding sport because you kind of jog and then you stop. But 162 games in 180 days, that's a lot. And I feel like the Giants are kind of running into a physical wall, so to speak. You know, and that's typically when you see guys making dumb mistakes, not knowing where to be, not setting the correct cutoff man, and also your pitcher's starting to wear down. Like, guys' arms are freaking tired. I don't know. That's just me.
I also think it's one of the things that is very, very discouraging when you look at what has happened with the Giants this year is, unlike the 49ers from last year, you can't really point too much to injuries. Chapman missed some time.
Yep.
But
that was the big one.
I think the Giants have been blessed with the health that you were hoping for. Adames, as you said, hasn't missed. Ramos, fine. Jung-Hoo, back from his injury. Whoever you wanted to put out there in right field was ready for you. I know Devers was like dinged, but he played. Your catcher has played. Like this went the way they drew it up.
Right, man.
And it was nowhere near good enough.
Landon Roop would be.
Yeah.
I mean, he missed about a month, and
and Birdsong went sideways.
Sure, but that's not injury, like you're saying. I mean, that's just a guy who, he dotted the guy, and that's it.
That was the end of him.
I got it.
That was the end of him.
Harpoon to Marlin.
But I'll say this to you, Dibs, before I get out of here. Regardless if you're watching or not, 5.5 with 37 left is more than doable. You got to handle your business, the Giants. But I am watching with are you kidding me? Like, anything could happen. Like, this wouldn't be a miracle.
Math is mathin'.
No, Brandy, I mean, 37, 5.5 back. What if they're – I'm just saying, Dibs, it can happen.
Dibs has got you today.
Okay.
Dibs has got you.
Right.
Stay tuned.
I did a dive, and you don't have to go that far. Chris Berman, back to find a team in a very similar spot who was able to do what Giants – loyalists and hopefuls are praying that they can do.
Yeah, right. I'm not telling you they are, but
of
2 in a row.
Every 2-game win streak does this to us.
No, it's not even the streak. It's the games behind.
If they win, all of their games the rest of the way, then things could be awesome.
Yeah.
It's all about the GBs.
There you go.
Game's back. All right, looking forward to it. Willard Dibs coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
They're back. They're back. And no, I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about the San Francisco Giants. Hi, everybody. Willie and Dibby, 888-957-9570. Yeah, I was just telling the guys I'm cooking dinner last night, and I'm in flip-flop mode with this team, dude.
Yep.
Just like whatever. If it's on in the background, okay, have a good time. I'm not going to stop what I'm doing. And then
because they're about to ruin.
No, and they have the summer and the style that you're used to. But I poke my head around the corner because I'm not rich enough to have one of them kitchens where I can see the dang TV. So I poked my head around the corner, and across the room, I just did the quick eye glaze across the TV, and it's 4-0. And I'm like, first thing that goes through my head, how the hell did the Padres already score 4 runs?
Right.
And then my eyes focused a little closer, and I went, wait, hey, Jude, what the hell just happened? I've been around the corner for 5 minutes. What happened? Dad, they've hit 3 home runs. 3 home runs? That's the whole homestand. Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you mean they've hit 3 home runs? And yes, the sarcasm side of me immediately went, what do you all have against Oracle Park? You sit here for a whole month and can't seem to entertain anybody. You get out of town for 1 inning. 1 inning, and you hit 3 balls over the fence. What do you have against us? Why do you hate us ticket buyers?
Yeah. I mean,
anyway,
Heliot Ramos, after his little storm following the game, and
yeah, that was one way to handle
what
it.
Percolated out. Yeah, was it the? It was either the first pitch or the second pitch, because by the time I got to my car, I took Bart and walked across the Bart lot and got in my car, and I caught the second of the 2 home runs, and it was Dave Fleming in an alto, borderline a soprano mode, gone. The second home run on virtually 2 pitches, and the Giants lead 2-0. And I was like, what? Is this like this date in Giants history? Is this some sort of April Fool's prank? And then, lo and behold, I think 3 pitches in, it was 2 biscuit.
2-0.
And it was like, oh, Heliot Ramos, okay, I see.
Well,
you bash the fans, you walk it back, you grab the bat, and you take it out on the baseball. Atta babe.
I do want to let everybody reboot a little bit, and actually, I should have this the exact wording in front of me. Lucas, if you would poll everything so we've got the exact wording in front of us. But just to recap for those of you who might not have been around on all of this yesterday afternoon, Scott Osler writes a piece in the San Francisco Chronicle. The basic idea of the piece is, hey, the team still loves Bob Melvin. So you fans may not love Bob Melvin. The team loves Bob Melvin. And for whatever reason, Heliot Ramos, in answering the question, why doesn't Bob show more energy or passion or anger, Heliot turned it on the fans and basically said, that's not who Bob is. We love Bob. Nobody knows what's going on in here. When we were winning, everyone was with us, and now everyone's against us. But fans are fans, and there's nothing you can do about that. It was a little snooty and dismissive sounding, but it is words on a piece of paper. And Scott came on with the Joes this morning and very much said that's not where Heliot was coming from. That's not what he meant. And I don't think any of us thought that. But it did send the echo chamber in which we live into a firestorm, because don't come at the fans. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're never going to win when you come at the fans. And then before the game last night, yes, Heliot spoke to Alex Pavlovich and others and said, that is not what I meant. We've got great fans. I'm just trying to explain to people that our team has a very clear feeling of how things have gone down here, and we don't believe that it's a Bob Melvin problem. And I actually largely agree with him on that. But also, the damage gets done. But you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to really kind of explore today, because this comes from genuine curiosity. 888-957-9570. When Heliot says, because I'm also going to go with somebody's first comment, because I think that's genuine and authentic, you said they were with us when we're winning, and now they're against us. Where did you hear that, Heliot? What made you feel that way? That is my question. Because are Giants fans actually against the team if it's led by Bob Melvin? And maybe this is stupid because I'm asking our own echo chamber if this is just an echo chamber. So maybe a bunch of people are going to call and be like, yes, we hate Bob Melvin. We hate him. And we want him gone. And I will not be a part of watching this team anymore that he manages. If that's how you feel, great, call us and tell us that. But I wonder if the other perception is out there too, which is that if you only listen to Twitter, and if you only listen to 95.7 The Game, and you only listen to sports radio, and you only read columnists, maybe you think the Giants fan base really despises Bob Melvin and is demanding change. I don't know if I believe that, or if that's just what Heliot's feeling because he opened up his phone.
It depends on where you look, and you can shop on the internet for whatever story you want. You can get whatever narrative you want, and I did this earlier. We had our little show meeting down the hall, and I was showing you site after site after site after site, article after article, around the Foghorn, which is an online fan site. McCovey Chronicles, we all know that one. That's a pretty popular one. Reddit, which is kind of a warehouse of posts and opinions. It's kind of like the written version of TikTok, I guess. You start a thread and then people comment, and it's an open forum of remarks and action. And even the Crook and Kipe page on Facebook, unofficial though it may be, with more than 100,000 members on that Facebook page, they all were talking about the same thing. Either he's got to go, or is it time he goes? Do you think he should go? All of those different sites and all those different posts were about Bob Melvin and losing his job.
But those are the internet.
Right. So the echo chamber is more than sports talk radio. It's more than newspapers and Instagram and Twitter. It is a number of different other platforms where, one fan can be frustrated with an audience, and then it becomes a bigger thing than, anything else.
No doubt. But I guess my question is like, are platforms, no matter how many of them there are, is that real life? Is that real life? How can we have nothing but platforms that say, damn it, I'm so done with this team, get Baumel out of here, and then 38,000 punch their ticket to go in there, grab a hot dog, high-five each other, and have a good time. It doesn't match up. And I think we have learned this lesson many times in our lives, that what's happening on our phones is not always real life. I'm not saying it is not somewhat, and sometimes it's very real life. But I would love to do a little bit of a straw poll here.
Right.
To what level is the phone real life? I go back, and we referenced it yesterday. And this was a comment that was made by Damian Lee on a podcast about Steph Curry going into the locker room at halftime when he's not shooting well, pulling up his phone and scrolling through social media to see comments. I believe that was because he wanted to motivate himself. And any human being reads a bunch of junk about himself or herself on the internet, it's going to fire you up to want to go out there and disprove. And if that makes Steph shoot the ball better in the second half of a game, I would do the exact same thing. But are you telling me that if Steph does that at halftime, he really believes that Warrior fans are against him? Like, are you kidding me? Nobody has loved anybody more ever in the history of Earth than Warrior fans loving Steph Curry. So you can find on your laptop or your phone an avalanche of negativity if you want. And I don't know that it's a fair representation of what's happening on the sidewalk in front of Willie Mays.
True. And if you're Bob Melvin and you are now in your 22nd year as a manager, you've been through enough of this to know that all of the echo chamber and all the nonsense and the noise out there, it doesn't matter. What matters is how your players feel about you, how your management feels about you, and what your record is. And from all measurements, and you have a better finger on the pulse than I do, the players are behind Bob Melvin.
Totally.
And the management. Buster Posey gave him an extension, and Buster Posey is not the kind of guy who's going to hair trigger, make a decision based on the fact that they're 2-13 at home since the All-Star break. And I would even go further up the ladder to Manassian and Larry Baer and Greg Johnson. They're not people who make these types of decisions because they're a stable organization. And the third piece of it is the fans. And the fans look at the last 4 years of we're either at 500, a stitch above, a couple stitches below, and the fans are frustrated. And so for the fans, you can't fire Chapman, Devers, Adamas, Jung-Hoo Lee, Logan Webb. You can't fire them. So to whom do you turn? Bob Melvin and, darn it, Pat Burrell.
Can I play you something?
Do it. You won't.
No, I will.
Okay, I dare you.
So I was on the echo chamber last night because we did this, and it took over our 5 o'clock hour, and then I went home, and I'm like, what's going on? How's everybody feeling about all of this? And I found someone on Twitter, a video that it obviously it popped up on my feed, so it must have been getting some traction. I don't follow this person or know who it is, but this popped up on my Twitter feed. if you're out there, Giants fan, his name is Zordon Morty. I want you to listen after the Ramos comments. Zordon clearly had not seen the retraction yet, and he put this on social media.
It's very bold of a player to play a game as their job. A person such as myself and other people in San Francisco who work 12-hour days for places that they don't want to be in, we can't have an opinion on the that we see on the field? How dare you, Heliot? I'll be more than happy without you being on the team next year. I hope you get traded. Because what you just said is outrageous. You guys losing and in the bed multiple times, and you, especially you, can't even make a throw to third base. You suck, bro. You, Heliot Ramos. I will stand on that, and I will die on that.
Okay. Is that how everyone feels?
He's passionate.
I honestly, I would love to get into a conversation with all of you about how much of this is real versus how much of it is the very loud minority. And that can be about Heliot, it can be about Baumel, it could be about the Giants as a whole. 888-957-9570. We will take your calls right now. Also, 95.7 The Game and Splash, giving you a chance to host your fantasy draft party in a private room for you and up to 14 of your friends, plus hooking you up with a loaded draft day food station, dedicated server, complimentary Wi-Fi. Your draft party's going to be a score. It all happens a week from today at Splash, Tuesday the 26th. As an added bonus, if you look at it that way, me and Dibs are going to be there, and we're going to stop by and have some fun, probably at one another's expense or yours. That's the way it works. So listen to us all day, every day this week for a daily code word, and when you hear it, text the code word to 20357. We thank you, Splash, for the awesome prize. More on that coming up. We're also sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change, no appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil, check your tires, battery, and fluids before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com. Is this real? Like, is it get Baumel out of here? Ramos, that's unacceptable. Or does that live mostly on our phones? 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. One thing that doesn't live on your phone, although it kind of does because I have the app, but it's Fremont Bank, and it lives in real life, and it thrives in real life because it's a good local bank that is owned by a family, started by a family, still owned by that same family, and they took that family vibe and put it into each of the 21 branches, which is why you get that family-owned feel. And when you go into Fremont Bank, you can see the commitment to your goals as a client, and I have been now for almost 7 years, and I now have multiple accounts there, and every time I go in, they're looking to help me get better rates on my savings and my CD and help me to financially plan and manage my money. That's what a good local bank can do for you, unlike a big box bank that won't give you the personal touch that Fremont Bank does. 1964 is when this bank was launched, even older than me somehow, and it started in Fremont, and now, as I mentioned, they have 21 branches throughout the Bay Area, and they're proudly independent. They've had chances to expand and buy up other smaller banks and expand outside the Bay Area, but they don't want to. They want to be a good local institution that supports local people here in the 9-county Bay Area, and that's exactly what they've done. You deposit your money, they reinvest it into home ownership and philanthropy and businesses. Your money's working all around you, and that matters a lot to me as a Bay Area native. Be a part of a Bay Area bank, shed your big box bank, and go local. You won't regret it. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
Shop organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through August 19th. Enjoy them at their best with a crisp skin and juicy center. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
High drive to left and out of here. And that's how this game gets started.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was an interesting follow-up to the quotes and controversy. Gone.
Yeah, that's the best way to go about it. And, you get into a little bit of a sticky spot, and shows like ours weigh in on what he should or should not have said, and he walks it back pre-game at the suggestion, I would imagine, of people in public relations saying, hey, yeah, that wasn't great. Let's go ahead and, walk it back a little bit. And then he goes up and gets a bat, and on the 4th pitch, gone. So, yeah. Hey, fans, anybody still mad at me? I mean, Zordon, you still mad at me? Mr. Video Maker?
Sounded pretty mad. It was a lot of potty mouth. There was a lot of potty mouth in there.
Yeah, and he works 12 hours a day.
That was more beeps than a John Feliciano interview.
That's not bad. That's a solid 3.
Thank you.
3 for the number of beeps he almost got to. So Zordon, we played the rant. Zordon Morty, ZMorty94, if you want to follow him, he could use you. He's only got 143. But he works for one of the oil change places, and he, as he mentioned, he works 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
So you get off work, and you want to just enjoy your team. And yesterday, I think he did, because I'm looking at his Twitter, and Heliot wants to play now, all caps. Ah, yeah. Giants win, baby. And that was 5 hours after the blank you, you're done as a Giant. I'm good if you're not on the team. You're a below average defender with a bad bat and a bad attitude. Blank off. Not sincerely us, Giants fans. 5 hours later, ah, yeah. So, fan is short for fanatic. Shout out Guru.
But that's what I'm getting at.
That's totally what you're getting at.
This is what I'm getting at. And so
he's about to get a follow for me. We're going to get him up to 144.
Okay, that's exciting.
Boom.
Actually, I would imagine, refresh your page, because you saying it on the radio has got to get him a few more.
ZMorty94. I gave him a follow.
And?
He's still at 144.
Okay. Well, there's a delay. Anyway, check it again for me in 10 minutes. Go, Zordon, go. Go, Zordon,
Let's get
go.
Z-Mort to 200 by the end of the show, darn it.
I can get to him by 245 if we wanted to, but I don't fully think this is real. I don't think you hate Bob Melvin. I don't think you hate Bob Melvin. And I can't speak to all of you at once. There's a bunch of varying opinions. And I don't 100% think Bob is safe. I don't think that. I don't think Bob has been awesome this year. I don't think that. But I also don't think that most Giants fans are in the streets with pitchforks. I don't feel that way. I think that there's two things. One, that's the internet. And imagine, like, you brought up a bunch of platforms and you're on Reddit. Like, imagine, it's very much like the comp you and I have made to Yelp. Nobody goes to Yelp after you had a good date. That's not when you go to Yelp. You go to Yelp when the salmon came out not cooked. That's when you go to Yelp, when you're mad. And so when do you go to the internet to yell at Bob? Not last night.
Yeah.
Quiet. You don't want Bob fired anymore? Well, they won. They've won 2 in a row.
Right.
There's nothing to bellyache about. So, I think that this is very, very circumstantial. And that's fair. That's fair. You get to ride the wave and all of those things. And the Giants have not played well. So let's look at the manager. That's kind of the other side of it.
Yeah.
I think that people are looking at the manager because you don't know what else to look at. And the Giants haven't really been forthcoming in terms of what the actual problems are. I don't think it's Bob. I don't either. I mean, I think that it is a problem, and I don't think that he's had a terrific year. And there were times where he's left a starter in too long, and there are times where you could look at managerial mistakes, and you could also look at the coaching staff, where the third base coach, Matt Williams, Giants legend, your boyhood idol, that might be too strong, but one of the guys you aspired to be. He had a month where he couldn't stop making the wrong decision at third, and whoever the fielding coach is, if there is one, their defense has been horrendous. So you can look at a number of different people, but for me, if you want to bullseye the one problem, it's the guys who you're paying 9 figures to. They've not been consistently good enough to earn their keep, quite frankly. Yeah, a couple things we'd like to play for you. First of all, Scott Ostler came on with the Joes this morning, and here's what he said with regard to the quote that made the rounds yesterday in his article. And again, I want to make sure we read that to you. Here's the quote, and it comes from this question. What about the people yelling that they want to see Melvin yelling? Which, yes, that's you. That's you, Scott. Like, in my opinion, Scott Ostler literally asked Heliot a question totally based on Guru. So, Scott, thank you for listening to 95.7 The Game and Steiny and Goo, because that has often been Goo's point. I want Bob to flip a spread, show some energy, get mad. Ramos's quote was, outside people don't know anything. That's the type of person Bob is. That doesn't mean he's not a great manager. When we were winning, everybody was on our side. Now it's like the fans are against us and all that. I don't get it. We're here, and we know what's going on. We know what we're feeling. We know what we're working for, but fans are going to be fans. We can't do nothing about it. Okay. I didn't really you and I talked a lot about it yesterday.
Yep.
My first initial reaction was this is a young player who probably just chose the wrong word or two. I don't think there's anything malicious here, but it's impossible to not have those kinds of comments anger some fans. Now, here was Scott's follow-up comment today.
This is a good lesson for journalists. I'd probably, if I was going to write that again, I would have nuanced it and kind of gone into taking more time to explain Heliot's comments and, kind of give more context. For instance, he said the fans really don't know anything. And that sounds kind of like a rip at the fans, and that's the San Francisco SF Gate guy took that quote and made it sound like Heliot's on some big kind of rampage against the fans, which was not the case. What he was saying was that the fans don't know anything. They don't know what goes on in the clubhouse. They don't really know. They're criticizing the manager, but they don't know what really goes on right here, and we know. And so it was much more in defense of Bob Melvin than it was any kind of attack on the fans. He was basically just saying, look, the fans just don't know what's going on. He also said that, he kind of pointed out it's a little bit puzzling, when things were going good, they were on our side, and now they're kind of turning on us a little bit. And it wasn't really, to me, a criticism of the fans. Again, I should have explained this more carefully. It was more of he was puzzled. Like, geez, why are they not backing us now? We're the same guys we were a month and a half ago. How come they're turning on us?
Well, and that's kind of the part that I still will take issue with. First of all, it's not puzzling at all. You lose every baseball game.
At home, especially.
It's not puzzling. This is not confusing, number one. But number two, I still take issue even with the concept. Again, not the statement. Heliot, whatever, the quote reads a certain way. Maybe he meant it a different way, and that's fine. But I take issue with even just the concept of I feel like the fans are against us. The only way you feel that way is if you are solely focused on the negative side of the fence. And I'm not saying the negative side of the fence is wrong. But again, like, how can you feel that way when the stands are packed all week long? The weather's beautiful and everybody's there. And they're taking in Giants baseball. No. A few boos here and there, sure. I mean, welcome to you live in a big city and you play in a big team. Like, there's going to be some moans and groans sometimes. I don't know where you would get the concept to feel like, quote, the fans are against us. That just doesn't feel accurate to me.
Especially in the ballpark, and that is an internet and an online feeling. So if he's out there and he's reading all the different things on Reddit, McCovey Chronicles, Around the Foghorn, or whatever else, SF Gate, and he mentioned the guy at SF Gate, and we know the guy at SF Gate. And once upon a time, SF Gate was an offshoot of the Chronicle, I believe.
What did he say, by the way? And you're talking about Alex Simon. Alex Simon does articles for the SF Gate and tends to walk into quiet rooms and throw...
Right. And it's all an aggregation sensation is what it is.
Just throw fire and wood all over everything. But yeah.
So you take a piece like Scott Ostler's piece, which the headline for the Ostler piece was, Giants remain united behind Bob Melvin. Quote, outside people don't know anything.
Okay.
That's Ostler's headline for his column. The SF Gate headline is, Giant player bashes fans amid historic home losing skid.
Yeah. Yep, that sounds like Alex.
You take the one piece and then you make that the headline, and it's definitely eye-catching.
Sure, that's how you get that. That's how you get the
and
traffic
that's how you do it
to your site.
And so that's what Scott was referring to with the SF Gate guy. And yeah, honestly, if you think about Giants fans in general, in totality, you're frustrated. And if you go to the team and you want to know what's exactly wrong, like why is this team falling short, and you go to the Warriors last postseason, why did they lose to Minnesota? Well, the easy answer is you lost your best player and you lost 4 straight games. Is it an excuse or a reason? Probably both, but you can kind of sum it all up in just that. It's not a mystery. You were playing great, your star got hurt, and you lost. This is different because why are you losing all these games? Your run differential is almost a flat dead 0.
Yeah, it's back to -1 right now as of today.
I mean, and you're still in it, but you're not in it. Why aren't you better? And you have to look at like 12 different things, as to why you're not better. And so for fans, it's easier to just say, oh, the manager.
Yep.
As opposed to getting into all the nuance and all the weeds of it, you know?
That's fair. That's like, I actually don't even think that's unfair. Like, I don't think anybody's crazy if that's where they want to point. That's the nature of being a boss. When things aren't going well, let's start with the boss. That's a huge part of it. So I don't think that's some sort of a crazy opinion. I just think that we're in a spot right now where everything, and maybe this is just because they're this extended home losing streak, if you will, everything is sounding and feeling way hotter and more controversial than it is. That's how I feel. Apparently, Evan has been out in the streets and everybody is yelling that Bob Melvin must go, and there are chants and whatnot. I'm overstating it, but Evan says he's having that conversation a lot of places. I'm not. Again, yes, I see it on Reddit. I see it on Twitter. I hear it on 95.7 The Game. I do not. At my fantasy draft with 12 other Giants fans, no one's like, get Baumel
right
at it. Like, I don't hear that. People are like, oh God, this is, the whole thing's just disappointing.
Sure.
I think that's like, and everyone's confused as to why. The Giants are, the fans are, everyone's confused.
And it's all of the little things, and it's hard to have that conversation and talk about the minutia of failed baseball, but it's hitting with runners in scoring position. It's advancing runners. It's making the simple defensive play to eliminate giving other teams 90 feet. It's being able to steal a base. And I don't know if you saw over the weekend, I know you were in and out, but Jung-Hoo Lee, like running like his butt's on fire. That guy was stealing everything.
Yep.
Jung-Hoo Lee is on the move.
And catching baseballs with his legs.
Right.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
I think they should do that with all of them now. Let's entertain everybody.
Certainly like Savannah Banana style, right? Do a cartwheel and then make the play.
Catch it with your shoe, your hat, I don't know, something.
These answers, though, are much harder than just blaming the stars and blaming the manager. And the things that make me look to firing a coach or a manager, the number one thing is what happened to Kapler, where you lose the fellas.
You lost the people.
You lost the people.
Exactly.
You got Jock Peterson playing Pusoy Dos during games and caring more about a card game than he cared about baseball. And you had other players where, it's like, am I going to play 3 innings today, Skip? What am I doing? And, Farhan kind of lost his way. And so that one you could kind of smell, and you and I were doing it. August, it's like, things are all right, and you got to September, and you were talking to some of your sources, and you're like, this ain't good, either one of them. And by the time we got to mid-September, you were like, there are going to be some changes.
Yep.
And I was like, yeah, I mean, it didn't happen suddenly, but you went from, they're teetering maybe, to, oh no, they had to go.
Yeah, and
this could go that way, but I don't think it will.
It could. I don't think that it will either. And there are multiple reasons to move on from leadership. It's not only, hey, the guys are kind of out on this whole vibe and situation. So yeah, I don't have a prediction right now in terms of which way this is going to go. But for those of you listening, Dibs is 100%. Like, you're right. That this is not. Nobody in the clubhouse is like, man, we need this guy out of here. We got to do something different. And then try this on for size. This is from our friend Eric Burns, Deuces Wild podcast. He always has Will Clark on. Listen to this conversation with regard to the problems facing the Giants.
Hitting with runners in score position is a skill, and you got to practice it. You can't get all caught up in the moment. You can't panic. You got to take kind of what comes your way. But then again, you also can't drive in runs if nobody's out there. The only thing you can do is hit a solo homer, or you become the guy that starts the inning off. So, I love Pat Burrell to death. He and I talk all the time about hitting and about his approach and what he's telling the guys and all that. And believe you, coming from me, it is extremely solid. And so that's not the problem here. The problem is not Pat Burrell. Problem's not Bob Melvin. Problem is when you step in between the white lines, executing.
So there it is. He throws in Pat Burrell. And that'll probably be an unpopular thing that Will Clark just said. But to me, that was maybe even the more interesting part of it. He's like, I am talking to Pat constantly about hitting. And the process that he is using with these hitters is incredibly strong.
Rock solid.
Okay, and I hear from people all the time, they want Will Clark to take over. Look. Just last week on Twitter, yeah, Hire Will Clark as manager and watch this fan base rally around that. Will Clark is not manager material. I don't even think Will would want to do that. But like all of these things sort of, they attach to some sort of an emotion in us, which is the way I feel. When things are not going well, we get frustrated. We want someone to yell. We want someone to have a big personality and be out there and this, that, the other, use swear words. These are the things that Will does. So Will is perfect when we're mad, okay? And Bob is perfect when we're happy. So I understand that. But to Heliot's point, that's how we're feeling. What matters is kind of the way they're feeling and the way they are producing and what would help them do better. And so if we're going to go to process versus result, I'm going to take Will's word for it, a great hitter and a great Giant, that the process that's being used is rock solid. The execution stinks.
Right.
That's not Bob. That's not Pat.
That's the execution, and the people who are asked to execute are guys who are making, 3 of them are making 9 digits. And if you throw in Jung-Hoo Lee, that's 4 guys who are making 9-figure salaries, and they're going to be here for a long time. And yeah, you've got to be able to situational hit, and you can tell players till you're blue in the face what they should do and how you need to go about doing it. But if they don't execute it, then your approach can be rock solid, but you're not getting the results. And just with runners in scoring position this year, 25th in at-bats. So you don't have a lot of those at-bats with runners in scoring position. You're 27th in hits with runners in scoring position, 18th in RBI, and 22nd in OPS in those situations. So you're bottom 3rd, bottom 4th even in opportunities, and when you get the opportunities, you don't do it.
Well,
I mean, those are the numbers that I look at where, okay, if you're 4th in at-bats with runners in scoring position, well, you can be kind of bad and still succeed because you're getting a lot of those chances. They don't get a lot of chances, and when they do, they don't deliver.
They probably need to go overspend for another player.
A second baseman would be nice.
Or right fielder.
Sure. And
I mean, yeah. Go offer Kyle Tucker $400 million. Do it.
They won't.
You won't.
Totally. No, but you're not wrong.
They probably do. Like, I know that it sounds ridiculous when it's like, dude, we got Adames. They finally got, and then they traded for Devers. It sounds ridiculous to be like, I think you need one more. But I think they need one more.
That's your Ocean's 11.
Yeah. You think we need one more?
One more.
I get one more.
Let's get one more.
Yeah, let's get
Think
one more.
about yesterday, and that was the first time in 2 weeks that they scored 4 runs or more in an inning. You know I chart it.
Yep.
All 4 of the last times they've done that have been on the road, not surprisingly, considering they don't score here. But yesterday was a perfect example. You got 4 runs via 3 home runs, and then you had to hold on for dear life.
And you never scored again.
That's it.
Yeah.
That was such a Giants game.
Well, and I mean, that's baseball. I guess what? Give the Padres pitchers credit. They are a good team.
Yes.
All of those things.
Feel free, though, to get 7 runs. Like, you got 4 early. Can you scratch out a couple
How about
more?
5?
Right?
How about 5? Can you get one more? Can
Right.
you get one more?
I think we need one more.
Yeah.
They almost needed one more.
No, they didn't get one more. No, I like, again, that's the deal this year. And there's 2 pieces that really concern me. The Giants are one of the only teams in baseball spending big money and not winning more baseball games than they lose. That's very concerning. Number 2, you cannot scream from the mountaintops, well, we were injured. No, you weren't. Not really. Like, okay, Chappie missed 3 weeks, whatever it was. Like, it's not enough. That's not enough to cry foul. You had you put your roster together. These are your people. They played. You were 61-64.
Yep.
And you're not a good hitting team still.
No. Yeah, still. And the pitching has come a little bit back to earth because you traded 2 of your better relievers, and your starters it's been a little bit of a rotation because you haven't had everybody up and healthy the whole way. But I do have it might be just a glimmer of good news
I want to hear
I can
this.
offer. Okay.
I want to hear this.
Yes.
Shabuzi's got some good news. All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're also sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. Good news, deep dive dibs. Oh, and much more information on how you can win your fantasy football draft catered at Splash, private room at Splash a week from tonight. Much more information on how you can win that. Our show will be there that night. We're very much looking forward to it. And your first chance today to get yourself in there is going to happen in this 3 o'clock hour. So that's all coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Dibs, first a question. Do you like berries?
Berries, berries, berries. I love them.
Very well played. Mix and match. 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3.
Also, exclusive digital deal on USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Steak Value Pack or Roast Mega Pack, just $5.97 per pound, limit 2 packages. Another exclusive digital deal on Lucerne Shredded, Sliced, or Chunk Cheese, 6 to 8 ounces on selected varieties, just $1.87 each, limit 4 items.
I love Chuck Steak. He's in one of my fantasy leagues. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Your dream kitchen starts at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. For a limited time, enjoy up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Bay Area, you know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Like, are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Jasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
High drive to left. Liriano back. Out of here. It's a home run fest here in San Diego.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
A home run fest, you say, Dwayne.
It was a fest.
Oh, my goodness. The Giants are just weird. This is a weird baseball team.
It's a good way to put it.
They are. They're very weird. How else would you describe them? Like, I don't know. You got better players, which made you get worse somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Kipe, like, celebrating a home run fest. That after 4 weeks where all home games were just absolutely drab and awful. Seemingly losing almost all of them.
Drab.
You spent a very healthy portion of the season, double-digit games over 500. And now you sit here like falling all the way out of it, but not really. I tell you what, MLB Network knows where the hotbed is. You want to know what game they're showing tonight?
No.
You don't?
Well, I do, but okay. I don't know. No, Mark. Not from you.
That's not a great way to do a radio show. Do you want to know X? No,
nah,
I don't.
I'm good.
All right, let's go to commercial.
Best of coming up next.
Yeah, exactly. No, they're showing the Padre-Giant game. Big game. Playoff implications all over the place.
It's a must-win, Mark.
MLB Network, and I don't know if this is to promote their game coming up later, they just showed the wild card standings in the National League. And guess which team they have on the board as a wild card contender?
That would be the Gigantes.
San Francisco Giants, yeah. 5.5 out. Just 1.5 game behind the St. Louis Cardinals. Did you deep dive?
I did. I did the deep dive.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, the deep dive starts 366 days ago, and it does not involve the Orange and Black.
That host is wet.
It involves a team known as the Detroit Tigers. And I was thinking about where the Giants are, and everyone talks about Detroit last year, and oh my God, what a run by Detroit, and it carried over into this year. So I looked at it. The Giants right now are 61-64. Last year, after 125 games, Detroit was 61-64.
Really?
Exact same record.
Dang.
And I looked, okay, every 61-64 is not created equally, so I wanted to see where Detroit was, and on this date, yesterday, last year, they were 8.5 out of the wild card.
Okay.
They were behind Minnesota, Boston, Seattle, Tampa Bay, and one other team that they would wind up not passing, but they were able to get all the way up and into the wild card.
Yeah.
So how did Detroit do it? Well, the first thing you need to do is play really well.
Yeah, you got to win some of those games.
They went 25-12 over the last 37, which is not out of the. I mean, it's good. It's very good. It's great.
What is that? Almost 670 baseball.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's very, very strong.
Very strong. So they wound up 25-12. But what also happened was Minnesota 12-26, Boston 16-22, Tampa 18-21. Seattle went 21-16, but Seattle only had a one-game lead on Detroit. Detroit passed all four of them. They wound up with 86 wins. They got in the wild card. They won the wild card series, and then eventually would get knocked out in the next round. But they were in that spot. They, at the time, Fangraphs, I looked it up, they had a 1.1% chance of being the wild card team on August 18th of last year. So I thought, Giants are 61-64. What does that mean for the Giants? Well, they're only 5.5 back in the wild card, 3 games better than Detroit. They only have to get by 3 teams.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, the one other thing is Detroit at that point had a -3 run differential. The Giants are -1.
-1.
Almost identical.
And you said their playoff percentage was 1.1?
Correct.
Yeah, the Giants is 2.4.
Right. So
2.4.
Twice as likely as Detroit was. So you look at it and you think, what would the Giants need to do to get up to where the third wild card is? And that would be 86 wins. So the Giants would have to go 25-12.
Yeah.
So Detroit went 25-12. The Giants would have to go 25-12, probably at least, only passing 3 teams. So I'm not saying that anything about the math. I'm not saying anything about this team is hot and watch out. But the fact that Detroit last year, same situation, actually a worse situation.
It was a worse situation.
Further back, more teams to climb over. And Detroit was able to do it going 25-12. So that's not me saying it's going to happen or anything like that, but it just happened last year.
Yeah.
So that's today's Deep Dive Dibs.
I mean, I wonder if Dibs would go all the way into the abyss. I would love to know who Detroit played over those final 37 games. Was there potentially a soft spot in the schedule? I don't know. The Giants do not have that. They are in San Diego now. They'll be in Milwaukee this weekend. They come home for the Chicago Cubs. Sure, there's various Baltimores and Colorados that will happen the rest of the way, but there are still 2 series with the St. Louis Cardinals. You could look at that as a positive. That's one of the teams they need to catch. They're only a half game behind them. You still have 2 series with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and while not a great team, it's not a terrible team and a team that seemingly has given the Giants trouble of late. And then, by the way, there's also 7 games left with the Dodgers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you're going to have to go 25-12 or so through all of that. And, I mean, I can't tell you that it's not going to happen. I would certainly bet against it.
Of course.
It seems very unlikely.
2.4% is the Fangraphs odds,
Yeah.
so you're looking at about 45-1 or worse odds to make it happen. And the key for Detroit last year, Mark, was you win the head-to-heads. In other words, they're behind Boston, as mentioned. Well, you had Boston at home. You took 2 of 3. You're behind Kansas City. You went to Kansas City in mid-September and you swept Kansas City. And that's a clean 3 that you picked up on the Royals, who were a team that you ended up trying to catch. And Tampa Bay, a team that was ahead of you. You swept Tampa Bay. So if you look at the Giants, and really you've got San Diego 3 more times, and San Diego is one of the teams you're chasing. These are the games where you can pick up a clean game with every win. So, yeah, 25-12 is difficult, but it has to be the right 25-12. And I don't know if I'm really even thinking about catching the Dodgers, but you're behind Cincinnati and the Cardinals, right? And then the Mets.
And then the Mets. Yeah.
Those are the likely 3. I think San Diego might be...
They're further up.
Too far to reach. So if you're just looking at those teams, I don't think you play... Well, God, you played Cincinnati 6 of the first 9, I think. So I hope you don't have Cincinnati again.
No, they don't have Cincinnati again. The Mets are 5.5 ahead of the Giants, and the Padres are 2.5 more ahead of them.
Right.
So that's a full 8 ahead of the Giants
So
right
you
now.
just focus on the Mets and the Cardinals and the Cubs, and I would bet that the Cardinals and Cubs still have some head-to-heads left because they're division rivals, and so there could be some splits going on. But before we get too excited about any of these scenarios, these Padre games are everything, and because you've dug a hole, God, the hole you dug at home, right, with getting swept by San Diego. You got swept by everyone, basically. These would have to be basically all wins. And again, 25-12 that's a great finish. Even that might not be enough, but
you're doing a little Morgan Freeman Shawshank thing right now. You're selling hope.
Right.
And
hope is dangerous.
Well, it's also the most wonderful of things. But I just don't know if I'm ready to buy hope right now. You're asking me to yock in. And I don't know if I'm ready to yock in right now.
Yeah, and I'm really not asking you to lock in.
Well, you're giving an example of where what the Giants need to do, though unlikely, is still possible. And I'm very comfortable over here in my not possible hole. Like I had to dig quite a bit. You know me. I don't get to pessimism very easily. But I had to dig very hard for this hole, and I am now sitting in it, and I don't know how easy it's going to be to climb up out of this hole.
It'll be near impossible, and, I'm not asking you yet to come out of that hole, but I'm looking at a 37-game sample earlier this year because they need to go 25-12.
Sure.
They were 23-14 in their opening 37, which is not 25-12. And by the way, that 37th game, they put up 9 in the 11th at Chicago to beat the Cubs.
That game was bananas.
Yeah. So
I remember that game.
I mean, they don't have a 25-12 on their resume, but damn near in the beginning of the year.
Yeah. Look, babe.
I'm not trying to do anything here.
It feels like you're trying to sell a little bit of hope. And here's what I'll tell you. I have a rule when it comes to these things.
Yep.
Because you can get me to root for the ridiculous. You absolutely can. I am all about hope. I am all about optimism. And I am all about sports is surprising. That's why we love it. Talk to me when you've won more games than you've lost. Sure, win 4 more in a row. And then I will yock in.
Yep.
I will drive to Moraga and sit next to you and your daughter, and we will yock in together. And we will watch a Giants game.
Awesome.
And we will root hard.
That would be a sweep of San Diego and winning at Milwaukee to open up that series.
Okay. With Kaiwei Tang throwing tonight.
Hey, guys, I just want that game to matter.
Oh, that's right. Hey, 95.7 The Game and Splash are giving you a chance to host your fantasy draft party in a private room for you and up to 14 guests, your friends. Plus, they're going to hook you up with loaded draft day food stations, a dedicated server, complimentary Wi-Fi. Your party is going to absolutely be a smash hit. It's all happening a week from tonight, and as an added bonus, we'll be there. Willard and Dibs will stop by your party, and we'll have some fun. All of that coming up next Tuesday. You got to listen all week for the daily code word. When you hear it, and it is coming next segment, you text the code word to 20357, and then you'll be entered for your chance to win. And we do that every day this week, so you can qualify once a day. Different code word each week. Thank you to Splash for this awesome, awesome prize. By the way, speaking of the Dodgers being left 7 times on the schedule, I want to run something potentially silly, but I want to run something by you coming up next. 888-957-9570. That is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Right now, 101 northbound is slow from Cesar Chavez Street all the way to that 80 eastbound merge. 280 northbound tough as well from Mariposa Street westbound Bay Bridge. Heavy from Yerba Buena Island. That's traffic. I'm Rebecca.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor portrayal. Terms and conditions apply.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Ready for this?
Yeah.
This is from Nick Wagner, who covers the Niners. I want you to fill in the blank.
Wow. Boom, 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 boom,
Yeah,
boom.
that's right. The play of the day for the offense came from blank.
Boom, 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 boom.
The play
wow,
of the
boom,
day
boom, boom, boom.
for the offense came from blank.
Yeah. Ricky Pearsall would be my answer. Survey.
I will now read the entire sentence.
Oh.
The play of the day for the offense came from, you guessed it, wide receiver Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
Score one for the Dibbers.
Yeah.
Purdy lofted up a pass for him deep down the left sideline. The pass was to Pearsall's outside shoulder with Brown trailing close behind on his inside shoulder. Pearsall made an excellent adjustment and came down with it for a 40-plus yard gain during the move the ball period. Pearsall was quite active again with a handful of catches from Purdy. Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah. It's P to P.
That's my guy right there.
Purdy to Pearsall.
That's my guy.
P to P, no doubt.
That's my guy.
That is your guy. You already declared Kukush locked it up over 1,000 yards receiving, and you know the way things have gone so far in the preseason, you got to that prop early because right now it would be favored. It's not an underdog proposition.
I wonder if that 1,000 yards it probably would be. What is it? His over-under as of a few weeks ago was like 700-something yards. So I gotta think that over 1,000 yards is still, that's a lofty prediction, for sure.
Just looking here quickly from AI, they've got it at 825 and a half.
Oh, so it went up about 75 yards since we last checked.
Yeah, that's from Sky Bet.
Ooh,
Sky Bet.
I love Sky Bet.
You don't know Sky Bet.
Well, I just figure if you're betting, you want to go up. You don't want to go down. So let's call it Sky Bet.
Going to FanDuel.
It's better than Hell Bet.
FanDuel, 825 and a half. And it's equally favored on the juice, minus 114 both ways, over or under 825 and a half.
We're going all the way up.
Yep. I think 24 different individuals had 1,000 yards receiving last year. About 24. I don't have it in front of me, but of that, I think 3 were tight ends. You had Kittle, of course.
George Kittle, for sure.
And Bowers, the Raiders tight end.
Right, and then McBride. Did McBride go over?
I'd have to check.
With Arizona?
Might have. I had him on my ill-fated fantasy team.
Which is really too bad, you know?
Wasted stats.
It's just empty calories out there, yeah. Let's see. How many tight ends? I've got it right here. I got all the 1,000-yard guys. You said it was three tight ends?
I thought so.
There's Kittle. Yeah, Trey McBride, 1146.
Yeah, there you have it.
Yeah, he was actually ahead of Kittle.
And it was 24 exactly. Jawan Jennings, darn near it at 975. But, yeah, 1,000 yards it's not an exclusive club, but if you think about 24 guys who did it, and just quickly scanning, I don't know if any team had 2 on the list.
I got to think. Well,
Detroit actually did.
The Raiders did, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
The Raiders had Jacoby Myers and Brock Bowers.
Yeah, Jamison Williams with 1,001 and Amon-Ra with 1,263.
Right.
So if you think about all the teams that didn't even have one, that's a pretty significant number.
I'm just, scanning to see if there's anybody else who had two. There has to be, right? Yeah, maybe that's it. I guess that's probably it. The Seahawks came damn near it.
Right.
DK Metcalf 8 yards shy.
It's a shame.
And Jackson Smith in Jigba was over at a 11:30. But yeah, no, it's not the number. When I say that, it's like, ooh, Ricky Pearsall 1,000 yards. It's not the number maybe that you think it is. I do believe it represents very good production. But if you go down to the bottom of the list there with guys who went over 1,000 yards, yeah, there's some names there where you're like, he went over 1,000 yards? Like I probably just did it with some of you. Jacoby Myers. That's a 1,000-yard receiver last year for the Raiders. And they didn't have a quarterback on their team. So that's really impressive for them. But, Jamison Williams of Detroit, Nico Collins did it in 12 games.
Right.
And he's elite. I get that. But, those of you who had those guys, if you had Calvin Ridley on your fantasy team last year, were you stoked? You're like, dude, Ridley's crushing it for me. I don't think so. But Calvin Ridley went for 1,017 yards.
Only 4 touchdowns, and that's where...
Yes, that's part of it. That's part of it.
That's where it hurts you. And if you do the math on it, you only need to get 58.8 yards a game, 59 yards a game if you're healthy for all 17. So, it's really more of a measurement of your ability to stay healthy. If you look at all the guys who got to the 1,000, there are a small handful who didn't play all 17. You mentioned Nico Collins playing just 12 games.
Right.
That's truly impressive. But
A.J. Brown did it in 13.
Right. You stay healthy and, you get 60 yards a game, you're going to get there.
Yeah. The Jets sort of had two. Sort of. Garrett Wilson and Devontae Adams both went over 1,000 yards. Devontae had a lot of those yards for another team, and then a lot of yards for the Jets. But anyway, I'm sticking with my prediction.
Yep.
And then we're putting prayers up for health for both of the people involved, Ricky and Brock.
And you're putting prayers up for Juwan Jennings. And is it calf or is it cash? And with every passing day, you start to hope that it's more just cash than calf because you figure that that's going to get worked out. He may not get as much as he wants, but if the calf is okay, I think that that's going to get worked out.
Did you make that up just now? Or did somebody write that?
Calf or cash?
Yeah.
I've said it before.
But did you make it up?
Absolutely.
Nobody else said that first?
It's a Dibber original.
I like it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Cash or calf?
That's right.
Okay.
Which one is it? As soon as the calf happened, I was, when we started to opine about what is it? Is it the cash or is it the calf? And it's kind of a sliding scale. Is it 80% calf and 20% cash? Or it might be 50-50 now. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But I like it. That's fun. Let's do that.
And Shanahan said, you can see it and stuff. And,
on the MRI.
Right.
Yes.
So, and that's what he said.
But he also said, I don't know, ask him.
Right.
Was this about the cash? He looks injured to me, but go ask him.
Exactly.
Which is like, there's something there.
Sure. And, I don't know how bad the calf is. And if the contract were settled and this was week 17 in a win or go home scenario, I bet you he plays. Juwan's a tough guy.
Yes, he is. I love Juwan Jennings.
Yep.
I love that player. So, yeah, well, that'll, as we get through this final week, and by the way, just about nobody who really, really, really matters, like next to no starters are going to play in this last preseason game. So get through this thing, and then you've got 2 weeks until there's an actual game, and you start to ramp up all of those questions. Who's healthy? Who's happy? Who's ready to go? So I figure like maybe around this time next week is when you really start to ask some questions about Juwan Jennings and really read and analyze the answers. What words does Kyle choose? What's the timeline, Kyle? There isn't one. If there isn't one, I would argue that means it's cash. Because even if it's a calf, which is tricky, you're going to have a timeline by then.
Right.
Everybody else has a timeline. Dominic Pooney has a timeline. Is he going to be ready for week 1?
There's a concern, but I know he's got a chance to also.
Okay, there it is. Quick
there's a
sound bites.
concern.
There's a concern, but he's got a chance.
Right.
For week 1.
That tells me that...
That's a timeline.
Right, and that tells me that it's not so bad that you need surgery. Christian McCaffrey hurt the same ligament last year, the PCL, the posterior cruciate ligament, and that was it. Like, he tore it, and maybe Pooney has a grade 1 sprain, which is, 2 to 3 weeks with rest and relaxation. If that's the case, maybe he will be available.
Kyle did talk about Juwan today. Would you like to try to analyze the words?
Yeah.
All right, here's Kyle on Juwan.
I mean, any player, not just Juwan or anyone, but people need to practice. They need to get ready to get play an NFL season, or you end up getting hurt. So hopefully he can get his health back so he can get out there and start practicing. Just running routes, doing things like that. Same thing for Upton. Not many people can get through that stuff without practicing. And we had it a little with Bosa one year, a little bit with Trent, some different positions, but it's always a huge challenge.
Yeah, Feliciano said the same thing to us yesterday, and it was a little bit of an under-the-covers comment that I thought was really, really important. We asked him about last offseason and all the drama that was going on with contracts, and he's like, yeah, it stinks, but at the same time, it's not the distraction that maybe y'all think it is. However, the idea that you can just skip camp and then play in the NFL and be healthy is kind of bananas. And in fact, he even said it's kind of crazy to think that you can play well. He pointed to the idea, he goes, the fact that Trent Williams missed camp and then balled the way that he did was unbelievable. However, it probably also contributed to injury. And then we have Brandon Ayuk, skips camp, doesn't play well, gets injured. That's kind of the whole thing. So I don't know. When I listen to that, my head still goes to two different places, which is you can say, hey, Juwan needs to be healthy in order to be ready for week 1 because there has to be a ramp up, but you wonder if there's actually messaging in there. Listen to it again and pretend you're Kyle. And
I pretend I'm Kyle all the time.
I know you do. And because Kyle knows what's actually going on. Like, how hurt is Juwan?
What are you asking exactly?
You know what I'm asking.
I'm so confused by your question.
Just listen to me. How hurt is Juwan? Kyle knows the answer to that, but he's not going to tell us right now because A, it's a calf and it's tricky, and B, it's a contract and it's tricky. So listen to it again and pretend for a minute that Juwan actually is pretty much ready to go, but this is contract related. And then tell me if you think that Kyle's talking directly to Juwan.
I mean, any player, not just Juwan or anyone, but people need to practice. They need to get ready to get play an NFL season, or you end up getting hurt. So hopefully he can get his health back so he can get out there and start practicing. Just running routes, doing things like that. Same thing for Upton. Not many people can get through that stuff without practicing. We had it a little with Bosa one year, a little bit with Trent, some different positions, but it's always a huge challenge.
Okay, so he mentions Upton Stout. Now, Upton, there was another comment that Kyle made where he expressed some optimism that Upton is getting close, and they feel like he's going to be back. The Juwan thing remains completely mysterious, and you get asked about Juwan, and you end up talking about Upton Stout. That's interesting to me.
Yeah.
And so I hear at least a possibility that he's saying to Juwan, listen, you can't just play week 1 by showing up on Thursday before week 1. You can't do that because you won't be ready and you will get hurt. And we experienced that a lot last year. So if this is some sort of a contract thing, we're going to need you to wrap that sucker up here pretty soon.
And he actually was asked another question after that about the Ayuk situation and the cut down date being a deadline, and they asked, is it similar with Juwan, or does the injury change the dynamic a little there? And Kyle said, well, Ayuk was healthy and stuff, so he started, and he was good when he came back, and he was in decent shape, and just had to knock off the rust for a while, but each person's different. It's all the same issue. The less you practice, the harder it is to play throughout the year. But what I take from that is Ayuk was healthy, so he started. Juwan's not healthy, so even if the contract gets done and dusted, we got to see him on the field because he's not healthy before we just throw him out there. So if Juwan is healthier than what we all maybe think, it behooves him to get this thing done sooner rather than later. That way he can knock off the rust and be ready for week 1.
Would you like to win a chance to host your fantasy draft party in a private room for you and up to 14 guests at Splash, which is the wonderful bar restaurant right next to Chase Center on the Thrive City Plaza? We're giving you a key word. and you're going to need that keyword to text it to 20357. That'll qualify you, one winner at the end of the week. We're doing this every day, different keyword every single day. So you can qualify once a day, and we will give you that keyword, today's keyword, within the next 8 minutes. Okay? So
okay.
Stay right where you are. Keep listening within the next 8 minutes. And we want to thank Splash for this awesome prize. Dibs and I are really looking forward to a week from tonight. We're going to get down there. We're going to eat some food, host a show, and then really get our heckle on. Like, really get our heckle on. If you make one, I'm going to be like that, the old guy in Top Gun. If you screw up just this much, I am going to be on your pick for the next 48 minutes.
Oh, boy.
And I'll sit down next to you.
That's brutal.
And just be 3 inches from your face and just in the face and just absolutely pulling you apart from every single weakness that I see. That's my plan.
Okay.
All right? Next Tuesday night.
My plan is to offer up advice, and if you're smart, you won't take it. You'll go the other way. Fade.
Yeah.
So if you get in the 6th round and you Dibs, what do you think?
What should I do here?
Which tight end should I take? And I tell you which one to take. Take the other guy. Fade the dibber.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm actually looking to get into a Survivor League that I found online where you pick losers. It's a Survivor League, but you have to pick a loser every week.
Do you realize that this is just a stupid psychological trick that someone's playing on you?
It is, but what it is they're playing into my strength.
Right, but if you can pick a loser, then you can pick a winner. There's only 2 teams in the game.
Correct.
If you can pick a loser, then you can pick the winner. That's how games work. There are ties, but not a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you understand what I mean?
In dodgeball, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. And it makes sense because, you're just dodging.
What's the difference? Mine's not a winner's pool, it's a loser's pool. What's the difference?
The difference is some of us are more predisposed to picking losers.
Right, but if
you famously said, and I don't know the context, Dan Dibley can win at nothing.
Well, but that includes losers pools. That's it. If the word nothing covers everything.
But if I pick all losers and happen to win the losers pool, I'm just losing better than everyone else is losing.
No, I'd actually come down your road because if you can win the losers pool, that means you should have entered the winners pool too and just do the opposite of what you're doing in the losers pool and you would have won both pools.
Yeah, there is that.
It's not a different pool. You're just writing down the other team instead of the other team.
Yeah, there's strategy to it. I mean,
I don't know that there is.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make sure you don't burn all your surefire losers early. Like, you can't just fire Carolina in week 1.
Oh, I'm in one where you could pick the same team all year long. If
then
you want.
That's not a survivor pool.
Call
that's
it whatever
like
you want.
Cockamamie flex fantasy league.
You're the one over here betting on Little League World Series.
Untrue.
And women's. What do you say during the women's tournament?
I say there's money to be made.
Exactly.
Especially in the first round.
Cash is the same color. So I don't care what you call the pool. I'm telling you.
Take Yukon ladies and lay the 54 in a hook. It's over by the end of the 3rd.
I will tell you, it does work. You made me some money last year on that.
Yeah, there you have it. And I don't bet Little League World Series.
I know. Well, you're not allowed to anymore.
Grandy's getting mad because he shared an article that he found about the Little League World Series issued a statement.
I bet.
Saying
that's enough out of all of you.
Right.
That wasn't that the statement?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. That basically was the gist of it. Knock it off. These are kids. So there you have it.
Remember when the NCAA did this a few years ago? They had a whole campaign where they had college athletes and they would shoot the ball and then the camera would really come close to it and they'd be like, don't bet on it. And the whole idea was I'm a college kid.
Right.
I'm 18. You think you know what I'm about to do next? Don't bet on it. And the whole idea was don't bet on it. You notice they're not running those anymore because betting is now keeping essentially all sports alive. But it's funny to me that they did that years ago in the NCAA. They're just getting to it now in Little League.
Well,
I might have done that right out of the gate with the 11-year-olds. That's just me.
Well, there aren't that many shops globally. None of them domestically can you find those. Although I did get an email before the tournament started from, I won't say who, you know the person, with offshore futures lines. So, there were futures odds. So
for the Little League?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Chinese Taipei, your international favorites.
Oh. They are the Yukon women of Little League, are they not?
Pretty strong.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Strong.
Anyway.
All right. So here's what. I did say that I wanted to throw something at you that was Giants-Dodgers related, and I still do. So we'll do that coming up in just a few. However, this is way more important because this is more important than anything. 95.7 The Game and Splash are giving you the chance right now, your chance today, to host your fantasy draft in a private room inside Splash next Tuesday night with up to 14 guests. I'd like to meet someone who has 14 friends as an adult. That's amazing. If you can get 14 people to get somewhere on a Tuesday night in the Bay Area, I would like to shake your hand.
Well, if you're having your draft anyway, just shift it to Splash. It's that simple.
But, dude, it's hard to get... Dude, I'm having a text thread with my guys about this Saturday. Just get on Zoom.
Right.
That's it. Can you get on Zoom? And the commissioner of our league's like, I got 2 kids solo. No, I'm out. I'm getting a proxy. I'm like, you're
the commish.
Do you need, I'm going to send you a babysitter. Come on, man. We can do... No, can't even get on Zoom. So if you can get 14 people to Splash, I want to shake your hand. But anyway, you will have your own food station. You will have a dedicated server, complimentary Wi-Fi. This party is going to rock, and Willie and Dibby will be there. It all happens next Tuesday night. All you have to do right now is text the keyword to 20357. So do you have that number? 20357. Today's keyword is... it's one of my favorite words in the English language.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not pure salt.
Okay.
No. Food. I'm going to eat it. The word is food.
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 F-O-O-D.
I think most people know how to spell it.
Food. Well, you know how to eat it.
I do. Text the word food to 20357, and you will be entered into the contest for today. New keyword every day. You can enter once a day. No need to text food 47 times. Once is enough. Text food to 20357. New keyword tomorrow, Thursday and Friday as well, so you can enter once a day. Good luck to each of you. Thank you to Splash for this prize, and we will see some of you next Tuesday night.
If you could just take a pill in the morning that would make it so you didn't have to eat any food throughout the day, or go through your days having to cook and clean and eat and shop and all the rest of it, you probably would still cook and clean and eat and shop.
I'll see you in the aisles.
No doubt. Thank you. Well played.
There's no doubt. No doubt. I don't want any of that Ozempic or anything.
No, it's not that. This would be a pill that is 3 meals and all the nutrition you could possibly need.
No, thank you.
And you wouldn't have to.
No. I'm out. And
yeah,
all of that food talk and the Splash talk and the Niners talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can not count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Bay Area, you know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Like, are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Jasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings. Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months. And it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker. 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarters. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
My God, I even interrupt Steve Young. I got it. Is there like some medicine for this, for crying out loud?
I mean, there's no medicine. There's awareness. There is.
Well, I'm not going to have that.
Decorum.
Willard Dibs, can you lay out for a second?
Probably not.
Nah. And it's what's funny is let me check the time. 3:50. This is risky time.
What do you mean?
My wife could theoretically be in the car, but I'm going to say it anyway. You make me feel like I'm at home with the wife.
Well,
wow.
Whoa, this is risky.
We will. We will be having a conversation, and I'll be talking, and then she will just burst in with her thoughts, and give away a prize, or I don't know.
You better be careful.
Play some sound, have a hot take, and it's like, I get this at work. I get this at home.
Don't talk about that.
Did you say give away a prize?
Yeah, she'll forward promote. Up in 10 minutes, we change Mila's diaper, but first, I tell you about my day.
God, I hope that's what it actually sounds like. That would be so entertaining to me.
I mean, don't you ever forward promote with your kids? Like if you're talking to them.
Oh, they can't stand it.
Up in 7 minutes, I tell you what's for dinner. But first,
I sit them down, and they, first of all, when I tell them, hey, everybody come upstairs, uh-oh. They're like, what do we do? And if it's not bad, if it's not a bad thing, I literally have to tell them that right out of the gate. I'm like, no, everything's fine.
Right, it's not a Dan day.
And then I'll go, and this will only take a minute. And then they're like, this is not going to only take a minute. And then and then they sit down, and I'll start talking to them, and we get done. And as soon as we get through whatever it is we need to talk about, there is like a little post-game show where they sort of critique the way that I went about talking to them, and they'll bring this up. Like Abe even said it one time. He's like, you could totally tell that you're a radio host. You have this way of talking where, and I don't know if he's talking about forward promotion, but he's just like, it just gets all like artistic, and you have this, right? There's promotion in there, and then there's like the boom moment, like you'll kind of like lead us to the spot, and then it's like a pow, and then it gets very just. Up in
5 minutes, I get mad about how dirty your room is, but first, let's talk about the dishes and whose turn it is to clean the kitchen. Forward promotion, a little bit of a tease. Yeah. And I don't even know if you do a reset in the middle. I am Dad, and we're talking about chores that are left undone.
I do want to talk about timeliness, but we're going to do that coming up at 7:48.
Totally.
Right now, we need to. Yes, that's it. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
It's absolutely horrible for them.
It can be annoying, but at least you give them an idea of what's to come.
It's an organization sensation.
That's a bug.
Is.
I mean, single dad with 3 kids.
I mean, it's not like I got a shot for this going well.
No, and you might only have 5 to 7 minutes to get everyone together where your 18-year-old is out and about and your 12-year-old is checking his 4 fantasy teams and your 15 or 16-year-old daughter is a 15 or 16-year-old daughter.
Yeah, I didn't say I had their attention. They're in the room.
Sure.
There's no eye contact.
Phone's down,
what do you
though.
think? I'm a robot? I'm not AI. We're not looking at each other. I'm trying. I do that thing where you lean into their eye view because they're looking over here. So I'm like, do you want me to move over here?
Hello, yeah.
Yeah, we do that. They don't like that either.
It's tough. Anyhow, yes, interrupt away.
Hello, supper.
That's right. What up, sup?
Drive safe.
Yeah, she's home already. Although I got a text. Go ahead.
Good.
I'll let you know.
Is it about bringing her up on the air, or did Mila just walk across the room and high-five the dog?
No. 4 texts from supper, none of them pertaining to the shot I just took. So,
all right, you're safe.
We got other fires to put out, but yeah, safe-ish.
Well, wait till I text her that she can go to YouTube and scroll back a little bit into the show and find what she's looking for.
Right.
I won't do that.
Good.
All right. 888-957-9570. I have a stupid question for everybody. Y'all still want the Giants and Dodgers to be in the same division with each other?
Absolutely.
You do?
I don't yike this current quote-unquote balanced schedule. Rob Manfred screwed up again because you only get 12 games against the Dodgers, and the first series against the Dodgers wasn't until June or July. It's lame. And I think baseball fans in general, you want the games against your rival to happen more frequently. And we always joke about Yankees and Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball being on every single time, but 19 games between those two, that's a rivalry. It's good. It's exciting.
Okay, I'm with you, but this is in reference to something, and this is over the weekend, and it was on Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Did you all hear this? Because there's been some buzz about it. They're interviewing Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred. Take a listen to where the conversation goes.
Expansion, realignment, expanded playoffs. I mean, can you see that down the road?
I can. I think the first two topics are related in my mind. I think if we expand, it provides us with an opportunity to geographically realign. I think we could save a lot of wear and tear on our players in terms of travel. And I think our postseason format would be even more appealing for, entities like ESPN, because you'd be playing up out of the East, out of the West, and that 10 o'clock time slot where we, sometimes get Boston, Anaheim, would be two West Coast teams, and that 10 o'clock slot that's a problem for us sometimes becomes a real opportunity for our West Coast audience. So I think, I think the owners realize that there's demand for Major League Baseball in a lot of great cities, and that we have an opportunity to do something good around that expansion process.
First of all, what the hell is happening in the background? Are they doing this during a rock concert?
That's the Little League game. That was the game.
What is that?
That is...
Like, what is happening? What are they doing?
Probably a lot of in-stadium music. It's not a normal professional baseball environment. It's in Williamsport.
Understood.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a different vibe. Well, anything to drown him out, I'm here for.
Yeah, I hear that. But anyway, so that comment on radical realignment, expansion, and then the idea that we're going to set this all up geographically, sort of a college football feel. Right? Who's going to come out of the SEC? Who's going to come out of the Big Ten? In the Pac-12? And then, whatever. Like, that idea coming to baseball, at first glance, you're kind of like, okay, what do you mean? I get it. Baseball needs to probably sort of work with its broadcast partners in a little bit different way. Baseball's lagging a little bit. Okay, so you need to make some changes. Now, there have been those out there who have taken that comment from Rob Manfred and put together a blueprint for what it would look like. And the first one that I saw, if you're really going to geographically realign, because I don't know about you, Dibs, when I heard him say that, I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe there'd be a California division. Maybe the 5 teams would be the Giants, the A's, the Angels, the Dodgers, and the Padres.
A's no longer a California team, but I see where you're going.
For the moment they are,
right,
and I'll still believe it when I see it. I know somebody shoveled dirt and moved it across the room, but whatever. I'll believe it when I see it. As we stand here today, there's 5 teams in California, okay? So something along those lines. But that's not what they did and I had forgotten, expansion would probably mean going from 3 divisions in each league to 4. 4 divisions of 4, not 3 divisions of 5. So that's probably what it would be. So you would only have 4 teams in your division. And immediately the division that the Dodgers were in looked like this: Dodgers, Angels, Padres, Diamondbacks. That's the division.
Right.
There's no Giants in it.
No Giants.
No Giants.
No Giants.
Not go Giants.
No Giants.
No Giants. The Giants division, I believe, looked something like Giants, Mariners, Rockies, and A's. Giants, Mariners, Rockies, A's. And I know what any real Giants fan's immediate thought would be when you see that. Because then I don't know if the schedule will be balanced or whatever, but hold on a freaking second. Are we actually going to give the Giant-Dodger rivalry to the Padres, like so many in Southern California are now suggesting? Really? you're going to split up the Giants and the Dodgers. Oh, by the way, this particular idea was going to split up the Cubs and the Cardinals as well. But then I slept on it for a night, and I thought to myself, the way baseball is structured right now, I don't know that anybody's ever going to win the National League West ever again. Not named the Dodgers.
Well, the Giants just did.
It was
a couple years ago, 2021.
Yes, they did. And in order to do it, they had to have the greatest year in the history of their entire organization, and even that cleared the Dodgers by a game.
Yep.
One game. So look, if this is the way that you're going to structure things, and if the Dodgers are going to continue to use their resources to fill in all of the loopholes, this is not me criticizing the Dodgers by any stretch. It is much more criticizing baseball. The Dodgers do a great job of taking advantage of what loopholes are there. But if this is the way we're going to do it, I don't know. I get it for all of you traditionalists, but to borrow college football once again, tradition's dead.
Pretty much.
Like a doornail. And so, yeah, let's go play with the Mariners, Rockies, and A's.
No, thank you.
Sign me up, because I think the Giants will win that sucker 75% of the time.
No, thank you on, first of all, the 8 divisions. And we all would have to wonder who the expansion teams are. ESPN put out a similar thing today.
No.
Their realignment included Nashville and Montreal.
Great.
Montreal gets a team. ESPN is proposing 4 8-team divisions, which to me makes a little bit more sense, where, again, it's generally going to be geographic. It's Dodgers, Mariners, Giants, Padres, Angels, D-backs, A's, and Rockies. So you take all the teams west of the Rockies, essentially, and you put them all in one big division. And with this, you would probably go to, I don't know, an 8-team playoff format, so the top 2 in each division would get to go. So I think that this would involve much more of a regional rivalry to still be intact. And according to this, you'd go to 154 games. You'd play 10 against your division opponents. You'd have 7 division opponents. So you'd have 10 games against the Dodgers and the Padres and the A's, natural rivals, and the A's are becoming less of one now that they're moving to wherever. You would have 6 games against the other National League teams, and then you'd play the American League to fill out the balance of the schedule. This, to me, makes more sense as opposed to, 4-team divisions, 8 of those, and you don't have the Dodgers, and you split up the Cardinals and Cubs. At some point, you got to preserve the rivalry, not for posterity and history, but because that's actually what still moves the needle.
First of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Look, I'm largely, this is a little devil's advocate here, because no, I'm not in favor of splitting up great rivals in Major League Baseball, because, by the way, there aren't that many of them. I was starting to think about this because the other thing that I saw in this realignment plan is that the Red Sox and Yankees would stay together and, in fact, would add the Phillies and the Mets. That would be a 4-team division. Red Sox, Yankees, Phillies, Mets. And I thought to myself, will ESPN even know that any of the other divisions exist, or will they just follow those 4 teams around? So that would be a problem. But they'd be preserving Yankees and Red Sox, but blowing up Cubs, Cardinals, and blowing up Giants, Dodgers, and I really don't think there are any other great rivalries in baseball. Beyond those 3, that's really about it as far as true, great rivalries in baseball.
You could pretend that Tampa and Miami or Florida are rivals. They're not. Houston and the Texas Rangers, are they rivals?
No.
They should be, but they're not. And, everybody really is a rival of the Yankees because nobody likes them. And it's a little similar with the Dodgers, too. Like the Padres and Dodgers, that's a rivalry, for sure.
Padres fans think it is, and right now the players think it is.
Right, because they're chasing what the Dodgers have.
Dodgers fans do not think. I keep telling people this. The dynamic in Southern California, they hate the Giants. They hate San Francisco. San Diego represents a weekend away. That's not hatred.
Right.
They're like, we love them. We should go down there, hon. We should drive down there and see the Dodgers.
Go to TJ.
Yeah, let's go. Gas lamp. It's fun. Let's get drunk. Like there is no, there's nothing there. That's the players on these particular teams because they're the two best teams right now. So that'll die. I don't think it's sustainable.
The thinking would be you could create rivals like Baltimore and the Washington Nationals. They're so close, they should be rivals. And if Montreal gets an expansion team, then Toronto and Montreal should be rivals.
Sure.
But, Cleveland and Cincinnati, the battle for Ohio and all the rest of it. I don't know. They don't exist now, but maybe by having these teams play them more often, you could create that.
Maybe. Maybe there'd be more between the White Sox and the Cubs or whatever. So I'm open to this going a bunch of different ways, but I do think you got to be careful. And if you are going to go with what Manfred just said, if you're going to think about making your playoffs geographic in nature so that it fits TV slots and you're going to get certain markets and we're only going to be playing, Dodgers, Giants, or Padres and Angels or whatever, if that happens in the playoffs, that's what's happening at 10 o'clock Eastern time. You'd never get a Red Sox game 10 o'clock Eastern time and vice versa. Okay, fine. If you want to do that, then you better unbalance your schedule. Like if you're going to make the playoffs you need to win the West, then you actually need to be a West team and you need to play the West teams more often than you play the other teams. So if you want to bring on this, then there's got to also be some of going back to the way it used to be.
That way you can truly see who's the best in the division.
Right.
Back in the day when you would play each other 19 times, those head-to-head matchups would determine who is the best team in the NL West. And you had 5 teams, and you'd play Arizona and Colorado 19 times. Same thing with the Dodgers and the Padres, and that right there is 76 of your 162 would be just against your division. So I'm with you. My biggest problem with this is very simple. Why are we expanding in the first place? The product is not good enough. There's not enough good teams. There aren't enough good players. There aren't enough stars. There aren't enough teams that even try. So we're going to add in 2 more teams. Nashville, market 41.
Yeah, but it's hot.
Portland.
It's hot.
I mean,
Nashville's a hot market.
Sure.
Everybody loves it.
Right.
Yep.
It's a hot market. And they've got football, and they don't have the NBA.
Nope.
And you're going to
Memphis.
Okay, yeah. Memphis is not quite Nashville, but I get it. It's still Tennessee.
Yeah.
We're going to add more mid-markets to a sport that does not really allow the mid-markets to usually thrive.
One of your favorite words is the reason why. It's just math.
Right.
Like what they're trying to create is basically playoff arenas. They're trying to actually use geography to their advantage, to where you can sort of do this kind of east-west thing. Like when I hear what they're trying to do, it does sound to me like they're trying to create college football. That's what they're trying to do. But that's why also my ears perked up at this, and eyes for that matter, with this idea of like, are you really willing to split the Giants and the Dodgers up? And you'd be like, baseball would never. And then think to yourself, remember now, USC's in the Big Ten.
With UCLA, though.
Right, and Oregon. My point is that for years, college football used to tell all of us that its biggest selling point was tradition. You show up at the same building against the same opponent, and this year it's the world's biggest outdoor cocktail party, and this is what we do when this team comes to town, and we've got the axe, and we've got and this is a Civil War, and we've got a nickname for this game versus, and it's all about the band, and the students do this, and we're all about tradition. And out west, the biggest traditional thing was the Rose Bowl, and the Big Ten played the Pac-10, and now the Pac-10 is in the Big Ten. Like, they have taken tradition and wiped their butts with it, and it hasn't affected them negatively.
It's because of the almighty dollar and because it's football.
So will baseball follow the same model? Let's make geographic arenas and take tradition and huck it into Max Muncy's ocean.
They've already done that in many ways with the elimination of the DH and the ghost runner on second and the pitch clock. And it's no longer 90 feet between bases. It's now 88 feet and 8 inches because we had to make the bases bigger so we can steal more, even though the Giants still don't steal more. So
we need bigger bases.
Rob Manfred is already wiping his tuchus with tradition. My point is, unless you want to accompany this with a salary floor, which is something you've advocated,
absolutely,
you're going to have Nashville market 29. I'm looking at it right now, just behind San Diego, which is not necessarily mid-market, but you're asking a Nashville owner to come in and start spending with the big boys, and they won't because they're not equipped to do so.
Yeah. Here's the other thing, though. Every time the idea of blowing up tradition comes up, everybody gets mad and says, we will not, like I can't even wrap my head around that. And then we do.
Well,
I mean,
course.
we did this for years with the DH. We did it for years with the DH.
And the pitch clock is a great example.
Exactly. You will get used to it. So if the Giants and Dodgers split up, and I know you don't believe me today, but you will get used to it.
Right.
You will.
And I don't.
Stanford and Cal are in the ACC. So
the Atlanta
whatever.
Braves are no longer in the NL West. Grandy, do you remember those days when the Atlanta Braves were in the NL West, or does that predate you?
It was like before I became aware of everything going on, but I know what happened.
Yeah.
Still, I mean, actually,
the Atlanta Falcons were in the NFC West.
They were also in the West. The Braves being in the West, actually, for me, it represents why there's a wild card in Major League Baseball, and it represents, for my childhood at least, or maybe adolescence or just youth, whatever, however you want to say it, but like, that was the worst year of Giants baseball. It was 1993,
correct?
I think.
They won 103 in 93.
They won 103, and at that time, you had to win your division to go to the playoffs, and the Braves won 104. So you went home.
Yep.
And immediately, baseball started plans to bring up a wild card because they're like, can't have teams winning 103 games and going home the next day.
That's right. And eventually they figured out that the Braves belonged in the NL East because they're an Eastern team.
In the East.
So we went ahead and figured that out. But my issue with expansion is the product and the fact that we already have too many teams that are low income and they don't try. And I just feel like this would add to that pile of crap.
Valks are playing tonight.
Can't wait. It's a big
game.
one.
Yeah, big game. Valks tonight, 7 o'clock, Phoenix Mercury. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. You download the app, you search Valkyries, you find it that way, very easy. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pre-game will start at 6:30. Okay, speaking of radical changes, there's something that, and I don't think this is radical, I actually definitely think it's going to happen, but this weekend is going to represent why in the NFL. We'll get to that. Also still ahead, Kyle Shanahan had a lot to say, so we've got more things to bring you on that front. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. 101 northbound, very heavy from before Cesar Chavez Street all the way to the 80 eastbound merge. That's because of a crash. 80 eastbound just before 4th Street. 280 northbound heavy from Mariposa to the 6th and King Street exits. That's traffic. I'm Rebecca.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Cool people, good times. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National, happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes, an earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest, tire-smoking burnout competition, Good Guys Autocross racing competition, plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years of the Tri-5 Chevy and more. Happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
during a Flex Alert. Pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Cache Creek Casino Resort has never been ordinary. For 40 years, we've redefined how a luxury casino resort experience should feel. We've hosted some of the biggest names in entertainment, partnered with luxury brands and championship sports teams. This summer, play at Cache Creek Casino Resort for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just something you see, it's something you feel. Win the drive of a lifetime. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you are a loved one or in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
San Francisco, it's 67 degrees and sunny.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
Nope, just choose to. That's all. So, no, it's not in my contract.
No, you don't have to be such a homer.
Yeah.
You choose to be.
Thank you.
And that's just what makes you happy, makes you most comfortable as a fan. And until I rattle off a scenario where the Giants might still have a chance or a glimmer. You're not quite ready to be that level of homer.
Yeah, no.
No.
I also do think, though, you want my homer take of the day? It was fun listening to the other two shows today, and I gather I didn't wake up at like 5:59 this morning, so I don't know how they got here. Is it because the Niners are playing the Chargers this week that they got into the whole Harbaugh-Shanahan thing? Fun question, which coach would you rather have? And I didn't listen to every single call, but it was just Harbaugh. And I'm like, of course it's Harbaugh. You guys all get that absence makes the heart grow fonder,
Not
right?
Harbaugh. Anything but Harbaugh.
No, yes, Harbaugh. Because everybody remembers Harbaugh, and all you do is remember that was great. That was great. Like, he took a team that was in trouble. He built a culture. They started to win. Ooh, they almost won the Super Bowl. Wouldn't it be nice if Kyle Shanahan ever got any of you to be like, ooh, they almost won the Super Bowl? Nobody wants to do that.
No.
Nobody wants to do that.
He blew a lead twice.
He blew a lead, right, which apparently is worse than walking out into the Super Bowl as the favorite and getting your ass handed to you for the first half. But nobody wants to do that. And also nobody wants to talk about the fact that Harbaugh wears out his welcome everywhere, and there are still people in that building today that can't stand Jim Harbaugh. Fact. So, but that's not me saying he's not a great coach. That he is a great coach. He wears out his welcome. That's his kryptonite. Kyle's got his kryptonite. He ain't great coming from behind. Everybody's got their kryptonite, and no one's a perfect coach. I bring all that up to say it fascinates me that, and I think that we're a great case study in this right now with our sports teams. When you have really good on your team, seemingly you're still mad until you get great. Or if you have the fourth best coach in the league, like, that's not good enough. You need the number one. And that's not how I look at it. I don't know. Like, there's not anybody out there arguing, right, that Steve Kerr and Kyle Shanahan suck at what they do, right?
There are some people who think that they suck at what they do. But those are the lunatic fringe.
Big minority, right?
And honestly, you can be unhappy with Steve Kerr and his rotations and how he develops young players and all the rest of it. I don't think you can be a Warrior fan and look at his track record and be disappointed. If you're disappointed in his track record,
right,
which I believe it's 6 finals appearances, 4 titles in 10 years, if that isn't good enough for you, then you can't be helped.
Right.
You can't be helped. Now, it's okay for you to think that maybe somebody else would be better for the young people and better for the team going forward. And you know what? You're probably going to get your wish in a year or 2 years, maybe 3.
Someday.
I would bet it's not going to be more than 3 years.
You're probably right.
And at that point, and you're one of these fire Steve Kerr people, you're going to get a new coach, and you can either like that coach or dislike that coach. You're allowed to. The Niners went from Harbaugh to Jimmy Tomsula.
Good Lord.
And then immediately to Chip Kelly, 2-14. And then they went to Shanahan, and he started 0-10 or 0-9, I believe. And at that point, even then you're thinking, well, this is better than the 2 previous guys, even though they're 0-9. And gradually he, overhauled the roster and stuff and made 2 Super Bowls, and you still are allowed to want Harbaugh over Shanahan? I personally do not.
Oh, you're on the Shanahan
I'm
side.
a Shanahan guy. I'm a Shanistan.
How would you answer that? Why?
I like Jim Harbaugh and what he does. I think that he's a great small sample guy to take a team, turn them around, make them good. But like you said, and I've pointed this out for many, many years, he's usually 5 years and the welcome gets worn out. He lasted longer at Michigan, and look what he left that program in. I guess the program didn't get hit as hard as he would have.
Slap on the wrist.
Well, yeah, he basically cheated his way to a natty, saw that the tire fire had started to burn, and he got out of town.
That's what they do.
Right, that's what he did.
Yeah, so did Pete Carroll.
Right.
Right, Lucas? So did Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll knew the sirens were coming. He's like, Seahawks. When he left, people were like, what? You get the biggest, baddest. Will Ferrell and Snoop Dogg are on the sideline every week. This is the greatest thing ever. He's like, I'm out.
Yep.
Why? Because the sirens were coming.
I'm rewatching The Wire right now, one of the greatest shows of all time. And when they're out there selling their stuff on the streets, at the first sign of the police, they all scream out, "Narcos!" And pew, everyone runs because the narcos are coming.
Yep.
The police. And so you don't want to be caught holding.
No.
So one of the lookouts will call narcos, and that's kind of what Harbaugh did at Michigan.
It is funny. By the way, case study. Lucas, turn your mic on for a sec.
Hello.
Huge USC fan. Lucas Alexander, ladies and gentlemen. Did you enjoy the Pete Carroll era at USC?
Greatest years of my life.
Okay. So this is the case study. Everybody in the world says that they hate cheating unless your team's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's really the Barry Bonds complex.
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah.
I don't think that people hate the cheating. It's just getting caught. And
I don't think people I don't think people think of themselves as like, yeah, I'm in favor of let's cheat. I don't think at least.
Well,
most people
we can bring this up on the crossover. Guru playing pickup basketball when he'll call it the score 6-4, and it's really 5-5.
Yep.
It's 6-4. See if anybody catches me, and that ostensibly is cheating.
Ostensibly, there's different levels of cheating. Like I took this conversation all the way one time to Derek Jeter famously did this one time, and it was well before there was replay or whatever. But let's say that you didn't get hit by the pitch, but it looked like you got hit by the pitch, and you start limping, and you just take off for first base. You know you didn't get hit, but an ump may believe you. You ow, and then you take off for first base. Is that cheating?
Well, yeah.
How about if let's go to the Latter-day Saints commercials.
I was just going to say.
You know damn well the ball was off you. But nobody does what they do in that commercial. Nobody runs over to the ref, you got it wrong. It was actually off me. I told the truth. What are we doing? What are we doing?
We don't do that.
Right.
This is a different level, though. And
yes,
you're mentioning there's levels to it. And Harbaugh did what he did in Michigan, and you knew it. And he may not have been materially involved, but he knew what was going on. And then, you hear the sirens in the distance, and you're out. And you mentioned Shawshank earlier, and the warden who was doing all the dirty dealings, and Andy Dufresne got a hold of the books and sent it to the authorities and the media, and the warden knew the jig was up, and so he ended up going in a certain route to avoid being
he did.
Incarcerated.
Yeah.
So
you know what that would have been?
It would have been an incarceration sensation, Mark.
That's true. It would have been.
Yeah.
And it was for many people in that movie, but not the warden.
And in college, and this is where the NCAA, we're going to come down. It's a show cause penalty, Jim. You better not come back to the NCAA or you're going to be suspended for 10 years. Okay, guys, thanks.
Yeah, peace. And everybody's got a different moral code. This is hilarious to me on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. What's the area code? 630. Recruitment violations and studying signs is not cheating. The word is violation. Of course it's cheating.
Well, stealing signs is not against the rules.
Which rules are you reading?
I'm reading, the unwritten rules.
Okay.
Whatever. Those aren't rules. That's a moral code that, quite frankly, in baseball has been violated since the dawn of time. Since the first catcher put 2 fingers down between his legs.
Do you feel like Belichick and the Patriots cheated?
With the deflated footballs?
No, with the going into
the
practice,
Spygate?
the Spygate.
Absolutely.
Okay, but there's no written rule, is there?
I think there is rules about that.
There's written rule. And what Michigan got dinged for wasn't stealing signs. It was the advanced scouting and paying people to go to games.
I get it.
Ahead of time.
Yeah, cheating.
You can just try to decipher a team's signs by watching the TV or watching the All-22 film.
I tend to think of cheating as, did you know that it was not allowed before you did it? Then it's cheating. I don't care what the act is. I don't care. In a way, driving 66 on the freeway is cheating. I understand that nobody has a moral issue with that, and it is widely accepted. And police officers, somebody you could call us. I'd love to know how police officers do go about deciding what's speeding and what's not? Do you actually have a number in your head, or is it when it's at the end of the month and you've got a quota to hit, or is it just like the snooty way that the person looks that just drove by you? Is it the mood that you're in? What is it? But if you go north of 65, you damn well know that that's against the rules.
Correct.
And you willfully chose to cheat.
Well, there's a lot of that where you park in a parking space and you don't feed the meter because you're going to be gone for 15 minutes and you roll the dice. Even though it's $3 an hour, and the right thing to do would be to put $1 in and cover those 20 minutes while you're gone, but you don't feel like it. And you feel like you can get away with it, and so you pop in and you pop out. And I park at times in a place where there's a fee, but I pretty much know they're not going to police that lot and charge me, so a lot of times I don't pay that fee.
Let me rock you this question. Everybody, you guys can do this. Although Lucas and Grandy, do you all do much grocery shopping?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, you do. Do you, Lucas?
Of course.
I don't know. Some people
I've never seen him in the aisles.
Yeah, like maybe Evan is the grocery shopper in your house. I don't know. That's
cute.
Maybe you Instacart. I have no idea what you do. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, I grocery shop.
Okay, let's say, because a lot of people will cruise around now, you bring your own bags to the grocery store. Some people are bagging those things literally in the aisles before you bring them all the way up front. And whether you do self-check or not, let's say, for instance, you got like a dark-colored bag, and then you put a cucumber in there, and you or the checkout employee did not see the cucumber, and it never came out of the bag. No, beep, you never did that. You get all the way to the car, and you're unloading everything, and you realize, like, ooh, that cucumber never got beeped. You going back in the store? Or are you hitting the gas?
You're hitting the gas.
Okay.
You're talking about a 90-cent cucumber.
Whatever, however much it is. What if it's a bottle of red wine?
Yeah, I mean, just depends on what sort of an operation. If it's Safeway, absolutely I'm going back in because, darn it, that grocery store means the world to me.
That's an amazing answer.
And, you know, when I'm in Safeway and I see people in the aisles, it's important to me.
Dibs, I would never go to a different grocery store. I don't even know I didn't know there were any other grocery stores.
Correct. I'm totally with you. So,
right.
yeah, I'd go right back in, and I'd see them in the aisles and make sure that bottle of vino got charged. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. That's that. Like, we completely do this constantly. We are able to justify almost anything, right? And I'm not even saying that I'm against it. Although I could give you an example near and dear to your heart where all of the sudden in sports, holy hell, the idea of cheating the tiniest centimeter bit is wildly unacceptable. Let's talk about golf for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. If the ball moves and you had nothing to do with it, too bad. That's a stroke. And if you don't call it on yourself and some fat dude in Mississippi was watching the Golf Channel, and I don't even know where people find this number, but there's some phone number.
There's a hotline.
There's a bat phone with the PGA Tour, and people will start calling, I was watching and the ball moved, and now we're going to go back and do the video, and people will get DQ'd from tournaments.
If they sign the wrong scorecard, it's usually just a 2-stroke penalty.
Unbelievable.
Right, but at the same time, my beloved golf, you watch some of these golfers where they hit a ball in a certain spot, and now I'm going to need a ruling because there's a burrowed animal or there's something here that, the lie is not great, so I'm going to need a ruling. And then sometimes when you get that ruling and you go to drop, you watch some of these guys drop the ball, there's a little bit of a thumb flick. That way the ball goes forward twice, and then you get to place the ball. So as moral as golfers are, and we call our own fouls, there still is a good amount of cheating that goes on with, the times that they're able to get away with stuff.
I mean, and then meantime in basketball, we got LeBron or Chris Paul or anybody else flying and flinging their body all the way across the court when they haven't even been touched at 6'8", 265 pounds. And like, Everyone's just like, yeah, it's the culture.
Yeah.
What? It's weird.
And then you've got Alperin Şengün. I don't know if you saw that earlier in the week.
No,
but
what'd he say?
Şengün in the podcast basically said that the Warriors were constantly fouling in the series against the Rockies. And they were doing it because they knew it wouldn't be called. And they were overtly physical, super physical in that series, almost outside the lines.
That's a laughable comment with the way that they defend Steph
And then
Curry.
Şengün went on to say that
laughable
the Warriors
comment.
were doing that, and they were crying about calls as well. And
I mean, that's a laughable comment. That's a young player that doesn't understand the way officials get worked in an NBA series, but B, that's just sports. Everybody always thinks the other guy is doing X and you're not. Of course, the Warriors were fouling. So were the Rockets.
Exactly.
So was the whole NBA playoffs were, I thought, characterized by unbelievably physical play, and the NBA letting them get away with it. Everybody was getting away with murder.
And that's not cheating per se, because you're just playing physical, and the refs have the right to call or not call it. And in that series, the Warriors were whistled for more fouls than Houston was. So his little comment, and I think it was in a Turkish podcast. I'll see if I can find it.
I don't like Şengün. I don't like that guy. He bothered me in that series.
He did. Because
the face and the you do a good Şengün. Go to YouTube. Dibs is doing Şengün. Yeah, the face, the arms, constant, and then the commentary. He was the one, by the way, I can't even remember after which game it was. He sort of insinuated that the series should kind of be over. We don't even think it's that close. We don't think this is all that challenging. And then they went out with Game 7 on their home floor and got their doors blown off. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Şengün.
5 years, 185. That was his extension.
He's a good player.
He's a very good player.
He's a good player. I don't like him.
I think Kaminga likes him even less than you. Kaminga's got contract envy
I'm sure
when it comes to Şengün, because the Goon got 5 and 185.
I'm sure he does.
And I think just hearing those comments made me think about rivalry. And the Rockets quietly now are one of the Warriors' biggest rivals. Not only because of the series they just played, but now they got KD.
Yeah, Durant.
So I think the Houston Warrior rivalry, it's kind of kicked back up to where it was when they had Harden.
I agree with you. Yeah, that's one of the teams that gets under people's skin.
No doubt.
It annoys them a little bit. 888-957-9570 is the number. It is Willard and Dibs. Kyle Shanahan spoke a lot today. And one of the things he said, and we'll play more for you coming up in just a little bit, but one of the things that he did say is that the starters will largely not play in this game. Now, most of the teams are handling it that way. We talked about the Rams yesterday. Matthew Stafford did put in another full practice today. And the Rams are saying, and Sean McVay is saying, that's trending in the right direction. However, they already announced that Jimmy Garoppolo is out for the remainder of the preseason as well, because they're going to bubble wrap him. The 49ers are not playing Brock Purdy. And oh, by the way, a quote-unquote knee sprain for Mac Jones. And I'm not saying that there wasn't a knee sprain, but it's interesting that they can rule him out for this game and automatically already say, but he will 100% definitely be ready for week 1. Wow, interesting that they know his healing pace already. So it tells us what we already know. Now, the Bears have announced that their starters are going to play. There are exceptions to every rule. The Bears are in a spot where they've been down for a long time. They have a new coach, and he's trying to build a program. And you know, that group does come from underneath the Dan Campbell umbrella. And this is what Dan did with the Lions, where it's like, no, we're gonna bite kneecaps and we're gonna all this stuff because you're trying to build a culture. But outside of those culture building teams, people are totally sitting their dudes and their dudes' backups coming up this weekend. So what are we doing? Why are we doing this? Because my question to Kyle today would have been, and I wasn't in practice, but I would have loved to ask him this, and I don't know that I would have gotten a straight answer, but how many of your positional roster battles right now do you not already know the answer to? Like, what is really on the line Saturday against the Chargers? How many decisions do you have to make? how much does that game go into it while you sit both the first string and much of the second string as well. I think that this weekend is shaping up to be a total poster for an 18-game schedule and a 2-game preseason. And everybody gets 2 byes, everybody gets to play in another country, and the Super Bowl is the day before President's Day. Like, we're doing that. That's happening.
It should happen, and I don't know if that has to come out of the collective bargaining agreement or not, if the owners can just authoritatively decide that that's what they're going to do. But I do think that is an obvious solution. It's the obvious future, and I remember my time in the Arena League. It was an 18-game schedule, and you had 2 byes, and it makes perfect sense. And one thing I learned through years of covering the San Jose SaberCats is by playing more games, you do have players more likely to get hurt at some juncture, but it also gives you more time to get well from your injury. If it's a 20-week season and you get hurt in week 7 and you're out 6 to 8 weeks, you still have time to come back for the final 4 games and then get into the playoffs.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, listen, I do hope that it never leads to load management in the NFL. I don't know how much longer the season needs to be before that comes into play. And that undoubtedly will be the argument that the players put up. It's already ridiculous, the idea of being healthy through the season or through a career or whatever. And those are fair. Look, they're fair comments. I don't disagree with them. I'm just here to tell you, though, that you're going to lose the argument. The NFL players always do. There's too many players and too many players that need their check because the average span of a career is like 2 or 3 years. There's guys playing on special teams that have the same vote that Tom Brady has or Patrick Mahomes has when it comes to players' union stuff. And they're going to lose every time. And so the league is going to continue to expand. It is going to continue to have a longer schedule. It is going to continue to send people to countries all over the world. And it will continue to not worry about guys' bodies and how they're able to handle all of these things.
And it's just most likely inevitable. And doing a quick research here, it is not going to happen until after the 2030 season, which is when the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement, expires. And when you start getting closer to that, the owners are going to push for 18 games. I'm sure players will have a pushback on what they want, but it does feel like it's inevitable. It's not going to happen immediately.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll let you hear a lot of what Kyle had to say. We will take your calls. Kay Bueno, you'll lead us off. 888-957-9570 is the number. And also, if you weren't with us in the 3 o'clock hour and you did not hear today's code word, and where you need to text it so that you have a shot to host your fantasy draft at Splash with all of your friends or family members or whoever, co-workers, with food provided, everything provided, a dedicated server. If you did not get the code word, then stay right where you are because we'll give it to you again coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a 2025 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $269 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 do it signing. Includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 8/31/24. MSRP $27,816. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN JF2GU ABC7SH275175. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in a crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, we'll be the judge of that as we go forward. 888-957-9570. I want to make Steiny happy and pay off our teas.
All right, yeah.
Even though he can't hear us. Yay! Because he's getting rain sideways in his ear right now.
It's funny you say that because...
is it, or is it beautiful?
Spectacular.
Is it really?
And he's playing great, too.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Good for him.
Playing great. And yesterday the report was 76 degrees, light breeze, and sunny skies.
You got to stop this
Bandon,
whole,
Oregon.
we don't text anymore. We're not like, dude.
I'm on a thread that he's a part of.
Everything that's going on his vacation.
We have a
You
group.
guys are thick as thieves.
He's not texting me. He's texting the group.
Well,
there are 36 of us in the Cal Pack group that we all go to Truckee every July. This is a group.
Your group has a name?
It's the Cal Pacific Golf Tournament. That's the group. It's Cal Pacific. And we now have a golf club, the Cal Pacific Golf Club, through NCGA. So, yeah.
Got it.
It's a club with a name. There's a thread on WhatsApp, and he's been weighing in from Bandon, not texting me, but sharing with the group how nice it is and how well he's playing.
Okay, wonderful.
Great.
Good for him.
Yeah, great
have
for
a
him.
day.
He's having a bunch of days.
Good. We don't do that again. But anyway, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? And also, if you didn't hear us unveil the code word earlier today, the word is food. Food. So text the word food to 20357. Text food to 20357. And that, for today, just once, will qualify you to be in the running to have your fantasy draft, you and up to 14 guests at Splash in a private room next Tuesday night with food stations, a dedicated server, and I'm told Wi-Fi.
Free Wi-Fi.
Free
Wi-Fi.
Amazing if you had to pay $8 for it.
We're not talking dial-up either. This is some of that high-speed S. It's not the old...
Well, and no fantasy draft is complete unless somebody gets knocked off line right before their pick. You're not allowed to do a fantasy draft where that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Somebody texts somebody, and then the commissioner, stop, click, stop the draft.
Right.
And then somebody else gets very angry. You're usually the one that gets angry. Steiny's the one that gets knocked off. That's just our group's dynamic. But I'm here to tell you, I'm in multiple leagues. There's always someone.
It happens, huh?
Always.
Yeah. Well.
Always.
Yeah.
100% of the time.
That's a bummer. That's why you got to line up your queue in advance, because if you got your next pick in the queue and you get knocked off, then your next player just gets automatically drafted. That's how that goes.
I'm not a queue guy. Queue. I don't know what I'm going to do until we get closer.
Well, as you get later in the draft and you're running around doing things with your toddler, sometimes you got to queue up 7 or 8 just in case.
You need to yak in.
I try to.
You ain't chasing no toddler.
Well,
you need to focus.
There's bath time, story time. There's a lot of times
Not
that
that
happen.
night. Not that night. There isn't.
Well, and I already planted the seed that I think I'm going to have to be at a place for the draft, because we might actually do something.
We might.
Right. So I already planted that seed, like, it's work, honey.
And then here's what's going to, I promise you, she's going to get that confused with what we're doing next Tuesday night, and she'll think that you already did it. You already went to Splash for your draft. No, honey, that's not my draft. That was someone else's draft. Why'd you go to Splash for someone else's draft? Well, because work told, we did our show there. No, we don't. We can't have you going to drafts once or twice a week. There, I did the fight for you already.
Too late. I did it for myself last night. We already checked that box.
Oh, God.
Yeah. The phrase, it's for work, you got to pick your spots on the it's for work, even though it is for work.
Every Sunday, brother. Every single Sunday.
So you're telling me you have to go to Splash for work and hang out and have a pop and eat food for work?
Yep.
Sorry about that. Duty calls. You're on your own.
Just a couple of working steps.
Yeah,
over here.
you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, you out there can be a part of it. Just text food.
Text food to 20357.
Thank you. I didn't want to get it wrong. 20357.
Or the other numbers that you can play with are 888-957-9570. Here is K Bueno in Oakland, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, K Bueno. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy Taco Tuesday, huh?
Perfect.
Of toddler times, yeah, I agree with you. Toddlers have a lot of times. Dinner time, pajama time, bath time, pickup time. In my case, pickup time from daycare time is what I'm about to get going with right now. But aside from that, I just wanted to get in with your opinion about the preseason, NFL preseason games, right? And right now, at this stage, pretty much the roster's figured out, like you said. I don't know what else there is left to figure out. But for me, the feeling I have right now with the final preseason game here, and I agree with you, I think the NFL is eventually going to just make it a longer season and cut the preseason shorter. But I have the same feeling right now with the final preseason game as I did with the Pro Bowl before, where it's just like, all right, this is kind of insignificant now. It's really nothing to watch. Kind of pointless. If I could guess anything, maybe they're just trying to get special teams ironed out, but that's a reach even still. I mean, we got Moody. That's already figured out. We got no choice about that. Got to live with it. But I don't know, punt return situation, kick return situation got to be figured out still. I don't know, but this final preseason game coming up, it's like you said, I won't be watching it. So I don't think a lot of people are going to be really caring much, but there's not really anything left to, I would guess, to get situated on the roster.
Well, Kate Bueno, thank you for the call. I agree with you. Do you know what I think? And I'll take this even to a general sense. I think that we as fans too often dismiss what is happening the other days of the week. This happened in the Trey Lance conversation. It happens in the Jonathan Kaminga conversation. And it will happen repeatedly in the conversation about so many players with regard to, Lucas and I had the conversation today before the show because Daniel Jones got named the starter with the Indianapolis Colts, which I could have told you was going to happen the day after they signed Daniel Jones. Like anybody who has an ear to any NFL ground knows, or if you just have eyes, Anthony Richardson is not good at football. Period.
Right.
But Lucas's point would be, but you picked him very early in the draft, and he hasn't played that many games. Don't you need to see what he has? This has become this question or phrase that has now, it gets my shoulders tight. Don't you need to see what he has? I'm sorry. In my opinion, these people are seeing what those guys have every day of the week. It is not just reserved for us when it's on TV. They're around these guys. They see their makeup. They see how they handle situations. They are grinding them in practice. There are so many things that go into whether or not a player looks and feels ready to play professional sports and has earned the trust of their team and coaches, and it happens every hour of every day. And this is what makes decisions. And then fans come out and go, well, but he's only played 14 games. No, he's been there for 2 years.
Right.
Farting around every day. And they have decided he's not good. He's not good at football. Feliciano took a shot at him in our interview. He was like he got hurt because he has no idea which way to turn. Like he used Anthony Richardson as the example of why they named their podcast Not Our Fault.
Right.
And it's offensive linemen going, dude, like, yeah, we let the guy through because we're supposed to, and you didn't know which way to look, so now you're in the hospital. Not our fault.
Exactly. And that's why it's great to talk to guys like Feliciano because what we see with our eyes is linemen missed the block, and that's why the quarterback got sacked, and that's why he got hurt, and the people in the know are saying, no, the protection actually was supposed to go that way, and the quarterback wasn't supposed to be in that position. He was supposed to go with the protection, but because he didn't, he's the one who was to blame for that. And just hearing you lay that out, it reminds me of the Trey Lance situation where, the Niners saw Trey Lance day in and day out during mini camps and OTAs and practices and all the rest of it. And what they saw was not to their liking enough to where they were willing to keep him around and try to continue to develop him. You got to a point where the Niners decided that it wasn't going to work, and so you traded him to Dallas.
Yeah, by the way, because this has come up, Kyle Shanahan was asked about Trey Lance today.
Oh.
So, but they're playing the Chargers this week.
That's right.
So I would imagine that Trey, I don't know if they've announced anything. Is Trey getting a start?
I don't know if he'll start, but he'll play a lot.
Like he's battling for an actual QB2 role with this team. So Kyle was asked about Trey Lance today, and here's the comment.
I don't want to sit here and evaluate Trey too much. I think I've done that before, but when I revisit that, we knew where our team was at, and we knew where it was going to be the next couple of years, and we were committed to getting a rookie quarterback. We weren't sure that it would be forever, but we thought that was important to contractually with where our team was at in order to keep a good team together. So we knew we were going for a rookie, especially after a veteran left earlier that year. That was an option. So that was more of a plan in that way. Now we can go back to what we thought and everything, which I have no problem doing anytime, but I don't want to sit here and evaluate Trey again. I'm pulling for Trey. I love Trey. One of the best people I've been around, and I really hope it works out for him.
Yeah, it's fascinating, man. Like, there are certain players, and Trey Lance is one of them. Jonathan Kaminga, by the way, is another. And I think where this comes from in the end is both of these guys have been really good dudes in tough situations. And I want to make sure that does get said as much as possible. I think that they have conducted themselves very nicely, very respectfully in what were clearly difficult situations. Ill-timed injuries, players being acquired around them that ended up having a bigger effect on the team than maybe you thought they would, and it kind of sort of supplanted or replaced you, Jimmy Butler, Brock Purdy, et cetera, things that are out of your control. And so all of those things happen, and both of them have conducted themselves responsibly, respectfully, with strength, all of that. Okay, so there's that side of it.
I also think about, hi, this is James Wiseman, because Wiseman and Trey Lance had similar college paths where, Wiseman only played 3 games, Lance played an entire season of FCS, and there was a lot of unknowns, and both were projects coming in.
Absolutely. But because they conduct themselves well, it does make people, I think sometimes, and we all do this, right? This is the way all of us argue. You grab certain things that aren't the whole picture. They're just like a little part of the picture, and you grab them, and then we use them for our point because we're rooting for a guy. Or not rooting for a guy, whichever it may be. And there are a lot of people, understandably so, who are really rooting for Trey Lance. But to me, objectively hilarious what I've seen on social media the last 2 weeks because of what Trey Lance has done in 2 preseason games. One of which I was told by social media that Trey cooked. He lit it up. And then I went to the box score and saw him at 50% completion percentage with no touchdowns.
About $145 passing.
And I went, I'm sorry. Now, he rushed the ball well, and he ran for a touchdown. But I'm sorry, he lit it up. And, oh, by the way, it's not a real football game. You're playing against somebody's second string, maybe even third string. We all know this. Nobody grabs a Sharpie and prints anything off of a preseason game. So that is not a criticism of Trey Lance. But I do see there are a lot of people out there that are like, okay, Jim Harbaugh has unlocked Trey Lance. well, okay. If that's how you want to play this, then that's how you want to play this. But nobody in the entire league, like if he's really, really unlocked Trey Lance, if I were the Chargers, I'd put him on the trade block, because if he's really unlocked him, then somebody would want Trey Lance to start on their team, but nobody has ever wanted that in the NFL.
Not yet. And if he is able to make it as the Chargers' backup quarterback, and he spends a whole year as the Chargers' backup quarterback, and maybe he goes somewhere like Indianapolis next year, or Cleveland, or another one of these unsettled situations, and he gets a chance to compete, I don't think that his race is completely run insofar that he's done as a quarterback in the NFL. If he doesn't make it as the Chargers' backup and he's out there on the street, it's going to be tougher for him to then bounce back. You can always go to Canada or play in that spring football league, whichever the initials are these days. But this is kind of a big moment for Trey Lance.
No doubt.
If you can land as the backup, I do think that Harbaugh is the kind of coach who could unlock Trey Lance, because I could see him using him as kind of a baby Taysom Hill at times. Not the receiving part of Taysom Hill, but as a get in there and maybe we'll run some Wildcat with you.
That's interesting. I mean, like so many Niner fans, and I would argue you included, thought that was irresponsible to do that kind of offense with Trey Lance.
He was your QB1.
No? Okay.
This would not be him as QB1. This would be him as your Wildcat guy.
That makes sense. But I also don't think he runs like that. I think that they misjudged how fast Trey is.
True.
He's not as fast as I think they thought he was.
He's not, but you could definitely Wildcat him between the tackles or off tackle. I'm not saying you have to, like Taysom Hill's, he's fast and he's
also big.
He's big.
He takes a hit.
Trey Lance is big. He's not as fast, but maybe you bring him in for, tush pushes or 3rd and shorts. I don't know. I think that Harbaugh could gin up a role for Trey Lance if he's the backup.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, 888-957-9570. Now, at the podium today, this has been pointed out to me, Kyle Shanahan did not say anything specifically about everybody's playing time. I have seen it reported in more than one place today that the 49ers are not planning to play, quote, most of their starters. So that's vague because that's not all. So somebody's playing, but certainly does not sound like Brock Purdy. And as we know, Mac Jones has been announced as out for the game, and that's partially why they went and signed back Nate Sudfeld today.
Sudsy.
Yeah, they just needed somebody to go play the game this week, which is part of why I wanted to talk about this. Like if we're literally arrived at a spot now, and I know that it's somewhat circumstantial, but if you're signing players and literally the only assignment for that player is, will you just grab a uniform and go do this mess on Saturday that we don't care about? Well, then why are we doing it? Why?
Cha-ching!
Well, right, I guess.
And if you're a season ticket holder, I believe this game is a part of your package.
You're damn right it is.
So you got to pay for it, and you don't have to go, but you got to pony up. And I just was looking at tickets, which there are still some tickets available at Niners.com.
That's exciting.
Cheapest ticket is $80. So if you want to go watch Sudsy, major bag alert.
Major.
And you mentioned the starters, and I can just go through it. Jawan Jennings won't play. Williams won't play. Barch is hurt. Brendel, maybe. Pooney's hurt. He won't play. McKivitz probably won't play. Kittle we know won't play.
Purdy.
Pearsall, I wouldn't say you want to play him.
Oh, I wouldn't put him out there.
McCaffrey for sure isn't playing. Why play Juszczyk if you're not going to have McCaffrey, and Purdy won't play? So there's your starting 11, according to Niners.com.
Yeah. Yeah, here's by the way, here's the plan for the quarterbacks. So says Kyle Shanahan.
I haven't decided yet. I initially planned on playing some guys. To be honest, I'm getting less on that right now, but especially with Mac being out. That's why we brought in Nate too, because I know we're going to want at least 2 other guys to play besides Brock if he does go, but I'll decide on that after these next 2 practices.
Okay. So he doesn't definitively say no, Brock, but he does insinuate, I am now starting to lean toward no.
Right.
And by the way, listen, I don't know what Brock's opinion is. I know what football players like to do. They like to play football. So I guess I would bring that into the conversation. If I'm the Niners, I'm not putting Brock Purdy out there with no Trent Williams, no Pooney, no Barch. Like, no. I am not 2 weeks before a football game that matters. I am not risking one drop back. If you want him to go out there and hand the ball off a few times, rock out with your Brock out.
Why?
But I have no idea why you would do that. The only thing that matters is his timing and connection with the receivers, at least with Ricky. That seems like it's in good shape. Jawan's not even out there. And so, yeah, why? No, thank you.
No, thank you. And I don't think it happens. And when you start to look further down the depth chart and, Demarcus Robinson, sure, go out there and play. You're facing a suspension. I wonder when that thing's going to drop. I think it's going to be 3 games. It usually is. But if you need bodies, all right, DeMarcus, you get to play. And Jordan Watkins won't. He's got the high ankle. And then Patrick Taylor, shoulder. He's now on IR for the year. So you're looking at Keyshawn Vaughn running the ball. Corey Kiner is hurt. Jordan James has been hurt. Jeff Wilson, you know what? He might have a chance to make this team.
30 carries.
But I think he's going to get out there and he's going to do his thing. And then receiver-wise, you might get a healthy dose of Tariq Owens. He might be a guy
I'd like to see that.
I would too.
Check it out. I don't think he's going to make the team, but he might be a practice squatter, and who knows?
Exactly. So you're looking at the 2s and 3s on the offensive line. You're looking at the deep backups at tight end. I know Ross Dwelly just got released, so he won't be out there. You won't see Kittle, and you're going to see wide receivers with numbers you're not used to seeing.
Yeah, Grandy,
Just on the running back room, Garendo did return to practice today.
Garendo's back.
Dealing with a shoulder, but he's back, and I would imagine he'll play Saturday.
Maybe. I
would say you want Garendo to at least get a little bit of contact.
Get a little sweat, that's fine. But again, to me, these things are all very much a slippery slope. And when I think of starting players, especially those who rely on the offensive line, I don't love the idea of playing them when the offensive line's not playing. And that's not a shot at their backup offensive linemen. I know that they're all professional football players too, and it's a little bit different at running back because no matter who the offensive line is, you're going to get hit at some point. That's the job. So I guess, Garendo can go out there, but I have a hard time putting skill position players on the field with the second or third string offensive line. It just doesn't feel as safe.
It doesn't, but somebody's got to play. And there's a football game that your fans are paying to see, like it or not. And some of these guys are still trying to make the team. And, that really is what this third preseason game's all about. Who will be your swing tackle? Who's going to be your fifth or sixth running back or your fifth wide receiver? Some of those, quote, battles are still being waged. Although I'm kind of with you that the coaching staff probably goes into this game with a good idea on who their 53 are going to be. It's just a case of maybe a couple of these guys are still fighting for one of the last spots.
By the way, Garendo was not the only return today. Renardo Green as well.
Both of those guys, it was real good to get back, and they stayed back. I'm always nervous with those guys the first time, but that's why we put them through a big protocol before they can get back. Grendo was about letting his shoulder heal, but he was able to keep his conditioning great because it was just a shoulder injury, and Renardo's being a hamstring took a lot longer. But that's where like a normal protocol, he might have been back last week, but we were a lot safer with them, making sure they could be full go by this week.
Word on the street was that Green looked real good, made some plays right away, and as you heard Kyle say, made it through practice safely. That's a big deal. They don't quite have Upton Stout back yet. Obviously, you got Demo, that's fine, but it feels, until we meet the whole group, they feel a little bit thin there in the defensive backfield, and I will feel much more comfortable if I know that both Green and Lenore are ready to go for week one.
And Upton Stout, the rookie who everyone has been loving as the nickel corner, you put him in there, and the 49ers played nickel a good amount last year. I was looking at some of the Aaron Schatz numbers from his almanac that he puts out. One thing that stood out defensively, Mark, the 49ers defense, they rushed 4 individuals 80% of snaps. That was the most in the National Football League.
Yeah.
On only 20% of snaps did they blitz.
Dude, Nick Sorensen doesn't even like chocolate sauce on his vanilla ice cream. He don't want sprinkles. He doesn't want anything on there. He like my dad. He wants a scoop of vanilla ice cream, and he eats it.
Yeah.
Then he goes to bed.
Pretty vanilla.
Yeah. Brutal.
The other thing that stood out.
A brutal year on defense for the 49ers.
We talked before about Diamondo Lenore and will he travel. Last year, the Niners' number 1 corner guarded the other team's number 1 receiver 29% of the time. That was 30th in football. In other words, they played a lot of zone, and when they didn't play zone, if he's not on Diamondo Lenore's side, he just didn't guard the other wide receiver one.
But you do have you got a new defensive coordinator in town who happens to be your old defensive coordinator. Now, he's not the exact same guy that he was a few years ago. In fact, moments away, he talks about how some of his strategies, including his blitzing strategies, have changed since he was the defensive coordinator for the 49ers. But to the point you just made also, like, you got a new voice in the room. And so I don't know. I don't know if Lenore, we went last week through all those wide receiver ones that the 49ers are going to be going against. And, right away, week 1, Smith and Jigba. Is this somebody that Lenore is just going to follow around all over the field? Or is he going to be on a certain side? And if Cooper Kupp ends up over there, then go ahead and get Kupp or Coop or whatever you want to call him and guard him. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. But here's Saleh on the philosophical changes since he was last here.
It's a tool. I think in 2019 we could just rush 4, probably one of the best D-lines in the history of football, but we're 2020, we need to go a little bit more. So you just work off your personnel and what you have, and some of those pressures are more run stunt. You might run stunt a few, but it's calling what's necessary for that particular game. But I think I speak for every coordinator in football that the preference is to rush 4, if you can.
Okay, if you can.
Right.
So that'd be my issue with what Sorensen did last year. You kept doing it, and that's fine if you can, but you can't. And then he kept doing it anyway, and that was the problem.
And even when they did blitz, the majority of those blitzes were just with 5. So you would just bring a linebacker usually. Occasionally you'd bring the safety. And the amount of times they blitzed with 6 rushers, which is, double corners or corner cat, or maybe you bring a linebacker in a corner from the same side. Very, very rare did they bring 6. And yeah, Salah's right. You would love to be able to just rush 4, get home with 4, and then you wind up covering with 7. It's a 7-on-5 defensively if everybody is eligible and going out. Huge advantage to the defense, but you've got to have some big bosses up there who can win consistently.
By the way, just dropping it in one more time, the code word today for the draft party, the fantasy draft party at Splash next Tuesday night is food. So text the word food to 20357 if you haven't already, because you can only qualify once a day. But go ahead and text the word food to 20357. You'll be qualified today to have your fantasy draft party with you and up to 14 friends at Splash next Tuesday night. Catered, private server, private room, the whole deal, all for you. And Willard and Dibs will be there on the scene. We'll do our show at Splash next Tuesday and then hang out with you a little bit. So that's all on the line. You'll have an opportunity to qualify each day, only once per day. But today's code word is food, and you can text that to 20357. 888-957-9570 is the number. A couple more things that I thought were interesting from Kyle Shanahan. And while we do always talk about health, and I look around the league and I see it happening everywhere, but throughout the seasons in the Kyle Shanahan era, yes, they are typically, not always, but typically a little bit more injured than other teams. And this camp has felt pretty similar to that. And so Kyle was asked, probably for the millionth time, do you have any idea why this keeps happening?
I mean, it's stuff that we look into every year. We'll try to even look into it more after this year, but, we haven't even been able to have the training camp that we normally want to have because of the injuries. I mean, it's not like they just all happen one week. They happen pretty early with the number of guys and stuff, and just the way our schedule's gone with our scrimmages, with having these games and the off days and traveling. I don't feel like we've had enough of the training camp practice to say that we're going too hard, but obviously we have too many guys down. So we got to look into all that stuff and figure out whatever we can do better.
Okay. I mean, I think that's an interesting answer because, hey, he's not running from it. He's not like, just bad luck, coincidence. He's like, we got to look into it. But then again, he's also commenting, he's like, I mean, you can't blame us for going too hard in camp. We never even started. These guys, it's like half these injuries happened right when they got here.
Yeah, exactly.
We haven't even done anything yet.
And he mentioned the schedule where, you had travel and you had to go to Denver and you do the joint practices, and then you go to Vegas and you got joint practices, and then you come home, and by the time you do the travel and you come home and you've got built-in off days, you haven't had a lot of time to just get into camp. And, hopefully you get through this game on Saturday night and you shut it down. At that point, you'll have 15 days until the opener. You've got a couple days where you can just give the guys some rest, and then you start stacking days, doing the work for week 1 and getting guys healthy. I do think that it's great news that Renardo Green back today, Garendo back today. These are a couple guys. I mean, Garendo's not a starter, but he's a valuable backup to McCaffrey, and Green is a starter. And so you hope that over the next 2 weeks, you can avoid injury in this upcoming game and get the key guys healthy. Dominic Pooney being one of the key guys I got an eye on.
Okay, and then here's one more from Shanahan. He was asked if camp this year versus last year had kind of a different energy around it.
It's definitely a different energy. I mean, last year it was, when you lose a Super Bowl like that, in overtime and everything, and you're bringing back a lot of your team, that's all anyone can think about. I mean, you're obsessive about it. And that's that was a different vibe in camp because we were missing a number of guys, and we were all just, let's just get to week one. We know our team. But that's why I didn't like that should never be your vibe. You're never just expecting that. You have to put in the work and expect that how hard it's going to be to win one game, and then you move to the next game. And I think we established that mindset a lot earlier this year, and I think it's given us a much better vibe, and it should make us work to get better throughout this year.
I think that's an interesting place to put that thought. So I think most of us fans are like, ooh, better energy this year. It's because there's no contract drama and all of those things. And where Kyle puts it, and this is always one of those things that I find to be impossible as a human. So the Niners come off of the Super Bowl loss, and everybody wants to get paid. And they're told all offseason, A, you're exhausted, and B, actually, we think you were the best team. I know you didn't win the Super Bowl, but boy, you should have. You're the best team out there. You're the favorites next year. You're the 49ers. I think it's impossible to not let that stuff get in your head. I know it's the coach's job to come on, guys, this is still hard. This is the NFL. But I just think it's impossible. It's impossible to not have all of those things affect you the way that they clearly did coming off of last year. And I would still argue until I'm blue in the face that the 6-11 49ers were better than a 6-11 team. They had some weird things go against them. That happens, what have you. But I love where that comment is, which is the Niners are now in a space where I still think they're pretty good, but they've got enough question marks that hopefully they've got a healthy respect for the idea that any one of these games is losable this year. And they really have to hammer that in because we're out here in the world telling them that they've got the easiest schedule in the history of the league.
It's pretty easy, and their opponents last year won about 40% of their games collectively, and a lot of those teams are going to be most likely poor again, but if there's one lesson you take from last year, it's that any game is, in fact, losable. The Ram game, the Cardinal game, the Seahawk game, those are all games that were there in the balance, not to mention the other Ram game. You and I both were at that one. That was the game that they lost 12-6. That was the Devondre Quit Bowl game when he just quit on the team. Mm-hmm. He just flat quit in the middle of the game.
Yes, and Debo dropped the ball after complaining about not getting the ball.
Correct. Yes. And you lost 12-6. And neither team was that stellar, yet you were in a spot where that game was winnable. So, yeah, Aaron Schatz joined us last week and said that's the best bad team in the history of his metrics, DVOA. And I looked at his numbers, and they should have gone 8-9 based on their advanced metrics, but they didn't.
Yep. I love this one. 408 just sent in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. In all caps, Dibs. This is in all caps. Appropriate fear. And then adds, Steve Kerr preaches it all the time. That's true. He has used that phrase on this show repeatedly. Appropriate fear. And I think that that's going to be a wonderful key for the 49ers this year. Appropriate fear. Each week, you're going to have some sort of a tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 quarterback on the other side, most likely. Every now and again, you'll get a Stafford or something like that, but it's pretty much just going to be a whatever kind of a quarterback on the other side, and you're going to be told, largely, that you're going to be favored. And I know you keep pointing out the two games where they're not favored, and I'm going to predict that by the time those games do get here, they will be favored. I think the 49ers will be favored in all or almost all of their games this year, even though they were 6-11 last year. And so hammering that point home, that everything is losable and nothing is automatic just because you have big-name players, I think that's going to be a big part of the year, but I think that where this team has been, they're prepared to actually live that, and they were not last year.
Right, and last year was a number of factors, and the Ayuk contract situation, and this is what you were intimating before, and Kyle actually said it without saying it, coming off the Super Bowl, where, yeah, you were that close to winning the Super Bowl, and you probably could have or should have. It was a coin flip game, and the flip didn't go your way, and you lost it, and so you get to the offseason, and players naturally are going to have their hand out, and you want a restructure, and Ayuk wanted the bag, and everybody wants what they want, and Mooney Ward wanted to get paid, and they said, no, we're not going to pay you. Sorry, we're going to be man about it and tell it to your face, but coming off of that, he's like checked out going into it, and Ayuk was not around because he wanted his bag. And so the vibes around it, the Super Bowl hangover was from playing deep into February, and also the disease of me where players wanted to get paid and broken off, and then the tragedy and Pearsall gets shot. And, we can go through this list ad nauseum, but a lot of things lined up to where it wasn't going to be their year. And also, the schedule was brutal. The teams that they played wound up with a .578 winning percentage. At the end of the year, all the teams that they faced, a lot of those teams were better than what was indicated the previous year. So brutal schedule, terrible vibes, close losses, and you wind up 6-11.
888-957-9570 is the number. I also, this, I've been beating a drum to the point where I'm almost a little bit like, boy, should I quiet down about this because I don't want to put bad juju toward it. But I am more comfortable with the 49ers wide receiver core than you are. And when I say you, I'm talking to all of you.
Oh, me, yeah, for sure.
For you, for sure, but everybody listening. I am more comfortable with this Niners receiving core than you are, and it's largely because no matter how many games he has or hasn't played so far in his career, I firmly believe that Ricky Pearsall is in line to be a true number one wide receiver at the NFL level. I think he's going to go north of 1,000 yards this year. I think he is a really good player, and I would like to bring to the light, for those of you who are not morning people, I would like for you to hear what Brian Baldinger had to say to the Joes earlier this morning on the Morning Roast. Couple of things about Ricky Pearsall. A, he does talk about the Niners' need for Pearsall to step forward.
Honestly, they need Ricky Pearsall to be a number one or as close to a one as you can get. I mean, he came out, there was three guys that basically came out of similar type. Ladd McConkey, right, when he came out, Pearsall coming out of Florida, Roman Wilson coming out. These guys were route runners. They were tough. They could play outside. They could play inside. They showed versatility. And the only guy that we really saw last year play was McConkey, and he was awesome. They need Pearsall to get close to being like a Ladd McConkey. Their problem right now is they don't really have anybody opposite McConkey with the Chargers. They're trying to find somebody that can balance it up a little bit to take some coverage away. But they need Pearsall to be good. I mean, they traded away Debo. We know we know the injury history of some guys right there. They drafted him in the first round for a reason, to be eventually, because they knew the quarterback contract was coming, and they knew they weren't going to be able to pay everybody, and there's going to be a release of a lot of good players and guys that won a lot of games there. So when you draft somebody in the first round like that, he's got to hit.
Yeah, and you think that he will. That's the thing that I think's been undersold here is the 49ers' intent. It almost seems like because we knew the receiving core so well, we knew Debo, we knew Brandon was coming off this great year, somehow lost in all of this is the 49ers' intent when they pick somebody in the first round at that position. Now, I think they got wobbly and misplayed it, because all the rumors were there. As soon as they picked Pearsall, all of the reporters were like, well, they're signaling the exit of one of the other two. And then we all thought it was going to be Brandon because of the contract stalemate, and apparently he was moments away from being a Pittsburgh Steeler. But then they didn't do that, and instead the following year they dumped Debo, and people all thought, well, you're dumping Debo because he had a terrible year, and it just wasn't working out anymore. There might be some truth to all of that. But if you do rewind and go back to when they made this pick, in my mind, there's no question that they made the pick with the idea of we're moving on from one of those dudes.
Yes, and I wonder, and we'll never be able to get this answer, I wonder who it would have been if Ayuk would have stayed healthy. And he signs that contract, and he comes in late, and he plays the whole year, and he does what he normally does, which is have a good year. And Debo had the year that he had, which I don't know if he lost a step, but he kind of lost his way a little bit. And you would have got to the end of the year, and I do think you would have had a tough choice to make. Would the Ayuk market have been more fertile than what you got for Debo if Ayuk stayed healthy? But I'm with you, and we talked about it even before the Pearsall pick. You can't really pay two guys that much money. So I actually thought all along that they were going to trade Ayuk. We did this heading into the draft, and I said, he's getting traded. He's getting traded before the draft. They're going to get a pick, and they're going to use it on a receiver. maybe not the first round, but I thought that they were going to trade Ayuk, and they never did, and he kind of held out, and he got a huge bag, bigger than either one of us and anybody would have thought.
There was more from Baldy on Pearsall in just a second, but since you brought it up that way, I wonder, let me ask you this. All things that have happened are still true. Who would you rather have on the 49ers right now, Brandon or Debo?
Debo.
Forget money.
Yeah, Debo.
Debo.
Yeah, he's more of a versatile piece in the Shanahan offense. And I do think, Debo has fewer good years left. His best years may be behind him. We don't know. I think he's going to have a nice year in Washington because of the other weapons they have around him. And Jaden Daniels is a guy who's a two-way threat. And I think that team they got a good running back. They have another receiver on the other side who's very good.
Who's their good running back?
Don't they have Brian Robinson?
They do. However, rumors flying over the last 48 hours that he's either not even going to make the team or be traded.
Wow.
And they sat him out of last night's preseason game because which totally legitimized all of those rumors. They've got some other kids there in the background that apparently are impressive and are getting ready to take over the backfield. It doesn't derail your point.
Right.
When
and
you brought
McLaurin
that up,
is holding out,
exactly.
so it's a little bit.
I don't know what's going on skill position wise outside of Debo there.
Right, and if you take money out of it and you take the Ayuk injury out of it too, because it's easy to say Debo because Ayuk tore up 2 ligaments and he may not be back until week 6 or 8. But I think that what Debo provides this offense, the ability to be a running back at times, to run the jet sweep, to be a yak guy, I think his versatility fits a little bit more, especially if Ricky Pearsall pops the way you think he's going to.
I do still want to know who the other boombox guy is going to be. And I'm still getting annoyed that nobody's asked that yet. You Niner reporters, will somebody please ask him while you're down there who the other boombox guy is?
Do they boombox in the preseason? Do they box it up?
I don't think so. Do they?
If they do, it has never been shown on TV.
It's never made it. It's never made it.
So probably not.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. They asked him about smelling salts today. I saw that.
What did he say?
Oh, I have to scroll down I have the transcript in the email, and
He said he uses smelling salts to get himself going too.
Kyle does?
Yes.
That doesn't surprise me. That's funny.
He said if they got taken away, he'd just slap himself.
Do any of these guys ever have coffee? There's some coffee.
Not strong enough.
Beating yourselves up and get smelled like, what's going on over here?
The question was, but do you have a sense of how prevalent they are just within your team, and do you have any concern about the use of smelling salt?
Okay.
Shanahan, I mean, I don't. If someone gives me one, I'll take the smell of the salt. I don't know. I'm not too worried about it and stuff. I like to take one to wake myself up and just lock myself in, If they don't allow that, I'll probably shake my head a few times and smack myself and get ready to lock in and stuff. I don't overthink it too much, but I'm also not too worried about them not providing it either. But I feel like George will find a way. Salts.
And stuff.
Yeah.
He also twice talked about yocking in. That was twice in that quote.
Yep.
All right. Okay. By the way, here's more from Baldy on Pearsall.
I would think that John Lynch is pretty thorough in his evaluation of these guys and what, the whole interviewing process, and you going back and being pretty comfortable with taking them at the bottom of the first round. And so I would think that he has that mindset that I'm going to dominate, that I'm going to, you give me your number one corner, I'm going to go beat him. I would think that's the mindset you want every receiver. Certainly Debo had it. Certainly other guys have had it. But I would think he's built for it because that's how they drafted him to be that guy.
It's interesting. Baldy at no point says, I think he can be that guy. In these two comments, he's saying, I would think that Ricky thinks he can be that guy, and I would think that John Lynch thinks he can be that guy, or else he wouldn't have picked him there. And then in the other comment, he's like, the Niners need him to be that guy. Nowhere in there did I hear Brian Baldinger say, I think he can be that guy. And I get that. Baldy's not at every camp, so Baldy is doing these breakdowns largely with video that he's receiving. I don't think he's out there in Santa Clara watching this. I can tell you that everybody who is, and that's not me either, but everybody who is has been blown away by what they're seeing from Ricky Pearsall. And then we did all get a little glimpse at it over the weekend against the Raiders with Brock Purdy on one drive, and it looked fantastic.
Yeah.
So, I'll be at the front of that line. I absolutely think that Ricky can do this. I think that Ricky Pearsall is the Niners' number one. I would say that even if Brandon were healthy right now, even if Juwan Jennings were healthy right now, I think Ricky Pearsall is their number one. And by the way, I'll extend it. I think Ricky Pearsall is going to be their number one for the next 3 years.
Well, he's going to have to be this year, and he's going to have to be from week one going forward because Juwan's got the calf and the cash, and whatever the problems are, he's not practicing. And Brandon Ayuk, they're saying week 6 at the earliest, and I'd imagine in a week when they do the final 53, he'll go on the PUP list, physically unable to perform, which counts you out for 4 weeks automatically, and then you go from there. So if you don't have Demarcus Robinson because he's suspended off the DUI, which I think is very, very likely.
What the hell's going on there, by the way?
I don't know.
Why is this taking so long?
I think, and this is just a guess, this is not sourced in any way, but I think that they're appealing because it's coming down as 4 games because of the nature of the DUI, where he was going 100 miles an hour, and I think that the league is really frowning upon excessive speed when it comes to a DUI. Yeah. And I'm just guessing now, Mark.
What was Jordan Addison's original deal, by the way?
This was his second incident, and I believe in this incident, he was asleep at a traffic light, which I'm not saying that's any better than going 100 miles an hour. It certainly is.
Yeah.
It's less dangerous to others. It's still a DUI. You're inebriated behind the wheel to the point that you fall asleep behind the wheel at a stoplight.
Yeah. I mean, reckless driving and DUI arrest, July 2024, charged with driving under the influence and driving with a blood alcohol content over the legal limit. I'm just kind of reading through this. He resolved the case by pleading no contest to a, quote, wet reckless driving charge, which is a misdemeanor. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just don't know all the particulars of what sort of ramps a DUI up to something worse. You might be right. I have no idea. But this thing has been considered so boilerplate that it would be odd, I think, if Demarcus Robinson's comes in at 4 games when all of these other DUI situations have come in at 3.
Well, did you guys hear how the Rashee Rice proceedings have been handled so far?
Yes.
It's been weird because Jordan Addison got his suspension. Meanwhile, Rashee Rice, who pled guilty to a felony charge, his hearing isn't even going to happen until September 30th.
Right. So and I actually think this is worse for the Chiefs. Like, Rashee is going to get suspended, but it's probably going to happen in the middle of the year.
I just don't get the delay.
Well, that's a court thing. It's not him. It's not him like debating with the league. It's the court. And who knows? It could be from 100 different reasons as to why that thing keeps getting pushed. But Rashee Rice is going to start, like, the latest estimate I saw was based on the date of the next court appearance and then the sentencing or whatever it's going to be, and then the league will jump in. Like, Rice is probably going to play the first 8 or 9 weeks. And then bang. Once games get more important, once we get into November and December, then Rice is probably going to get a hefty suspension from the league. If I'm the Chiefs, I don't want that. Wouldn't you rather get it out of the way at the beginning of the year? So, I know that's not what's actually in play here. What's actually in play is somebody broke the law and put the lives of others in danger, and so do the right thing. But, yeah, that's a quirk of the Rice situation, which is that it's not going to happen at the beginning. It'll probably happen in the middle toward the end.
Yeah, and that's could be awkward for the Chiefs if they're, if he's rolling and they're playing great. I'm just looking at the NFL can, with aggravating circumstances, such as a high BAC, blood alcohol level, reckless driving, or injuries to others. So when you are pulled over for going 100 miles an hour, that is certainly reckless driving. And I think in light of the Henry Ruggs tragedy, when he killed somebody going 115 or whatever it was, I think the league is ultra sensitive to these speeding infractions.
No doubt. However, and I guess maybe, I don't know how much this comes into play. You mentioned that Addison is on, it's a second offense. The first offense for Addison, he was cited for driving 140 miles an hour. That was his first situation that had already been handled. Now you get this after the fact, and he ends up with 3 games. I'm not here to adjudicate anything, but it seems to me that if I'm Demarcus Robinson, and you're right, Dibs, and he got more than Jordan Addison, who is now on his second offense, one of them is also not driving 100, but 140, that would seem, I don't know, that would seem odd to me if Robinson's is more severe.
Agreed.
But
and I don't know if Addison was suspended the first time.
He was.
For probably 3 games for going 140.
I'll
yeah, and it's, again, I don't want to get too deep into the weeds of the legal system, but this second instance for Addison, the fact that he was able to plead it down to a wet reckless tells me that he probably wasn't way over the .08, and if he's just sitting at a stoplight, maybe it's a slap in the wrist because of that. I don't know how they mete out punishment. The greater point, though, is you're likely going to be without Robinson and Ayuk, maybe Jawan Jennings if the calf and the cash aren't worked out. So going all the way back to Ricky Pearsall, he's going to have to be that dude early and often.
That entire 49er conversation on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Also, one more time, the keyword of the day is food. You can text that to 20357, and that's today's qualifier to get your fantasy draft hosted at Splash with Willard and Dibs next Tuesday night. Catered, private room, private server, all of those things for you and up to 14 of your friends. More coming up. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. 101 northbound, pretty tough right now. Very heavy from the 280 interchange. 280 a little bit better northbound, but slow from the Mariposa Street exit. Westbound Bay Bridge, heavy from Yerba Buena Island. That's traffic. I'm Rebecca.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Dibs, first a question. Do you like berries?
Berries, berries, berries. I love them.
Very well played. Mix and match. 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3.
Also, exclusive digital deal on USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Steak Value Pack or Roast Mega Pack, just $5.97 per pound, limit 2 packages. Another exclusive digital deal on Lucerne Shredded, Sliced, or Chunk Cheese, 6 to 8 ounces on selected varieties, just $1.87 each, limit 4 items.
I love Chuck Steak. He's in one of my fantasy leagues. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Vehicle that smacked into the guardrail.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
But word of a crash there.
Act fast. Get your new Honda Prologue before the $7,500 federal EV tax credit expires September 30th. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
Stand Up to Cancer's vehicle donation program makes it easy to turn your unwanted vehicle into funding to support innovative cancer research. This research leads to new treatments for patients right now. Donate your car today. Visit standuptocancer.org/cars to learn more.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer.
Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick up in store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Yeah, that's something for sure. We don't care.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm going to listen to you. I'll listen.
Yeah?
Yeah. Big game tonight.
Huge.
2 of them.
Oh, yeah.
Huge.
Well, one bigger than the other.
Well, the Valks are fighting for the playoffs.
That's the big game.
According to you, so are the Giants.
Well, they're still,
Big game, national TV, Kaiwei Tang, make food, lock in, here we go. Massive game. See if the Giants can get back to 2 games under 500.
Not quite a make food, lock in, here we go game, but it's one that you pay attention to. And
well, I mean, no, it's Tuesday night.
I get it.
What else you got to do?
You've got the Valkyries game.
Yeah.
And honestly, if I'm in a one TV situation, I'm watching the Valks more than I'm watching the Giants because the Valks are the 7th seed, and they've got a home and away with the Phoenix Mercury, a team ahead of them in the standings. And so you can't really afford to drop both of these games. Then you start to get into a precarious spot as it pertains to even making the playoffs. And, expectations versus hope is one of our themes here on Willard and Dibs. And when you were gone, Grandy and I talked about it, and I was camp expectations with the San Francisco Giants. And here we are now living in camp hope. And those expectations that I had are so flushed down the toilet that I'm almost embarrassed to admit that that's where I was. But at that time, I was right to think that. They got Devers. They were 10 above 500. They were humming, cooking with Crisco. And how here we are with a 2.4% chance of making it. So I don't want to put expectations on the expansion Valkyries because they've got, I think, 10 games left to go.
10 games to go. 6 of them are at home.
Right, and they're in that sort of precarious spot, but I'm hopeful they can make the playoffs. And if they don't, I mean, what a year it's been anyway.
Yeah, they are 2 games clear of basically the 9 seed. You need to be one of the top 8 seeds. They're the 7 seed right now. They do still have 2 games out of those remaining 10 against Minnesota.
Oh, boy.
That's the big dog, right? There, the Minnesota's 28-5.
17-1 at home, the Lynx.
Yeah.
You don't want to go to Minnesota.
You don't want that smoke. No, in fact, their very last game of the year is on September 11th in Minnesota. So let's hope that the Valks don't need it in order to get to the playoffs.
Or maybe the Lynx go into shutdown mode at that point.
Maybe, or
maybe they Yode manage that one.
Hopefully they don't need that game to avoid playing Minnesota in the playoffs.
That's fair.
Like, you don't want to do that either.
Because both of those games would be in Minnesota.
Correct.
And then the game 3, if you could get it, would be back at Chase.
Yeah, but again, Minnesota doesn't lose at home. So anyway, you got to do that. New York is going to come here again. Phoenix, you mentioned the home and home. They're a good basketball team. So, yeah, the Valkyries are going to need to play well. And, yes, this game's at 7 o'clock tonight, so a little bit over an hour from now. You'll hear it right here on 95.7 The Game. You also have the option to hear it on the dedicated Valkyries channel on the free Odyssey app. Just go on there. Make sure you download it. Search Valkyries. You'll see all of that pop up. You can watch the game on KPIX+. Pregame starts at 6:30 in just about 40 minutes. So, yes, that one's got a little bit more drama edge to it. Obviously, the Giants have a little bit more history in this town, and you're not alone. There are a lot of people that I still hear from that are like, kind of never know mode. But I'm going to stick to what I'm saying, which is, and it doesn't need to be the next 3 in a row, but the Giants, for me to really sit down and go, okay, let me think about this in terms of the postseason. You have to have more wins than losses. That's my rule.
It's a good rule.
That's my rule.
Yeah.
And until then, I'm just kind of side-eye watching. What's going on in the other room? What's going on? That kind of thing.
The case I made earlier is not really a case. It's just historical fact where last year the Tigers were 61-64, as the Giants are now. They went 25-12 over their remaining games. They passed 5 teams and became the wild card. The Giants are closer now than the Tigers were last year. If the Giants go 25-12, which they started the year almost going 25-12. So it's not completely out of the realm of possibility. It is 670 ball that they'd have to play, winning more than 2 of every 3.
Yep.
And they don't win at home, so I understand how this is, ludicrous.
And their schedule not easy either.
Correct.
Right? Brewers,
you got some Milwaukee in there.
Milwaukee.
7 Dodgers games.
2 Dodgers.
Yep.
3 more Padres. All of that.
Yeah, it's a gauntlet, but all I'm saying is that last year the Tigers did it, and part of the reason why they were able to do it is in the head-to-head games. Kansas City was ahead of them. They beat them. Tampa was ahead of them. They swept them. Those types of things. So I'm with you, Mark. It would have to be starting tonight. It started last night, but if you can have Kaiwei Tang and that wicked breaking ball he throws, maybe you steal another one tonight and we creep closer.
Absolutely. Can I make one more baseball point before we hop on out of here, too?
Sure, your name's on the marquee.
Heliot Ramos started the day with a quote that got Giants fans all upset. As it turns out, in the baseball game last night, he ended up into a back and forth with not Giants fans, Padres fans. People out there in left field jawing back and forth with Heliot Ramos.
I mean, I'm just saying it's not my fault. I'm not the one who returned the call. I mean, why are you mad at me? I'm just here playing. But some of them were laughing, smiling. Some of them were talking a lot of trash. I'm like, all right, I'm here for it.
That's a good pause by Heliot Ramos. Some of them were talking a lot of trash. Yeah, that's a good pause, number one. But did y'all see this play? Xander Bogaerts' home run, where Ramos essentially lines up to try to catch it, and then some fans' arms kind of get in the way of the whole thing. And I'll be straight honest with y'all. I don't even really know the rule. Is the rule that basically if the ball is completely over the fence, then fans have a right to it. But if there's any question about whether or not it will clear the fence, then it is fan interference if they touch the ball before it gets, because that's what the situation was. And I don't know, it looked like the ball was kind of heading over the fence. I don't know if it was yet. But anyway, they go to review, and they come out, and there's white smoke, and they decide it's fan interference. And the Padres were very, very upset about it, and I'll continue to say the same thing. It is just beyond ridiculous that players, umpires, and fans are all put in this position. There should absolutely not be any baseball stadium that allows for fans to be able to touch baseballs that might come down in the field of play. It is the easiest thing to eliminate.
Right.
Please eliminate it. This is the second time this year we've had something weird happen. There's that dude in Arizona who's been catching home runs apparently for 3 years out there, getting in everybody's way. Like, come on. Just make the fence a little higher, please, and get this thing out of the player's way. I don't understand it.
Yeah, move the fence so where the fans are 10 feet back. And I remember the old days in left field and Candlestick where you were about 25 yards removed from the left field fence, and when there was a home run that went over the fence, you were allowed to jump out of the stands and clamor and run and try to retrieve that ball.
You're leaving one part out. Beat up anybody in your way.
Well,
the stuff that I saw on that grassy area beyond the left field fence, dude, there were no rules. None.
No rules. I'll tell you one thing that didn't happen. You didn't interfere with a possible home run ball.
Correct.
Until the doubleheader against the Dodgers. And Guru loves to tell the story because I was at that game too, where by game 2, every pop fly to short, fans were pouring out of the bleachers, running across the grass and jumping on the outfield fence like Spider-Man. That was the night that there were 100 fights, 100 ejections.
Yeah.
And that was when
I am scared.
They stopped allowing you to do that. They started putting those metal barriers, the barricades, like when you have a parade.
And then eventually they just put stands out there.
And then eventually they moved to Third and King.
Yeah, then they left.
That was the night where enough was enough.
That's true.
But again, there was no home run interference because you were 20, 40 feet back.
Yeah, it wasn't possible.
And I'm with you. I absolutely hate that. Imagine an NFL game